more time. One more time.
a designation. Nice dead eye there for Kai. Sits back. Spark is going to run them over. That is how you make a statement. What? What did I just see?
Kept it that much more aggressive. That's a beautiful blade. Absolutely picturesque.
You just can't get enough of hockey.
There's the pin.
Oh, absolute filth. They didn't see that one coming.
That is clean from Mirren.
Toronto to fight are going to be your back-to-back-to-back champions. This is all they needed, claiming victory in EMEA.
Crazy Raccoon versus Team Falcons. Lip just throwing clips. This whole hog's pretty devastating when you're up in the corner. It is delectable.
This might just be enough.
And Crazy Raccoons have done it.
Hello and welcome everyone to the OWCS Stage 4 main event. This is day 3 and we have a special guest today. I am Zoe, joining me are Johnny and McGravy. We'll be filling in for Jake, who's at a wedding. Congratulations to your brother, question mark?
Oh no, so you just took a swing and just hoping you're right.
I think, I'm almost certain I listened to him when he talked.
Potentially sister, but hey.
Okay, listen. Someone in his family is getting married. He's going there because he's responsible and we love him, but we're getting treated. We get the best possible replacement, and that is, of course, McGravy. McGravy, I take it you followed all the action through the group stages and the qualifiers, of course. You were diligent doing your homework. What are your thoughts on the meta, on the teams, on anything you've seen so far at this stage?
Yeah, of course. I'm addicted to Overwatch, frankly. It's
Love
something
that.
I've been doing it for 8 years. So yeah, I mean, even when there's nothing going on, I love tuning in and keeping up to date. Yeah, this meta's fast-paced. We get some Genji. I mean, come on, who doesn't love Genji? Like, hasn't been meta for what, since Jungle Queen meta, 3 years ago. So I'm a big fan of the Genji. The Juno character design is a lot of fun for me. So yeah, I'm a big fan of this meta.
Big fan of the meta, and he's an addict. We learned so much already in 20 seconds into this show.
Some viewers can relate.
I think a lot of viewers can relate.
Yeah.
You know what I'm addicted to?
I know what you're about to say.
Drops! That's right. Let's
We
take
got
a
new
look
ones
at what-
today.
Huh?
We got new ones.
Yeah, we do. Guys, gotta get excited. We're switching over to the nighttime scheme.
I'm a big nighttime guy. I'm a gamer. Who doesn't like the nighttime as a gamer?
The stuff is relatable. We'll be missing the waffles, but if you haven't had the waffles yet, then you've
Did you get
basically
the
not been
waffles?
watching. Did you get the waffles?
I'm addicted, so yeah, of course I got the waffles.
Of course, McGravy got the waffles.
That was 8 hours. If you've missed out on connecting your Battle.net account to your Twitch account thus far, then, well, joke's on you. But you can do it right now, and you also will be awarded with drops if you watch our featured co-streamer today. It's going to be a Commander X who brings you all the action of the games on his stream.
Yeah,
Big
so
Commander X fan.
if you don't complete the drops on the main channel, you can keep watching when the raid goes through and finish the drops.
Exactly.
So don't worry. And you also have tomorrow as well. You frankly have a lot of time. If you don't get these drops and you're watching OWCS,
You
then
can try.
no excuses.
Yeah, you have to actively try to not get the drops. That's
Yeah.
where we're at right now. Let's take a look at all the action that is to come today. As you're waiting for your drops, you, of course, will be treated to some phenomenal gameplay. This is our schedule. There is a lot of good matches. We already picked Johnny's and Jake's brain yesterday. Which of these matches gets you excited, McGravy?
Oh, it's ENS versus SSG. I mean, this is the EU powerhouse is showing down. This is a rivalry of all rivalries. I mean, there's a lot on the line for these teams. Different types of styles, different types of players. Really looking at Backbone and Kevster. Like I said, 2 different types of styles. So yeah, that's a match I'm looking at.
Yeah, and while some of the teams have already qualified for the main event, for the big one in Sweden at DreamHack, such as Toronto, other teams are still fighting for their life, for their spot, for their ticket to punch for our grand finals. And you too can grab a ticket. You don't have to do anything for it other than drop some money, some good cash, and then you can join us in Sweden. We've already showed you all the beauty that Sweden has to offer thanks to your PowerPoint presentation yesterday. No, that was all. It was 9 slides.
There's more to Sweden than that, I promise.
He promises.
There's good stuff over there. You're missing out if you're not going. I promise.
That sounded so sincere.
Like, we didn't show the kebab pizzas. Like, what's up with that? That's one of the go-tos. You need to get a kebab pizza.
True, and if the kebab pizza is an incentive, then maybe these wonderful extra goodies are an incentive for you to join us with the platinum tickets. You get, of course, your guaranteed seating for all 3 days of the festival, which is honestly very much needed. If you've joined us in Dallas, seating was out quick. We had to
Was.
bring in extra chairs.
Extra chairs.
Extra chairs.
The DreamHack staff were frankly impressed by the amount of people.
Yeah, no one
who
expected
watched
it.
the streams. Yeah,
But
so-
Overwatch still alive.
Yeah, and that's for the platinum package as well. I looked up on the website this morning. There's a diamond package as well.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, there's a diamond package.
I was not
you can get a
informed.
behind-the-scenes look, so you get a tour as well.
From Johnny.
So, well, no.
Get the Johnny's tour of Sweden.
That's what I just heard too. So I mean,
See?
Well,
I'm still trying to sell you as a tour guide for Sweden.
I'll chat. Maybe money makes things happen. So we'll
Maybe
we'll
you
have a chat.
can slip him a bill personally once you arrive in Sweden, and he might take you around. How about that? Then you might get treated to some kebab pizza. No? Perhaps. Sweden is going to be a great time. It's going to be a great place, a good location. Speaking of locations, McGravy, as a rite of passage, we need to test your Overwatch knowledge in a little game that we call, definitely not GeoGuessr, but the Location Guesser Overwatch 2 edition. So, we're going to show you a small little part of a map, and you have to
gonna be
guess
easy.
what map it is.
Yeah.
Easy, right? Because surely you've been exploring. you've been out there.
as a former player, it should be easy, but no promises.
As an Overwatch addict, it should
That's,
be.
Yes, also a self-claimed Overwatch addict. Yes, should be easy.
All right, let's take a look at that first one. We're doing it right here. Okay.
Okay. I have an idea.
idea too. I have a concept of an
But
idea
this is
of a
for you,
location.
McGravy.
I'm feeling Gibraltar.
Yes.
Ooh, yeah.
That's the vibe I'm getting from Gibraltar.
Wow.
Yeah.
The-
He
honestly,
played
it wasn't-
Diva. He's been
yeah.
up there. He knows.
Of course,
He
like
knows.
roof stalls, shift balancing. Of course I've been up there.
Okay, 1 for 1.
Wow.
Good job.
Good work. Oh, I know what this
That's
is.
easy. That's
Yeah.
that's so easy.
Is it?
Actually, it's not easy. I have a guess. I have no idea if it's right.
Is this
I might have
map
oversold
pool?
my confidence too.
is this Dorado?
You're locking in Dorado.
Dorado, locking it in. Okay.
Oh. I was going to say Dorado too, so I had
I
you back.
definitely would not have guessed this one right.
Listen-
I came in way too confident.
Yeah, sorry. Peru, it's kind of close.
Close enough. They also have mailboxes, right?
Mailboxes there.
Oh,
Oh yeah, come on, that's easy. I said that before.
yeah, I've said that before too.
It looks like props. So
Okay.
it's,
I think this is a bait.
is this a bit? Oh,
Which map has barrels? Is this Eichenwald?
Oh, I was going to say Blizzard World.
I would have also said Blizzard.
Blizzard World's probably a better guess
Or
than me,
Hollywood.
but I locked it in. Oh,
my God, it's Hollywood.
I am a genius.
that was my
I'm
first
actually-
impression.
I
but-
thought the Hollywood was the bait.
But it wasn't.
I thought they wanted you to guess Hollywood, which
Do I get
it
a
was.
point? Am I even part of this game? I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, 1 for 3. Not off to a good start.
Okay.
This.
Where do they litter?
This feels like Paraiso first point defender spawn.
Wow, I'm going to say Esperanza.
I'm calling my
Okay,
shot
what
right
are-
here.
what
I'm
are you
locking it
gonna
in.
I'm going Esperanza.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Okay. Well, Rialto. We
Same vibe.
are not. Who is there anyway? That's like a Senora spot or something over there. Like I'm holding the angles. I'm holding the corners.
That's right. I've never been in that
Yeah, I've
corner.
never been there.
How many more do we have? Okay. I have an idea.
I have an inkling. I have a concept of an idea.
I love those the most.
I have no clue.
You should go into politics.
This is Blizzard World, the spawn, the attacker spawn, a little side room.
Nah,
Wow.
bro, this is Eichenwalde.
That would be crazy.
Surely this
Locking
is
it in.
Eichenwalde.
Okay, well, it was the Throne of Anubis. We are so far away.
I have not seen this map in forever.
I have never been more wrong in my life. Like I said,
It's a new map.
a concept of an idea.
It's a new map, so
I'm addicted to watching, not playing. So I haven't really gotten in there, explored quite enough.
I'm addicted to the maps where you actually play the game, not where you don't play the game.
So, I mean, that concludes our game, I assume. Is anyone a real winner here? I don't
Someone
know.
in
I think
chat
you did really
popped
good. You started off really strong. Someone in chat always knows better. That's a fact.
Starting strong is all that matters, right?
That's right. That's right. Some of our teams started strong too. No, don't ruin my transition. I want to talk about brackets here.
Sorry.
Some of our teams started strong too. Let's take a look at our upper bracket because some kept the roll going. Of course, I'm talking about ENS. They swept through that upper bracket and they will face their toughest opponent yet, and that is, of course, Space Station Gaming. Battle for the H's might as well be the grand final. We're taking a look at our lower bracket. These teams are currently fighting for their lives. Sounds very dramatic, is very dramatic, because some of them have not just their tournament life on the line, but also their potential of being able to join the international competition in Sweden.
Yeah, if Virtus Pro beat SR Peak Check, we're actually getting a circuit points elimination match, where if Twisted Minds beat Virtus Pro in that match, then Twisted Minds will buy, circuit points. They'll have more circuit points than Virtus Pro and qualify for Stockholm. Whereas if Virtus Pro beat Twisted Minds, then Virtus Pro, they'll solidify their spot in the top 3 as well. So that's going to be a banger of a match. The only team that can throw it off, of course, which is SR Peak Check in this manner. If SR Peak Check wins the main event, they directly qualify. So there is that outsider chance. But if Virtus Pro beat SR Peak Check, then we'll have an elimination match for a Stockholm ticket on our hands.
He's a numbers guy, by the way, the math guy.
I can tell.
Yeah.
He's got it locked in.
Explains a lot of things, but yeah.
I love it. Well, first things first, we need to determine if Virtus Pro or SR Peak Check are going through to face a TM. Let's talk about those two teams. We've seen plenty of both of them already through the group stages and also here in the main event. Only one will stay alive. Let's start here with the Virtus Pro roster, McGravy. I mean, obviously a lot of talent in this squad. They're going up against something more unorthodox. Do they have the flexibility to deal with this today?
Yeah, I think they do, and I'm really looking at Sauna on Virtus Pro here. He's known for the Tracer, as someone I've formerly coached, and that's what we scout him for, was the Tracer. But here, seeing him here on the screen, talking about the Pharah. Pharah's going to be a huge, huge pick for these composition counters, especially with Cloudy on the Reinhardt. You need to break the shield. You need the sky pressure and the side angles. Yeah, I'm really looking at Sauna. Looking at Shockwave here, too. I mean, his hit scan is just lights out. He's been known for Ashe ever since the character first came out, 5 years ago at this point. He's been solid for sure.
You coached Sauna on Florida Mayhem.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, for some time.
And then we traded him ruthlessly and got rid of him. But hey, he's a good player.
Okay, well, I didn't mean to bring that up. I'm sorry. But, anyway, SR Peak Check, the Reinhardt team.
Yay!
LH Cloudy is not messing around picking Reinhardt. And everybody's knows this, of course. Fee also on the Junkrat, Danet on the Symmetra. Like, this team is all about chaos, really. Like, they just bring chaos to the match. And if you don't have enough kind of structure in your team or good enough of an understanding of how to work around the Reinhardt, frankly, you're going to feel the pain. And they've done a fantastic job so far. The backline as well. The amount they're able to stay alive and support their front line while dealing damage. Ghost 99 on the Baptiste as well, dealing poke damage to the flankers coming in, pushing them away. They've done a fantastic job so far, and it take some skill to break down this composition.
It does indeed. And although most European players and teams should be familiar with, going up against a composition like that, because it's EU Overwatch after all, it's not as easy as it seems. There's a lot of chaos, a lot of communication that needs to happen. You have a illustration for us to break it all down of just how difficult, how chaotic, and how mad this situation can get.
Yeah, I just want to, showcase the chaos incarnate, really, that we're going to have to deal with in this matchup. So we're on Junkertown here. And, first of all, first things first, there's going to be a big ultimate advantage for SR Peak Check in this one. So don't be surprised that they're, have the advantage in this fight, of course. But pretty default stuff. We got the Junkrat. He's way over here. You can see the lobbing nades. And we got LH Cloudy holding kind of the angles, holding close. Makes it difficult for the opponent to walk out. So pretty default kind of flank coming out here, of course, from Aoma, who's trying to come in from angles, come in from the flanks, and try to reach the backline. So we can just play it out here. And we can just take a look at how Aoma are approaching this fight. You want to get to the backline. You want to put pressure on the backline. Certainly the Baptiste as well. Because there's going to be a lot of cart pressure from the front line of SR Peak Check. But that's going to create some distance between the front line and back line. And that is when you go. So we can go ahead and slow this down when we go ahead here. Pause it. And we can see that the front line is really split from the back line here of SR Peak Check. They've identified that the D.Va here was in the wrong position. Ice really struggled to get in a good position here and set up dives with Top Dragon. But there's just so much pressure, especially from Danet, who's playing the Symmetra. Like, that is a lot of damage going out to a D.Va, right? So you have to be meticulous in these kind of dive scenarios. Also, you have the Symmetra teleporter, so you can TP forward and put pressure on the backline of Aoma. Or, if you wanted to, you could TP backwards and help the backline. On more horizontal areas, we saw this on third point here on Junkertown, LH Cloudy at some points, he'll be on the cart, put cart pressure, and then pin backwards to peel. And if you sustain that dive, then you can just resume. So we can go ahead and play this one out. I'm no Ob Sojourn, but I'm trying to showcase all the action here. So we can kind of see how it goes. Ice is now on the backline. LH Cloudy is in the enemy backline. There's a Symmetra wall. There's tires all over the place. And they just don't successfully manage to dive here, the backline, because there's just so much going on. So I want to showcase this from Top Dragon's perspective as well, the Genji, of course, and really just show you how chaotic it is to try to sell these dives. So we are the Genji. We're against the Junkrat. We're against the Symmetra. And, we're going to make a really clean dive here. So going for the wide flank, set up the dive. Wait, there's a Symmetra turret. Took some poke damage. All right, well, I'm gonna grab this Mega. Oh, there's a Baptiste taking some more poke damage. Well, now I have to escape this. Armor pack. Oh, okay. Wait, there's a Junkrat here. Oh, I just took a bunch more damage. Repair pack. I mean, I got so many armor packs at this point. Oh, here's another turret. Try to dive in. There's a Symmetra wall in the way. There's ultimates everywhere. Top Dragon is like Jesus Christ. There's just things everywhere. This is a clean kill coming in here, by the way. Boom. But then you go back to the cart. I mean, they're almost capped, and you're just facing a Reinhardt. And, well, I'll let the rest of the things speak for itself.
Oof.
Well, that's pretty rough. Wait, it's not over yet. Wait for it.
Oh, no.
Top Dragon Peter.
Oh, no.
Oh, wait, who is this? LH Cloudy on LA Gladiators solo shattering Baby Bay? What a throwback. Well, that was really the only highlight from this match. But I just wanted to show that LH Cloudy, you know, he's a veteran of the sport. He's been here before. This time on Los Angeles Gladiators with Space, Mirror, and Birdring, facing the likes of Baby Bay and Gator and stuff, you know. So he's been on Junkertown before. But that is how much chaos there is when you're trying to set up these dives, right? So it's really going to be on players like Rajaro to set up dives with Sauna and try to get that backline. Now, obviously, you can play Bastion at certain points, and you can just make this life-living hell for at least Cloudy and Reinhardt. But on some points, you're going to be forced to get to the backline, and you need to be clean with it.
I mean, quite frankly, we've seen other teams playing Bastion into that Cloudy Rhine.
Ioma did it and won the map.
Yeah, but you know, like doesn't necessarily need to work out. Cloudy's good, is what I'm saying, and they are hard committed to this style. They're not gonna, you know, stray away from it, and I can respect that. I love that. That's some good EU Overwatch. You know what else I love?
Yeah.
Challenges.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, you know exactly what's going on. You know.
This?
Listen, if there's one thing we love here on the desk, it's culture and challenges and punishments, and we combine all of that by issuing one. The person with the most inaccurate predictions by the end of the EMEA region games will be treated to a Swedish delicacy.
Johnny.
Yeah.
Johnny,
Give it to me
walk us
straight.
through kippers.
Yeah.
What is it? How does it taste like? Where can one get it? And why would one want to have it?
It's pickled herring. You'll be fine.
Do you like herring?
No.
Do you like pickled things?
No.
You better get your predictions right today.
It's fine. You'll be introduced to some Swedish culture.
That's right.
It's all good.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
It's going to be a learning experience. I believe only the one with the worst predictions, the most wrong predictions, is going to get punished, or maybe we just make it a capital punishment for everyone. I don't know. We figure it out as we go along. For now, we actually do need to take a look at our predictions. That's right. Let's see who we think is coming out on top. I gave this one to VP. While I do love the Reinhardt, and I do think it's so fun to watch, I just think that good, honest Overwatch will prevail in this series.
Yeah, I am right there with you. I went with VP. I think that...
I went VP. What's happening there?
Wait, listen. Hey,
I said
keep it there. You can keep SRP check. I'll take the VP prediction.
No.
You can keep the Reinhardt team,
Someone
and
wants
I'll...
me to eat kippers.
Someone in production set a challenge and then gave you SRP check. That is crazy.
Listen,
That's
this is
crazy
completely
production.
fine. I'll take my safe.
No.
3-1 for VP. I'm going to give SRP check. Oh, I'm going to give him a map just because the Reinhardt and the Sim, it's chaotic. It's hard to deal with. I've been there before. It's not easy to deal with, but VP is the better team.
Yeah, I'm going with VP as well. I don't know what Zoe. I don't know what you're cooking. I don't know what you're cooking, Zoe.
What's going on?
What is going on? I did not have it in writing either, so I had.
It's on the screen. So.
It's on the screen, but you gotta. What I said does not match the imagery on your screens right now. I'm not trying to play both sides. I just really don't want to eat kippers. But okay, I'm locked in.
Wow.
Go, Cloudy.
Wait, are you actually going with Cloudy and SRP check?
No, I wasn't, but apparently I am. So like now I'm part of the 16% of believers.
Good luck.
Yeah, thanks. Maybe. Yeah. I guess I'll try some herring later today. It's going to be a good time. It's going to be a good time.
Mega 3.
Is it actually?
I think so.
Oh, perfect. Well, either way, one of these teams is going to stay alive in the lower bracket and the other one will be going home. And that's way more important than whether or not either of us will be eating some pickled fish on broadcast, although that's fairly entertaining. Now, speaking of entertainment, we, of course, brought in the big guns for this one. Mitch and Matt are running us through this. Are you part of our pickled herring challenge too?
Yes.
Can I force you to eat something?
Absolutely
Definitely
not.
not.
I
Does
am
this guy
not.
look
That
like someone
stuff
who
looks
eats pickled
terrible.
herring?
He looks like an adventurous type.
He should.
He looks like he just got back from
adventurous,
Mar-a-Lago.
he
What are you
looks-
talking about?
Look at this McGravy. If they're mean to you there, you let me know. All right, you let
What
me
is
know.
he?
Don't
What
let
is
them
he
be
going
mean
to
to you,
do?
McGravy.
What is he going to do? You know what I can do?
Me?
I can put my shoe
I'm
on Matt's
dangerous
face
in
at
this
any
stream.
time, and he can't do anything about it. Did you know that?
Hey,
See that?
hey, you take that
Can't do
away.
anything about it. So what's he going to do? How's he going to help you, Gravy? Yeah, you can only
Nothing.
trust
He's
yourself.
gonna do nothing.
Exactly. That's what I thought. All right, now,
Unbelievable.
look, we have seen this SR Peak Check team find ways to make this Reinhardt composition work. Right? I think that's a lot of the crux of the discussion here over on the desk. They're making use of Sim, like Daned obviously switching to Sim. They're playing Junkrat against Bastion comp. So they've even got measures to try and deal with the counter comp against them.
Yeah, they're trying to counter the comp that comes in to counter them. Ilio's first pick here by VP, so it's actually a really good map pick, right? Reinhardt doesn't really have a great opportunity to get things rolling on this map as opposed to like a Lijiang Tower, but yeah, I think this one will be really interesting, especially because VP obviously playing with the pressure like Jonathan talked about, where you got to win this, you got to win versus TM to secure your spot for Stockholm, right? So a little bit of extra added pressure. SRP check would have to go on the run of all runs, right? They'd have to run the table and win it from losers here to make it, which seems kind of improbable at the moment. Potentially.
Not again, Cloudy.
We heard in the interview. We get the Cloudy. Unfortunately, this time it's not comboed with a Junkrat. We would have loved to see Doom Junk yet again, but it is actually a comp with the Doom that makes a bit more sense.
Simply not a map that you can really make Reinhardt work on well. Is probably the worst possible Ilios map that SR Peak Check could have drawn up. So it must have been a Doom piece with the Florida Mayhem.
The only thing that doesn't really make sense here is the Baptiste, because you're like, you know, maybe the Kiri would have been a bit better here, right? Because I don't know what value you're getting out of this. Little 360, okay.
All right, well, Danette already brought down by Shockwave, of course. Adventure really needs to stay out of line of sight against that Ash whenever possible. And yeah, Baptiste can only kill Doom when they are groundborn, which is not really where they want to be against a Pharah anyway. So this is what happens when you have a one-trick team, I guess. Cloudy and Ghost do not want to play anything else.
You cook a little too hard. Okay, now we're getting Reaper in the mix, or we're getting
Yes.
Reaper Sim here with
Reaper
Doom.
versus the Pharah comp, always a great option.
Reaper Sim Doom, the Pharah
counter.
counters.
Might be the literal, I mean, yeah, the literal worst composition against this. Okay, usually you've got to let me ease into my workday before you hit me with this absolute tomfoolery.
This is like a comp where if you're one of the supports and like ranked, you just like basically, you put the game on mute, you just turn your music up and just wait for it to end.
Yeah, you should start blasting Pendulum and just try and forget about your life. Still, he'll be able to find Shockwave, but Danette down, of course. Yeah, this vulnerability as well as the Pharah now late in the fight is definitely going to start to find him mark. Gala, a tickle. I think they realized they got punched, but it wasn't powered up, so not hugely disruptive. Virtus Pro able to play around that orbital ray pretty comfortably, despite having a comp that is more sparsely distributed than many right now.
Okay, I mean, I like this better now with the Reinhardt, right? You get better value with, you know, the immortality field, all the things that the Baptiste can provide, right? You're really not getting much value out of the Amp Matrix, right? It's literally just the BAP and, you know, a little bit of the Juno damage. But you see the Pharah just pounding the shield. It's already basically gone.
Got a good use case for the Sim now as well. Cloudy with a fire strike to the air. It caught on a sauna, but even with the damage boost there, I think the orbital ray came a little bit later, so it couldn't benefit from that. Here comes Sauna, that drops down. Ghost eliminated instantly here in SR Peak Jet's composition. This is worst case scenario, to be fair, for a Reinhardt team on Ilios. So it looks like SR Peak Jet are just going to accept this, let the round go, and hope to get a better draw. Ideally Ruins in the next round.
Yeah. I think actually Lighthouse probably, right? There you can play inside with the Reinhardt there a bit better. Ruins with how spacious it is, right? Unless you're going to kind of commit to play some long-range hit scan, you're going to be in a lot of trouble against that Pharah. So I think you just, you know, SRP check, you just chalk that one up, and they do get Ruins here for the second one. So I think this is a little bit of an unfortunate draw. I think the Ashe and the Pharah here especially going to be really difficult to deal with.
Ashe Pharah with the switch for Rajaro here over to Orisa. I don't forget the Iliari here, but it is obviously, that's a very typical Virtus Pro approach. We've seen them mix Illari into a lot of their compositions in the past, where otherwise it's not been as desirable. Again, against a team with low mobility, you might feel that you could really get a lot of work out of the healing pylon. So Canale will be sticking to that pick. Virtus.pro, a lot of long-range pressure here. Fire and Danad really need to make maximum use of that Reinhardt shielding.
Yeah, well, they also probably feel like they can just keep the Orisa alive and maybe not necessarily feel that they're going to be threatened in terms of the backline. So that's where you can play the Illari. You see Dana throwing out some sim turrets there, blocking off that angle. It'll be Canale getting to the high ground here. It'll put down some serious damage.
Yeah, Ghost goes quite low here. And that Cloudy shield, pretty low. It's going to force the charge in for the Rhine here, but Cloudy says, okay, well, health is a resource. Going to use it to try and flip this. However, Ilpi did fall, so SRP check, who really now have to rely on Baptiste for so much of that healing. Need to see Fire make a big impact here. Just the one kill may not be enough.
Well, I mean, he gets the kill and then gets the immortality field, trying to keep himself alive. He has to go back for the health pack. But even when SRP check took the point, you know, if you're paying attention to the top of the screen, right there, health bars, everybody, you get that one kill on a Rajaro, but everybody is like 40% HP, and below. So you get that one kill, but you give up most of your team's resources in terms of health pool, right? And then they just kind of come back, take the point rather easily. So, you get that space in the beginning, but at what
I love
cost?
that Canale can put these healing pylons in the most obvious places. And you can't, like, SRP check can't really shoot them at long range outside the Baptiste. So you just sort of throw it out there. It's like, well, we'll just move it when we have to, I guess. A lot of value gained for the Illari, and now, of course, they can't do something just around the corner. Canale, though, is able to find 2 kills. Well, just gets to do what they please.
They take the TP there, does SRP check, and as soon as they do, I mean, they're met with a dynamite far rockets, just the works there. So Canale playing, I mean, this is as aggressive as you could possibly get here, sitting up top on the high ground with his own Pharah.
See the healing pylon up there on top of the...
They just got to TP the Reaper up there.
Yeah, okay. I think they're just trying to get around for the time being, but they're grouped up for a captive Sun. Cloudy keeps the Parasol up. Might have been a connection there. Hard to really tell. It's going to be Rajaro now, caught on the point, but quite happy to be playing amongst that orbital ray. Symmetra Wall here, able to break up line of sight to make the Terror Surge virtually useless. And Cloudy was able to deal with the Bob here, so a lot of ultimate spent there by Virtus.pro, and yet SRP check were able to move in and take control.
Yeah, I mean, the sim wall is still really impactful, right? So, we talk about this comp that SRP check's trying to run, obviously much more difficult than running something that's a little bit more meta at the moment. The sim wall seems to be such a powerful ultimate, though, when we watch them play in terms of winning fights, right? It just blocks off all of that long-range pressure onto the Rhine. You can play in that type of position with the Reaper, and it's really difficult to go up against.
Cloudy getting that shield pressured down. But more than happy just to play to the left-hand side if he needs to get out of LOS. Fire as well as looking for a way to get in. Okay, sees Canale buffing, but he has been spotted. Okay, almost TP directly into a barrage there. Sauna really can't be affected across the map, even so vulnerable being held still in that barrage. And that's a beautiful Death Blossom. Fire drops down and Cloudy stops that charge so he doesn't go over the edge, but makes sure Rajaro is knocked into the abyss.
Yeah, another fight win here for SRP check. They're going to come up and end up taking the lead here, but what do they have to work with coming up? It'll be Sauna going over to the Tracer here, just trying to put a little bit more pressure on the backline. And how did Dana get that kill there on the shot toward the end? I mean, that's a little bit odd, as we'll see Sauna just 1v1 here against Fi on the left side. Our health pack already taken.
This is kind of why I think this is a decent map for the Rhine comp, especially if SRP check don't play out in the open, allow Rhine to play on point and just contest. See, 5 TP's up there. Charge missed for Cloudy. Would like to force Rajaro away, but can't really afford to give Orisa too much of that attention. Rajaro now being able to fortify him. Mortality kill thrown down. Taned also in the front line, but it's a risky place to be. He does have the damage at least to take Rajaro down, but the lion's share of healing for SRP check has been taken out in the form of the Baptiste. But all of VP's backline is gone. And SRP check should be able to take this map from this point onward. They've done a very good job of mitigating their weaknesses here, even on a more open map like Ruins, as they've done all the way through this main event run.
Yeah, the predictive pin there, Rajaro coming back on the ball. Cloudy just pinning right on through. Where they have a real chance now, I believe, to win this map number 1. Right now you go over to Lighthouse, a pretty good map here for Reinhardt, especially like Reinhardt Reaper Sim. You can play close quarter. in a definite position where they can end up stealing this map number 1, make things interesting.
Lucio, Baptiste's a very reasonable setup here, but I think that Orbital Ray in that last fight for SRPG was pretty clutch because Rajara was overextended, fighting 1v3 at some point, and almost had the kill on Daned, but so much of that Juno healing on the point.
They're gonna go Sim May here. I mean, this would be a lot of survivability. Let's see if SRPG just does play. Okay, so they're gonna drop the Juno as well and play
good.
Lucio here.
I mean, the comp is good. The May Sim.
Why'd you sound so upset?
No, I'm happy to see. It was just like, I suppose the realization was more the May pick. I don't know why I'm so May pilled right now, but we've seen teams do so much with her. I think the wall is still the most powerful ability in this entire game. So speed to point with TP, right, we get to fight when we want to. Like you mentioned at the start of the game, this makes you reasonably safe to the far up poke. She definitely can harass you and get some rockets over the Ryan shield, but it's not easy. There aren't great sidelines for Farah in general, but eventually Sauna's able to pick Ghost off, so it's just Lucio healing for you now, and I don't know if SRP Chick want to hang around just to get staggered on the point, but VP have to get rid of them all before they can cap, so it's free percentage either way.
Yeah, they just don't have really much of a choice there, SRP Check, right? Once you get the point there and the far rockets are starting to rain down, there's no way you're gonna get out of dodge there. Maybe like a TP, but it's gonna be pretty predictable where everybody's going. So it's flipped right away.
Rajaro is playing quite far forward, man, because he doesn't want to let SRP Check just TP to the point for free. SRP Chick VP want to find SRP Chick out in the open if they can, but yeah, this TP basically denies them that option, and we're back to having the point flipped, and you have to now dig them out again.
How many times can you let them flip point and get like 25%, right? I mean, you win a fight here, right?
So
all SRP Check, you just got to be talking about, like, look, if they're gonna allow us to get to the point, right, we're gonna get 20% every clip we get there. We just need to win a fight, right?
They're trying not to let them do this,
and you're good.
But it is difficult because you can't go down into the mega room on the right hand side and like fight SRP Check. That's like a little too risky. Look, they just want to play indoors, which is completely reasonable, but it's also where they're favored in like a straight fight. Here come VP though, and with that orbital ray, they definitely have an edge. They can fight SRP Check in their home territory, but there is a sound barrier here, yeah. Beat comes down, Fires Blizzard doesn't really seem to catch anyone out though, and VP are still healthy and still have 4 ultimates to spend. It's the Bob now that can go to point, contest for them, or it should have. SRP Check get to flip it back again, and once again, we're doing the same thing. Now we've got to get them off the point while they get free percentage.
Yeah. So they have the get the point thing down. It's just hold the point is where we're lacking a little bit here for SRP Check.
So the game is even. Like what?
They've got this concept down of capturing the point really well. It's just winning the fights after that. And I mean, look, it takes some. They're getting drilled as they end up making their way towards the point, right? It's just
okay. TP's down.
They don't have really much of an option after this. So this might be the best for Virtus Pro, right? They finally actually get a fight win before they get a chance to flip the point.
Yeah, I mean, because they killed that TP, and also, VP are now not going by the mega room. They're going to that sort of hut in the middle part of the map. So this requires 2 TPs, as opposed to just the one that they were using across from the mega room to point. This room here, the mega room is what I call it, to the point itself. And VP don't want to fight them here. They're also probably a little wary of a shatter when they want to fight them close, but here we're doing it again, baby. Run it back. This is the last chance that SRP Check have to make this happen, and this is completely reasonable to shatter a diva like that. But Cloudy needed one more swing to get rid of the baby, and Rajaro is going to get back into the neck now with the orbital ray. This is not what SRP Check wanted to see in this fight, and under the orbital ray, they can fight SRP Check when they are strong and beat them at their own game. There's Ilios. I would say a fun map to watch because, I don't know, SRP Check decide, as we expected, to kind of keep doing their thing. But you can see what they had to do to mimic a fraction of the Juno comp's power.
Yeah, I mean, they're able to get control of the point there towards the end on Lighthouse numerous times, just not able to win any types of fights, right? Rajaro getting in there, kind of keeping it contested at times on the Diva, but just the damage from Sauna on the side, on the far. I mean, there's just no answer, no response, and eventually you just get willed down.
But there was a whole discussion between the two of us about what the better Ilios map was for this Reinhardt comp.
It did be in
well, yeah, I think I just felt like that on a conceptual level because much like on, Nepal Village, Farah is really annoying there. If you have a Ryan May comp, it's fine because you can sort of protect the point from like 2 angles and it's hard to poke in at you. But on Lighthouse, it's not so easy. Even with Ryan Sim May, like the Farah can circle around the point on Lighthouse from like any angle, right? Not just 2 like on early, but it's like 4 different spots. Plus, she can drop in the top. I think the sim use here was really important. The problem is, even with this like Reinhardt Brawl comp, if you don't have Juno and you take Lucio, and maybe you feel like you have to have it on a map like Lighthouse, you don't have Orbit Array, and I'm sorry, you still can't, even with like a comp that wants to play close, you can have Ryan, Reaper, Sim, whatever. But if you fight against Orbit Array, you will lose the fight. You lose. It could be Diva, it could be Junkrat, it could be God knows what else. You cannot beat that.
The speed's not as good, right? Like Juno's speed is pretty good, right? But I think Lucio's just way easier to use in terms of like the aura and everybody kind of grouping together. But everything else, I feel like Juno has the advantage, right? In terms of healing output, damage output, ultimate, right? I think Sound Barrier, I think, is still really good, but I think Orbital Race just, I mean, it's just on another level right now.
I think that, like, you can emulate some degree of Lucio's utility with that, hyper ring. You probably just want some environmental kill potential on, like a map like, Lighthouse, which is, it's fine, but Diva can't be knocked off the map. Farah can't really be knocked off the map. Like, your options to get value, like, what are you going to do to Juno? Oh, okay. She can probably avoid getting knocked off the map too. So if that's your reasoning for picking Lucio, I just don't know if that's a strong enough case to go without Orbital Ray there.
Yeah, I'm going to ask you a scary question because I don't think anybody in the world knows. What does SRP Check do here? Like, where do they want to go? Rialto, I think we've seen Reinhardt do well.
They don't go there. They go to Runasafi, I think. They also, I think we saw them play this
could be this could be a little bit of a wild card, Hanaoka Throne of Anubis toss in, right?
Didn't they pick Suravasa and try to play this Ryan comp there? No, wait, they switched into, was it a Sigma mirror we ended up seeing?
Yeah, they played Sigma.
I mean, like, credit to Cloudy, like, he does realize when, like, he does understand when he just really can't get away with the run. You don't play, I don't think you play into these hybrid maps right now. I think you probably try and avoid those. Runasapi is fine, yeah. Suravasa, Runasapi are probably the maps you want to go to. And yeah, like, conceptually speaking, Rialto is good, but you might have to play against Shockwave on, like, a long-range hit scan. I don't think you're excited about that prospect. This is reasonable. And I honestly think with Sim, you can do some really dirty stuff.
Yeah, I mean, Sim allows for the comp to access the backline and just insane mobility, right? It's just when they're playing the Farah and they're just, putting so much damage. I mean, you were talking about it, right? They destroy the one fight that they end up winning before they actually get to the point. It's when they destroy the TP, right? So the Farah can clearly see the TPs coming. If you destroy that TP, and let's say you destroy it and half the people make it through or whatnot, I mean, you're pretty screwed. You don't really have anything else to kind of get you back into it.
SRP Check are prolific pickers of Runasapi in map number 2, by the way. They basically go there every single time they lose a control map. They did it against a one-man army. They won it there. And then they actually chose to play Junkertown and Kings in that series. So Junkertown for SRP, I mean, play the May. You can play the May. And maybe I'm on board with that. I really think after what we've seen from Space Station, you can get away with some of these weird comps on a lot of maps because May is just way too good right now. I don't know. She's just always. Can you think of a hero that's been so consistently like impactful in all areas of the game, more so than May? For like the whole life of the game?
Like, oh man, I mean, Tracer, right? Tracer, I think, obviously is always.
But it feels like they've done it differently. Like May, with her pure utility, has just been like a must-have for such a.
Well, so she's always fit in. So her damage output's pretty good, right? Her utility's really good. High survivability.
Remember she used to freeze people.
So she's
with a M1.
I mean, yeah. I mean, so she's always fit into a lot of different like archetypes. Well, right? SRP Check actually. They will play the Reaper Sim here, so trying to maybe put a lot of pressure onto that Arisa there. So they actually get to the backline, they get Canale.
That's pretty beautifully done here. Immortality Field not even really needed there. Cloudy a little low, but won't get ahead of the bot here. There's no real reason for SRP Check to push down this straight away.
I tell you what though, Reinhardt's, you know, we joke about this Reinhardt comp. I don't think this hero is that far away from being, you know, obviously some of the other tanks have like way better like personal survivability. Reinhardt can't do damage while trying to keep himself alive. Like he's a sneaky buff or two away, I think, from being non-laughable. Like I think actually could be pretty good.
I don't know if that immortality for Ghost was intended for Cloudy. It must have been, but it doesn't actually reach him in the end. Cloudy is the only player that takes that TP into, frankly, Narnia, and then just gets caught out in the open by his own design.
Well, but you also see how difficult it is for the Rein to fight in that open space, right? That's one of the instances where you talk about, like, well, yeah, I mean, well, in theory, you could use your shield to protect yourself, right? But if you're holding your shield up, you're not a threat to the other team, right? So you're okay with that, as that's an instance of the teleporter going down, the dynamite going through it, some far rockets as well, and that's an insta-kill on the sim.
Yeah, and that's the telegraphed nature of this Reinhardt composition. Sometimes just allows you to throw a bunch of spam damage in that direction, and you know there's a good chance that SRP Check are not going to bait with a TP while you have bots. You know they have to go through to contest you, so you can have a relatively high degree of certainty that they're coming your way.
Well, let's put it this way. You would know if they're coming towards you without the TP and faking it if there's a large speed ring. You know, it's not like, you know, Lucio just kind of like, you know, obviously amps and then just kind of like runs past. You have a good idea where that speed ring comes in. That's going to be an immortality field already, trying to keep everybody alive as they go through that TP, and that's a rocket barrage that just added insult to injury pretty much, right? Everybody took so much damage right away.
Both sides, of course, able to, you know, make use of those Juno ultimates there. Sort of saw how that played out. But I mean, these teams are both strong in the same area. Like playing those corners is where Ryan wants to be. But that's also where Sauna is quite happy floating around and, you know, sending rockets over the Rhine shield, sending, you know, dynamites of Shockwave over the Rhine shield or around it. It's a little annoying. Like SRP need to do the obvious thing, the telegraphed run in with the speed ring to win their fights. It comes out here, but it's more of a disengaged one.
The Aris is also way better at fighting in that instance than the Rhine, right? That's like should be in theory where Rhine is pretty successful, right? Fighting around those corners in using just kind of his damage output and not having to keep the shield up, right? Using the corners obviously for the natural cover. But Arisa with the spear spin and then fortify, and then even getting another fortify there with Terror Surge, she just becomes unkillable.
Your issues,
she can just push the Rhine into so many awkward
Your
spots.
issues with Rhine, Matt, get boiled down to Rhine cannot take space while being a threat at the same time, like Arisa can.
Yes.
Right? You take space, but you need to trade your shield health to do so. You have some cooldowns, but they're not exciting. They also force you to put yourself in harm's way like this. So Virtus.pro get up to 114 meters. SRP Check here. A long way behind now, and that was an orbital raid from Gala. Ilpi also reciprocating. It will be Virtus.pro's Juno that gets brought down, and Ilpi will be traded. So that is Juno for Juno action. We are now in a 3v3 with Sauna. Yeah. Well, Cloudy has an umbrella to shelter from much of this, but Rajaro comes in and takes a third kill.
Well, you know, throughout that entirety, right, Virtus.pro is losing players, but SRP Check is so low and they're taking so much spam damage that they can't actually kind of like push on up and take advantage of it, right? I mean, they're just like, if they do kind of move up around those corners, like they're going to end up dying from some of this splash damage. So although they're kind of like getting kills and in theory like winning the fight with a closer spawn and how fast VP gets back, there's not an opportunity for them to capitalize.
Okay, Sim Wall, this should be where SRP Check is at their most powerful in general. Outside of the orbital raid, Rajaro forced to sort of play out in the open while there's so much safety for SRP Check to poke them down from behind the wall. They will get moving here, but it is a massive deficit to try and overcome now.
Yes, that time they kind of push Canal and Rajaro out into a corner, and then they get some nice damage with that Sim. The Sim starts to ramp, but that's really like the fight-winning ultimate here for SRP Check really is that Sim wall, right? You get the Sim wall down. That allows the Reinhardt to play a little bit more freely. That also, I know, allows everybody to kind of get into position a little bit better, and you see how it benefits them there.
Bob and Dynamite here goes down to some degree of pressure, and Shockwave got suplex there. Not much to say about that for SRP Check, at least they didn't waste any ultimates. So how do they really turn this Amp Matrix into like a threatening scenario, SRP Check?
I mean, it's almost used for like just ghosts and then the healing. Yeah, I mean, you're just taking so much damage that you kind of have to use it in terms of like another like healing cooldown per se, right? I mean, what, you're not gonna kind of set up fire strikes on through it, right? Maybe you toss one on through, but
it's not as exciting anymore.
Not a lot of people that can capitalize on
it. No, I mean, like most heroes in this game now are 250 HP, so it's not that exciting. Rajari here, they're going to be caught. The shatter comes out from Cloudy. He finds a window, and that's just, again, we saw that on Ilios Lighthouse. He just shatters the D.Va when she turns up. You can, win your frontline battle by just throwing the shatter down. You are very happy with that. Now, that is just a prelude to what is going to be a much bigger fight. This next one here is probably going to be one that really decides how these next 3 minutes go. We have all our support ultimates
They've really struggled. They really struggled in terms of like winning fights without, kind of ult dumping into it, right? You think back to Ilios, right? They're able to win some fights, but to kind of chain fights together like 2-3 in a row, that's where they kind of end up struggling outside of Ruins, where another fight win here would be huge.
LPO gets caught out by that. That's not good. I think Fire was hoping to come out with a Death Blossom onto the Orisa. Eventually does make use of it there, but that is pretty rough for SRP Check, and yet Virtus Pro, having lost Rajaro, have to be careful. They're going to give the checkpoint away. I like that from Shockwave, a boost up there with the coach gun to avoid the charge, but Virtus Pro are not going to give much more ground than this.
Yes, they get checkpoint, but they have to back on up, right? You have to get the supports back in the mix, and I think if you're VP, just play these corners, right? Drain the clock, Shockwave into opportunity here with another Bob, right? We saw in this type of position, kind of shut the Bob through the side. It's able to get the support, so see if they just kind of play a little bit slower here. VP doesn't seem like they really care to be that much more offensive, right?
Yeah, and there's like that corner play, right? You can see how it's just good for VP as well, and Sauna can do that kind of stuff. Immortality field in play there, so the barrage is going to be a little bit hard to make lethal. Once this wall is down, Rajaro will step forward. That's when things get a little dangerous for SRP Check, and they know it. They've already sort of preemptively disengaged now and waiting for Cloudy to rejoin them. Bob could be big here. And is that a catch on Fire? No, he can get out. Here's Bob. Rajaro almost gets taken down.
Really low.
Can he get him back up? No, still the Fortify. Oh, the timing for Cloudy not quite there. And frankly, Kanail's shield blocks a lot of that shatter as well. Sauna does go down. Ghost is able to find it with the amplification matrix. That's at least one window, no pun intended, there you can threaten the Farah with this composition. And Cloudy, well, that's the way that Ryan goes sometimes. Just knocked off the map.
I hope we have that from Rajaro's POV, right? Shockwave ends up with one, killing Fi, Coach Gun, and it looks like Cloudy is actually going to try and pin over towards Shockwave, and the spear spin of Rajaro just like knocks him off course. I believe knocks him off the side of the map there. Pretty sick play.
And she does it with such ease. From the Orisa. It's just the press of a button. That's why Orisa is just very powerful in this matchup. All right, LP fancy a bit of damage there from the torpedoes, but at least he's able to get out of that Terror Surge. But look how vulnerable SRP Check are. My goodness, they get roasted to such an extent that Gala's able to find 2 kills with torpedoes. You know just how low they were.
Yeah, this is pretty brutal here for SRP Check, because the bot going to go deeper back into their territory. So all that progress they made, obviously getting checkpoint and then keeping the bot for a decent amount of time there towards mid-map is all going to be lost, right? So now they're fighting a very large uphill battle.
VP reclaiming the front spawn. And really have no reason to push any further than this. They may have tracked Rally here, or rather, excuse me, they may have tracked the orbital ray from SRP Check. Is it every second fight? That's basically your cadence for it. So they can sit. And they can wait here for SRP Check to extend forward here. Shockwave already is tickling them here, pressuring at their flanks. Both supports playing out in the open now as Cloudy tried to take the fight inside. 6 seconds left.
Well, look at this. I mean, a VP, they just back up, right? There's no real incentive for them to push on forward. They're going to play around this rocket barrage, and they have the rally to work with.
Okay, Symbol's going to shut that down, though. It's not an option. They've actually fallen back out to the edges of the map, which is pretty scary for them here, especially because SRP Check can play around this Sim wall. Rajaro eventually just gets chunked down. I like this position from Shockwave. Ghost, has to throw that air matrix down here, but it's not remotely enough. Both support ultimates come out from SRP Check, and they don't do a darn thing here. That's a comp gap, as we were expecting to see. I mean, Runasapi selected by SRP Check. Not the greatest of showings.
Well, I mean, we see there with Shockwave, right? Like, it's really difficult for mostly anybody on SRP check to engage with the Ashe or the Pharah unless they've already gotten, you know, 2 kills on the front line, right? Unless they've already dealt with like the Orisa and another player. Shockwave, how many times were you on with him where he's able to just go on a flying throw of dynamite? I mean, you know, the hit scan player is unthreatened when like they're not even moving the character, literally just aiming, just standing still and aiming, and Shockwave there able to just click heads towards the end. And a lot of the time, I mean, Sauna only ends up dying in fights where they kind of need to reset. Just does a really nice job in the sky, putting down lots of far damage.
I mean, or he dies where there's an ant matrix, right? And he gets shot by a ghost, which is fine. But those moments are so few and far between. This is that odd TP out into the open by Cloudy. Maybe was looking to charge, but then there's a lot of fighting that happens in this part of the map, in fairness.
So what can you even work into this Reinhardt comp, though, that would fix some of this? Like, that's what I'm trying to, like, can you play, like, Cassidy? So the sim feels like you kind of need to. I was going to say, like, can you play Cassidy May, right? And just kind of play Cassidy May with, like, Juno Brig, right? But at that point, you're too slow.
Yeah, the question is better framed is what you go without in order to play the Cassidy as well. Like...
Yeah.
But I mean, you know, you could argue that there's like an analog for the Reaper in this comp that maybe gives you a little bit more equity against the longer range stuff. But playing Cassidy into Ashe Pharah, by the way, not very fun. It's actually kind of awful.
No.
Were Sojourn a little stronger, I might consider it. Maybe you can play Ashe as well, but the fact that your front line can't really make that space for you is pretty frustrating.
It feels like you can't drop the BAP, right? Because you need the immortality field for the Rhine.
Oh no, 100%. If you're playing Ryan, I think you really need Baptiste here, because you need a way to make space just outside of the 2,000 or however much HP that the Ryan shield generates for you. You can see here, like, the kills to deaths, like, you know, it's like a 2.0 KD for Virtus Pro here. Their comp is just really well-rounded in general, and there weren't a lot of big mistakes, I think, on like a macro level that we saw from VP. They didn't have to really reinvent the wheel. They get space for Shockwave. They play corners with Sauna, put pressure down on the healers, and then when it's time to go, like, fortify off the Ryan Shatter, and Bob's your uncle.
Yeah, because I mean, so it feels like you have to keep the back, right? Can you drop the Juno for like a Lucio and just have a little bit more on-demand speed, and then maybe you're able to replace the Sim with something else?
They played that on Lighthouse, and our biggest gripe was, wow, they can't win a brawl fight if they don't have Juno ult. They just can't win it. If they fight against Orbital Ray, even with Sound Barrier, they just lose to a Diva comp, one that is not supposed to maybe beat you in like that boots on the ground, all in kind of fight. Okay, so this I've got the stats here. These guys pick Junkertown a lot if Runasapi doesn't work out. I don't know, like, if I have the strongest justification as to why that is, because I'm assuming they're going to keep playing Rhine and Sim-based compositions, but they did this against Aoma, and we actually watched them do this. They like to play that close spawn hold with the ride setup and bleed a lot of clock. And they did hold Aoma to a single checkpoint on that map. Now, if we enter a world where that close spawn hold doesn't work out, I'm worried. I'm certainly worried. But it's very good. It's a good strat. You play the Mei, right? I think they even played Junkrat Mei with the Ryan.
They did play Junkrat. Yeah.
So look, I think it's fine. You'll notice though that Virtus Pro haven't felt the need to try and play a specific hard counter comp to this Ryan setup yet at all this series. They're just playing their style. I don't think that's a great sign.
No, not at all. As SRP check, they'll end up on offense here to kick things off. We'll see how this fares for them. Is VP nothing surprising here in terms of what they want to do. They're going to keep running this out. I tell you what, VP versus Twisted Minds would be quite interesting, since both teams really like using that far. It could be a really odd matchup.
Yeah, I think it was the same as Piece of Cake as well, who liked playing the Pharah sort of setup.
Yeah.
Yeah, that will be curious. So Sauna's on the Pharah here and does start to see like that sort of early detection system for SRP check together. But the Pharah is so good against this. It is so good. I mean, again, what are they going to do? Shoot the Pharah with Ghost? That doesn't seem great. Good pressure at least on Rajaro though, and okay, SRP check. Able to find that damage on the front line. Sort of might need to take some more risks here. They need that Rhine shield out of the way.
Yeah, they end up losing the sim here, right? So not a lot of mobility here to access the back line.
Watch out.
Son able to put some shots down there on Ghost, but has to be really careful here.
This gets a little trickier, I think, as the car rounds the corner. There's more cover in this last part of the map here, but in general, the Ryan comp can stall out once they get through this little sort of underpass area. And Rajaro is back in business, already in the mortality field used, and Cloudy is healthy and it has that high ground, though. Dan able to beat Shockwave again. Inexplicable. I mean, I don't know. Don't know how he's managed to get that going. Cloudy comes forward now, and Matrix, this is very good. SR Pigcheck have got great protocols to try and overcome comps that are really hostile to what they're trying to do. There is some stall, though. I think you'll notice was a player from Virtus Pro on the cart there for a time. And here comes the fire. Barrage in, Ghost down, and the immortality field he rode in on. But Rajaro gets cleaned up by Cloudy, and is an orbital ray that Gala has to use to stall, but this is not going to be lasting long at all. And SR Pigcheck, nicely done.
Yeah, and that's a double support ult used there by VP, so it was Canal using the rally to try and get a touch and then keep it contested, and then towards the end, Gala tries to throw in the orbital ray. Keep that one going, and not able to do so at all. And yeah, like you mentioned, SR Pigcheck doing a great job using the sim TPs, closing the gap here. It feels like Den has been able to find a pick at the beginning of a lot of these
Shockwave. Like, what? How is that happening? We'll have to catch it in action next time. Maybe TPing, maybe just like spamming down. Perhaps turrets were set up. Don't know, even the greatest minds are still scratching their heads. Okay, Card now are coming through the sim wall. Obviously, sim wall less good on these payload maps, but hello and goodbye. Cloudy goes upstairs, and Shockwave goes even more upstairs with a halo to his name.
Yeah. It's clear there's a target they're trying to go after, right? As Shockwave, they just TP right on top of him. It feels like a few fights in a row. The Ashe doesn't have a lot of mobility to get away. Doesn't have a lot of survivability, so they're able to just jump right on top of that Ashe, take her out, and yeah, I mean, you're gonna get the second checkpoint.
I don't know what he's supposed to do here, Bob, to stall at least, contest somewhat. Sauna goes quite low, and Fai trying to get out of the open for now. So SR Pigcheck happy to wait on this a little bit. Gala is... I guess he has not much choice there, playing very aggressively though. Sauna eventually brings Ghost down. SR Pigcheck will be ground to a halt here. Shockwave now knows that they can't do that again. That TP shatter play, of course, is reserved for only the very most venomous of moments. But really needs to be able to get the shield pressure down.
It's still great progress over SR Pigcheck, right? Early on in this match to be able to get the payload, almost that second checkpoint right away. Still 3 minutes plus on the clock. Dynamite here into the side room. Going to put some damage down, but yeah, that's the price you pay though when going through that teleporter in that close quarter area. Sauna connects with the
I do think it is just really nice to have a timely reminder that you can win, even with some of these, you know, really strange compositions on maps that you would think they just don't work on. If you have a way to smooth over and compensate for your apparent weaknesses. This has been great from SR Pigcheck so far. There is concern about them now struggling because they've got a lot of expanse to cover with this comp.
I was gonna say keyword is so far, right? Let's see how it goes through now. As you see how difficult it is to get everybody inside of there. That's Dynamite gonna have to healed up for everybody. Some far rockets, and you know the thing is when you take that much chip damage, you can't like kind of heal it on the move, right? It stalls them out. They have to wait a little bit, then heal up. It looks like players just knocked down there by Rajaro as they go through the sim TP. So now that's on cooldown, right? Now it's just more time off the clock.
Okay. Well, no rally there on Canal.
I don't think that's a fight. He's going to win.
Fai just got his clock absolutely cleaned. To be fair, Ghost is approaching like Bedosin level of like ult charge frequency with the Baptiste in this comp. Like it is almost guaranteed that you have Air Matrix like every fight with how long your neutrals are lasting. The problem is that you're also getting a lot of ult charge because you're being staggered out for the approximate length of the Mesolithic era.
Yeah, I mean, it's you're dying just like one by one, right? Like this is like the worst type of way you could go out, is everybody just kind of like bleeding out and rotting over time.
Yeah, they are decomposing out in the middle of the match.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just rough now. Inside the 90-second warning, but we do have sim wall here.
So this has been like 2 minutes off the clock, and they haven't really even gotten a fight, right? It's just kind of players just
They have
dying.
Symbol and Air Matrix though, so they've really got everything they need here. But if VP want to take an early fight here behind an Orbital Ray, it could all be for naught. Oh, SRP Check have used both of their support ultimates, and they get, once again, absolutely nothing. Nada! Zilch!
I mean, the Orbital Ray Terror Surge Rocket Barrage combo inside close quarters is a filthy combination there for VP. No way SRP Check was going to be able to live that regardless, right? Anyway, Immortality Field was gone rather quickly. Then after that, it's just a bloodbath. As Shockwave's got to be careful here. He's going to end up dying if they turn that corner. Yeah, so he wants to play close here and get like a Bob, right? Like it's kind of goes, everybody goes there.
Okay, Bob doesn't end up, I don't think, in the best place here. Yeah, not with the TP in play. I'm going to convene the meeting of Copas Anonymous here as Cloudy and Dan at least have their ultimates to work with. And Symbol, a little bit awkward to navigate around now, and Fire gets in there with the Death Blossom. Rajaro eventually falls, took way too much damage from the Reaper ultimate there. So SRP Check are going to have this third checkpoint. Second checkpoint, rather.
Well, you might get a contest here. Let's see. You have a few players coming off a spawn.
You have a staggered player.
You still have one player left here. Yeah, I think Shockwave. I don't think you're going to be able to have everybody else.
It'd be War Crimes
if
Shockwave actually gets value from here. They give that checkpoint.
Nah, looked like they were actually going to try and contest, right? Sauna comes back on Tracer, but not able to get there just in time.
Well, another map ultimate up, by the way. Ghost building them awful quick. Shockwave there eventually got caught out as Fire was just able to TP back towards him.
I mean, when your tank has a 700 HP, pool of health, right, and looking like a blood decay and WoW, just gonna go from the 0 up to 100 all the time. Somebody's got to be gaining all that HP in terms of healing, and that is Ghost.
Yep. If you're looking at the stats at end of game and see SRP Check 5, 6, 7k ahead on healing, that is why. They are playing very different.
I mean, yeah, you would imagine they're way ahead in terms of healing. As look at this, VP actually pushes out
on the Tracer. Now for Sauna.
Yeah, gets control of the door.
Oh my god. That is so brutal. Ryan charges in, TP behind him, whip shot to slow him down, stun comes out. The knockdown rather, and then a pulse bomb.
Yeah, it was the double stun, right? So when Reinhardt's charging and then the Brig stuns, they both kind of go to the ground. The advantage though there is that Sauna has a pulse bomb. Is Sauna actually go to Venture here?
Right, Ghost, I don't mind this. Immortality Field to play around. Rajaro realizes he's bitten off more than he could chew here, but Virtus Pro are going to be in overtime on this cart push towards the end of the map, and they have used that Orbital Ray. They're going to be leaning pretty heavily on Ghost here, and VP is still happy to draw some of their resources out. Bob deployed, Shockwave able to find Daned at least. But look at where they're standing. Bob is... Yeah, okay. That's fine. He's in a different part of the map, a different instance.
Shockwave's still here, like in their spawn. It's Fine now decides to play some hit scans, so he gets a dynamite kill of the rip.
I mean, it's the second time Shockwave is like caught behind the play and dies in a staggered manner.
Sauna's in spawn, just changing heroes. I mean, he's gone from Tracer to Genji, now Pharah, in like a 2-second span.
Sauna has to respect this Amp Matrix. He does, able to force Ghost away from getting to use much of it. It'll be for Rajaro. Well, VP going to have to make work without a tank right now. Canal waiting in the high ground now until that wall goes away, but it sticks around for an obnoxiously long period of time. Immortality Field does get cleared, but Cloudy has a healthy shield and is ready to push up. Fire Strike elimination on Shockwave. He might be slept here, but Garlic can't do too much than stall, and Daned is well charged up. Here's Rajaro in a 1 versus 4, if not more. And they're going to give it over. SRP Check get the map finished.
That is, I mean, obviously SRP Check clutching up there, getting the full map completion, but feels like a bit of a fumble there from VP towards the end, right? It felt like that was a final point that they would have been able to hold quite early, quite far up, and they just give up a ton of space, and they end up giving up the map completion. A lot of just hero changing there at the end, where now at least SRP Check is kind of confirmed like an OT, right?
Yeah, there are just a lot of things that SRP Check can do with their comp as well, Matt, that really throw things into chaos. I think like that second last fight, there's a symbol that like cuts that last stretch of road in half. There's Ryan fighting on one side of the map, and then there's like Baptiste on an off angle with an Amp Matrix.
You're talking about the point 2,
No,
right?
I mean, like, just towards the end of the map there as well, as they rounded the corner. Like, you see Canal, like, sitting on the high ground doing nothing. Like, it's very, very awkward. I don't think Virtus Pro really
So they
knew what
had
was going on.
a sim wall even to take the second checkpoint, which looked a little bit odd because it was so far back, but they kind of like ended up flipping the map where SRP started to move away with the payload actually towards the sim wall, right, which made it really difficult. I mean, no way that they could really fight it on the VP side of things, and that allows them to get that second checkpoint. So,
and they won that fight after just having used both support ultimates in the prior.
yeah, I mean, the sim wall is pretty nasty. It's just...
Does Bastion get them what they need here? I like that TP. That is very rude.
Oh, man.
Oh, this is very annoying to clear. Who's going to shoot this guy? You can just like throw these tacks down. You also force a Ryan Comp now to play inside, and it gets a little harder to contest this cart. Cloudy can still do it, but he's back towards spawn. Now out in the open.
Well, they're trying to contest. They're trying to contest from the building, right, with the Mei and the Reinhardt, where you can just kind of cycle them onto the payload, but they end up losing the Mei, right? So that's obviously one half of the stall-based composition, and Sauna gonna stay. I think that's probably what they're discussing. Whether you stay on this, whether you swap.
Let's play Farah.
Looks like he was going back to swap. This is Farah probably. Oh no, okay, so you're gonna stay on it.
So, give us a little bit of...
The swap would be Farah, though.
I imagine, yeah, great here, especially against this. A preemptive Farah switching into the junk would have been very good. Junk kind of answers this. Bastion, honestly, can play out of line of sight of Bastion and still damage him, of course, with those bouncing grenades. Fi also, yeah, looking pretty nice with it in general. Cloudy, though, gets sort of forced out of position there. Looks like there was a TP taken, but no one from SRP Check really able to join here. Fi is very vulnerable here. Yep. We'll drop some nades and head back to spawn. So Virtus Pro, 2 consecutive fights here, really. Now they're not playing games. Now they're actively countering the Riot Comp.
Yeah, if the Bastion can get space, obviously, away from the TP and obviously the Junkrat spam there, it's really difficult. I imagine, though, using this ultimate is just a deterrence, and then you're going to swap after. That's what I would assume, but
There's no contest.
So they actually just... Yeah, they use it to just kind of get them off of the point. They end up picking a kill off the back of it.
Big damage. That might have been a attack grenade just in the midst of it. All of SRP Check now as Cloudy's forced to drop down. Sauna, though, is removed. Immortality Field, Orbital Ray, everything basically used there by SRP Check, but they can sit now back behind his Ghost Ultimate and TP upwards so Rajaro cannot chase them without going for the stairs himself. Here's Virtus Pro now going for that Orbital Ray. Cloudy very healthy now playing around this sim wall, but they've lost Ilpi. Yeah, I think without the Juno, this is a little too much for SRP Check. As nice as this strat with the TPs is, they just don't have the healing.
Yeah, any fight that gets a little bit prolonged, right? They just don't have the survivability, it seems like, for SRP Check. Is that'll be another fight win there for VP. Is they're going to get around to potentially get that second checkpoint, right? Maybe get another fight here for SRP Check. It looks like everybody trying to come out towards that high ground. You will have the Ant Matrix on the high ground. Maybe with the junk could put some down some damage.
Right, Shockwave trying again with this like weird off-angle play from the Ash. Fine, good dynamite pressure. Who got shattered there? Absolutely bloody no one. Riptire now for Fi. This is a posthumous Riptire, as Rajaro is already able to take down the Junkrat. Can we at least get a Pyrrhic victory here? No, okay. Shockwave, though, removed by a charge of all things, as they were probably playing on the low ground there. This is a little awkward now for VP as they have to try to find a way to get out of here. Rajaro might have a different idea about this. And Matrix up for Ghosts.
So Rajaro actually ends up getting to the payload, right? So it's going to try and drag some of these players down from the high ground as Ant Matrix, everybody kind of spreads. Ooh, nice deflect damage here from Sana. Oh, and the dynamite there from Shockwave gets
so big, it's a headshot actually. He's just having to find him after the fact. Play now comes out from Sauna. Cannot quite get purchase on Ghost. Fi's able to step up and contest and prevent that checkpoint from being taken. Now Canale has to fight 1v2. Yeah, against a boosted Reaper. As LP able to throw that orbital right down. Virtus Pro now starting to lose some precious seconds. They'll need to regroup.
Yeah, it was that high ground play there from SRP Check, right? Getting control of that high ground. They had the Junkrat at the time. Able to get control of that area, put VP in a really difficult spot. As VP now, though, they come back with a Bob, probably end up getting double support ult here. This will be a really difficult fight for SRP Check to win.
That TP there. That's the kind of one that can be thrown out by Daned to allow him to be flanking and then in the fight when he needs to be. Here comes Bob, going to go over towards the point and set this up. But Rajaro's already very low early in the fight. Now they're playing inside that orbital ray. SRP Check do not want to bar a VP until that has expired properly. But Fire couldn't get away, couldn't bide his time, could not avoid the scrutiny of Virtus.pro. And Shockwave has such a privileged position to play from now. No one can pressure him down. Cloudy forced to try and contest card, and just like you called it, Matt, a very hard fight for SRP Check to win, let alone put a scratch on Virtus.pro.
I mean, high ground is king, right? You're able to get the high ground there for VP, kind of force SRP Check down, especially having a hit scan on your team, right? I know SRP Check able to win a fight from the high ground just with the Junkrat and the Matrix the last time, but this time VP gets control of the high ground, and very difficult to deal with the Ashe there.
Good time to push up here, especially around this sim wall. Forces VP to come forward of it if they want to get value out of most of their composition. And frankly, they're happy to brawl a bit. They've got a Genji here in the mix. The Brig can do that to some degree. Fire's living dangerously now, as that was a very necessary Terror Surge for Rajaro for that Fortify and allow Shockwave at least to get some big damage down.
I think SRP Check was a little bit surprised there, Mitch, that there were some players from VP behind as Fi goes for a Death Blossom there. Because they dropped that sim wall, they push on forward, but you see a few members of VP actually were already past that sim wall at the time, right? So Shockwave and Rajaro specifically able to put down some damage there, and that's one instance where the sim wall actually doesn't result in
in some ways it feels like cage fight, in that you want to jump into the cage if you're a team with a couple players caught in there. Like this Orisa comp can fight up close outside of the Ashe, who really like to step back a bit. Okay, here's an orbital ray from Ilpi. Cloudy going to get inside of that straight away and hope that a challenger presents themselves, but Virtus.pro also have that Juno ultimate of their own. Played for Sauna. Yeah, Immortality Field really just an afterthought there as Ghost tried to head upstairs with the Exo Boots and got taken down. But Cloudy able to predict, able to turn around. Canale dealt with now, but Ilpi has been removed by Gala. It's a Juno advantage now for Virtus.pro. And Gala's able to find yet another. Cloudy dragged down. Daned now exposed out in the open under scrutiny. And Shockwave is able to remove him. VP don't have a huge time bank here, and there's still a whole nother fight to win.
And you got an Amp Matrix, right? You're trying to push into that spawn with that Amp Matrix. SRP Check will switch to the Ashe here, so they do have some pressure here at range, right, to put on the Sauna and Shockwave. Bob could also be quite interesting here towards the end of the match.
Throwing Bob up against one of those speaker systems. Probably where Shockwave wants to be, or deny like a side lane by throwing him in there. That's not bad either. Okay, Bob thrown out there, but maybe doesn't get through the doorway the way that Shockwave had intended. He actually clipped against the architecture, and I guess from there it protects Shockwave, but it doesn't put any pressure down on the defenders.
Yeah, I think they're waiting here for the Amp Matrix to be gone as well. As some nice shots there from Daned. It's going to be a sim wall here. Could be quite huge towards the end of the game, right? We're below 40 seconds here. Immortality Field trying to keep everybody alive.
Rajaro has to go for that Terror Surge, but still is able to get what he came for. Finds those 2 kills. Time has been bought though, and Cloudy was able to just run Canale down on the card. It looked like Rajaro just had to ignore the Reinhardt entirely. Orbital Rays come up here. Gala doing a lot of healing, and actually sends that one away from the card so that it can be played around for longer. Daned removed. Cloudy, though, can't be moved. I mean, Virtus.pro do need to do something about this Ryan. Rajaro does need to take the fight.
You'll have the Brig coming back, though, with Rally, right? And you have Sauna here as well. So you're going to get another fight here for VP as the Rally's pop.
All right, Cloud builds up a free shatter from this, though. Suzu here comes in. It goes to switch over to the Kiriko now. Cloudy stunned up, but it didn't interrupt the shatter. He still has that available. Pulsar torpedoes go out, and there it is. Shatter comes in. Rajaro knocked to the ground. The Sauna trying to go for a barrage. He's only able to find Fi. At least it's a 1v1. Shockwave comes back in on the Tracer, but still Ryan stands tall on the card. And somehow Virtus.pro have to find a way to shift him off of it. That is asking too much now. And SRP Check able to outlast on a map that they often choose to bail themselves out. It's a Junkertown win, and they're alive in the series. SRP Check.
Yeah, Reinhardt, the king of Junkertown, all of a sudden, as SRP Check figures out a way to be able to make that comp work. I think VP, they gave it away a little bit, right? On defense, they were able to get a few holds. They dwindle the clock. It's an awesome push there from SRP Check. Gives them a map completion. That's the biggest part. And VP stalls out at the end. The Ryan and everything else proves to be a little bit too strong getting across the line.
Comp looks really good there. I think the use of the sim wall really throws things into chaos. We kind of talk about it. A lot of those successful SRP Check fights, they get a good sim wall. They have an Amp Matrix that allows Ghost to become a legitimate, damage-dealing threat in his own right, and also just supercharge that healing. Plenty to talk about here as we have an elongated series now with SR Peak Check hanging on. But how many more maps can they do this with? Hopefully this can answer that and all our other questions.
We'll find out. Thank you guys so much. Desk back here in action. This is Zoe, joined by McGravy and Johnny and SR Peak Check. They keep themselves alive in this series. Both teams pretty much sticking to their gun, although I do have to say that up until Junkertown, that Reinhardt did not find as much traction. And McGravy, neither did that Doomfist on map 1.
Yeah, listen, this is a call for help. Cloudy, please. Just stick to what you know, man. You just saw it on Junkertown. You were making plays. You were TP, shattering onto the back line, getting kills. No Doomfist, please. Stick to the Reinhardt. It's what you're good at. It's what we love. We love to watch it.
Do we actually have any plays from the Doomfist?
Of course.
You asked for this.
Of course we have that.
You asked for this.
Oh, man. It just... Listen. Stick to the Rhine. It's what you're known for. You don't have to try and flex here. Leave that to the other team. Let the other team do the thinking. You, big man, shield, hammer, swing at the other team. That's what we want to keep it. The Junkertown, it looked good. This is just not pretty, man.
You used to be able to play Rhine at this point in 6 versus 6, but without the off tank, it gets a little.
Listen,
bit
anything is possible with the sim. That's how I think of it with the Reinhardt. Anything is possible. But yeah, Sana with the Pharah, it's something I highlighted before. He's gonna have to be able to play that Pharah. What do you think, Johnny?
Yeah, I agree. The Pharah, you know, Sana plays spectacularly, but also something you mentioned in the green room as well. They're able to pressure early. You know, they don't let the Reinhardt walk up necessarily for free. They're on there early. Rajaro as well. When he played the Diva, they make it difficult for the Reinhardt composition to approach, right? And when that is the case, you have to utilize your CDs walking up to the objective. And then when you reach the objective, you're already out of your abilities. You don't have any defensive abilities left. And that's usually when these poke compositions really get the better of you. So we went to Junkertown, though. A bit of a flashback to that baby-based solo shatter I showed earlier. But this is where we got tons of value, really, with the Reinhardt.
Yeah, shout out to the Johnny illustration, literally highlighting plays that'll happen. The solo shatters on the Ash, they were crucial. These shatters were huge.
You take those as right.
The pins, he just catching Genjis out of midair. Like, I mean, this is disgusting.
You gotta pray to the Rhine guards, you know?
Yeah.
Make sure you hit those pins.
Yeah, Sana got them on speed dial, those Rhine gods. Quite frankly, though, how did they get the upper hand here? If you have to dissect it, like, where do you feel VP, like, did they not pressure them enough? Was it the switches they made in their DPS lineup?
Mitch was just making a sound because he saw the stats and just like VPR were like winning by stats, but still, you know, it's a big take to come out ahead here. You mentioned something interesting as well. You spoke to Sana's hero swaps in the green room. Like, what was your read on the hero swaps?
Yeah, it just felt like on this map that Sana didn't really know where to go after he picked the Bastion on attack. They had the really strong attack, shooting down the Rhine shield and burning him down. But after that, it feels like they didn't have a great read. I felt like they should have stuck to the Pharah. It's not a great map for it, not a great point for it, but I feel like just the ultimate and the sky pressure is super important. Yeah, I feel like if I'm VP going forward, I'm going to focus more on the high ground maps. I'm going to make it really hard for Cloudy to play the game. I'm going to put Sana and Pharah. I'm just going to stick to what worked in the maps before.
Yeah, let's actually take a look at our map pool to see what's still available for the teams. Of course, now with VP dropping this map, that means it's their pick next. Where do they want to take us?
So I think one map that stands out to me is Suravasa, because we've seen both in North America when Ramatra Punch, that was Derpy playing the Reinhardt at that time, they really struggled actually against Rad Exavidity because Wood pulled out the Bastion and just put so much pressure on the Reinhardt. But also we saw yesterday that Ioma, was it yesterday? Might have been the day before. But Ioma, they also pulled out the Bastion on Suravasa, and it's a really good map for that Bastion to get a lot of value. So we might see something similar. Will LH Cloudy play Sigma? I don't know, but this could be a really strong Bastion map for them.
And you called it. It's Suravasa. So, yeah, potentially might be seeing the Bastion coming out here from VP. The Genji as well. This is also a very strong Genji map, so maybe Sana felt good about the Genji. Maybe he felt he was very confident in that. So that's something I'll look out for as well.
Well, I'm excited to see if VP can close it out here and send SR Peak Check home, or if they can tie up the series and keep themselves alive. Let's find out as we're heading into Suravasa, and once again, I'll hand it over to Mitch and Matt.
Obviously, we saw SR Peak Check start this map in a Sigma mirror, or rather, switching to Sigma to counter, or at least to match. They did end up going back to Ryan at some point. So it didn't last the whole match. And again, it was a little problematic for them. But I did like, again, I get excited about use of Mei on this map as well, just because it can really just derail some fights for teams if it's a nice setup. So VP, again, probably step one, I think, of their plan is to play the Irisicon. if that works, then they obviously don't need to shift off of it here. So what do you think about this Sigma setup into the Orisa comp?
Well, yeah, I mean, we've seen Sigma be pretty successful, especially now in combination. Well, I say for, you know, SRP check early on in some of these games that we've seen them actually pull it out here with the Bastion in tow, right? So it's going to be difficult.
Great conks.
Obviously, step up. Yeah, I mean, those are just, I mean, the FAR is really difficult to deal with. I mean, just the displacement, right? Is they're going to get a TP to the high ground. They're knocked off immediately.
And Cloudy is in midst of the entirety here of Virtus Pro, but Canale's going to go down here. Off of the first target in these fights, in fairness, but Rojaro does get ruined. And that's without Fire being able to see them, so that's pretty sweet. If you can win the fight without the Bastion just going hell for leather on the enemy tank, then you've done something right.
Yeah, when we're on board with Fire for a while, not for a period of time, right? Wasn't actually kind of using the wheels mode, so to speak. You know, it was just kind of in regular Bastion mode, and I think just waiting for Rojaro to use some of those cooldowns before actually popping that really impactful ability. And there's a grenade that connects onto Shockwave as the Bastion definitely paying off.
Now, what is the plan? We've seen plenty of Sigma from Rojaro in the past. It was like a VP really enjoyed playing that comp.
But if you mirror this, I feel like that's a win for SRP check, right? Just forcing you off of this, like.
Yeah, I mean, Virtus Pro have shown that they're willing to do so if they have to. But it might come after this flashpoint. I mean, they definitely don't have the time to do it now, how much we definitely know. So I want to hear a little bit concerned about the TP, but it just baits cooldowns and also forces Far out of LOS and would force Sauna to pick back into a line that is held by an Amp Matrix. They're not going to give it up, but I mean, they really have to fold away from this. Shockwave is a flank angle, but you need time, and you need to get headshots consistently to really get attention. Fire does go down, though. Canale here has to respect Cloudy.
He's on it.
Yeah, that's tough. Canale is busy.
Yeah, no.
Canale's very busy there. It's cool.
Yeah, I mean, they're like even if Canale gets on there, right? Still a lot has to go right for them to be able to kind of take that first flashpoint. So it'll be SRP getting a really early lead here.
Am I starting to believe? Am I starting to believe for this series that SRP check could? No. You know what? No. I'm just going to suppress those emotions for now. Stoicism, that's right. Okay, Fire trying to round a corner here on wheels mode, but hit immediately by a Javelin. The Immortality Field does a lot of heavy lifting there for SRP check. Canale caught inside the flux, but Virtus Pro have a Terror Surge. And more than enough to take Danet out of the game.
SRP check as well, right? I mean, you win this. Like, what even happens in terms of the circuit points, right? For EMEA, we talked about a little bit in the pre-show how like we kind of even look past this RP check, right? That like VP versus TM would be for potentially a spot at Stockholm, like depending on if somebody else like kind of ran through and won the entire thing. I mean, SRP check was just a huge wrench in the mix. That's actually a Bastion kind of using the Kong to move around the corner and then getting the artillery.
Yeah, that's nice. I mean, I think Fire just feels like he's a little exposed in that position, which in fairness he is.
Yeah.
So Bob gets taken down. That's probably the best use of Bastion Ultimate we've seen in general. It doesn't normally get a whole lot else done. Shockwave is in the belly of the beast there, literally so far forward. And yeah, SRP check able to handle this very well. It is a fight though that is started off with a sim wall. SRP check always able to do a lot of work with that ability. And Sigma seems a very reasonable analog for Reinhardt in this situation. With a bit more flexibility, still has that space-taking capacity, has stun potential off the accretion, and arguably much more powerful ultimate, such that VP are forced to switch.
Yeah, and now with Sauna playing Genji, right? Like it's like, can you keep Bai alive, right? That Genji's gonna put a lot of pressure onto that Bastion. If you can, this should continue to be good for SRP check.
Yeah, I feel like it's a concession that they have to make this comp switch, and they also have the Bastion. But Kinetic Grasp, I think, very important against Fire here. Also the deflect from Sauna. So there's now a mounting number of tools that really negate the impact of Bastion just vomiting bullets at you.
They had almost zero chance of winning
wait.
right?
Yes. No, Ghost, come on, bro.
What are we doing? Okay, so... All right, so yeah, I think ditching the Bastion's the right move here. I think it's just too easy of a target for VP to collapse on. I like the idea of working in the May, and in that previous fight, right, Blade plus Orbital Strike, there's no way that they're going to win that. And now it's a little bit of an even match.
This is the flashpoint on the line here. Virtus Pro mostly being forced off the point, but not conceding it quite yet. It's Cloudy with a gravitic flux there that catches Rujaro out. Canale's already made use of the rally now, and that has expired. Cloudy, though, hit by an accretion. It's pretty nice to have an immortality field available, but not when Sauna dices it up instantly. SR Peak check, though, they flip the point back. But Virtus Pro have the numbers as the dust begins to settle. Ilpi can only really just stall here. And we're going to have an even Suravasa map.
Yeah, got a little bit weird there for VP, right? Because they end up getting forced off of the point when SRP checks about like 80%, and they don't actually die right away, right? So you still have this fight kind of continuing. If they would have lost it, not an opportunity to get another fight after. And SRP check, they go right to the Reinhardt here. So let's see how they kind of work this. Reinhardt versus Sigma, right? If you can get that thing about old when we talk about like teams used to play like a recent in Sigma, right? That if you can get past the Sigma shield, you can have success. I think it's kind of the same logic here they're trying to use with the Rhine.
TP to the high ground, look at that, I love that! Shockwave, they're going for him yet again. He was not out of position per se, just lagging behind the rest of VP, and SR Pigjack see an opportunity to collapse. It's Canal that they end up coming with, but same result. Flux here just meets an immortality field and presumably a regenerative burst from Ghost. Yep, that one comes out now. So SR Pigjack should be able to recover from this, but it's awkward because they take a player advantage and still lose the point.
Yeah, and now they use a TP here, get to the high ground.
Okay. Cloudy is a big man with the plan now. The Reinhardt into the Sigma. I feel like SR Pigjack are quite happy to set up something like this. Matsu Rajaro make a little switchy boy.
And no way you defend against that, right? Simwall with an air matrix as you're kind of moving on in as Rajaro make they change over to the Orisa here. So both teams just trying to counter comp each other. It feels like time and time again. The issue, that flashpoint kind of enters in is that like when you try and counter comp constantly, like let's say VP ends up losing this, right? SRP check, you start to rally some ultimates together, then the flashpoint ticks so fast, you don't get that many fights, right? So you're in an opportunity to win the game rather fast.
But Ryan versus Orisa, we have stabilized the sacred timeline. Here comes a play now amidst it all by Sauna. Okay, able to find Ilpi, that's not too bad. Of course, the Juno advantage is pretty big for Virtus Pro if they can exacerbate it further. Canale, though, tricky little off-angle playing through now. Danette also hard to keep a thumb on because of that constant TPing back and forth. But Canale with the rally late in the fight means that SRP check just cannot cut through this durability, and Phi is on the legs, folks. This is not a drill.
We'll see if they stay on the 76.
Let's go.
Okay, so he's back on the soldier. And actually, it's they actually end up winning the fight. They can't find Danit. He's like up on that high ground where he was playing with, I believe, Ghost. We are back here on the 76. This is an opportunity here for SRP to win this.
Are they trying to use Air Matrix effectively for once with this composition? I'm here for it. Shatter comes in. Rajaro absolutely flattened there. Didn't have the chance. Was caught inside the javelin spin, and that's when you're most vulnerable against Ryan because you cannot just fortify out of that. Another flashpoint here for SR Peak check, and by Jove, they've done it with the soldier, folks.
Yeah, 76 is not a hot pick right now, but here for SRP check, right? So I guess the benefits of 76 is that obviously with the sprint can move away. I know from VP trying to move on in, a little bit of self-survivability against Sauna, but just consistent damage. Okay, now we're going back to Bastion here, which is like they didn't want to play the Bastion against the Genji before, but now they'll actually just go to play Sigma Bastion yet again.
They didn't want the
like
Bastion against the Genji and Sigma. I think they can accept one of those two. But when it's both, it's clearly a problem for SR Peak check. So Simwall here means they can get close. Fi's able to move up here. We are in wheels mode, folks. Gonna be a Terror Surge here for Rajaro. Big damage comes off that. Canale also able to get in the mix. And there's not enough damage left after that big Orisa ultimate, rather, that SRP check will have to concede.
I liked how they just tried to kill him during the Terror Surge. Like, just try and murder him.
I don't think you can do that without Bastion and Zen, honestly. That is, like, very difficult.
Okay, so now we're changing again. Now we're getting rid of the Bastion, and we're getting rid of the Sigma, and now we're bringing in the Reinhardt. So this is what they kind of had. I mean, they just needed to switch the 76 to the Reaper, and they would have been fine. So maybe they really don't like that Bastion the way it looks kind of into this comp.
Yeah, maybe feels a little awkward at times. Genji's still a problem for him, even
Trying
alone.
to chase somebody here.
Yeah, I thought for a second LP was spy checking, but no, just spreading heals. It's all good. They are trying to outmaneuver something. Trying to find a way to get a good fight against Rajara. Maybe that bomb in their backline is an extreme problem, though. That forces Cloudy on the defensive straight away. Shockwave, though, picked off. Has been getting caught out on a couple of occasions. The SR Check doing a good job at isolating the Ashe here, and LP had such big dreams for those torpedoes, but Sauna, I think, found a deflect moment there to stay alive. And even with the orbital ray here, SR Check get folded. Now they're at risk of letting this series slip through their hands.
And this is such a bizarre game. This is going to be another point here for VP as we go to the final flash point here on Servasa.
I feel like I'm looking at a Petri dish and not an Overwatch game. Like, it's fascinating. Do you know what I mean?
So yeah, as SRP check, you have to commit the orbital ray there, right? That was the only way you're going to end up kind of winning that fight. Is they will come back here. This will be a kind of another go at it with this composition. They're just getting bullied by the Orisa right now.
Goodness. Yeah, straight into the power wash simulator there. We're starting check. And you could just see just how brutal it is when Sauna's able to dash into that grouped up bunch of players inside that Terror Surge, and Rajaro is unkillable.
It's also like a rally that I think actually gets a stun inside of that as well, right? So, and then just, it's a lot of damage. Sauna starts to come in with the dashes. It's almost impossible to deal with. So now they've got a better opportunity, but VP already making progress.
TP, though, gets you out of the strike zone for a lot of this poke damage. So Shockwave here has definitely struggled this map to overcome. You're not doing much against this Immortal either. That is brutal. It's our peak check, though. Rajara's able to step up and find a pick just off a javelin randomly. However, LH Cloudy with a heroic pin deals with Shockwave, who had to come forward into that range past the sim wall. It's almost a guaranteed fight win for SRP check against an Ashe comp, and that fight no different.
I also think, like, you lose Ghost really early on. He probably would have dropped the Ant Matrix there, right? The TP straight on through to the other side of the sim wall, then just drop an Ant Matrix there and be able to use it. But now, you're going to have both of these support ults to work with here. So, now obviously losing Ghost there early on, pretty rough, but you end up winning the fight and holding on to the ultimate. Could be quite impactful here towards the end.
All right. Trying to go for the Phatic Shaddy, did Cloudy. Shockwave always seems to be the one on the worst end of things here. Was caught by it, but there was no way to close that gap to get into range and make that happen. Cloudy somehow turns that fight around. That is beautiful stuff for SRP. They get the orbital ray as well. And the Ant Matrix healing is massive.
He was stuck in a corner there for a period of time after they had used the immortality field, and he's won, and he's just getting everything they possibly can to keep him up.
Bro.
They just gotta deal with the Sauna Blade, and they're good.
I think that is very reasonable. SRP check here. Looking like they're going to be able to push this on map 5. Sauna's going to try and save things here. 5 perishes first to the blade, and Cloudy rounds back over towards the point. That's all Sauna was able to find. There's now Bob around for Cloudy, just wrecks Canale. And Sauna with a swing of the hammer. Bob is really going to be a footnote here as Cloudy simply shuts him out of the way. Ghost managed to get rid of the bomb in the end here, and SRP check just need to clean up in this overtime. It's Rajara coming back on the wrecking ball. That definitely smacks of desperation. Danendo has to be careful. Pile drive comes in, and Rajara is able to find the one Lucio play from Canale. Now finds himself all on his own, and SRP check doing it their own way, are taking this series to a decider.
Maybe so. He wants that 3-2 back, they kind of had early on there for SRP check. I can't believe we're going to a 5th game. I mean, SRP check able to obviously make this work, with the Reinhardt in different types of situations. Here we saw them play the Sigma, lots of other different things. VP has to be extremely scared here going to this final map, right? Because this would, in theory, would effectively eliminate them from Stockholm, right? You'd kind of think that there's no chance they can make it at that point, right? Twisted Minds already on their heels, right? Twisted Minds then would get a chance here against SRP check. They would probably need SRP check to win that. I mean, it throws everything for a loop, right? So VP, this is the must win of must wins. I mean, this would also be one of the worst ways.
It would be a generational fumble, right, for Virtus Pro.
A reverse sweep by SRP check and the Reinhardt to just end your year. I mean, that is just
I mean, I said it. I said it in hushed tones, almost refusing to believe that it could happen. But SR Peak Check sticking to their guns, and also obviously with a little bit of like hero swapping midway through the round, right? Eventually, they force a Sigma mirror and then just switch out of it straight away because they feel like they can play Ryan.
I was just gonna say, you know what's actually one of the probably the more frustrating things is like. They looked pretty decent playing the Sigma, and obviously gave them enough trouble to swap it. If SRP just didn't commit to the Rhine on a bunch of maps, and just like, hey, let's play like other stuff until we can get the Rhine into the mix, they probably beat a lot of teams. I mean, they're playing quite well.
Oh man. The funny part is that they don't want to win that way. They want to win their way in the end. And they also, I think they genuinely, on certain flashpoints, they do want the Ryan matchup. The Sigma start could really have been because of the topography, frankly, of that first point, and felt like that, even with the sim helping them move around the map, they didn't feel favored there. And, they wanted to take the Orisa ROM, at least to start with that sort of Bastion setup here. Okay, once more, the Baptiste difference is really palpable across this map. Genuinely very competitive in a couple of fights that really could have gone either way. The amount of like random pins that we're seeing Cloudy get on, not like Rojaro, but like Shockwave and random backliners and Canale just running into Briggs and absolutely flattening them is really impressive. Being able to even the odds, even in a short-handed fight, by just finding these Reinhardt charges. Cloudy definitely is looking resplendent out there. And again, depending on the map that we end up sort of seeing here.
Well, where do we, I mean, so it's hybrid, right? Is hybrid. It would have to be Blizzard World, right? I mean, there's no way you would play, are you going to play King's Row?
Diva.
Or are you gonna...
yeah, I don't, the problem is that I feel like Blizzard World asks for Tracer a lot right now. I don't know necessarily if you want to go there. What about, do you feel confident playing like your Orisa comp?
Midtown's actually pretty good for like the TPs like into the firehouse and getting control of point, right? Like you can do that.
Or do we just run it back to Kings and have a classic bookend to this series?
I mean, that would be
Ryan
like
is objectively awful on third point. Kings Row, right? You just everyone is up in the sky. You're just looking up at them constantly. Or like Midtown is fine, but again, you have a lot of like large expanses to cross. Maybe you feel that as VP, you can like punish on second, but Ryan is really good on the last phase of the map because the high ground is really scarce. So you might just be aiming to like try and hold your opponents to less than 3 checkpoints if you were to pick Kings. I don't think Blizzard World is. I don't think they're going there.
Well, what do you think the level of panic in VPs like comms and everything is right now?
Not very high because they're quiet. Like Rojaro doesn't have a lot to say. I don't think Sauna is exactly the most, verbose individual. Maybe the Spaniards, are chirping up a little bit. I'm not sure. Okay, so we do get Kings in the end.
So Kings.
I don't know.
Kings. I mean, you still need, obviously, like high ground access right here on Kings Row. So it could be a little bit harder to play the Rhine here. But you have to imagine that they have tons of experience playing the Reinhardt here, right? Like this isn't going to be something they're going to have to figure out on the fly.
No, it's King's Row, bro. I don't know what you want me to tell you. Like, this is absolutely look where they want to be, and I also think like Ryan May strategies through the second phase of the map can be really potent. I think the sim is going to be pretty instrumental. I think that SRP Check have plenty of ways to punish teams that like want to stick towards the high ground more. I don't think you can necessarily like comfortably play D.Va comps on this map unless you want to go like D.Va Farah setup here and just try and stay out of Ryan's way. But they can really easily like TP to point and force you to fight them there. I don't think is like the kind of strategy you want to go for.
Yeah, this is where I think we saw that SRP Check ended up playing that Doomfish Junkrat combination in the last match we cast of them. Season 12 live right now. It's ending soon, so while throw this on one monitor, play Season 12 on the other one. Get your drops while also progressing your battle pass, right? Why not? Just do both. You can do both. What's wrong?
You're just a consummate salesman, I think you could sell ice to an Inuit, Matt. Nicely done.
To who?
You could sell ice to an Inuit.
What's that?
For God's sake. Any thoughts on the desk? Yeah, we'll cross to you guys later. I'm sure.
The desk, you're looking for thoughts from them. I mean, that's, you know, that you're not getting any thoughts over there. Johnny's probably so excited watching Reinhardt being
played. The
played.
native people of the north of the North American continent.
Oh.
Yeah. You with me now?
Yeah, I heard Zoe laugh audibly.
I would not say you're the best endorsement of basic literacy in the United States, Matthew. I'm going to be honest with you.
What do you mean? Nah, I mean, I'm super worldly. You'll see when we go to Stockholm. I'm going to have some of that.
World of Warcraftly, I think.
Yeah. No, every time we do an event, we should just do like a little video package of me just, you know, walking around the area and just observing.
You don't leave your damn hotel.
I think that would be
room.
fun.
Shut up. You literally just
me exploring. Yeah, that's true.
Leave your hotel room. Okay, all right. You know what?
I find the local coffee establishment. I find the venue. And
you find the inside of your eyelids. We know. We know. We've done events with you. All right. SRP check here, of course. No changes. They do have this Junkrat look here, which kind of, you know, makes sense. It is of concern.
The defensive Junkrat.
Yeah, it is obviously of concern when you're dealing with Farah here. However, if you want to throw back
we got a lineup here? The lineup?
I mean, I would say it's a welcome shower, but yeah.
A little lineup? No, we got, look at these angles on the lineups.
Yeah, okay. It's fine. I'm here for it. I think a summon total of 0 of those grenades have actually hit. Oh, Majaro.
We gotta get Jonas to start, you know, making you know, the Junkrat lineup videos.
Oh yeah, I'll get him on the blower. I'm sure he'll be right into that. So when I trapped up here, that's beautiful play. Able to catch the Genji out. Oh man. Truth stranger than fiction sometimes. TP thrown up here. Rajari under a lot of pressure. Really has to try and back away here. I don't think Virtus.pro are just ready for this level of crackback. And without the flexibility that Genji offers them there, that backline pressure, they can't do much.
Yeah, and Shockwave actually took high ground directly above them, but it doesn't seem like that, you know, SRP just cares, right? They're just going to kind of bait these players into that choke and then kind of play from that area of the map as Speedring goes down, see if they actually end up using a TP there to the high ground. And just even the threat of the TP, right, forces some of these players back.
Cloudy here just making sure this point is really hard to contest. Rajaro actually fortifies preemptively just to move up through all this poke damage. Firestar to wrap around. Now Rajaro's about to get bounced back and forth. And also, notice the trap thrown down. It's very hard for Sauna to walk up on this Junkrat, and that is really where he needs to be at some point. Garlic here, able to avoid the remote mines. Unbeknownst to him, Fire just belting them at him. And here's an orbital raid now for VP, but they've lost both Danit and Ilpi, and the Immortality Field has now given up the Ghost. Fire here, okay,
Shatter available though. Shatter available here. It's going to be a Shatter.
Yeah, and Matrix as well. Rajaro's just going to get blown to smithereens, and there's nothing Shockwave can really do about this. SRP check come back into the fight after a horrible start. They are 3v4 and win it out.
That's insane. I mean, the Shatter from you know, Cloudy connects with 2. That's the orbital rate and rally used there by VP. So the you know, some of the support ultimates gone there for them. And now you have Ilpi's you know, orbital rate here for fight this next fight with that sim wall. 2 really powerful ultimates. So I mean, look at Cloudy already about 50% to the next Shatter, but the Shatter with the Amp Matrix proves to be a big difference there.
You see, Cloudy wants to play that corner. Rajaro doesn't want to give him free swings here. Shockwave trying to find the Junkrat wherever possible. Sauna also being pretty cagey about how he chooses to close the gap here. Cloudy threatens now. Couple hammer swings and the Genji's got to get out. Danet's TP might be an issue, and in comes Bob. Straight away, throws himself at it. Shockwave playing on the backside of this sim wall might give Virtus.pro an edge here, but Bob can't do anything. Fire eventually just takes that down. The Terror Surge here for Rajaro. Feels like desperation, but Sauna's blade might be able to bail them out here. Its Ghost goes down. The Immortality Field doesn't do anything. And Virtus.pro finally break through.
Yeah, I can't imagine there's a way that they actually fight back here. Yeah, so it's the blade there from Sauna. That is the huge difference, but still pretty good defense there from SRP check, right? Get a lot of time off the clock. VP 3:30 on the clock here to actually get this second checkpoint. And now the you know, the Ryan and the Junk in these chokes in the second part of the map. If you're SRP check, you're like, okay, let's just get a 0.2 hold, right? You feel really good about your odds if that happens. This is probably where their comp is the strongest.
up we go. Still plenty of reason to be playing Junk here. Notice there's a little trap thrown down on Cloudy's position. Shatter catches Shockwave. Rujaro also knocked down by it as well. It's so frustrating for the Orisa, who basically has to have that Fortify on a hair trigger and doesn't want to use it for no reason. It's easy to bait it out just under the threat of that Shatter in general. And SRP check once more. Send Virtus.pro packing.
You in this fight, this allows you to push up a little bit. You're going to be down, you know, Danet and LP for a little bit, but you can get aggressive around this corner. You have Ant Matrix with a Rip Tire here as well, as you see some players still headed back here for VP. So another fight win here would be massive for SRP check.
Riptide now is going to force the spread here. Fight amongst the rooftops. Rujaro just able to break that up though with that javelin spin. Cloudy wants to come forward though, playing as if he had Shatter, but he always does, I guess. Hyper ring there for SRP check. A burst of speed gets them forward, and Gala goes down to a remote mine. Fire with 3! A 2-for-1 of the second mine! This guy is taking the game over!
Are we sure Jake's at a wedding? Or is he, this is like an account share, as Fi just looking like you know, the Jake right here, just going to the high ground now. I mean, he's feeling himself. The Tire doesn't get anything, but 3 kills with the remote mines. This VP now, Rally plus Blade here, you know, even the Terror Surge with the Blade, right? That's the combination that gave them that first checkpoint. Probably gonna need to get the second one.
Sauna backs up into a deflex straight away, does not want to face any of this amped damage from the orbital ray down, but Cloudy's happy to swing this corner. Here though come Virtus.pro behind the rally of Rujaro. Again, it's the damage output of Junkrat that he's just not ready for. Cloudy charges in and looks to shut Canale down. Fire already got there first. A minute and 14 now as Virtus.pro's prospects of making it to Stockholm fall under question.
Oh, and they're going to go to the Ramantra here, so they're going to try and just brawl out with this Reinhardt. You know, the Nemesis form going to be huge here. A little bit of shielding right for some of the Junkrat spam too. So, but you're going to have the sick, you know, sim wall combination here again. You know, with the Rip Tire. I mean, this is going to be really difficult for VP to get through.
Cloudy's happy to swing here. Force the Nemesis form. Rujaro stunned up by that Shadow. Just him though. Sauna goes in again. The Immortality Field has to be contended with. But that's beautiful. That is a blade on both supports through Immortality Field. Just what VP needed.
You can get another fight here, though, if you're SRP check, right? You see where the card is progressing around that corner. It'll be a far swap here for Sauna, as I believe you can get another fight here. So with this next fight, you'll have that sim wall, which could be really difficult, you know, for this far to navigate. And then Canale now over on the Ana. So 2 heroes that don't really play well into that big sim wall.
Also, Ryan Shield, a problem for them, but good Bionade connection on Danet. Nothing they can do about the punch from Rujaro, but the Ramantra is taken down by the Riptire, and who would touch this cart? Cloudy steps up. What's Sauna going to touch Canale? Nobody really wants to do that job, but without the Ramantra, you have no choice. Kept contested for the time being, but with no Ana, with no Farah, your run ends here.
Honestly, just getting the kill on Rujaro there with the Tire is massive. That is totally worth the trade there that goes on. So, because at that point, like you mentioned, right, who's going to go down and contest the cart? For a while, it looked like it was they were deciding, like, is it the Farah, is the Ana, like who's jumping down, who's trying to contest, and they just kind of trickle out, right? Everybody who jumps down and has to contest the cart ends up dying. So. This, I think, was really important. Like we talked about actually before the match started, that the Rhine isn't good on the 3rd point. You don't have to now actually go to the 3rd point, right? If you're SRP check, you can play on these 2 kind of parts of the map that you would say out of the 3 favor the Reinhardt.
That's a great point. I mean, basically just ignoring the whole part of the map where Ryan is provably bad. SRP check probably can't ask for more.
They come out and play Doom here.
These guys are, again, they are.
If they play Doom Junk, I'll lose it.
So unserious to do that.
But they're winning though.
Yeah, and honestly, like we watched Fire on the Junk kill Afara twice, like in that situation. Please be serious, boys. All right.
Oh,
Very
man.
serious comp here. Okay, Reaper, if they switch Kiri, they're playing Doom. Ghost is going to run in with Cloudy. They are going to just try and brute force that high ground. They're doing it. Yep. McDonald's skin
if you
and
lose, if your Stockholm quest ends at the hands of the McDonald's Doom.
No.
I mean, that is
that is so bad. God. Okay, here we go. Upstairs, downstairs, easy. Cloudy says, okay, well, understood, have a nice
I
day.
don't want to be upstairs anyway.
Takes the Mega here. Fire is down, so they did try and dive, apparently, without the Doom Fist. Probably less than advisable. And they were staked up.
Also, an interesting note here from VP side is they're actually not playing the Brick, so they're actually playing the Ana here. So provides obviously a little bit more healing at range. Nice sleep here. Bio connects there on a Cloudy. He actually just takes out Canale though. So I don't think this is good. They need to switch off of this. I mean, this is not.
But is the Rhine
I
going
don't
to get
think
you
this
there?
is it.
Is that going to be enough? Yep.
Well,
Big switches.
I think you'd have a better chance doing that than, you know, YOLOing it with the Doom, right?
I mean, they have to do it though with.
I mean, you clearly won. You've clearly gotten this far playing the Reinhardt. Like, just figure it out at this
Yeah, I mean,
point.
they're going to have to figure it out on the fly though if this isn't their plan A. Their plan B likely involves them TPing to that high ground, but it's very telegraphed and obvious, and there it is. A Javelin opens up an opportunity for an easy pick on Ghost.
So I also think if you're like SRP check, right? It's okay if we can play this Reinhardt and get first point. We don't have to make any changes going into second point. We don't even need a full map, right? So you know you have an opportunity here to like play around some of these ultimates, right? You know, build up some ultimates. You know, kind of dump them into a fight. So, LP will have the orbital ray here. First big ultimate here for SRP check online.
Okay, well, VP have to respect this. Canale playing well back into the choke now as the Reinhardt demands attention. Beckons challenges forward. That orbital ray now for Gala plus the Bionade of Canale is very, very difficult combo to break through. Such that Rajaro doesn't have to take any risks, just hold the line and let the rest of his team go to work.
Yes, right now they're getting farmed a little bit, right? No, it's, Rajaro pushes way up into the spawn, takes out Ghost as Fi making a switch here, just rotating through all the hit scans will now play Ashe. So this is also going to be difficult, right? You're probably going to have this nano for either Rajaro or Sauna, you would think, either of the two. So make that far even harder to take out in the sky. They desperately need an early pickoff here.
Try TP straight away. Of course, Rajaro just knocks Cloudy back to the low ground. I don't think SRP check can really bully their way up there. That is going to be a problem. Again, they are going to ask for Virtus.pro to drop down. That is all they can really do. Sauna will come forward now, more than happy to take this kind of fight, pinging out the location of the Ashe as well, and Fi is not able to punish Sauna for that extension forwards. Once again, they look to take that height. Here's a symbol now. This is their best opportunity for SRP check to take point A, but Canale dishing damage and healing in equal measure from the high ground. Does see Sauna, but cannot keep him alive. Sees a very low health Ilpi though, and dunks a Bionade on him. Now though, he's got to play out of line of sight for a moment. Rajaro is healthy and has an extra fortify in this Terror Surge. He should have enough to hold Cloudy off until reinforcements arrive. And he's done more than that. He's put the fear of God in this Rhine. Terror Surge now could end Rhine. It gets Ghost as the Suzu is a little too early. Doesn't quite hit the Javelin, but Fortify used preemptively. Cloud is going to cancel that charge. And now SRP check have one last chance to take this map.
Well, it felt like that was their best chance right there, right? As VP, they end up using a few ultimates. You got to get players traded out, but both supports still able to survive there for Virtus.pro. As the Ana has definitely made an impact, especially from this high ground. As Danet will actually switch over Vincture here, so can you get a big shatter? Can you get an orbital ray plus shatter here and make some good use out of it?
It's pretty nasty though. Cloudy already takes a ton of damage. That orbital ray's not helping him very much. It's Shockwave going down, but SRP check. What a way to go out of our main event.
That's so.
The most colossal
I mean, come on,
of
man.
Charlie Niners sees the Bears outlast the clownery of SRP check and advance in this lower bracket.
Did anybody really win this series?
The people.
I mean, somebody won, but it felt
The
like
people
I felt like
have won.
I think Danet was actually going to be the one that was going to touch. He went around the outside of the hotel, but I think they still even had Shatter there. I mean, that's a fight they would have won.
I mean, they got Shockwave to start the fight. So I'm thinking, yeah, that's pretty good, right? Player advantage. She got the Ashe.
Yeah.
By the way, the hardest target to find with this Ryan comp, considering they're usually playing in a different postcode over on the point.
What a series. I don't know if anything will top that today.
I definitely need to see some footage. We've got to do some C9 forensics on this one. I'm just not, Not the way I expected this series to end, folks. I'll give you that one for free. The desk probably in a similar position, but they've had a little bit more time to collect themselves. Let's see what they do with it.
Well, to be honest with you, I don't even want to break this one down because I don't want to see the C9 again. That was once was
We
enough.
have to.
I guess we have to, but we can hold hands through it all and go through this together. So Ravasa, right? Like they claw themselves back into it. It's looking good. It's looking strong. Not sure why the Genji was the choice here for VP throughout the last two maps. It almost looked like they're trying to lose it at one point, McGravy, but it turned out SR Peak Check just wanted to lose it a little more.
Dude, I have so many feelings, and none of them are positive.
You were molding.
I was
You're in
molding.
great company.
I was
You're in great
molding.
company.
It started on Saravasa where SR Peak Check made adjustments, and VP just refused to do the same. They played Brig the entire time. They played Genji at all the wrong places. They played Pharah at all the wrong places. They just seemed to play, it seemed to be opposite day for VP until there's like about 10 seconds left on the clock here in King's Row, and VP decides to play the game. The Genji, they started comboing their ults here at least correctly. They were using the Arista Blade, which was a big positive for me. I don't understand how this is happening, though. I don't know how Cloudy's getting 3-man, 4-man shatters every time he rounds a corner. Or Rajaro has a button that he can just stick his arm up and he can't get shattered. But somehow I see him on his back every 5 seconds. This map was utter chaos. I mean, there's Junkrats getting 3Ks with mines. Shout out to Sana hitting blades, I guess. Ghost on the BAP was absolutely carrying the entire series. As you can see here with the windows, again, I'm not sure as to why they got off of that going into attack. Yeah, this is pandemonium. I said it earlier. Why are we still playing Doomfist? Johnny, I'm fine with the attempt here. This is an old strat the teams used to use. You go Reaper, you go Genji, you go a dive character, you go up into the high ground, you clear the supports, you get trades, because that's all you need for attack.
It's a C9. Dana helps out in the hotel and then doesn't rotate to the point fast enough after you get the pick on the Ashe.
Sana.
It's a player of the match, apparently. It's Sana.
It's honestly hard to pick. Listen, I love Sana, but the choices, I'm not sure who's whispering in his ear to pick what and when, but it didn't make sense. I'm happy they made adjustments in the end. They pulled the series out, but frankly, they didn't deserve to win this. I feel like they feel the same way. I've been a part of a lot of teams, and I'm sure the vibes are how did we manage to pull that off? Because it was a steamroll. And then there's like 5 seconds left before they lose, and they're not able to call.
Here's my take. Send the opposition on the wrong scent. You know, like pretend, not showing your strats. Something. Is there...
I loved all of that, McGravy. That was awesome by you.
This is just the inner coach coming out.
Yeah.
What are you guys doing?
Honestly, it is what it is. It doesn't really matter how they got the dub because they got the dub and they're staying alive in our lower bracket. It was a match of all times. Okay, that's one to store away for another day. Circuit points. That's right, Johnny.
So,
math guy, numbers guy, bring it.
If Virtus Pro had lost, Twisted Minds would have qualified as long as SR Peak Check didn't win the event. But as it stands, Virtus Pro, they did somehow win that series, and so now we have a winner takes all, where the winner between Virtus Pro and Twisted Minds, they get enough circuit points for top 3, with no other team being able to compete for the top 3 slot, right? And so they'll qualify along, with Ents and Space Station here.
And the good news for Virtus Pro is that Twisted Minds learned absolutely nothing from this match. So, they're coming in as an enigma. That's going to be fantastic. Looking at the upper bracket here, Ents and Space Station Gaming, we're surely going to see some more straightforward, honest Overwatch here.
We are, actually.
A lot of the same compositions. I think the big thing to highlight in this series is going to be Backbone playing the Mei and kind of those quote-unquote silly characters, the Pharah, the Genji, the Mei, and then seeing Kevster on the other side, who's I think they're just going to stick with the Genji, the high skill expression character that Kevster's known for.
No Reinhardt.
And no Reinhardt.
That's facts. That's facts.
And no Reinhardt.
It's gonna be a good match though, and yeah, that lower bracket match as well, right? Twisted Minds versus Pro. How do you feel like they're stacking up against one another?
It's so hard to say. VP, like you said, didn't show their hand, it feels like. It felt like they just wanted to play, quote-unquote, what's the meta the entire time. They didn't want to adapt. So Twisted Minds didn't really learn what kind of levers they can pull versus Virtus Pro. So maybe this is some huge gigabrain idea that I just can't comprehend.
For sure. I want to file it away as such, because otherwise, how do I continue?
One of the matches of all time.
They should also
Put it in the cabinet, put it in the archives.
They should also do that.
They should also
toss
we should
it
all
and forget
collectively do that. That C9 has never happened. All of that is just, it's a warm-up game. We'll see more from them when they go up against Twisted Minds. For now, we're heading into a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to shift gears and focus on our upper bracket. ENCE going up against SSG. You don't want to miss it.
looked away in disgust.
I'm sorry, what just happened?
See, look at the health bars just trickling down.
They're running out of time.
Beautiful boot from Junbin.
Oh my word.
Oh, they're making the hot work.
Look at that shoe coming in with the nano too. This might just be enough.
Welcome back, one and all. Zoe here, Jonathan McGravy and Johnny, and we're about to dive into our upper bracket finals. SSG and ENCE will go at each other again, a tale as old as time, or at least as old as this very first season of the OWCS. They just keep on clashing, and it is a difficult one to predict because it is a clash of styles. So I do want to talk about the individuals we have on both of these teams and how they stack up against one another, starting with ENCE here. We know that they do enjoy like Genji. They've been showing us a lot of that. How many different looks will they bust out going up against SSG?
I think the Genji is going to be pretty consistent, but I think what you really want to highlight for ENCE is the tank swaps, whether they're Pistola or Chase plays. I think they like to play Chase on more of those high ground-centric maps like the Gibraltar we've seen before. I think the ideal thought amongst most pro teams is that Winston is better, but D.Va is more of a consistent hero for most rosters, so I think that's a big thing we look out for ENCE.
And then, of course, we've seen plenty of that in action already. Do you prefer one particular look from them over another?
I mean, obviously depending on the map, but I prefer to see Chase on the Winston. It's a comfort hero for him. But as you see, like Pistola is also, he's also a very strong. He's been here since the start of the roster essentially. Very good at D.Va as well. So I really there's no right or wrong answer. I think for ENCE, it'll kind of just depend on whether they can adapt to what SSG is doing.
Yeah, and SSG has also showed us some different look, of course, with the addition of KSA. They've really rounded out their roster. We know how much they can get done, but mostly what we've seen from them in the last 2 days was, of course, very Mei-centric, with Backbone playing arguably his best hero.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Mei everywhere, even if it's Gibraltar or picks like that.
Doesn't even matter.
They prefer to pull out the Mei and also a few different looks, right? But this is Space Station doing what they do best. This is a really good meta for them. They got great communication, great way to use these abilities, right? And that's kind of like how they like to play. And so this meta is really good for them. And the fact that Backbone can play this Mei, they can set up these kind of like win conditions in fights. They can set up the fights appropriately, fight how they want, right? So I think it's going to be the question for ENCE, like how do you play around the Mei? Like can you bait out these ice walls, the ice blocks? When the Mei has committed the ice block, Mei becomes a pretty good target. You can finish off if you run over with your Orisa and the Genji, of course. And so it's going to be a clash of styles where you see Space Station playing more of the Mei and Kevster, of course, playing more of the Genji, but Kevster can also play the Mei and the Pharah if he wishes to.
There might be some other interesting looks they can throw at us. We got a sneak peek there from Hadi, I believe it was just yesterday. They run out with that Maga Sim strat. How do you feel about that one, and how will we see it today?
Well, got a bit of a telly for you, showcasing how this kind of started. Obviously, we had, stage 1, Mauga meta, all that stuff. But, we did see the Mauga come into play over at OWCS Asia between Team Falcons and Crazy Raccoon. You got all the legends here. Proper Stalker, Hambin Fielder. You can go ahead and play it out, of course. So Crazy Raccoon, they roll out with the Mauga and the Sim here on New Junk City first point. Really effective points to get close to your opponent. And Falcons recognize they have to kite accordingly. You know that this engage is going to come through with the Mauga and the Symmetra. And the Symmetra deals so much damage to the Orisa. It is so effective with the Cardiac Overdrive. It's a really strong power spike early in fights, and you have to be able to kite it through. They don't, though. You get the stomp on top of Hanbin. And I mean, this is the saddest thing I've ever watched in my life. That is so sad. That is so sad. So here you go. Chris Raccoon, they brought it out this past weekend in OWCS Asia, of course. And now, yesterday, we saw SSG. They did the same thing. They brought it out. So we can go ahead and play this clip out, actually, and we can go and see them, their approach to this kind of composition. They're trying to, of course, focus a lot on Rajaro. The spear spin has been used, and they're going for a similar kind of engage here. We can go ahead and pause it. Play it a few more frames forward, a few more frames forward. Go ahead and go forward a little bit more. And we can actually see here. Do I have my enhanced highlight circle? Here we go. So you can actually see that the Symmetra and the Mauga in this scenario, they're trying to block off the doorway so they can trap the Orisa in a similar kind of position that we saw in OWCS Asia. Now in this scenario, we can play it out. Rajaro escapes the other door, actually, in this building. And they kind of kite this out, right? The Cardiac Overdrive is going to come in from Hadi as well, put some more focus on. But it just kind of like, it falls apart. Sana finds a pick on the Sparker, and it's not going to work out in this first fight. So they kept at it, though, and this is a different point entirely, right? Now we're actually engaging on top of the point. We got the Symmetra teleporter, and we can go ahead and pause here, actually, first, because, crucially now, you're playing around the point, right? So if you decide to kite away from this huge power spike window, that means that SSG, they're going to get the cap similar to SRP Check playing the runner composition, and so this becomes crucial in trying to establish positioning for these fights with the Mauga. We can play it out. Similarly here, Hadi gets the stomp on top of the Orisa this time around, and the Symmetra. Just look at the work we're dealing to the Orisa. Like, they hate Rajaro. Like, I feel so bad for this Orisa. But this is basically the strat, right? Really early power spike. It is so strong with the Cardiac Overdrive. Rally in this case as well to really prolong it. And there you go. This might be something we see more of. They pull it out on Gibraltar as well. So it's going to be on top for ENCE then. How do we kite around this power spike, and how do we work around it? Because it might be something we see more of, considering how much trouble it does to Orisa.
Indeed. Well, I'm going to be very interested to see how the Pred's going to shape up for this one. Given that we've seen different looks, we don't know entirely how they're going to stack up against one another. We haven't seen them play each other. That's my camera. Hello. In a little bit. But I went with SSG. Actually, I have to look it up. Yes, I was very confident that we went with SSG. I do think, or do hope, this is going to be a close one. I do love that we have a clash of styles. We know that both of these teams have what it takes to adapt. The DPS department, now also the tanks, they have versatility, they have the depth that you require to show us different looks. So I hope this is going to be a close one. SSG on top, though.
Yeah, and I'm right there with you. And I think the big difference for me is that SSG is going to have more of a capability to adapt and overcome with different compositions that we saw from Johnny. They're playing the Maga Sim. And they also have just more of a structure behind them. They have their coaching staff. They have Chris, who's been with that core roster for years now at this point. And ENCE has lost both their coaches. They lost Gumba earlier in the year, and then they lost Crimzo. So they just don't have as much structure and as much support. And I think that's going to edge SSG out over ENCE.
I believe I picked ENCE in this one, which is pretty crucial, I remember. Yeah, I actually picked ENCE 3-2 in this one, because I do think to some extent, Kevster's flexibility playing the Genji and the Pharah, I do think it can come in handy on some of these maps, right? Especially, you know, SSG, are they going to adapt accordingly, like subs between Hadi and KSA? But also, I think the Genji is so powerful, especially with the Ray, of course, the Terra Surges. And I think it's going to be on Vestola, to play the Orisa quite well here, actually, to kite around the Mei. You know, when the Blizzard comes out, or you're going to use your Terra Surge defensively, maybe protect that positioning of yours. It's going to be a really interesting matchup, but I favor Kevster's Genji in this one.
You said it with a lot of confidence, even when I stopped putting the kippers on the table to know what's on the line.
That is some Swedish pickled herring right there. I'll eat that up.
So it's actually not a punishment for you.
So,
is that what I'm hearing?
So you're volunteering to eat it, is what I'm hearing.
What is that called when like you force your brain to change, like neuroplasticity or something? Like I'm forcing myself to like that. Like every day I'm like, I'm gonna like that. I'm gonna like that. And eventually when I have it, I'm gonna like it.
He's manifesting the change of taste buds. You know
I am
what?
smarter than math, I can guarantee that.
I can respect that. Let's see. We're all hoping for a close game. Both teams have what it takes to give us just that. This is the upper bracket finals. So of course we're gonna send it over to Matt and Mitch. How are you guys seeing this one shaking out?
Matt, do you want to respond to that real quickly? I know you pulled a face, then we'll get onto the game.
I mean, he thought, California was inside of Sweden yesterday, so I don't even know if there's any real response.
You didn't know
there.
what an Inui is, so I feel like you need to sit very quietly.
Yeah, most people probably don't.
Most people,
that's something.
everyone actually does.
Did McGravy know?
I think McGravy probably knew what an Inui was.
Little mush, you know? I mean, I heard the dog in the background. You should know about it too, man.
little with the little mush, you know? That's your rapper name, bro. Little mush.
Little mush.
Yeah. Oh, God,
yeah.
I can't.
It's all right. We're in this together, Caleb. We're in this together.
Matt is trying to find allies, and they are rapidly running into short supply. Let's talk about this matchup, though, because it feels...
They killed off Jake. He was my only ally. They wrote him off the season
finale.
Think
that, the allyship, you might have read a bit too far into that. I think when it comes down to it, Jake's all for himself, mate. But here, let's talk about this, because we actually have two SSG Preds on the desk, and I think, look, our experts are really appealing to the range of this SSG team right now. I think their May comps are really good. I do think that at least the Kevster factor was mentioned. Will he have to, rather, carry this team out of this game, kicking and screaming? Lack of coach also is interesting. I brought it up before, but Kellex said in an interview with like Commander X, like in the lead up to this, he's like, yeah, sometimes it's actually kind of hard to solve any disputes because we don't have a mediator or like a final word. We just kind of, one side just kind of compromises and then we just go from there. So hopefully we don't run into any of those kind of disputes throughout this game, but you know, this team has done well, very well, without a coach thus far. There's no reason they can't continue to do so. Whereas SSG, we know they have some power in the coaching booth.
Well, I think SSG obviously adding KSA is like a huge addition to the team, right? As they'll come out with the May that they were running the other day. We saw them do to a high level. I think this will be kind of the real battle, right? Is can they make good use out of this May if there's going to be that Pharah or Genji or something on the other side, right? As Kevster can play so many of these high impact heroes that at least off the start going to go with the Pharah.
So it's been Vestola and Chase both on that role in the past, but yeah, the Orisa, of course, for ENCE. Kevster getting picked up by Funny Astro, though. Not a great sign. Pressure also from Sparker mounting on any of those more airborne heroes. And this forces ENCE awkwardly to try and disengage without losing any further players. At least Kevster has the mobility to be back in the fight quickly, but they've got to reset to that neutral game in mid.
Yeah, Kev actually takes a shot there from Sparker, and it's just finished off by Funny Astro as he's going for the second direct hit. onto Funny Astro and not able to connect. So Space Station gets off to a good start. Now in the second fight, though, not as good as Kepster with that poke damage lands on the back.
That's precisely what you're looking for. It's why you want to play Farah in these fights. If you can find that early pick on a hero that generally can't fire back at you, you're in very good shape. It's going to basically mean the Ents get to catch up and make up for the deficit that was caused by Kevster getting picked at the start of that last fight.
Well, we were talking about how when you have that Farah in the mix, right? It puts a lot of pressure onto your hit scan, right? So a lot of pressure on the Sparker here, and they'll actually drop the brick. So Landon's actually going to play the map.
Farah.
So yeah, this has to be for the Farah, right? Yeah,
and it's reasonable. I mean, Baptiste is decent at dishing out damage if he has to. Also with Air Matrix, Farah just kind of dies instantly, but we're a little way away from that one. It's orbital raid time first, folks. Bob, the doorman, sets up. And it's going to be Vistola pushing him with that Terror Surge that, frankly, Space Station don't have the architecture to fight their way out of.
Do you like the map kind of concession, though? I feel like, so in theory, right, it's definitely better against the Farah, can put down some damage. I know the healing, obviously, sustained pretty good, Immortality Field. Just the rally is such an ease of use ultimate, right? It's just really easy to get value out of the rally, and especially where you're going to be fighting in this map a lot of the time, where Ent wants to fight. It feels like it's going to be an automatic high value ultimate as long as Kellex doesn't die early during it.
Which is possible, but happens pretty rarely in these kind of setups, especially with that Juno healing. Hardy wants to advance. Kellex needs to stay out of this sight line here to really get that rally going when it needs to be there. Maywall here, broken up to some degree, still makes things slightly awkward for Ents as they quite happily disengage away from their Terror Surge, though. That's Hardy not really using it in a position where there's any punishment or any real displacement. Now they've got to cross to the point. Ents have been able to drag this round out really well, and with the Farah, this is exactly their game plan.
You trade the Terror Surge for the rally, though, and I mean, that's a pretty good trade there
Absolutely.
for Space Station, right? They end up sending the Bob to the point, and that moves Ents off of it, allows them to take.
Yeah, it looks like the Bob not ready enough to keep them contesting it here. Spark has already gone down to Kevster, though. The Blizzard from Backbone is, well, it might catch Kellex. He spent enough time out of it, I think, actually, to avoid being frozen in general. And without Sparking out, you're in trouble. Vistola wants to push up, and now I think this has got to be the death blow. An orbital ray that comes up with very good timing. Space Station's only keeps Hardy alive, prolonging things. But it should be Ents now comfortably coming out of this round. And if Space Station want to mirror this Ents team, at least in terms of the core of their comps, that might be dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, you're in trouble against Kevster when he's playing the Farah, even when you have a lot of hit scan pressure. When the hit scan is gone off the table and you're fighting that close quarter scenario, I mean, good luck, right? It's just a matter of time. But I feel like Space Station started off pretty well for them, right? They were actually able to trade the Terror Surge for the rally. There was no orbital ray yet on the other side, but you lose Shockwave, huge source, Sparker, who's a huge source of the damage at that time. And it's really difficult for them to bounce back.
Space Station here, again, the May is great in a lot of scenarios here. I think if we're heading over to Control Center, it's completely reasonable to take it here. And yeah, Kevster switching off the Farah to the Genji basically gives that away to us. So here we go, slight adjustments here. And you'll notice now that Landon's not expecting Farah either because he's on that brick.
Yeah, this one of the probably worst points you can run far on.
Sauna will still do it, though.
Right? When you think about it, yeah, they will still do it. Twisted Minds will still do it, but anybody who wants to play or can play some other things with a little bit more flexibility will switch. It'll also be Kai over to Cassidy, so not afraid to get in a little bit of a close core battle with this lineup, but they should be. They take a lot of damage. The Maywall's separating players, and this one's going to go heavily in favor of Space Station to kick it off.
I mean, Ents want to fall back, but they can't fall back towards their spawn. They need to go back towards that middle room instead because of the Maywall that was put there. It didn't actually really catch anyone out necessarily. Maybe Sky was on the wrong side of it because they definitely got cornered, but yeah, that's just how powerful that ability is. It is ridiculous. So you can see it doesn't take much to break the Maywall, but the time spent is so crucial. And Hardy now just wants to push Ents around here. Vistola hoped to play up on the corner, but now all of Space Station can sit comfortably behind Hardy's bulk and weight. Kai was low. This is going to take Sky's attention for the time being. The Space Station fall back to the point here, allow Ents to move into what may be a trap.
Yeah, they try and catch Kai, like you mentioned, extremely weak is, and it's taking a lot of time here. The May Waltz, as you see, separating some players. That'll be an orbital strike here for Funny Astro as soon as they get that separation.
Hardy with a Terror Surge here, pretty darn good. Ooh, yep, no way Keps is getting out of that one. He does not have the dash or the mobility to avoid it. So just the Genji pick should be enough, especially the Ents have used a rally and couldn't keep him alive. This is disastrous for them.
Yeah, I mean, that's brutal. Right now, the rally is kind of just thrown in there for nothing, as you're not able to keep Kempster alive, as the Genji has definitely not been as impactful as we saw the Pharah be, right? It seems like the Pharah definitely was an issue for Space Station. Right now, the Genji is most certainly not.
Bomb gets in there. Wall will be cutting off any retreat for Ents now, but the Orbital Ray might keep them in fighting form, and it does. They're playing on the front foot now, getting Bob out of the way, and Vistola wants to get in Hardy's face, but there's a rally held in reserve for Landon. A big game changer potentially, but he's waiting for the blade from Kepster, I'd say. Deadeye catches Sparky, he just swung into that. Oh. Not sure what the idea is there. And the fight gets thrown away without Kepster having to go for the blade.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big turn there, because like you mentioned, they're playing around, okay, they get some of these ultimates out, they know there's no orbital rays available, no rally either, where Space Station has the rally advantage. And they end up getting picked off first, so no reason to end up popping the rally, especially with the blade still held on the other side. That was kind of their win condition there, and now though they'll be able to kind of farm up this orbital ray pretty quick, right? To let Funny Astro kind of soak up a lot of this healing as players are getting poked on and moving in, and then you'll have double support ult. You're in a good spot here still for Space Station to close this round out.
We're being nitpicky about that last fight. I mean, Space Station are so far ahead of this round now, with both support ultimates developed. Can say much the same for Ents though. A pivotal engagement here.
Yeah,
Ents get
quick.
through this, they might have this round wrapped up, and the map. Here's Landon, sitting back on this now, but the orbital ray means he can try and help Hardy, who's low. Blade comes out, Landon pops a rally, but it's too late to stop Kevster from getting Sparker first. And in the end, Landon never touches Kev. 2 blade kills for Ents. They brave the storm, their Space Station brought to bear. And now SSG have to reset yet again, 50% coming up for Ents.
I mean, it's a really nice blade from Kev. It seems like he actually kind of like dashes even towards Landon, gets an early pick, and then able to kind of circle his way back towards the rest of the team. Get some much needed support as Space Station is definitely, with this one starting to get a little bit scary of slipping away, as Backbone does have the rally. You could also send Bomb to the point here.
Solid dynamite damage for Stola, really forces the fight here. I like the combo of the Deadeye and the Terror Surge. Both individuals, Kai and Stola, get eliminations off of that. And now Space Station are in trouble. They used the Bob there as well. They're going to have to pin all their hopes on a Blizzard.
Yeah, they most certainly didn't expect Ents to get that aggressive, right? So Sparkle actually go to Tracer. I wonder if he's actually going to get caught out here by Kai. The recall used.
Nice off angle though. Funny Astro is under some serious pressure. 92 and counting, but Ents may have overextended here. Kai would hope for a little bit more. Landon can't really get into touch. Anybody on the side of Space Station, they have at least been able to trigger that overtime. So someone's there. And they flipped it back. Now Ents are in trouble. Have to come up small to stop this. Kai gets staggered out really painfully. And he won't be in this fight when it matters.
Kempster does get a touch here. You're going to have both tanks going over to the Maul guys. It looks like Kempster pushed off the point there for a little bit. Touches gets a recall.
Ents with Lucio here in Calex's position. That Blizzard we were talking about earlier now. Space Station can try and use that to even up this map. It's Vistola going down first now. Blizzard throwing up, but nobody from Ents really around it. It's the orbital ray that causes Ents to trend backwards to benefit from it further. But Space Station look like they have this one wrapped up. Ents just get a little too hungry and stumble.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they saw with that little bit of a window of opportunity, right? Where they pushed deep into the spawn. I guess it worked the previous time, but you had the Deadeye plus Terror Surge combination, right? Without really having to make many changes for Space Station, right? Just bringing in Hadi on the Maga gives you an opportunity to kind of keep that support backline. Ends up getting the rally at the end. So we'll see now for SSG. Could be a little bit of a pocket Reinhardt pick. I mean, we've seen a lot of Reinhardt today here in the EMEA. So we'll see if the originals kind of go back to it.
Yeah, Space Station were the team that really wrote the script for what we're seeing from SR Peak Check. Not that Cloudy wasn't a pioneer of Ryan in his own right. Space Station were doing it in the Overwatch League. And they were shocked.
I assume Kempster plays the Pharah here. Yeah, so we'll see if the Pharah is as impactful as it was in our first point. So this is going to put a lot of pressure on the Sparker, and he already takes some damage trying to cross the bridge.
Hardy as well can push up into this. Yeah, it's also with the TP in their midst, that's a little bit nerve-wracking, I think, for the back line. Space Station don't opt to make use of it yet, though. Really just a foreshadowing, if anything. TP's now expired, but the really Ents have made no inroads in trying to get Hardy out of the way here. He's happy to play these corners. Vistola trying to deny that, shift him away from it, and it's worked out, especially with Lana now falling. Kai's been able to find that first pick. Backbone not on the signature May here, so doesn't have the same long-range potential. I might be kidding that he had in previous iterations of this map for SSG.
Now, like we talked about in the last series, right? If you're going to have that Rhine, the Sim seems to be a must pick going with it. And we saw a few times there, right? And Vistola would use his cooldowns, go in, see if he can kind of like bully Hardy out, see if they can create some space. Then he kind of fall back to the rest of the team if he's not able to do so. And then finally, he gets in position. They're able to get a kill. And that's when they full commit to going on in.
SSG have plenty of options to cross to play the point here. They don't have to walk up laboriously. But they will like to head over towards that right room here at Lana. Okay, lucky. Almost got picked off. There's some dynamite ticking damage as Kai is getting closer to that first bomb. Here is that TP, and Space Station are now crawling over the point, setting up the Sim turrets. It's Ents that have to disengage for a moment, but look to come back in now as the orbital ray from Sky gives them every reason to fight. Ketzer goes down first. Backbone's able to find him as he probably gets too close to some of those turrets and is an easy target. With that Symmetra wall, Space Station can play from behind this, but Vistola has not allowed the point to flip on him. And still with 4, can fight this, but without Orisa, it becomes less and less likely they'll win.
Yeah, didn't want to invest anything else into a losing effort here for Ents as Ketzer comes off the spawn, gets Funny Astra, but he'll fall, so that's just a contest. Get them near 60%, but Space Station did a great job using the TP as a bit of a bait, then kind of getting on the point. Amp Matrix, they had the orbital ray going, and then Backbone Sim wall there at the end to seal the deal, even with Ketzer trying to use that barrage from up above.
Kev here, you'll notice, is playing up towards the left a little bit more here. A couple conks here make it a little bit hard for Space Station to get best use of Hardy. Shatter finds 2. Kai and Sky were knocked to the ground, but Vistola stands in their way. Soaks that damage, and so no follow-up on the Shatter is possible. Still, Ents are no closer to the point than they were before that Ryan ultimate was thrown down. Kevster is still trying to unravel this sweater slowly, but Kai's a little bit low at the back of the pack here. Can't take too many risks. Sparker, though, at long range is picked off, and Kevster now can start to really threaten this point. I think it's just the Symmetra here, a Backbone who can't do anything when Kev decides he wants to fight.
Well, that was Sparker actually using a Deadeye. It looked like probably from that house over the bridge, and it was actually interrupted there by Kellex. So Kellex using the rally goes in with a shield bash, connects on the Sparker. Nothing with that Deadeye, and you're able to take out the Cassidy really fast after that. So a nice early pickoff there from Ents. Kevster just playing to the side of the point, constantly harassing, then becomes the one to jump on, get the touch.
72% and counting. Space Station here. Tough to get a good air matrix off now. You can't play bridge because you're at risk of getting conked into the abyss. You can throw it up on one of the sides of the point. Space Station want Ents to push into them eventually, but not until they're really set up here. So here's a TP. They actually try and go to the right side. It's going to be an air matrix they throw down, but Kenz's able to shelter from it on the point. He can't be seen by anyone behind that Baptiste ultimate. Immortality field is mostly ignored because Space Station are forced to position away from it now. Kellex and Sky fall, though. Spark has been able to find 2 huge kills here in Space Station. Fight back when it matters. Don't even need the BAP ult to do it either.
Oh man, as I really like the way that Ents played that even in the loss, where the Sim TP comes through from Backbone and actually kind just throws the Bob at it, and the Bob starts just, you know, focusing fire on players coming through that teleporter. But Space Station in desperately need of another fight win here is Kevster taking this position yet again, right? He takes this off angle, just trying to put down some damage onto Hardy, who's trying to desperately hold this bridge.
Shatter up for Hardy again, but it's getting past the Orisa has a problem. Yep, straight away, Fortify and Javelin Spin. So even the down targets behind Vistola are protected. Landon's Immortality field there expires. I guess they were trying to play aggressively, peeking behind of it, but he gets rid of Kai. That's devastating for Ents now. Hardy, though, conked off the map, could be even worse. We're down to a 4 versus 4, and Ents waste no time in getting over to the point itself. Sky should be able to keep Kellex topped up, though. The BAP is a little bit low for the time being. Space Station know they can bide their time. Kellex never got the healing that he needed, apparently, and Sky is also worse for wear. Funny Astro, they're not able to touch here, and a Javelin connects with Backbone. That Sim is under extreme duress, and Vistola, if he needs it, has that Terra Surge, but Hardy and Sparker have gone to work on it. Vistola needs Kai to get involved. Terra Surge to try and draw people out into his line of sight. It's Vistola finding Sparker at least, but Hardy still stands tall. And without Orisa, there's nothing to be done here. Space Station, clutch, Li Xiang Tower out. An electrifying 2 versus 2 results in SSG squeaking through.
The biggest thing is them actually getting Kellex there at the beginning of that. You were talking about how Kellex really low, Sky trying to heal him up. Sparker actually ends up picking up that kill, and he's very close to a rally. Probably would have just like played that corner, ends up getting a rally on the point. Would have been devastating for SSG to deal with, but Sparker coming up huge with some kills there on the cast.
On multiple occasions, there are multiple fights. They're like 2 versus 3s, or even worse situations for SSG, and Sparker just emerges and finds 2 random kills on the Cassidy. All of a sudden, SSG well and truly in the driver's seat, threatening to take the game away. This was the whole map that we saw without any, not without a serious attempt at running that Malga composition. We saw it, running back at the end of Control Center here. But this game promises to be an absolute barn burner after that map.
Yeah, we've seen SSG run the Malga here on Li Xiang Tower, but also probably knowing that there's going to be the Pharah on the other side, and that's how they want to play. Probably just kind of put that Malga away here for the time being. The first round, Kepster I thought was phenomenal on the Pharah. Definitely gave SSG a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it gave them the absolute business. It wasn't a particularly close round at all. But, heading on towards Control Center, he also had some fantastic Genji moments, but in theory, really could have just taken things away at the end of that round, but they pushed into the spawn of SSG with Kai on this flanking angle of Cassidy that looked fine until, well, they started to get blown apart. That was, again, Sparker starting to fire back in a big way. This was, pretty stunning. And again, ENCE keep this one very, very competitive. They stop this Deadeye. He does get run over. It looks like a Kellex bash was involved here, but this is the end of the game. This is Sparker saving SSG. This takes some time to develop here as well, but he gets there in what ends up being a 2 versus 2. Just breaks this wide open, and nobody gives him the time of day somehow.
Yeah, 3 kills there towards the end from Sparker proves to be the difference. So both teams fairly evenly matched throughout this, right? I know the healing, very close aim in terms of damage. So kind of what we knew, right? ENCE and SSG, the 2 best teams in EMEA, very evenly matched back and forth really throughout the entire year.
And we're getting to see Hardy play some of that Reinhardt on that last map. That's always fun to watch, making great use of that Symmetra in general, even if they're just baiting with a turret, throwing a bunch of their turrets around the point, making it hard for Kevster, who wants to touch contest a little bit, but can't fully commit lest he gets slowed and then burned down by that loose end Sim on the point. A lot of nuance in that particular round, which is, normally a real test of fundamentals in Overwatch, playing those control maps. So here we go. Hybrid, Clash/Flash, Push and Escort still available, of course, in this pool. And honestly, there are so many maps that you can take this team to.
Yeah, it feels like really pretty open here for ENCE, and also depending on what they want to do in terms of tank, right, between Chase and Vistola, who they want to play, why they want to play it, right? I think that'll kind of dictate where they decide to end up going here, right? A lot of King's Row, a lot of Runasapi from the teams in EMEA. Surabasa. So Surabasa also happens to be, I feel like the last few Flash plays we've watched here in EMEA seem to be Surabasa, maybe just trying to interrupt some of these teams in what they want to do with having that.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that they would do it, but you're also eliminating the possibility of getting dragged into a Clash map fiesta here by just, trying to take a reasonable sort of Flashpoint map here, one that you're relatively comfortable on, and try and walk away with here. It's probably that also ENCE feel favored in a Orisa mirror. So heading over to Suravasa is definitely the best look, although we definitely saw a little bit of variation on Suravasa from SRP check in that previous game, right? A little bit of Ryan, a little bit of Sigma, but this might just be what ENCE want to do. They just want to play the Orisa comp. Fair enough. This is where they do it. Kev on the Genji most likely as well.
Yes, let's see how this ends up working out for ENCE. Feels like a little bit of a must-win map type of scenario for them, as I think once Space Station obviously gets what they like to work rolling and they know it works, it feels like their confidence just, you know, jumps up, and they feel like they're obviously unbeatable, and then they're very difficult to get out of the way, right? I think when you can start to make them doubt themselves a little bit by winning a few fights off of the comps that they want to play, and making it a little bit difficult, I think that's when you can possibly take advantage and beat them. But Ents will come here. It'll be both Hadi and Vistola playing the Orisa, and it looks like we're just gonna get a Mei versus Genji matchup. That's going to be the only difference here. Look, Backbone was phenomenal splitting players off with the Mei, and I also would say in terms of the hit scan, you definitely felt Sparker's impact a little bit more than Kai's there, at least in map 1.
I think these are the two comps that really encapsulate what these two teams are trying to do right now. Orisa definitely strongest in this meta, but it's that variation of DPS that shows the team's true colors. Backbone's Mei has been incredible, been very, very good, and brings a level of utility that Genji can't often hope to match. But it's Kev's individual mechanics and prowess that gets Ents across the line in that comparison, as far as I'm concerned. We will see that early Mei warp there, but not really affecting Ents, as they were happy to take a more neutrally sort of positioned fight. Lana might be caught here, yep. Little shield bash from Kellex. He saw blood in the water, but can't capitalize.
Yeah, he actually gets away with a defensive Mei wall there from Backbone, and now the rest of the team need to go down, try and get the supports in the way here for SSG, as the points fastly flip.
Yeah, I mean, see, Kev there as well knows he can't pop himself up in the air for too long. Sparker will punish him, so he tries to drop below that sight line now, and flipped it back, and now are ahead, and here comes Funny Astro from SSG. They are trying to retake here. And behind the orbital array, I think they'll be allowed by Ents, who haven't developed any support ultimates until just now.
Yeah, fast orbital array, right? Because Landon, Backbone, Hadi taking so much damage there at the start. This is already the third transfer of the point we've had.
Here we go. Beat me up.
So it's going to go right back the other way as well. I mean, it's a chaotic start here to serve.
I guess you just respect this now after Space Station, but they don't get far enough back. Ents says, no, we have an orbital array. We're not just going to let you disengage. We have the raw mobility of that Genji to make sure you're not getting out alive. And Hadi, oh, buddy. Tough day out of the office, huh?
Man, it is brutal, especially with not many places here, I know, on Survasa to jump off the side, especially ones close to our first point. That's going to be like 15-20% extra gain there before our next fight by Ents, doing a great job just staggering out that Ryan.
Ents also, you'll notice that Vistola wanted to push up and got a Mei wall thrown behind him. He and Kev are there. If you try and turn tail and break the wall and run back, you might lose a player. So instead, they just go aggressive and get a second kill on Space Station, so they can't be punished by the Mei wall. That's honestly brilliant. And they're still sitting on 4 big ultimates. That's a Space Station here, so you do have a shot. SSG have to basically throw it all at them, though. Landon has to get out of the Terror Surge first and foremost. Has a rally available. No need to make use of it, though, as Kellex dies with ult in hand, and Ents will commit the bomb at the very least. They are going to try and go for this. Backbone, tough kill to find, taken down. So you have a 4 versus 4. Kev's trying to contest here, but eventually needs to step off as Kai doesn't escape the Javelin's scrutiny. He will be blended.
Yeah, Kev and Sky, though, with a kill on the opposite side of the map, so maybe this is a fightable here for Ents, as Vistola also back in the action.
Yeah, you probably have a numbers advantage here, and with Hadi as low as he is, that's a flashpoint win for Ents. Again, it's really these couple random kills at the end of fights that are deciding this game.
And you also don't need to use the Blade there for Kevster, right? So you have Rally plus Blade. You know that Space Station just ended up using their Rally to end up taking that last point. So potentially a opportunity here at the beginning of this second flashpoint for Ents. An opportunity to use that Blade and take control of it early.
Backbone has the option of using the Blitzer defensively on top of his own team to stop the Blade, or throw it at the orbital raise path. Denying that from Ents. So what the plan ends up being now is we do again just have a bit of a poke war. Ents have better positioning towards the point. They thought they caught Vistola there briefly. You'll have to sheepishly back up there behind the Javelin spin. He's too low though. Space Station don't go for it. They want to have Ents grouped on point maybe for this Blizzard, but because they're too late to stop the flip, Ents can just pull off.
Maywall split off, and it even feels like, though, when we've seen the Blizzard thrown at the orbital array, it doesn't really stop anything from happening. It still feels like the orbital array is still extremely impactful.
It's rare where it's a big difference maker against it. Yeah, defensive wall. Okay, throw that one down here. Kevster hasn't bothered going for the blade yet, but it does mean the last bit of that orbital ray can't be used by Ensign. Our space station move back in with their own. Still, though, they've had no time on point. They've never fully capped it. They need to flip that first and then start thinking about it, but Ensign not allowing this to occur. Terra Surge moves Bomb out into the open, which is not really a consideration for Vistola. He just wants enemies in there. Smarkus Bob is down now. Kevster takes a little bit of a hit and can't quite reach the Juno. We'll just settle for Landon, I guess. And Funny Astra's got nowhere to go. That's a backline dead to the blade.
Yeah, he did not want to settle, like you mentioned. He wanted that kill onto the Juno, and you see the Blizzard drop during the orbital array there when ends up using that ultimate, but they just kind of stop. They still have some of the effects of it as well, right? So not as impactful as maybe you thought there. So that'll be the second flashpoint quickly over to Ents.
Might make a quick one of this Suravasa game at this rate. There wasn't much the space station could do there. They never actually touched the point. But again, they were at a distinct ult disadvantage. Rally Orbital Ray and Blade were staring them down. Now things probably feel a little bit more reasonable for them. They will play out in the open and allow Ents to push into this balcony position.
So we'll see now Ents controlling this high ground, right? If really it's on Kai to be able to find something, as that'll be a Maywall of the choke to the left there, so trying to block some sight line. At least allowing them to enter in. It's a Dynamite here connected from Spark on a few players on the high ground.
Good poke. Very good poke, honestly, for Space Station. Constantly below 50%. Our Ents contesting this now becomes a potentially lethal endeavor. Forward they come. Landon does lose that shield, but just steps back and allows Hardy to take center stage with this Terra Surge. Wall doesn't keep Vistola trapped on the point, but Kai and Kellex certainly are.
Yeah, and the orbital ray there used for Ents, you don't really get any value out of it. It's going to be double support ult used there by Space Station, but an absolutely must-win scenario in terms of a fight kicking off the point, right? So you have to end up using both of those. Probably have a decent idea. Kellex is not really farmed up a rally just yet. I do think they have to be a little bit careful, though. Space Station giving the high ground up yet again here to Ents, right? You're going to be able to get that Bob can like take an off angle and then some serious shots there from Kai.
Here comes the Bob. This is from Space Station. Kai is one of his own now. Wow, I don't know if you want to be here. Bob won't save you from this Orisa pressure, unfortunately. It's easy enough for Hardy to take him down. And the Bob will basically spend most of his time shooting at a nigh impervious target.
Yeah, I mean, you'll take that trade, right? If you're SSG, like the Bob using that close quarter scenario, you end up losing Landon, I believe, early on. But still, you get a bunch of players trapped in there with the May. It's pretty tough to deal with. There's another Dynamite connection here from Sparker. Stan's walking out of the spawn.
Trying to release signal strength here. It's going to be a defensive wall thrown up. Maybe there was hope that Vistola will be caught there, but not even close, really. Terra Surge is definitely an option now. Space Station are losing out in the poke war, and they're really getting folded into a compromising position, having to play for these archers.
SSG back up because they have this orbital ray. Yeah, they back up, they farm the orbital ray, they don't want to fight with the rally. Now they want to go fight behind this.
That's brutal. I don't know if that wall there from Space Station stops anyone from Ents from coming in, but Sky getting obliterated there, clearly caught out and didn't have a route of retreat. This will end things for Ents. It's a flashpoint now for Space Station as they finally decide to participate in Suravasa gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, that's the right play from SSG there. They end up using the rally for Ents. They kind of push on in, back up. No reason to fight that at that moment. You end up farming the rally. Still, you just give up the point for a little bit of time, and then you come back with an orbital ray, and you're in a fantastic spot. So, really nice play there from SSG. Kind of played that perfectly there in that final fight.
This iconic flashpoint coming up here, this one. All events stuck close to that corner now as Hardy wants to swing them a little bit wide. The wall here means Vistola has to eat some more of this damage, so they come forward and now get that orbital rate going. Disengage behind the Blizzard. Vistola obviously doesn't care. Fortify will get him through the entire duration of that, and that is the brick stun on Kevster. Makes it awkward for him to actually get ult value, and now Landon brings him down with the whip shot. Landon controls Kevster perfectly there. The Bobbies have concern. They're going to have to back away a little bit behind this hyper ring. That's fortunate. Ents get a reprieve after losing their Genji.
Yeah, just a brief moment of pause, right? As Kai actually takes out Sparker, takes an off angle here. This could be
No one can really do anything about this. Funny Astro is too busy looking at people to heal. Kai has no equal at this point. The Sparker not involved. So Ents will be able to clean up here and elongate this fight. Crucially, this one gets dragged out big time.
Dude, and Sparker had the bob, right? So Kai coming around the corner, getting that big kill. That could have been, I know, a bob onto the point, start things off, putting down some damages. Kevster not there at the time, so huge play there by Kai, just trying to close this out in map number 2 here for Ents.
75% and counting. This would be it. Space Station need to get going. They did win that previous flashpoint. Facing down a little bit now from Ents. Both those support ultimates going to be quite crucial here. The Juno one will be developed, but Funny Astro goes down. Oh, with Orbital Ray of all things! It's a disaster! It's a complete catastrophe for Space Station! And not even Sparker can bail them out this time. They get a flip briefly, 1 kill for the hitscan player, but Ents are going to have this one wrapped up for us. And after a little bit of an awkward Lijiang Tower, they'll be able to tie the series here on Suravasa.
Yeah, it looked like a completely different team here on Suravasa. I know the Genji pretty impactful. I think, though, for me, the biggest difference was Kai started to come alive, right? I know map number 1, we were talking about how Sparker definitely felt his impact a little bit more, but Kai with some huge kills there, clutching up there for Ents.
Flanco, of course, you know, taking Sparker down while he had Bob available, which is really crucial, and it really just stretches that fight out. And start with control on that flashpoint. They end it with about 45%, and that just sort of keeps going. You've got to look back and wonder how they lose Funny Astro so early at the start of that engagement. There was enough time to be a bit more meticulous about your approach to come in and contest that flashpoint, but your Juno goes down with that orbital ray. It's the worst possible outcome for a first pick against you, and it was utterly unsalvageable.
Yeah, it's the worst possible death at the moment. I think the way they're able to collapse, right, is they can just close the gap so fast with the Genji, right? If you want to use the speed ring with the Orisa, get in, I know, a spear onto a Juno and then like a dash on through. Basically, the Juno's already dead, right? You can kill her extremely fast if you can access her, and that's exactly what they did at the end.
Really feverish fighting, though, over quite a few of these points. You saw a nice blade there from Kevster as he's able to take the whole back line down, but here Kevster gets pretty much ruined as he tries to go for the blade. Stunned up basically straight away. Wall comes up and he can't quite get over it. That pick there, though, that's a game winner, 100%. And with Sparker being taken down first, Kai knows full well that there was nobody that can do anything about this. You can see how they try and stay out of his line of sight, but that requires playing on the point there, which is also not where SSG want to be at all.
Right, like look at that position it puts Funny Astro in, right? He wants to move all the way back. So this is, I think, the kill here at the end. Yeah, so you see they do the speed ring, they get right in with the Genji. They also have the rally going as well, so could have been like a stun potential there onto Funny Astro. So they use just about everything to collapse onto the Juno of SSG, and this one completely dominated by Ents.
I mean, in terms of like the damage stats, there's really nothing that separates these two teams there, but it's the little things, right? It's those first picks, it's ult economy as well, something that doesn't always represent here in the numbers. And this is kind of how we will talk about the narrative for this matchup, is that once again we find ourselves in a metagame where Ents on the composition seem to be a little bit better. There are some maps I think that are going to allow SSG to like play that Mei variation for Backbone, who does have a Genji, by the way. It's just not something we really see from SSG. Not as prolific Genji region as maybe North America is, but Kevster is always designed to be a difference maker. That's why a guy earns the big bucks. That's why he comes in and these teams are built around him. And you still at least have someone like Landon, who is an incredible brig player, who in often very difficult situations can find ways to neutralize that blade, neutralize the effect of Kevster. But over like a 5-map series, that is a lot to ask, I think, from one brig.
I mean, Kev can play the Mei as well, right? It probably just feels like playing the Pharah, and the Genji gives themselves a better opportunity in order to win. So now SSG with a map choice. Let's see, where would you want to go if you're a Mei favorite, right? Is it Runasapi?
So
is it maybe it's a King's Row?
Right now they're picking Runasapi and Gibraltar when they lose maps. So those are the most common selections from them right now. They don't seem to have like a particularly strong affinity for any one hybrid map, but we're probably going to end up there if this series goes along. So yeah, okay, Gibraltar. Yep.
So Gibraltar. This is the one where they bring in KSA and they play Diva with the Mei and try and control server room in the lower bridge.
Yeah, that's right. I think that this map's going to get very interesting if/when we get into the shuttle phase. Kai obviously is a great Widowmaker player, but I've often seen him opt out of taking those duels when they're offered. So we are definitely almost certainly going to have like KSA come in here. The inside. Okay, so Chase comes in. We are going to see probably two very different styles here then if we have KSA.
Are you going to see Winston here potentially from Ints? Yeah, probably a Winston-based composition in the setup here for Ints. And yeah, and we'll see if there's a sub here for SSG. And yep, this makes sense. It's a KSA. So no zoomed in Roadhog picture today. It'll be a Sigma for KSA. What?
I don't know how that came about. That was quite funny.
I love we had a zoomed in, I think it was a Roadhog too in one of the weeks you were gone, when you were on your yacht or wherever you were at.
Repeat that last part?
You're on vacation.
Yeah, I love vacations. I take them all the time. All right, here is Watchpoint Gibraltar coming up. It's 1-1 in this series. It was a very awkward end to Lijiang Tower, I think. Ents probably felt like that's a map that they allowed to get away from them, but Suravasa was one that they locked up with absolute certainty. And so SSG go, right, well, we're going to try out our Gibraltar strat again. A map where, like you said, Diva and Mei find their way into the composition here. And frankly, it's really annoying. I mean, KSA tends to be everywhere. Also, the Mei on the attack side is pretty effective because enemy Divas get slowed enough that sometimes they can't get back up to the high ground if the Mei gets on them. So they kind of get caught out in the open and can't sort of translate between the ledges. See SSG do that in the past. And still going to be on, this Winston, almost certainly. And I do like the Kevstick Genji. I think it's, for this part of the map, right, you just need something that handles verticality a little better.
Yeah, and it's an interesting wrinkle here, obviously, with the Ana in the mix as well, right? When we see a lot of Winston, we see a lot of Ana played. The Nano so good for Winston as SSG. Look at this. They probably have a read, right? Because Chase comes into the game. Obviously, you expect him to play the Winston. They actually don't even play the Nano, so they'll play the Reaper, but that is a silly bio grenade.
I mean, Chase goes down. Probably no surprise. He does dive on Diva and on Reaper, excuse me. But yeah, I mean, Sky really just has his pick of when to throw that down. As long as there's no defense matrix active, these bios are going to be big.
So this is definitely going to put a lot of pressure on Chase, though, right? Between like Hinder and the Reaper and whatnot, and even the Diva, right? I know micro missiles get a nerf, but still extremely powerful.
They're still powerful enough to mean that Winston has to try and work around the Diva more so than take her on at face. So we are through to a degree. Bionade there as well, but you can see they're waiting for it. Landon was ready.
Yeah, they don't want to jump down here and challenge, right? They don't want to put that Winston in that type of situation, so they're just trying to poke here a little bit, see if they can kind of catch one out as Keps are able to live and get back to the high ground.
They're getting some good damage here, I will say that much. There's the bio, 3 players caught by that one, and it's time to get involved. Winston really knows how to work with the Bionade, that's for sure. Not even the strongest of shields can protect Space Station against that.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like Ana's kit at this point is just created to work hand in hand with Winston in terms of the tank. Backbone not able to make it out, so it'll be another fight win here for Ents, and I think things will actually get a little bit easier for Ents here, right? You have the Nano, so Chase can play really aggressive in terms of what he would like to do, and then really just kind of ultimates galore here across the board for both teams. So a huge fight, but I think this probably still favors Ents.
The counter dive here that we'll probably see is Space Station maybe see Sky want to push into server room a little bit. They're actually going around the other way, so this allows them to touch the cart whilst exposing themselves the least here. So they get to the cart. Spark hit with the Bionade though. Keep an eye on that health bar. Tries the Deadeye for survival sake. Chase says, what are you doing? Okay, thanks for that one.
Yeah.
Server room here going to be taken up.
This is just the primal used here by Ents. This is really good.
It also means you can cycle into your next primal potentially a little faster on the next rotation. Such a cheaply won fight for Ents.
Yes, I know now you're going to be able to use that Nano onto the Winston, let the Winston farm up even more, or you decide to Nano the Genji, right? I mean, you got Nano Blade, right? I mean, that is a fight-winning condition.
You just don't want to get stunned by the Brig. If you can avoid that, you're probably fine.
It would feel like a waste of both ultimates if you did it. The safer option, I think, is definitely the win.
I like the off-angle idea with the Bio there, but Sky doesn't connect it. Slow enough cooldown though. It's going to be Mana Blade coming in from Kevster, and he hits the backline like a ton of bricks. Funny Astro had landed, torn to pieces. And KSA likely to be staggered out for the rest of eternity on that high ground. Man, Spawn is a long way away. So is, by the way, the nearest ledge. KSA is...
This sucks.
No.
Slapped.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
That's going to buy, like, what, 15, 20 seconds, right? And we're below a minute. You have Bob available here for ENCE. This has been perfect on defense, playing especially into this really difficult comp to deal with at times. The Reaper in the mix.
Backbone has not been a fixture of this map at all. Has not had the opportunity to do what Reaper does best, and Sky Reaper has a off-angle or good shield from land, and he knew that had to happen. Now Sky's in an awkward spot. Him getting to the point can be disrupted by KSA on the way here. That might have been a little bit too much of a gambit to make here. Here's Bob, going to be knocking, or attempting to knock KSA down. Doesn't actually work out. Lennon has to go for the rally here, though. Bionade on KSA. Surely that's a D-man, can force the self-destruct. Can anybody find the Baby Diva behind that? Answer's no. Here comes ENCE. Yeah, again, still no cap, of course, and Chase is low, though. Can't dance the bubble nearly well enough. So Space Station will get through. Finally, that checkpoint.
Yeah, their opportunity, I think, was taking out KSA when they get the D-Mech and he uses the self-destruct. Getting the kill there would have been huge. You did connect with a few players with a bio grenade when the rally was coming out, but didn't have the, like, if you would have had a nano there for Chase, I think it probably is a fight that the ENCE can definitely end up taking, but you just don't have the survivability, especially to stand toe-to-toe with the Reaper there on the point.
This is where we saw SSG be the most annoying with this comp. D.Va is obviously pretty good at giving you some degree of shuttle control. Also playing for that high ground could be good, but that bio was, yeah, pretty rough. Kellex and Lena, though, traded out, so it's just the Briggs here. Chase is obviously very wary of getting too close to that orbit array. Is lucky to get out alive, I must say. Quick little heal. And to get back in the fight, but Kai was left on an island in the meantime. Awkward stuff here for ENCE, but it's not easy to play around Juno Ultimate at the best of times.
Yeah, but I mean, how do you fight this if you're ENCE, right? It's going to be Kevster jumping down. It's going to be Kellex actually using the rally here just to stay alive, and it's going to be a switch to the Curie just to get back. And Chase, as soon as that primal, I mean, don't have it anymore. He's just going to disintegrate.
Not, his heart was not in that blade at all. Yeah, he's just like, oh, what am I doing here? Okay, well, free checkpoint for SSG. All of a sudden, they've got a pretty decent time bank and a shot at ending the map. ENCE just honestly gets snowballed out of the shuttle phase, which is a thing that happens.
I mean, so do you swap off of this Winston? I mean, I feel like it's... I feel like it works so well on the first point, but I think it... I mean, yeah, I don't know, right? What do you do? This is kind of where it hurts sometimes, obviously, making some changes to bring in the tanks, right? It gives you a little bit of a different look, but also a readable
Sky to keep hitting that Bionade off cooldown. And you try and win this way, I think. Here's a grouping. And Sky just poking out in the open. This is an utter capitulation here from ENCE. They might have left Space Station really back into this map in a huge way. 1 minute 45 on the clock, and that checkpoint fast approaching. Kai's Bob will help to a degree, but he's body blocked short of the point. Kellex able to step up here now on the Brig. The Winston bubble might help to some degree, but Funny Astro has an orbital raid. Kai, that's a big kill on Sparker, but more needs to be done here with that Kevster and Kellex, and oh my word. That is a crash out of titanic proportions.
I mean, we go from what, like almost a first point hold to just a speed run through the rest of the map. Crazy turn of events there. As I really like the way that they use that towards the end. So Sparker uses the Deadeye, and they actually everybody goes for cover behind the same thing for ENCE, like one of these boxes to the right there, and it's a TP from Backbone, like directly behind them, and it forces like some players out, and that's where Sparker ends up getting a kill there with the Deadeye. So really neat setup there from SSG.
Smart play. ENCE were grouped up. It's just what Reaper wants. It's definitely going to frighten them if you TP right in front of them. And getting that free kill on Sky as a result. Very, very nice little piece there that Backbone just reacts to as the Deadeye goes off. Ents look so good on that first part of the map, and there's no reason why an Unicomp cannot succeed on the shuttle phase, but it is easier for attackers to get through if they do have that Diva. Now, Ents likely will go with a very similar comp. This is a really classic, dive look that Chase looks to bring. We did see them come out on the Orisa before, so Ents do have that option with Chase in here, but Winston always going to be the preferred option for him.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's something you have to consider going to, right? If you're kind of going up to the high ground constantly and the Reaper's blowing up the Winston, you have to, I feel like, at one point, concede to make some changes as Chase will jump up, try and put some damage down. Now is a great idea what everybody's playing here for Ents. So know that for Ents, you're going to have to go against this Reaper, right? Chase trying to be really careful playing against it, gets really low.
So that first very shallow dive was made there by Chase just to confirm that Reaper was in fact in the game. A little TP back to the high ground now. Ents been allowed to get around that first corner, but this is where it gets a little nastier. Reaper can drop down for free, much like Winston cycles his mobility, and then TP back up to safety if need be. Sparker also, this is a much more aggressive line that makes it a little bit difficult for Sky to play safely.
You do have a little bit of an advantage in terms of the range here for Ents, right? Playing the Ashe versus Sparker playing the Cassidy, where we saw, Kai being able to put down some nice shots, but I mean, when Sparker's hitting like this, I mean, it doesn't matter, right?
I mean, the accuracy really nice. I mean, this is probably north of 65%, which is very good for Cassidy, especially at these ranges. I mean, just straight up fighting an Ashe, okay. Yeah, I mean, this generates a ton of pressure. Also, gets you an ult very quickly. Sky, though, big bio. Oh, both DPS, surely not.
Yeah.
Just a misstep for Space Station there that Ents are more than happy to pounce on.
It felt like Ents needed something to go their way there, and that is most certainly it, right? The sleep from Sky. I think Sparker's probably surprised he got hit by it, right? It's just like right on the corner, just clips him. And then the bio connects to both DPS. Couldn't ask for a better opening there from Ents.
Just what they needed to really get going on this map. Against a comp that looked like it would give them some trouble. Now here, though, this is where Space Station won their previous Gibraltar game with this extremely pesky composition. Cut off like the avenues of entry here. Use Diva like aggressively, deny any Widow switch opportunity. You just can't afford to do that here. But Chase is in and amongst it, seeing that orbital rate come down. Then we'd probably like to play for the fringes here. Oh, the door! Yeah.
Oh, that sucks. I mean, we saw that coming, obviously. Chase saw it coming just way too late. But yeah, this is where SSG, like you mentioned, they controlled the high ground so well the other day. Made it absolutely suffocating, impossible to break through. And you see, they push up straight away with that same high ground holding it again.
Have come forward here to play these positions, even their supports.
Well, look at this. I mean, they play KSA in the doorway here, right? And then you can have, on the backside, Sparker in backbone coming through the other way. I know you're not going to barrel directly into the Reaper. If you do, then KSA is going to fly around the corner on the opposite side of the high ground. Barrel on through with the missiles. It puts you in a really rough spot. And obviously, nobody wants to be forced into taking the low ground. That would not result in anything positive.
This is the only window Ents can move up, just in between those rocket booster cooldowns of the Diva. Sparker bio, no, Kester, yep, okay, gets a bit of alone time with Funny Astro. And that'll be an instant breakthrough. Generally, it's tough for the Reaper comp to get through this part of the map once the door shuts. When there's like a far forward presence from Space Station, sorry, the Winston comp, but they do get there. I mean, it is just Kevster sneaking through when KSA couldn't cover both of those entry points.
I mean, he just gets to the top of the shuttle, and you see when it's a 1v1, when he's got Funny Astro in that Genji versus Juno matchup, the Genji definitely has its way with the Juno, just kind of floats in the air for a very long time, almost like Echo. In a way, so look at this Sky setting up in position, trying to get a big bio here. It jumps around the corner. That's the rally from Landon as well.
This makes up a lot of time. Almost all that you lost on that first phase of the map. Ents here have now got Nana into a much more oppressive spot, able to sit up in this high ground and have a lot of space. Sky needs to respect this though. Off the spawn is going to come Landon, probably looking to get a foothold up there, but not before KSA's demeched. So Space Station now going to have to think fast and find a way for this Reaper comp to work on these very long sight lines of the third phase.
Yeah, we'll see if there's any changes in store here for Space Station, because they're constantly also what happens here is like when you're constantly forced to just keep fighting over the cart and like in that position, it also makes it so much easier for Kai, right? And you know, all the pressure, all the fighting is pretty much done over the payload, and a lot of damage going Chase's way, including the supports, where the Deadeye here, see if they can kind of line anything up. It looks like everybody's going to make it back here for N, so that's going to give some space to SSG, but yeah, that longer sight line is definitely going to be good for the Ash
free
here.
kills there for Sparker, unsurprisingly. KSA is a little low for this, and even a self-destruct might not guarantee a remake now. Slept on the way up, but does get far enough down the line and whip-shotted back towards their team that he'll get out safe. Self-destruct here. KSA likes to just throw these sometimes, even if he's not looking for a big remake moment, but the blade on Funny Astro was huge. Orbital Ray got thrown down, but Funny Astro was a little bit loose of it. And Backbone, Death Blossoms into a deflect. Kevs has got this on lock.
Yeah, it's a lot of players really low there as Chase, you know, follows up there with the Primal Rage, gets on in, and that gets some of the ultimates out there. It's really Orbital Ray used there by Funny Astro and Co, and then that allows Kepster to push on in with the blade, as it looks like Backbone just trying to get
Still on the
slow
Reaper,
things
man.
down a little bit. So I mean, it's been good against the Winston. It's just not been great here on defense.
Yeah, hard to see how it's at its best. I guess you still dissuade the dives from Chase. KSA and O might be enough to do that on their own. They're going to be removed, though. Here come Ents to finish the map with a bit of a lead, about half a minute. Favoring blue side now as they get through pretty comfortably each stage of the map.
Yeah, this is such an interesting matchup between these two teams and these two comps here on Gibraltar. So typically, I know the Winston, obviously, as we saw, struggles going into the Reaper, but Space Station never really able to kind of get their footing there on defense, as they'll have another crack here yet again. Here's SSG with a minute 33 on the clock. Ents finishes with a bit more time, right? 2 minutes on the clock, where I think that also Kai having that longer range, right, definitely pays off here for Ents. He's not in harm's way as much as like Sparker is, and although when we were on with Sparker, right, you're seeing him put down lots of shots on the Cassidy and connecting with a lot. It wasn't like really necessarily like lethal damage, right? The range that he's fighting Kai in, like with the fall off and whatnot, it's not putting that much damage down on the Cassidy.
Now, the issue for Space Station was definitely this part of the map. Ents almost bled them dry. They were in overtime when they managed to capture that first objective. It's just too easy for Sky to get biotic grenades thrown down. Lennon, again, has the toughest job. Go and put your shield in the way of the bionade so we don't get hit by it. That is really hard to pull off when you have to go down the underpass with this comp.
So we'll see if SSG decides to change anything else up. As no, it also feels like you need the Diva, right? When, especially in this type of composition, going against the Winston, you need something to access high ground. But then also with the Ana in the mix, right? You can't just solely rely on, you know, dodging the nades or blocking them with the Brig Shield. You need like the defense matrix capabilities.
Kellex, obviously he can just try and protect Kaya from any of the return fire from Sparker. Give the Ash even more of a range advantage against the Cassidy. Big bio, not one you can really follow up on though, but the dynamite on top is, oof, that's pretty rough. Good poke here. Look at the ults on the DPS now start to develop, but Sparker's also been dishing it out. We're into the underpass now. Waiting for a bionade about now, and that one is one that Landon cannot prevent. He's so low, and yet Ents are so scared of the Reaper. Fighting him in that underpass that they let that go as well.
Yeah, well, I think they're waiting for another opportunity where you can combo as well, right? As Sky will end up with another bio grenade rather shortly.
It just came out, yeah.
See if it kind of gets tossed in here. Oh, yeah, he ends up getting hindered, so Chase not able to get back up to the rest of the team.
I think Astro is in trouble here. Oh my goodness, Sparker saves him, bails him out, okay. Oh, that hurts.
I thought for sure he was dead. I mean, that also, you know, some healing there as well allows Funny Astro to build towards Orbital Ray. Quite massive here for this final fight here.
Yeah,
on
go forward. Quick Ray here can give Space Station the checkpoint. Get through the hardest part of the map for them. Sparker taking some shots here. Deadeye's also up for the Cassidy. Sky has a nano though. This is good for Chase. He can drop in there, but they've got a touch. They've got a touch. They've got a touch. Oh!
Okay, so maybe are they going to play aggressive here and try and see if they can get some kills and stop
I guess
it
the
here?
fact that they're in overtime, right, doesn't really matter if they touch or not here. Giving up the checkpoint does matter, but still. Sparker here taken down by Chase. He's able to get in. And that nano boost eventually pays off. They're allowed to take their time, but to a self-destruct of all things, Chase falls. They've got to get KSA out of mech now. They know he can't refresh it, but the healing is so good. KSA just can't be killed. Somebody get him out of the tin can. Bionade surely is going to get them there, and Kellex fortuitously avoids the Deadeye. Kest is forced into a long-range deflect, which means he can't close the gap now and is still taking poke damage. I don't know what's happening here. Kellex tried to stall out, eventually falls here, and Space Station are on the road.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really weird and bad situation here. So Kai actually doing a lot of work here from the high ground. Okay, so now they finally get them off. If you lose that, if you're Ents, you are in so much trouble, right? They were kind of all in on getting a fight win there. You get chased back off the spawn. They never able to deal with Kai on the high ground. And that allows them to get the fight win. They wanted it probably before this door opened up, right? And
Yes.
I know you're able to get the fight win just directly on top of checkpoint A.
The touch is important because obviously it means now it's an extra team fight that like Ents would in theory have to win with only 2 minutes here. And they also had their fair share of early difficulty getting through. 2 minutes.
I mean, now if you're SSG, right, can you play underneath that bridge, right? And try and force a fight down there with the Reaper, and then let's say it doesn't work, you still have another fight on the checkpoint, right? Because it's going to take a little bit for the door to open up and kind of push on through, right? So you might have an opportunity to kind of like take a fight where it stalls the clock down below, and then another fight yet again to win.
You might have 3 fights, worst case, anyway.
Yeah.
Depends on what the spawn timings are after, like, when that first checkpoint gets taken. If it gets taken, you might not be able to come back in. So we're going to see, but it's a very close one. Only 2 minutes to get not just that checkpoint, but just a little further past it. That is an amount that really matters. That little extra distance that Space Station were able to get. Going to have to be a quick first fight here for Ents if they want to do this with any degree of confidence. And remember, it was only a sleep dart from Sky catching on to, I think, Backbone was that gave Ents that first checkpoint last time.
Yeah, it was a sleep. Oh, actually, just kind of like wraps around through the high ground, trying to make a play there. Maybe like a sleep and a nade. Gets the sleep, doesn't actually drop the nade. It was the sleep dart from Sky onto Sparker, and then the bio onto him and Backbone that opened things up last time on offense. But it'll get the payload moving. It'll get underneath.
I think the Reaper pick actually could be significant. Chase now at least can set up on this high ground. It's what drives SSG back at the very least. Sparker slept. Bio now follow up for the Winston. Oh, it's beautiful. Landon is the one that takes it for Mr. President, but still, a pick is a pick. And now they need a Brig to work with. Chase is just going to try and avoid the Reaper if at all possible. And there's 1 minute left on the clock here for Ents. Space Station have a real fight here. Ents don't quite know that they're coming from the right side yet. Chase was positioned as if it would be the left, but another big sleep from Sky. Oh, he's getting it done for the boys. KSA has no chance to get back into the mech now, and Ents have that virtual player advantage. Can they exacerbate it further for the defenders? It looks like that's a big fat yes. And Ents are going to get themselves this checkpoint now with very limited difficulty with the end of the map in sight.
I mean, they back up, they get a little bit of healing right after getting the D-Mech on KSA. You see the box of victory here.
Can you even touch?
It's going to be just, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's going to be desperation if you can. It looks like with the X-rays, it's going to be almost impossible. KSA has to use all his boosters. Yeah, you're not going to be able to get there.
Ents. Space Station, they pick their Gibraltar map here, expecting that they could come in with this Reaper-based, hyper-mobile diva composition. And take them to task here, but it's really the honor play for me. But Ents, that signified the map victory for them there. Every time they found big advantages, Sky Reaper was in the engine room on the tools.
Yeah, I like the map pick for SSG. I think they picked the map here to go to Gibraltar, right? Probably Ents thinking that they're going to play potentially some May type of stuff like we've seen. KSA comes in, so it's going to be like Diva. They bring in Chase to play the Winston, and they kind of like throw a little bit of a curveball and play the Reaper, which is like a really difficult hard counter. But for me, the difference was Sky on the Ana. The Ana, it feels like every time they were able to get those sleeps in the bios resulted in some big kills.
Great map win there for Anson. That was SSG looking to get an advantage in this series now. There's a lot of discussion. There should be at least around what map pick should be, but also the difference makers with these two very different comps on Gibraltar. So for all that and more, we're going to head back to our desk.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Yeah, McGravy and Johnny have the utmost pleasure of breaking this one down. And there is a lot to unpack. We saw subs coming in this very map. It was SSG's map pick. They're heading to Gibraltar. So we're like, oh, their new designated May map, of course. But this time we saw the Reaper early on in the series. Questions were raised whether or not that's maybe overcooking it a little bit. Overcooked? Yes, no?
It's a little bit overcooked. I think the idea for SSG is, yeah, this is like their newfound May map. They felt very confident playing May, but when Ents brought in Chase with the Winston, May is not a great answer with the Winston. The May is a little bit better against the D.Va, so they felt like the Reaper was a better answer, but it just feels so difficult. There's so much poke. There's so much stuff that can force out your cooldowns. It's so hard to follow up on the dives from KSA. Difficult. They made a good run there on the attack. They really snowballed it there with the Reaper and the Brig and getting good bashes. But like they said, Sky with the sleeps and the nades and the flanks, it was just too much. And I really want to highlight Kevster getting onto Funny Astro with consistency as well. It felt so easy for him every time to get value. What do you think, Johnny?
Yeah, I think, obviously, as they mentioned, Sky Reaper with the nades, that was a big kind of like win condition, right? You get a good nade and that can turn a fight. And we saw at times that SSG did a good job at like playing around that. So on second point attack, for example, Sky actually hits a beautiful nade. They trade out the Brigittes, but like you stay alive in that fight and you walk with the Ray healing. But then you have fights like this, right? It's overtime and you're on defense and Sky just is a two-man nade. And that is just going to allow Chase to jump up and get those frags, right? I think in general, it was a well-executed map from Ents. They really got those dives going. We saw in overtime as well. They were happy to let the cap go. They didn't bother about the fact that SSG, they got the 4th point cap on overtime. They just wanted a clean dive with the fight, with the Nano Blade going. And that is going to allow them to get them to a halt and then win out the map.
Absolutely. Yeah, they played it patiently there, really knowing that win conditions definitely helped as well, that they got those crucial picks in so many moments, like fighting with the man advantage. Funny Astro very often on the receiving end of being the first one down. So yeah, rough times for SSG, who are now once again getting to pick the map. Where will they take us next?
It's a good question. What do you think here? As a former coach, what do you think?
What would you do?
I feel like you're gonna want to go push here because the fundamental problem there with Gibraltar was that KSA was playing the D.Va, but he had to manage stopping the cart, and he also had to manage helping his backline. He wasn't able to do both effectively. So we're gonna go to Midtown, which is not what I was expecting. Potentially, like this could be. I don't want to call my shot here. Could potential sim shenanigans, do you think, here from SSG? Are they pulling out the crazy card? Because what
We've seen it before.
We've seen it before, and it feels like what is quote-unquote meta on these maps just isn't working for SSG. So potentially some crazy picks here and some crazy compositions.
I feel like most importantly, I think Kevster has been phenomenal so far this series. We saw what a dominant win it was on Surabasa, and in my opinion, Ents should have won Lijiang Tower as well if it hadn't for being a Sparker popping off on that Cassidy. Ents, they were ahead 99% on Gardens on Lijiang Tower, about to win, but Sparker in consecutive fights had big impact, got a lot of kills, right? So Kevster's been a standout so far on the Pharah and on the Genji, but it's on Space Station to work around that, and Midtown could be one of those maps where maybe Kevster has less effectiveness.
And as you just saw on your screens, both Space Station, Gaming and Ents are subbing once again. So Hardy is back in, KSA out, and on the other side, of course, Chase has also left the building for now, and Vistola is back into the mix. What does that tell us?
We're kind of back to mano-y-mano, brawl versus brawl, in-your-face compositions, I think. Those are both their comfort heroes for both these guys. Probably see Vistola, potentially D.Va, but probably most likely the Orisa. What's meta, so.
Well, this is, of course, match point for Ents. We are in the upper bracket final. The loser's not out yet. They have another opportunity to fight their way back upstairs from the lower bracket. But let's see if Ents can get this done or if SSG can bring it back. Match, what do you think about this one?
Yeah, I mean, this is obviously an interesting pick to see Space Station throw in here, Matt, but for Ents, it does allow for like that Kevster Pharah. That's can be pretty oppressive on the poke down. And it actually ends up causing us to return to like these signature styles of both these teams around the Orisa core. Excuse me.
Yeah, no, I think obviously we return to Orisa land. I know here going to Midtown, especially with these subs in terms of tank. I think, I mean, I really like the combination of the Pharah and the Ashe here, especially if you're going to see what Cassidy May, right? I think this for Ents should win out at the end of the day. I think it's just going to be really difficult for Space Station to close that gap constantly.
They might go for the train here, knowing that they're at risk of getting poked down for a long time if they go under. So here we go. This is going to cause Kevster to try and find like these sharp little rocket angles. Spark is looking out for the far yeah, just to hover above the train card at any point, but Kevster now will position back. Space Station is just trying to outmaneuver Ents here, really, but they're getting hammered in the poke wall. Look at this damage. Yeah, Backbone can't do much about that. Once Kevster really wants to commit, there's not much you can say about it.
I mean, you're eating dynamites, you're eating far rockets, right? Orisa damage, right, is nothing to kind of scoff at, right? And it's really difficult to get on through. And I mean, what is the answer here? To just kind of throw more healing in the mix, right, and more sustain with like immortality field.
It's just to shoot the far right.
I like the Ashe swap here, but I think I would have actually maybe even liked to see them try it with just like the Ashe May, right, and keep the Brig here in the mix.
That's valid. I think we saw it on Control then and trying to play the Baptiste and just didn't feel quite as impactful than obviously what we know Brig can do in these fights. Kevster commits for this one. Well, it helps that Vistola was also well and truly in there like swimwear.
Yeah, Orbital Ray does end up getting used here though by Ents, so they do end up getting that ultimate out here. Does Space Station, so you'll have that to use coming up, but Backbone in a rough spot, javelin to the face, and then a rocket follows it up. So 2 fast fight wins there for Ents.
It certainly feels like this is emblematic, I think, of what Ents' strengths are and how they play to them. They can also do this very similar approach on the attack side of the map, being able to move the Pharah to the Genji seamlessly. It's been a thing that's gotten a lot of teams a lot of mileage in this current metagame. Sky obviously did use that orbital ray previously, so something to bear in mind now. It's funny Astro does at least have that to try and get Space Station within arm's reach of Ents. Right now they are being definitely held back by this constant poke. What a commitment here. Okay, Kevster is the only one, I think, from Ents that have really crossed the line of scrimmage, so to speak. But he wants that barrage value and he wants it now.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. You have actually Vistola going right into the alleyway as well, making a play for Sparker, so getting rid of the hit scan right away. I mean, look at how deep, both teams kind of split amongst the map as Kevster will take out Funny Astro, and I think Kevster able to get away.
Oh, that's so high value for Kevster. Still, you are going to give a couple ticks over to Space Station now. Back into the fire station they go, trying to get out of that LOS. But this may also result in a stagger. Do not produce the snowball here, Backbone.
You thought about he's going to use the blizzard. You thought he was going to do it. You thought for sure he was going for it.
Backbone is so annoying. There's immortality. He did it. He did it. He threw the blizzard. Gets it down to Funny Astro though, but the trade of Backbone here really put Space Station at a loss, I think. Hardy at least able to contest and touch. He did the thing, man. I told you he would.
I thought he was going to do it when we both had the idea that he was going to do it, but he tricked us a little bit. He held on a little bit longer as Backbone will make a change here over to Venture, I think, just to get back and get a touch. I mean, everybody just getting staggered out here, and those easy kills there towards the end, all staggered out, allows Instant not use any of the ultimates, Mitch. So they'll have Bob to kind of contest. They'll have the orbital ray here. They do have to be careful though, SSG, with the Ant Matrix, right? Could be pretty deadly if you try and get aggressive push on into it.
Space Station got a lot going for them at points in this series. This is not one of those moments, though. They are extremely disadvantaged in terms of ultimates, and they'll have to settle for just 2 ticks here and change on Midtown. A very anemic attack side.
So maybe they can do better with it on defense. But I think just the pressure that gets pushed down by the Ashe and the Pharah, it's just too difficult to deal with for this May composition, at least at the moment. So we'll see if any big changes from either team. I don't expect them. I think you'll probably just kind of continue to see Ints roll out with that far base composition. They don't even seem to really want to even touch the Cassidy, just completely on top with the Ashe. Where I think what you could, let's say for Space Station, right, you'd almost probably be better off with like Ashe and Genji, right, putting a little bit of pressure onto the Ashe on the other side, right? Where May, it feels like a very passive style where you're just getting chunked down over time.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, passive in the sense that outside of a wall pick scenario, you don't always have a good reason to come forward. Here, I think a Space Station can be proactive at, like, making use of back, because every part of this attacker's approach is wallable. and you can't really circumvent it there. But that also involves an element of risk. Like, you want to come forward, you want to try and find a pick. What if they break the wall and then somehow keep their...
Well, if you come forward and you're taking, you know, rockets from the opposite side and maybe you get hit by dynamite, you're still in trouble.
Yes.
Right?
It is not.
I mean, we've seen times where Space Station, they'll get the first pick off, but then the next two rapidly go in favor of Ents because of all the damage.
And because of the Space Station being in a very aggressive position that exposes them to retaliation like that. Yeah, okay, all right. Got excited for a moment there. That'll be very rare sighting. Back to the Genji for Kev here. Farah obviously just a little too floaty. Don't really have the full commitment ability that Ents obviously want to try and play towards. Genji, very reasonable pick. This is what I talked about having your projectile player being able to switch between these two seamlessly is a boon.
So, I also think that it's partly because Sparker is playing the Ashe here. I think if Sparker was playing Cassidy, I think you may have actually seen them play the bar.
That wall is for...
Yeah, to prevent him from going into the
Yeah, but it does nothing to stop this advance through the choke, so Backbone has it drawn out.
Oh, that's fine.
That's fine. Here's another wall. It's not fine. He's extremely unfine, actually. Playing on hardy fall here, and I think Ents have just figured this one out. Space Station, we had high hopes for this match. We had high hopes they'd really give us something to chew on here in this series against Ents, but it looks like the previous king of EMEA remains. Ents dominant showing in that last map, and Space Station, frankly, just ran out of options against them in this series.
Yeah, it seems like no Midtown there, just kind of a last-ditch effort maybe from Space Station, but Ents just proves to be too strong, especially in that mirror. I think with Kev being able to rotate between the Genji in the Pharah, I think gives them, seems like at least here in this match, a distinct advantage over playing the main.
Absolutely. We can see like these two team stylistic differences work for them on particular maps, but it is SSG that are choosing to go here. They say, we feel like we have a better shot on Midtown than we do on a King's Row, which is, okay, that's obviously a stylistic choice, I'll put it down to, but they struggle with dealing with Pharah initially. They aren't able to switch into it in a way that's meaningful. They have Ashe, they have Bastion, they just can't see Kevster most of the time, so they're taking too much damage from him. Kevster switching to Genji so effortlessly, just like starts throwing shurikens behind the fire truck, forces a wall out from Backbone, which he doesn't really care to sort of, you know, go that way anyway. And then the rest of Ents come in and roll over Hardy.
I think, you know, if these two teams match up again, I'd love to see a little bit more of the Ashe from SSG. I think Sparker can definitely play it. I think probably has a lot of advantages over the Cassidy. You may end up having Kevster to play a little bit more Genji, which takes a lot of that chunk damage out of the equation.
The end of the line in the upper bracket, though, for SSG is Ents advance, of course, to our finals. We're going to check in with the desk now, discuss the implications of this game and also what's to come in that lower bracket.
Thank you so much, Mitch and Matt. Yeah, not a close match that we have hoped for. At least one person is smiling here. Got your Preds right, Boyd and Kippis.
Yeah, I did.
What a big brain play.
You get to enjoy some Swedish cuisine.
Well, we'll see about that. I think only the worst of all Preds is going to get it. And my first Pred actually really does not count. Just throwing it out there. Well, you had to bring it back up. Thank you. Thank you, production.
There you go.
You're not missing a beat.
You gotta believe in Kevster. I'm sorry.
Yeah, hey, okay,
It gets boring. I'm sorry, chat. It gets boring when I always talk about Kevster, but he was dominant on the Pharah.
He was. No, he was. I mean, Ents clearly had SSG on download, though. Yeah, Lijiang Tower, a bit of a slip up there. Maybe they got caught off guard, caught by surprise. Maybe they just had a slow start today. Who knows? But Ents is coming out on top, and quite frankly, as the series went on, started to look rather dominant.
Yeah, it looked dominant. I think SSG has a lot of problems you need to iron out. Their compositions and what maps they're picking just doesn't seem to make sense against what's meta. Kevster's just easily swapping between the Genji and the Pharah, and it doesn't matter what he's playing. He is elite on both of these characters. He knows how to play them. He knows where to play. I mean, look at this guy. Every time, just pressure. It didn't matter what approach that SSG took. He was there and ready for it, putting pressure onto the backline and getting kills. It's so hard to deal with the Kevster.
Yeah, SSG, they were slowly trying to take map control and taking these off angles right, but what Ents did so well is they recognize where are the weaknesses, where can we push and who can we actually kill in these scenarios. And so there were multiple times where, you know, Backbone was on an off angle and you pressure in, but sometimes you just go for the backline. Go for the backline of SSG. Yeah. Kevster goes above the train on the Pharah, puts pressure on there with Vestola perhaps and gets a couple of frags, and suddenly you're a man advantage. And like, how do you come back from that?
Yeah, and I want to give a big shout out to Sky as well on the Gibraltar with the Antinades was huge. It was clutch. When Kevster couldn't carry, Sky took over. But yeah, obviously the player of the match is Kevster. You could put the Sky in just about any hero in the game, and he's going to put on elite performances.
Yeah, it's pretty filthy. I mean, generally, that ENCE roster, they're firing on all cylinders. Like, it's the front line, it's the back line, it's the middle part too. It's like there's just so much threat that you need to shut down when you're going up against ENCE.
Yeah, I mean, it's so brutal. Like you said, I really wonder, you know, where does SSG go from here? Because, you know, they're trying these kind of like Reaper compositions, but if you're going to come back and win the event, you'll have to deal with someone like ENCE, like, and when Kevster is performing like this, you feel like you really have to shake things up there and do something that's not putting backbone on May for most of the time. There were a couple of nice strategies that came out on Legion Tower, for example. Not only because it was the Hadi Reinhardt, but they did make life difficult, and Sparker has some pop-up moments on the Cassidy, for example. So, really a big question, what does SG do from here?
Yeah, I like the Sim cast look. It doesn't have to be the Reinhardt. I thought highlighted the Maga you were talking about earlier. They pulled it out in Legion before. I thought that was something that I could potentially see on the Midtown, but they ended up going default, and I just feel like if you're going to play the Mei, it has to be on better maps for it. I thought Lijiang was fine. You go to Midtown, you're playing Mei into Afara, you're going to lose every single time.
Yeah, let's take a look at the bracket to see where SSG is at now. Of course, with that loss, they are falling down to the lower bracket, whereas ENCE is sitting comfortable in our grand final, awaiting their next opponent. Taking a look at our lower bracket here now, of course, it's going to be Virtus Pro and Twisted Minds who have to battle it out for the honor, for the utmost pleasure of going up against Space Station Gaming. Are we going to see that rematch from Stage 3 main event? Are we going to see VP and Space Station going at it again? But this time, can Space Station Gaming actually get their revenge? How do they stack up in current form if that were the match to happen?
Well, it's really interesting, right? Because as SSG, they dealt with Twisted Minds and Labdas Farah quite easily by putting KSA on that Diva and Backbone, contesting objectives and helping out in the front line on the Mei pick, right? Because Mei has so much sustain, she's able to somewhat handle the front line to some extent, right? So it's really interesting. I feel like VP, I have questions, not only because they struggle with the Reinhardt, but in actuality, how do they fare against like SSG and ENCE? I might even think VP has some troubles with Twisted Minds coming up.
Well, that is our next match coming up. But first, we're going to head into a quick break. And afterwards, we're going to break it all down for you. Our lower bracket match, everything on the line for both of these teams. Virtus Pro going up against Twisted Minds. You don't want to miss it.
Bring the push on. Push. Just bring it side. Don't
Nice, guys. It's over. Just 3 points. It's Jova. It's Jova.
Welcome back, one and all. Zoe here, joined by McGravy and Johnny. This is the OWCS main event in Stage 4, and we're about to send another team home as we're looking at our next lower bracket match. However, before we continue with our proceedings, quick shout out to ENS with their victory now. They have officially guaranteed their spot at the World Finals in Sweden, and I believe Space Station Gamings are very close.
Yeah,
like, there's a few scenarios here, but like
they sent a tweet, so they better be qualified.
They better be confident.
Oh, they committed to it much more than I have to the statement. But
hopefully they did the math, because
someone smarter than us will be doing the math. That might be SSG, it might be not. But also, of course, for our two lower bracket teams, everything on the line here, because I believe the winner would officially qualify through points as well.
The point differential between the two teams is so small that the difference between third and fourth is going to determine who is going to get that third slot in terms of circuit points. Obviously, you know, if you get first in this tournament, you get the #1 seed. But for either of these teams, like, you just want to qualify, right? And so the winner of this match, they'll have enough circuit points to get the third and final circuit points.
Oh, the drama. I love everything on the line, not just the tournament life, but also, of course, that ticket to Sweden. Let's dig in. Let's talk about both of these teams. Virtus.pro, we saw them playing earlier today. We're at Twisted Minds. They got a little bit of a break. How much have we learned from Virtus.pro today? Not an awful lot. That one was difficult to get through, but we've seen what they can do earlier on in this tournament.
Yeah, for Virtus.pro, I mean, Sauna pretty much hard stuck to Genji against SSG. And so that is, yes, we saw the Pharah today. It makes sense, play this poke hero against a Reinhardt composition like this, right? And honestly, we might see more of the Sauna Pharah in a matchup like this. You're going up against Labda, right? But they hard stuck to Genji when it came to a matchup where they were facing the Mei. The problem is, in this matchup, we'll see less of the Mei and we'll see more of the Pharah. So the question is, what are they going to do to adapt accordingly to the Pharah gameplay?
Oh, what indeed. But Twisted Minds, I mean, not only do they have a phenomenal Pharah and Labda, they also have an incredible hit scan. Quartz himself, he's a player, he can turn the tide. He can carry games.
Yeah, there was a point in time where he's probably considered the best Sojourner in the game, if not one of the best. And I really want to highlight his Widowmaker play. It's an X factor that other teams just haven't been willing to pull out. And every time he pulls it out, especially on that Midtown map, he has just made his own. Midtown feels like the Quartz map. So I'm interested to see if they'll play that map again. But yeah, Quartz is an X factor. TVNT, one of their newer additions to the team, replacing KSA. He plays the D.Va really well. He plays the Orisa really well. He's been fitting in nice with his team as well. Something to highlight is Yubi. This is essentially the Yubi team. And Yubi doesn't play in this meta at all. So I'm curious to see how that affects Twisted Minds and how they play. Maybe a little bit less aggression and more calculated play on courts. There's a lot of questions here for Twisted Minds, but there's also a lot of questions for VP. So this is a matchup it's really hard to predict in my mind.
And yet we asked you to predict it anyway. So let's take a look at our talent predictions. I went with Twisted Minds. I feel like I've been underestimating them time and time again. No more. I think I hope for a close match, but VP didn't really instill much confidence in their earlier match today, whereas Twisted Minds, again, like that DPS duo, they're gonna drag that team over the finish line if they must.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I went 3-1 for Twisted Minds. Quartz is just an X factor for me. And VP, they didn't show me enough in the series before. They weren't able to adapt. And I think Twisted Minds is going to throw different looks at VP. And they just haven't shown me anything that says, like, yeah, we're ready to swap characters. We have a game plan in mind. We're ready to go through the steps. They never took the first step from me, so I can't predict them. I have to go Twisted Minds.
I thought both of you were going to go Virtus.pro, because I also went Twisted Minds. Perfect. And it really comes down to the damage dealers. Like, you're facing Quartz on Widow, like you said, but also Hitscan in general, and Labda's Pharah. And Virtus.pro, they are a slower team. Like, they don't necessarily want to go these aggressive dive compositions, right? They want to slow things down themselves. And so it's going to be a really interesting matchup between two teams that kind of play similarly, considering the tanks we have on either side, of course. But yeah, I got Twisted Minds too, so.
I'm interested to see. Honestly, I expected that. Twisted Minds, low-key the villain in our league.
Low-key?
Have been since the start. Like, it doesn't matter how they show up. They just, you know, they usually don't have that community backup. But all the better for the storyline, isn't it?
There may or may not be a player who goes to Twitter and trash talks the fans. So this isn't really a surprise in my mind. But I do think Twisted Minds is a stronger team.
I mean, I just keep it a buck. Like, Quartz has been the best hitscan player in the tournament so far.
Yeah, you can think about certain individuals on the team however much you want, but like, A player like that, we gotta put respect on that name. Like, that can turn a tide in such an important match. Everything on the line. I feel like I'm saying that a lot these days, but dude, we have so many elimination matches, so there is everything on the line. Let's see who's coming out on top. Yes, anything you want, Johnny.
Casters?
Oh, please, be my guest, Johnny.
Who's on our line. It's the casters, you know, like a phone line.
That's...
You're on the call.
That would have been super smooth if the... Yeah.
On the what?
He's making things up. He's from Australia. He doesn't know what
Yeah, I think they made that up.
On the dog and bone. They do that again.
On the dog and bone. You know, you've heard that one, right?
No. I'm too young. We didn't have like landline phones when I was.
I got bad news for you, mate.
Actually?
You ain't that young. You ain't that young, fella.
Don't call me on.
I didn't do that.
Did you see that shirt that he wore yesterday? He looked old as hell yesterday.
Oh, did he? No. I mean, I mustn't have been memorable enough. I'm not sure.
Nah, it's like some villain type, I don't know, sweater
Oh,
thing.
yes, the cashmere black number. That was very demure, Jonathan.
This game, you know, Sewi was joking, like, we have a lot of elimination games. This is the elimination game of elimination games, in the fact that, like, the loser of this doesn't go to Stockholm.
Absolutely. You couldn't have more on the line. This might be the most important match of the entire season in general. But how quickly have expectations in Twisted Minds grown as they tried to temper them coming into this tournament, saying, hey, we're a new team. We feel like a new team, right? Vigilante departs this roster, or was driven from it. Whichever way you want to look at it, they've had to bring MCD in to replace, who's been excellent, and also TVNT moving over towards the Orisa. They're still trying to get settled there. They're playing a Perma Lambda lineup here. We're not seeing Yubi subbed in at all. And it does feel like they're a bit rigid, honestly. They only want to play that sort of hit scan plus Pharah combination, but they haven't looked inflexible because it's kind of worked for them.
I mean, stop it, right? Keep doing it until somebody proves that they can stop it. I mean, Lambda has been really good on the Pharah, and then Quartz has been, you know, one of the best hit scans, if not the best here in EMEA. So I don't hate it, right? You know, until they can prove that they can come out and beat this version of Twisted Minds, just roll with it, right? It seems like they're having lots of success.
Can VP beat them in their own game? Because Johnny mentions that, like, VP are a slow team, but Twisted Minds also play this same poke-oriented setup that tends to want longer fights with more protracted engagements and likes to do this after they've already captured a control point or objective, right? So they, you know, get an advantage off that.
I don't know. It's going to be really difficult, I think, for VP, especially in these slower types of comps. And obviously, you know, we'll be at Stockholm. One of these two teams will be at Stockholm. Get your tickets if you like either one of them. Well, get your tickets now and then root for the team.
You want to be
if
there.
They lose, then still go.
Definitely.
It'll be cool.
Yeah, make that decision without full information. I strongly encourage that behavior. Very cool. Also great at the poker table. But yes, look, again,
Stockholm, it's great in the fall. You don't want to miss it.
What's it like in the fall, Matt?
I know it's pretty chilly.
Like how chilly we talking?
Yeah, it can get cool. You know, it can range anywhere from, you know.
Because I heard there's a bit of
30 to 70, anywhere 30 to 70, anywhere in that range.
40 maybe. Yeah. You did mention there's also they got a lot of.
It's in the range,
they got a lot of water going on as well. That's, you know. I didn't.
Yeah, I saw that picture that they put the other day. Lots of water going on there. So
okay. Well, there's holographic water going on here on Garden. Not quite the same thing, but the ambiance.
I'm stunned. Li Jiang Tower and EMEA to kick things off.
Hey, we had Ilios earlier today.
We did have an Ilios. Yes, but that was also when they were kind of playing against like a Reinhardt kind of composition, right? Yes.
Yeah, they were definitely like banking on trying to punish Ryan on maps where he cannot be played. So, yeah, Li Jiang is going to be. This is, again, like Matt mentioned, a first to 3 elimination game with qualification for OWCS Stockholm on the line. The stakes don't get any higher, folks. It's time for Virtus Pro and Twisted Minds to leave it all out there. A game more important to them than winning OWCS Stage 4 main event.
So I think what I like from VP here, right, it's like a little bit what we talked about in the previous series, is you play this Genji and try and put some pressure onto Quartz, right? Don't exactly match that far, and it's going to be Sauna coming up with that kill on the far early on. So at least early, it looked like VP getting off to a good start, but that Dynamite's still ticking.
Knockoff though for Rajaro. Quartz uncontested as yet. TVN2 doing much the same thing. Both Orisa's trying to sort of zone off the Ashe players, but very quickly Labda is back.
Up in the middle. Yeah, I mean, that dynamite there from Quartz, right, on the players coming on in, results in 2 kills for Twisted Minds, and see if this will actually get them point. It looks like it's going to be actually Sauna jumps on, gets a touch, again test, but then forced off.
Twisted Minds want this. They want to play a slow game now. They have point control. They want to punish Virtus Pro for every single inch they take. And Rajaro is very much split up onto his own. It's going to be a mutual knockdown there as Quartz was able to get the coach gun. And that's an exchange that Twisted Minds are so happy with. No one here can deal with TVNT.
Quartz just absolutely dominating as well, right? It's Twisted Minds. It's like, okay, let's just protect the president, right? Let's keep Quartz alive. And hey, if I was on their team, that's the strategy that I would be employed. I mean, it feels like every single time he's able to come up with a few kills there on the hit scan is, you know, both Orisa's just kind of like, you know, barrel into their death at the start of these fights. And then, you know, look at this. I mean, Quartz already at the bob. Shockwave, you know, is about 30% behind here.
And not doing a whole lot from that position either. A little bit of poke. Sauna eventually encroaches into Quartz's personal space, but a coach gun will get him loose again. TVNT wants to, yeah, nice, catch Canale out during rally. With that Terror Surge, such a high value elimination there. Virtus Pro is still going to try and go for it, but they are sorely outmatched.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Gala does have the orbital ray.
Sit down.
Dude, he makes that look like it's just like a casual, like play. I mean, at the highest level, I mean, that is just, that is so difficult.
VP not working out with this Genji composition, not the way they would like. Sauna was able to find a kill early in the first fight. Since then, though, it's been frustrating for him. Shockwave as well has had to play these really wide, obscure angles with huge amounts of damage fall off. Concussive Blast, Gala can ignore that one at least. Orbit Array, Rajaro eventually steps into it.
They just kite it though? I mean, it's so telegraphed, right? That you know they're going to come in and use it. You can just kite it here now. You're going to give up points, but you're in a much better spot to battle back.
Good calling from Twisted Minds here, just to get out there, give a little bit of capture progress over. Bob comes out, Quartz tries to get clear of the Terror Surge. Look at the damage of Rajaro, but no coach gun available. It doesn't matter apparently. Sauna taken down in Blade by Quartz. And I don't know how you come back from that one. You've used all your ultimates, you've blown it all.
I really like the way that Twisted Minds played that there. I mean, just to disengage a shot there as a rocket there onto Son and then finished off by Quartz, but the patience to disengage and then come back in. I mean, I think that was great.
Rajaro looked like he'd be caught between a mace and a hard place, but is able to get out of the window. Just as TVNT tried to round with Bliss on the other side. So he's managed to contest the point right now, but this is under Twisted Minds' control, and eventually Sauna pulls up short. Virtus Pro need to find the right assignment for Sauna in this matchup. Their chances of making it to Stockholm hinge on that.
It's, you know, not a good start here for VP. You know, maybe on some of these maps, so right, like, it seems that Twisted Minds, they will continue to play this far, regardless of, like, the point, regardless of, you know, the geometry, whatnot. Maybe that will come back to bite them a little bit. You know, maybe that's where VP can kind of close the gap, so to speak.
A map like this, though, is plenty of opportunity to play Widow or any of those highly impactful hit scans. Quartz will do it more often than most on a lot of these maps, but the Ashe is still going to be a perfectly reasonable option, especially if Shockwave does roll out on the cast in the end. Let's see what we get. Twisted Minds, favored heavily by our experts on the desk, so far have lived up to set expectations.
So, oh man, the Widow here, especially when there's no far on the other side. I mean, playing the Widow into the Genji, I mean, you have to be so confident.
Every time I see this, every time I think of the Philadelphia Fusion, every time I see this.
Yeah, Carve.
Yep. MN3 too. All right, here comes Canale. Just trying to round the corner. A little bit split from the rest of Virtus Pro, and they're just getting exposed to a bunch of free damage. Oh, this is exactly what Twisted Minds want to see from them. For whatever reason, Sauna doesn't feel comfortable playing Farah into Quartz, which I understand, but...
Yeah, Gala, dude, this...
he had the homie stock, the homie stock.
Early on,
it's okay, let's give him the homie stock.
Yeah, really early on in this series, but it does not feel good here for
No, they look really uncomfortable.
I mean, they have really uncomfortable, kind of like, you know, lifeless in a lot of these fights, not really getting much of anything done.
A little mid. Sauna here is kind of caught out in the open, has to dash away. So all those cooldowns used a full disengage from Virtus Pro, which again plays very much into the playbook for Twisted Minds. They want to keep them back here. They want to keep them in the chokes, eating their Pharah damage. Lambda just laughs on his mountain of corpses from these rockets. Okay, here comes Orbital Ray.
They also have a really, I mean, they also have a really rough series earlier in the day, do VP, right? Well, I just barely dodged a headshot there from Quartz. So maybe, do you lose a little bit of confidence, right? You know, coming out of that first game that you had a little bit earlier in the day where it's really close against this peak check? I mean, that's also a possibility here is an orbital ray from MCD is they're still not, I mean, they're trying to get this kill on the Quartz. They just can't finish him off. He'll take out Rajaro.
Yeah, the ult timing for MCD is good. He just builds an orbital ray and the fight gets dragged out a fair bit again because Twisted Minds don't fully commit. I mean, they don't want to. They're playing Widow Pharah. They're never going to give you a 5v5. So if Virtus Pro can't burst down like a TVNT or Bliss, which by the way is going to get even harder now that they have Rally, it's going to be very hard to win these fights.
Whoa, that is a long-range spear there from Rajaro. A much-needed kill there. That's going to be Terror Surge actually used quite aggressively here from TVNT. Trying to collapse on the shockwave. Not going to be enough to take him out.
Down. Lab's just been able to find the Juno of all things, Matt. Goes for the barrage there as well. Sometimes the worst can, you know, precede the best.
They go for the blade to get stunned up.
Sauna couldn't get out of it there. Caught inside that. TVNT able to bring him down now. Bliss with that rally.
Quartz is back.
God, the timing is so good to have this Brig ult available to you. Twisted Minds far and ahead the better team right now on Lijiang Tower, and there's just not enough time to fix that if you're Virtus Pro. 96 and counting, and Rajaro is not allowed to touch right now. It'll be Sauna on the Tracer to have to go for it. Lambda doesn't worry about it for the time being until, of course, he has to. Doesn't quite predict the recall location, but Quartz gets there on the Widow and takes the Tracer down. Now, really, Lambda just has to stay alive. Give a good sightline for Quartz to play off of. But this might just necessitate a bit of a fallback for Twisted Minds.
Yes, Shockwave now comes back here on a Widow of his own, so they'll deal with MCD. So finally, VP, they battle back. So they'll mirror the Widow here. So the Widow, I know McGravy talking about it, right? Twisted Minds one of the only teams still confident enough to pull the Widow out. Maybe this actually makes Lambda's life pretty difficult. We'll see if they're able to get anything here. Orbital Ray available as well for MCD and Co.
Yeah, we'll probably see Quartz just take that higher ground position, but Infraside here means Shockwave now has to be very, very careful. Can't adequately predict either where Quartz is going to come from. Genji just taking the attention up of Quartz. I think Shockwave's found MCD. Eventually, sorta. Patience pays off there for Quartz. Orbital Ray, Shockwave kind of just lingering out in the open there and couldn't limp away to safety. Gala can avoid the Terror Surge there for TVNT. Quartz not so much from Rajaro though, and Gala can finish off Bliss. All right.
Yeah, the Pharah still in the sky. I mean, I don't think you're going to be able to fight this here.
They got TVNT.
I mean, that's going to be Gala. Yeah, you still have TVNT here. You still have your Juno as well. As yeah, you're going to be able to get to the point here. Now it's going to go in OT.
Sauna again still on his Tracer. Ended up switching to it in order to be able to contest, but honestly not a terrible pick considering the circumstances. But Lambda sitting back on the point comfortably. And Twisted Minds can take Lijiang Tower away, playing it their way. Whereas VP try to go for this Genji hit scan look, it's not good enough to put pressure on their opponents.
Yeah, I don't love the way that VP looked there at the start of this series. I think they got to figure something out and figure it out fast, right? As Lambda, you know, even with Quartz on the Widow, right? You know, he's coming up with like picks that you're finally able to get him, and then guess what? You've never dealt with Lambda up in the sky, right? It's like a 3v2. He's just up there just drilling your Orisa and Juno with rockets, and they end up flipping the point rather easily after that, where you know, obviously VP had a little bit of a rough go earlier today, right? Against you know, SRP check, very close series. Probably thought that coming in here against TM, it would actually be, you don't want to say easier, right? But in theory, they have a really good idea what they're going to play, right? Yeah, I mean, you're not, there's no trickery. We're not getting like, you know, Sigma Bastion. You're not getting all these like, you know, Doom.
No, they're vastly different teams, really.
This is like kind of you know, quote unquote standard play, right? So you figure, okay, like we have a good idea what they're going to run. We feel pretty good about it. and it was a blowout.
Nice there for Shockwave to survive. He would have get knocked off the map there by TVNT. But in general, right, I mean, the Pharah here on this map also looked excellent. There's like one kill at the start where Sauna actually manages to get somehow up in Lapta's face. But I think from then on out, like, it really wasn't a lot to write home about on either round here from Virtus Pro. You know, like, the predictions at home, I mean, I understand what influences them, but I don't think it's unreasonable to expect VP to come into a game like this and look really good. There are some weaknesses here that Twisted Minds have. But are VP the team that is capable of exposing them? I'm starting to question that.
And I mean, also after the last series, right? Do you believe that, like, we were kind of going back and forth for days, right? Is it, is it Genji? Is it Pharah? Is it Mei, right? After the last series, are you that unconvinced that it's not the Pharah, right? With how, ENCE made it look against SSG, right? As, Pharah seems to be extremely impactful here at the moment.
No doubt about it, and not easy to counter directly. But there's a reason why Sauna won't play Pharah, Matt. Because he doesn't want to run into this Widow or Ash play of Quartz.
Right.
So, like, he respects it.
That's the one thing I don't think we've seen, at least in the games that we've done here in EMEA, is a team actually just match the Pharah and just kind of go. I believe we saw one team try and actually run, like, the Echo, like, to counter it, right? I think that was a match earlier against... yeah, it was against Twisted Minds, I believe, right? They ended up running the Echo to try and counter the Pharah. But that did not work. We have not seen anybody just kind of consistently try and match that, Pharah v Pharah.
Yeah, I mean, that's also the same question that would be posed to SSG and ENCE if Twisted Minds are to make it through this game. But one might have reasonably thought that Virtus Pro would be enough to answer this. It's not the case. So now maybe working around this Pharah might be a matter of map selection. We'll see Virtus Pro try and take on battlefields where Pharah doesn't exactly thrive as much.
It doesn't matter though; they're still going to play it.
Yes,
right. I mean, we saw them the other day get taken to, like, what, it was New Junk City. They played it the entire time.
Right. So, like, you normally think that, like, Flashpoint is decent to try and beat Pharah. I think you could play it against her, or okay, we're here, so they're going to try that again, just not New Junk City. But there aren't a ton of maps in the pool where that is, like, really viable. I guess you could do it on Junkertown too, but I'm pretty sure they did that as well. So, Twisted Minds don't care.
Well, Junkertown, do you want to give Quartz the opportunity to just install?
Well, that's the problem, isn't it?
Yeah, you don't
like,
want that.
Whichever map you pick, one of those two is going to be, like, feeling favored or on a battleground that really suits their playstyle or hero preference. There's no easy answers here, and nor should there be. We're in the top 4 teams in EMEA.
Right, yeah, I mean, this is, it's wild at EMEA, right? NA, obviously, there's been a lot of different contenders, like a lot of roster kind of shuffling throughout the year, right? Rotating around, etc. EMEA, I mean, these two teams' seasons, entire years come down to essentially just this game, right? I mean, wild that that's kind of the scenario that it goes to, and also, like, TM, they're quite lucky that they had a great start to their season, right?
I mean, absolutely. They otherwise, they probably wouldn't be in this position now, but they were the team to beat in Europe as the year began. Bit of a fall off, but now this is the right time to peak. It's always a conversation we have at this part of the year. TVNT, hello? Wow. Okay, still alive somehow. That is pretty wild. Eventually, VP can get him.
Where's he going?
I guess, like, the disappointing part is that Twisted Minds don't actually turn that into an opportunity to at least get a trade, even though TVNT survives for way longer than he should have.
I mean, they use him to just soak up as much damage as possible. It's kind of wild how long he's able to live for. Oh, that's a really nice, like, right back into Quartz's head there. So you're going to earn some more time here. 4 VP is getting off to a really good start. I feel like it's super important for them just in terms of confidence, right? Really long series earlier today. Kind of get rolled in map number 1. Getting off to a good start here on Saravasa seems extremely important.
Yeah, they want to pick a map where they feel like Pharah's weaker. Lapta has been forced to switch before. It was the Tracer. So it's not as if they can't play anything else, which is not something you could accuse any of our players at this level of suffering from, but Conk there maybe would have given an opportunity to find Shockwave, but TVNT wasn't looking that way and didn't have a Javelin to really punish it. Virtus Pro at 70% and counting. You'll notice that Lapta's trying to flank here.
Well, yeah, just look at how much harder it is for the Pharah to get value here, right? I mean,
This is why you pick these maps. Eventually Labda falls, and Virtus Pro should have this first flashpoint locked up here. Twisted Minds won't bother to contest.
Yeah, I mean, this is also one of probably the worst points here for the FAR is like the, you know, low enclosed roof, right? Access to high ground pretty much for everybody, right? So
this point, though,
we'll see now. Yeah, this next one could be a little bit different. We'll see how it pans out.
It is pretty reasonable. There are like openings above the arches as well, so Farah can take like higher angles and still get some decent damage. As you can see, that's happening right now. Still not great, but you can be a factor here on the point. Quartz those steps up. That's what they need. Twisted Minds definitely need Quartz to be the money man this game. Taking 2 kills, I think, is a good start for sure.
Yeah, in a fight where, I mean, the first point's so odd though, Mitch, that like nobody actually ends up having to use ults in the first entire point. Nobody has to use anything here at the start of the next one. So you're gonna have like a really weird scenario for a flashpoint where both teams are gonna come in 5 ultimates apiece here into the second flashpoint.
I mean, Twisted Minds again, they don't mind if this goes slow. Like the fact that Virtus Pro have to come up and engage puts them at a disadvantage, just fundamentally. Here, look at the poke. It's going to keep coming in. If Twisted Minds can just find Virtus Pro where they're milling around, they should be fine. MCD, though, down, though. That's pretty big. Deadeye from Shockwave now, despite that orbit array from MCD. Gets rid of the Juno. And a 56% accounting, at least Virtus Pro are able to get back into the action. And they save some big ultimates for what would be in a very important next fight.
Yes, Twisted Minds, they end up holding on to the rally there. Don't want to invest that towards the end of the fight, especially with a few players dead. And then they'll also have the barrage plus the Bob. So probably, you know, that barrage, right, if they decide to get, use it almost like defensively, right? I know if they decide to push in here. Maybe that rally here, you know, gets that. Ooh, it's actually going to be the bomb to kind of go after the rally. And oh, that's actually a shot that kind of connects, and then it's finished off by TVNT.
Someone realizes he has to try and salvage this here. Okay, Rajaro shield was up there though for Bliss, and rally is in play. Twisted Minds can move back in here and take this point. Again, Virtus Pro do get up to 65, and they'll have one short little junky fight, and I mean that in both senses of the term, because both teams have obviously dispensed with all of their ultimates. Virtus Pro can't afford to waste too much time here. They can touch, but it will be awkward, and they likely won't have the perfect parameters for this engagement.
No, not at all. The Terror Surge used there by Rajaro, really nicely played by Twisted Minds, because they end up using the barrage to loose on here. This they use the barrage and the rally at the same time. They end up kind of living through that Terror Surge.
Okay, left it down. Rajaro too low, that's the issue. Quartz able to pick him off eventually. No tank here means that for a real sort of cap attempt, all of VP have to throw themselves at the point. Canale can't quite touch now. Overtime should expire here once the Juno is dealt with, and this will be Twisted Minds evening Suravasa.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of throwing their bodies at the point there towards the end just gives Twisted Minds obviously the point, you know, making a 1-1, but also you know, some much needed ult charge here as we move throughout the map. As now with this open courtyard, right? I think if you're VP, try and get Shockwave up on that high ground, right? Maybe you can kind of you know, force Labda to play out in the open.
Take an early fire with orbital ray is reasonable too. Yeah, let's think about the options here for Labda. Pretty open area, can definitely still play corners to some degree. Oh man, okay, that was terrifying for Quartz. Very quickly he does get some healing. Bliss does a nice job there of making sure they cannot run him over. That would have been an overfight already. Now Quartz gets to reposition and look for an advantage in range against Shockwave.
And he's got his own personal bodyguard here with Bliss as well, so not the worst thing is TVNT trying to back up, desperately trying to stay alive here. He's actually going to use the Terror Surge. Opportunity for MCD and Co to flip this with their own orbital barrage.
Yeah, there's nothing to answer this for Virtus Pro except the Deadeye. It is a more open point though. Shockwave doesn't want to swing too wide and eat a javelin like that, but TVNT is very aware. 34 and counting though. Virtus Pro did get that early flip to start with, so Twisted Minds have to spend pretty big to turn this around.
Yeah, it's really nice positioning though for TM. Actually, a few players here stuck inside this room, so could get quite interesting here in a sec. Is Shockwave gets one. It looked like Labda was actually going to go in there and try and actually get a barrage off, but decided against it here. Is okay, so it's going to be VP flipping it right back.
That's not what you want to see from Twisted Minds at all. ugly little moment there as they kind of knew that chasing Shockwave into that room would be very dangerous. He knows Labda didn't want to commit at all. And then I thought I saw him looking for a flank barrage. That's when he got picked off there. Now, he didn't commit to that, but he did get out of position in order to set up for it. Either way, he holds that ultimate now for this fight, one of which Rajaro already has another Terra Surge. Garner's also built up a very quick orbit array for like a third time here. But Shockwave is not
what
ready.
do you even do if you Shockwave?
Yeah, he needs a Brig standing with him, just like Quartz has.
That was the Brig die too.
No, whip shot the Farah,
I mean,
do the
in
hokey
that type of
pokey.
situation with a conk.
It is hard. I mean, like if you close on a Cassidy like that, there aren't a lot of options for him. Doesn't have a coach gun-esque ability really. Nice heals again for MCD. It's going to make sure Labda stays in the fight. Quartz the only casualty there. Twisted Minds now need to win this fight and one more.
Yeah, in that situation though, I mean, Shockwave, he gets like conked into damage pretty much from everybody on Twisted Minds. And I mean, what's really bad for VP there is they end up using their orbital rate, right? So don't have that Juno ultimate, double support ultimate available here for TM. If the fight starts off pretty slow or, you know, bad for VP, right? A early pick off from like Labda with some rockets, you are in a world of trouble.
Here comes VP now, Sauna for the back line, but Quartz already taken down by Rajaro. Still plenty of use for this blade. Maybe just not into a rallying Brig, decides Sauna. So he puts that one away. Now the fight begins properly on the point. It's MCD with an orbital ray. TVNT moves up to break up the Deadeye. No one really caught in that Terra Surge, but Rajaro was overwhelmed on the point. The teams trade Orisa players, but Labda is still an issue. Now a Shockwave out of the way. There's no one to really answer this unless Sauna can climb. And the Juno damage is good for Gala. Nicely done. Gala's had a very good map.
Oh yeah, you still have Bliss here alive though. Quartz actually connects to the dynamite on the players on the point.
Oh, that's dangerous. 1v3 for Sauna. That's too much to ask. Quartz going down early in the fight means he comes back in time to help with that flip, and that's tough for Virtus Pro. I mean, if they lose this map, they've definitely lost this grip on the series.
Just how they planned it. Quartz die early so you can come back towards the end, but he connects with a huge dynamite on the point that which as soon as he connects with the dynamite, it gives Bliss the kind of freedom to jump around the corner and just start swinging on Canale, and it's going to be TVNT going to go back to the Orisa here. So and even if worst case he would have like lost a player there or whatnot for Twisted Minds, you had the Bob to use, right? Which almost certainly they would have used there to try and win that in that scenario.
The hero switch does mean priority goes to VP here, but I don't think TM mind. They can actually poke from off the point or on it either way. They went very, very low, Virtus Pro. That orbit array, an absolute necessity, and Shockwave just couldn't stay in it.
They take a lot of damage. They take a lot of damage from the Bob, and then also the Far up in the sky. But then also Quartz lands a dynamite, and that forces the orbit array because Canale is so weak.
What is Quartz up to right now? Definitely getting some medical attention, that's for sure. Oh, out here on the point, loud and proud. Large and in charge. Good dynamite damage too.
He had that nice coach gun and looped up all the way around. Is some big healing there from the Juno to keep him alive.
Back. And bigger than ever apparently. 2 kills is more than enough, especially when you've just killed all of the healing for your opponents. Sauna Rajaro, valiant effort. The Twisted Minds will get themselves that lead now on this, what could be final flashpoint for Saravasa.
And they win these like fights, TM, without even using support ultimates, right? I mean, you hold on to these for this next fight. I mean, it's really difficult, man, for VP to get anything going. I mean, they're going to have a blade, right? But you're going to be running in a Terra Surge Orbital Ray rally. What good is that?
And the Normandy beach levels of poke damage for Twisted Minds as well. So before you get to the fight, you might be very low. Sauna's been able to carve Bliss, though, out of formation here. And I think Twisted Minds, okay, they do commit with 3 and an orbital ray. Quartz able to bring down Shockwave, but you need to do more than that. Rajaro's just going to push him off the map. Still, Canale went down. Now you're down to 2 for TM. TVNT do not even... Oh, my goodness. I don't know about that one. Terra Surge used there as he was the only player up.
He's trying to get to 99. I mean, now a pretty big advantage here for VP, right? They'll have no orbital ray and rally. A sick combination is always scary when Quartz is alive. Is Rajaro absolutely needed to push him off the map, right? It was like, hey, he's already gotten 1. Don't let him live longer than that.
If he picks himself back up, you're all going to die, basically. Yeah, look. Orbital ray with 3 up. Terra Surge with 1 up. It's not the all economy you're looking for if you want to win this game. Bob used very reactively here by Quartz as he was feeling under pressure, and Virtus Pro just gleefully rotate back to the point. Okay, you can Bob. We'll orbital ray here for this extra durability. Maybe that wasn't even needed by VP, but We're nitpicking now. 88, 89 counting.
Probably not.
Time to go, man.
I think the bad part, yeah, VP's just kind of forced onto the point here, right? So they're trying to see who they can isolate and try and take out. It's going to be a dynamite that comes in as TBNT going to step up to the
goes
point.
deep. I think they see an opportunity to fold over these supports a little bit more, but elsewhere there's a problem. There's no DPS left for Virtus.pro. They've got to make it work here with Rajaro, the only player on point, and Canale getting flanked on by Quartz. Gala also in extreme danger. Out in the open with a lot of eyes on them. They'll find one, but Labda was hardly the biggest problem for Virtus.pro. Twisted Minds bounce back after losing Bliss and takes the Ravasa.
Yeah, it's Quartz who's kind of going on this a little bit of a flank. Like you mentioned, right? The Bob came out a little bit early there, but it allowed him to kind of cycle all the way through to the VP side of the map. And, you know, he gets a big dynamite, putting down some damage from that side. And then VP are in a tough spot, right? Okay, the Ashe is behind us, putting down some damage, you know, chunking us down, and also landing some dynamites. And the Pharah is up on the other side. We really don't have a way to kind of go get that Pharah, because you had mentioned they already lost like a damage dealer. So they try and turn around, get Quartz, he coach guns, runs away. Then now everybody's screwed, right? Now, I mean, you need that kill to come in really fast if you're VP and turn and play point. As soon as it doesn't come through right away, I mean, you've effectively lost the point there in that situation.
Big overcommitment, I think, onto trying to take that brick down. Both supports.
Well, what would have been the other option there for VP, right? Do you just kind of step up on the point with the Brig and the Juno and hope to challenge, you know, both supports and the Pharah and the Orisa?
At that point, neither of the DPS for VP have been taken down, so you might want to index more in the direction of keeping Shockwave and Sauna alive than chasing down an individual Brig and not being able to heal the rest of your team. So, I mean, just again, just like a generally reasonable decision, I think, taken there by Virtus.pro, but one that ends up to be their utter undoing, their unraveling. And this is something we've seen from Twisted Minds a fair bit, actually, winning these 4v5 situations, these short-handed fights they come back into. But the broader narrative, I think, across this series now, or I mean, it was at the beginning, is there a map where both Labda and Quartz don't get everything they want left in the pool? Either Quartz gets an amazing hit scan map, or Labda gets a map where it's really hard to target and answer the Pharah.
Yeah, and I think it's also been proven, right, that TM can kind of run the Pharah whenever they want, wherever they want, right? So I don't know if you can say, okay, we're going to pick a map that can kind of counter this, you know, Pharah type of style. I think it's been proven now that they can do it really anywhere.
You can't play Runasapi. You definitely can't play New Queen Street. Not that you would, but like both of those maps have like the corners for Pharah. So I don't know if you can really play Push. I mean, what's the other map? Esperanza, I guess. Is that even good? It's just like we'll get there anyway. It's very wide and open. Here are your map stats though, and once again, like this is that Twisted Minds poke damage really starting to be felt. And every time, every round, every map we've seen so far between these two, Twisted Minds have just had an excessive amount of damage dealt overall.
Yeah, and I mean, you're going to see the type of damage, right, with the Pharah in play. Esperanza would be really interesting because we haven't seen that really at all, right? Teams have kind of gone away from it here. In this meta, where it's really been Runasapi has been kind of the go-to for push. So an Esperanza pick would be a little bit odd.
It does offer high ground that allows you to play Cassidy on this map and really threaten Pharah. But there are obviously there are like these longer straightaways, right? This is where the Pharah doesn't want to be in general. I mean, yeah, like, for example, like Colosseo was not a map you would pick if it was in the pool, which is not, you wouldn't pick against the Pharah. I don't think you can play Midtown or any of those. Like, God, there are just so many of these other maps. If you go to Junkertown, you really give the Widow a setup. I don't think Widow is particularly good on, Esperanza, and I don't know if Pharah is. So that might be the kind of map that you can sort of go to.
Yes.
All right. Yeah. We have the same idea.
This is an interesting choice, right? Runasapi has been kind of the go-to for a lot of teams in EMEA. There's natural high ground here on Esperanza for both teams, right? And maybe it's a little bit easier to play the Cassidy as opposed to, trying to play something like an Ashe here, where you can play the Cassidy, you can play the Genji, and everybody kind of has, obviously the Pharah is just closer to everybody, right? More high ground, everybody can get there. The Pharah can only go so high, everybody's closer, right? So maybe that's the idea here for VP. Hey, I think if Twisted Minds wins on this map, man, Twisted Minds stock's gotta go up. I mean, I would say this is a very reasonable Tracer Ashe map.
So, I mean, Lepta can just do that, and they'd probably be fine. But true to form, Twisted Minds, they play Nefara. Yeah, well, we start thinking, I mean, if they do well here, we start thinking about like how an SSG can stop them. But that is one step a little further than we're ready to go, I think. Let's see it. Let's see it, Lepta. Can you get away with it here? If you can do it here, you can do it anywhere.
Thanks for the update.
I also think it helps he's really good on Pharah. Like, you know, it's not just you got like somebody who's like just a normal Pharah player out there playing it. I mean, the shots that he's hitting of the Pharah consistently are pretty wild. A lot of directs.
I mean, plenty of corners to play here, to be fair. Poke damage is being felt.
This is also interesting because, right, you can just bait them to come around this pillar, right? And you're playing here with the Ashe, right, in the Pharah and just put down, yeah, they're taking damage with the Dynamite. There's no real incentive for Twisted Minds to push up here. They can play their own high ground and control around the central
Also
pillar.
worth pointing out that once Twisted Minds have Virtus Pro's bridge under their control, which they're about to, their comp becomes unbelievably oppressive to play against.
Yeah, I mean, Pharah, obviously, as you try and push out of chokes without a ton of speed, you can say, becomes really oppressive. So we'll see. Now they just push up here. I know aid Court, see if he can maybe get a kill coming off a spawn. And yep, just some taking damage there. Gonna go on to Rajaro as the bot continues to push on forward.
Can't believe we're at the risk of seeing Virtus Pro bow out in an 0-3 if this keeps going badly. Shockwave here can't really take the most audacious angles here. He's just peeking out from the window. In the meantime, Canale gets mulched, thrown into the wood chipper head first. Gala tries to come out now, and I think Virtus Pro have lost control of this series entirely. Coming back from this fight, that second consecutive lost fight on Esperanza, is very difficult to bounce back from.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be checkpoint here for Twisted Minds. You can push up, get even better positioning here with the Pharah. And you lose this next fight, we're in map completion territory right away. I mean, you know, just really fast here. So I think I really like watching Lab how, you know, the positioning here with the Pharah, right? You know, just playing at range here, playing it a little bit differently. It's actually going to be Quartz using the Bob over the backside of the pole.
Oh no, Sorta. There's no escape for you there. And this is, by the way, the part of the map where, yep, double kill there for Labda with the barrage, where Pharah's supposed to be at her worst, I guess. But where that fight happened was, you know, close enough to that archway that Labda could sort of pop in from behind, go for a big ultimate here, and yeah, now we're looking down the barrel of triple digits on Esperanza, which is much harder to come back from than, let's say, Runasapi.
I mean, triple digits with really no resistance. No resistance. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? You had that fight at the start. I mean, sure, they get 2 meters, right? But it's 2 meters that they essentially wanted to give up. I like this change, playing the Ashe. I think the Ashe just provides a little bit more pressure in terms of the Dynamite and also the range on the Pharah. Like, Labda playing so far away. The Cassie not good enough to contest it.
Played there for Shockwave. He must have realized that maybe Bliss had already used that bash, or maybe he was happy to sort of hedge against it and still felt he would be able to go in there, but he gets there. Twisted Minds now back off. They say, can we use this high ground anymore? I don't think so. Not with the bot having made this much progress. So we reset back to the middle of the map a little bit.
I think Quartz is like behind too. I think Quartz is like almost in the position in the window where he fired the Bob. Yeah, so he jumps down here and makes a wrap all the way around.
Doing that solo though it's an interesting idea. Labda, I guess, excuse me, Team NT close enough to him, I suppose.
Yeah, I think Quartz is totally okay if like people try and push him because he's always got Bliss
Give him
there.
some free bot progress though, that's the issue. So, whoop, Manomatic here. Canale got caught up inside that surge again. Twisted Minds, very comfortable with the fight they took there. I mean, we have to look from a bit of an awkward angle. We don't really see what goes on in there, but they had Quartz not present in that fight, wrapping around in theory. And TVNT and Bliss were theoretically enough to handle it.
Yeah, so what happens there is you actually have Shockwave down on the bot. He's the one pushing it, so he's not in that fight. You have both orbital rays going on the high ground at once. Both teams end up using the Terror Surge there in that kind of combination. But it's the Genji damage versus the Pharah damage in that fight, right? So you're able to just, especially where it took place, think about like that close corridor, right? The Pharah is going to get tons of value out of that.
All right, Bob now. Ooh, a little maybe far out than they would have liked to see.
He goes a bit far, yeah.
Either way, Canal's gone down early. This is all Twisted Minds all the time. By the looks of things, Shockwave might be able to salvage with a bomb of his own here. Get in the choke. That's a great spot for it. Lambda gets swatted aside as the burly man comes in. And Twisted Minds care really now. Probably just want to push the bot away, be a bit more of a nuisance, but eventually they will be neutralized.
Yeah, they're going to try and get out with a few of these players here. Actually, they want to play from directly underneath this bridge because I do believe they have Lambda and Quartz now back off of spawn. So just make it costly for Virtus Pro to get out of this area.
Yeah, they wanted to push up, maybe also deny Shockwave. Good positions to play from. Orbit Array comes on through. Virtus Pro go on out. Gala first. Thrown out by the scruff of his neck, and from here on out, I think that Virtus Pro would just...
The benefits of the Ray is silly. I mean, just like, you know, the orbital ray comes down and it's going through the choke where you see the bot here, and Lambda just gets inside of it, just goes forward. I mean, not even, you know, Shockwave is a tremendous hit scan player in the other scan. Not even a fear, not even a thought about dying.
You need more than like Ash.
Directly
you need
forward.
more than Ash than like to kill the Pharah inside the ray, virtually. If she's high enough above the ground, she's unkillable. That's what's so powerful about that ability, actually. It's not just a dome on the ground, it extends all the way up to the top of the skybox, so you can play for a very safe range and still benefit from it as Pharah. Kind of crazy. 95 meters for Twisted Minds, that's their total so far. Virtus Pro, in theory, should have an old advantage to try and leverage here. TVNT should not be allowed to escape. And yet,
yeah, that's the orbital ray used as well.
Wow, Sora just gets in there, finds both supports, extracts them with precision. Okay, Twisted Mind's gonna have to reset here, with only 3 minutes 15 remain in the round for Virtus Pro to make a huge comeback.
So VP does end up holding on to the blade though, right? So we've seen Sona do some really nice things with the Genji ultimate, so potential to make a huge impact there. We'll see if they can kind of get Shockwave in position. Maybe Shockwave, nope, just takes one shot, then ends up backing up, wants to take that high ground.
Twisted Minds here can sort of play through the windows. They've sent TVNT so far forward to clear the bridge for them in advance. Yeah, they're at the risk of losing a checkpoint here. That's definitely one concern. Sona gets the rally, doesn't overextend into a bash stun, so puts the blade away. Quartz and TVNT get picked up there. It looks like it was just a bit of a compromising position for Twisted Minds to play out into checkpoint here for VP. Still 2.5 minutes to play.
Yeah, Lambda does get Canal, and you have MCD up on the high ground though, so oh, it's going to be the orbital ray here used by MCD. Is it just going to be Lambda now alive?
Unclear. I mean, everyone just splits. They leave Lambda alone for a bit. Second questionable sort of orbital ray and 2 maps there from MCD. Just if we're talking purely from an ultimate economy standpoint. Twisted Minds, they have no support ultimates for this fight. They would love it here. Bob to the high ground. Going to definitely deny that away from Quartz and make it harder for Lambda to have free raid. So Twisted Mind's going to back up.
Yeah, I feel like VP absolutely needs to take the lead here. Like, the best chance, right? You end up losing this fight, it goes all the way back into your territory. You gotta start using some ultimates to get out. It is a really tough scenario to fight out of.
Quartz absolutely rolled. Javelin just ruined him. Lambda can't get away from Rajara, who in Virtus Pro might have had a chance here to get back into the game. And imagine, if Twisted Minds just hold on to that orbital ray in the previous fight, maybe it doesn't go so badly for them, but now they have gotten themselves into the lead after being behind by 75 meters for so much of this map.
Yeah, and we're getting dangerous in terms of the amount of time left, right? Below a minute coming up here on the clock. This TM is going to have to get this one all the way across the map and then some if they're going to come back.
Quiet. They're giving up so much progress here to Virtus Pro. Orbital ray to make things even worse. VP, you cannot ask for a better time to come alive to try and take destiny in your own hands here. TVNT could find a big terror surge here. It's Shockwave going down, but Twisted Minds are being forced to use ultimates outside of their own spawn is never a good sign. They need to hold on to the rest of them that they have, and at least they get a clean fight. But Matt, they need to be untouchable for the rest of this map.
Okay, so here is the dangerous scenario though for VP. Is Twisted Minds, you end up actually holding on to the Ray and the Rally here. The 2 most impactful ultimates that you have. If you're Twisted Minds, if you can get through the next fight with only using one of them, that probably sets you up pretty well. I think you're looking at potentially just using the Ray because you want the Rally for the Blade. So Sona actually gets a deflect, so you're going to only have the rally
I'm
available.
going to have to use it here. Surely you go for it. They've lost TVNT though. Bliss uses it way too late. That is not good enough. Twisted Minds needed it a lot earlier there, probably after that first pick off, but they didn't have a way to make use of it. And Virtus.pro come back from virtually the edge of the abyss to stay alive in this series by, mind you, the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, it feels like VP had 2 good minutes there out of the time bank on Esperanza, but that's all they needed to be able to get it done. Is they get on the board, is what they need, a reverse sweep here to send themselves to Stockholm, is they keep themselves alive. But Twisted Minds still looks very good throughout the series. They shouldn't panic just yet.
No reason for that. It's Virtus.pro that need to show us what they're capable of. It's Virtus.pro that need to show us a little bit more of that grit and determination to finish out a series like this. But something changed midway through that Esperanza map. Somebody on the VP side managed to shake some sense into the rest of that team because they look like a different squad. I'm sure Odesk would agree. There's plenty to talk about here, including a possible VP reverse sweep.
Is it possible? Well, they certainly keep themselves alive in this series. Zoe here joined by McGravy and Johnny. And I mean, look, here's the thing. We thought this was gonna end quickly, even at the beginning of this third map. VP was just, they're hard locked in on their style for the day, their flavor of the day. Sana locked in on that Genji, didn't look too hot, and then suddenly something switched. You as a former player, a former coach, still coach actually, or yes?
Yes.
No? Yes, okay.
Yeah.
How does such a sudden shift happen? Like, what is going on in a team come there?
It could be anything. It could be one player throwing a fit, saying, just putting their foot down, saying, let's just push, guys. Because that on that map, when I was watching, that was kind of the difference for me. I felt like they were taking charge of the map. I would say the Pharah on that map is not so good because it's so wide open. That's the strength of the Pharah in these close quarter situations. Lambda gets a lot of value off the Pharah. This one's a little more open, but it really felt like VP was taking control of the game with the Genji, the Orisa ult. They were going first. Sana was getting huge kills, and when Shockwave got that space from going forward, he was hitting headshot after headshot. It was crazy.
Yeah, I think we saw in Surabasa especially, we saw them try to mimic that style somewhat, where they were actually quite proactive with the ultimate usage. They were trying to push certain parts of Twisted Minds down, but Twisted Minds, they did such a good job peeling away and backing off fights and establishing multiple angles to deal this poke. Quartz didn't shoot his spam from the same position that Lambda did, obviously, and then you had TVNT coming from a third direction. And it makes it really difficult for a team like VP, with the Genji especially, like, do we go for the backline here? Are we pushing the Brig? Are we pushing for Quartz? And that has been what has been so difficult so far for Virtus.pro. They have been trying to be proactive, but not always do they get value. And it means that Lambda is able to shoot freely, lands on poke damage, Quartz finishes them off. And it was just too much in the first couple of maps.
Yeah, I think VP's had the right idea from the start. They just weren't connecting. I feel like Sana initiated. He went forward with the dash. There was just never the follow-up. There was never the break follow-up or the Orisa. There never was a connection on that last map, Esperanza. It felt like every time Sana went in, there was an immediate follow-up from somebody else, whether it be Shockwave on an off angle, Rajaro pushing in with the Orisa and his cooldowns. It just feels like they're finally connecting now, but the trouble is they put themselves in such a hole where Twisted Minds now can go to these more far-favored maps, more of these closer maps where the spam damage can really take over. So VP has a lot of work cut out for him.
Well, then if we are heading to those pharma-centric maps where Lambda can, free-range shoot out there again, what do you want to see from VP? How can they shut it down effectively?
Well, we get a bit of a spoiler in the studio here, so...
Is it behind me?
Yes, it's in fact, it's behind you, so the map's behind you.
Wait, no one knows. You could have just looked really smart.
We do get a bit of a spoiler. So the next map, it's going to be King's Row, which is a good farm map. So
yeah, I would say the best right now in this meta. Pharah is super strong on this map. You have to think about the first point where everyone wants to set up on those high grounds on defense, all those windows for if you're playing Ana or whatever you're playing, the Ashe. You can't do anything because the Pharah is able to just sit there and spam. The Orisa wants to sit in that little statue with the mini, and the Pharah can sit on the angle and force him out. Pharah just has so many unique ways to play. It's going to be a big challenge for VP in my mind.
We did see VP earlier, of course, on King's Row, where
Different scenario,
Charlie,
different
the ninth of
matchup.
his name, has joined us quickly for that experience, if I dare say. But yeah, it's going to be a very different look, of course, going up against Twisted Minds, who will have a great old field trip with their Pharah on King's Row. But this is VP's only opportunity to bring it back, stay not only in the tournament, but also in contention to get to Sweden for our World Finals. Can they get it done? Let's find out and send it over to Matt and Mitch.
So we've averted a 3-0 in the Virtus Pro camp at the very least. Morale starting perhaps to improve. But we of course allowed Twisted Minds to make a map selection, and it is one best suited to Labs' Pharah play here, Matt.
If there is a team though that could boom after just one map loss where they're looking great, it would be Twisted Minds off of history, right? I mean,
it's true.
Looks like VP.
I mean, it was a bit of a boom
defense
on Esperanza, honestly. Like, I don't think we've seen such a big fumble on that map in a while.
Yeah, a bit. It'll actually be VP playing the Pharah on defense. So I'm curious, like, how this kind of works here and plays for Twisted Minds. If they feel that they actually need to kind of change anything, it'll be one of the first times you actually see this mirrored.
Yeah, Quartz obviously, you know, you think he might try and play like a wide angle or to that far right side, trying to deny like Sauna being able to play out in the open at all, but instead he goes into the hotel first. And honestly, like, this is still a bit awkward for Sauna. Like, kind of has to spam towards these doors here. But it leaves Shockwave free to put pressure down on TVNT and kind of try and prevent this ideally. This Twisted Minds just moving up and arbitrarily contesting the point out in the open.
So it'll be at least one tick here for Twisted Minds. Labda just trying to put some damage down on the Orisa, maybe even trying to give Quartz a little bit of an option to stay up there on the high ground as we're getting very close towards the second checkpoint. It'll be TVNT having to back up there for a second. Yeah, that's going to be 2 for 3.
Do VP know what to do here? They're really waiting until the last moment here. 2.5 ticks picked up. Okay, they do find Quartz, collapse on him. Now they need to do something about the point. Looks like Twisted Minds are going to make the decision for them and sort of pull off for now. Yep, I think they saw Canale inside the hotel. TVNT saw an opportunity to stop the cap and get rid of the brig.
And something interesting when we're watching Twisted Minds, it's a lot of time like TVNT like kind of playing offensively on his own. It'll be orbital raise here from both teams, a little bit of a light show, and NCD picks up Gala.
Okay, no Juno here now for Virtus Pro. Can they make up the deficit with something like this? Yes, a great Terror Surge from Rajaro. Blitz also goes very low to it, so both supports got stuck in there, but of course Quartz chooses a moment like this to come alive. Still only 9 HP, needs his Mega. From the point, TVNT's able to hold it down. Twisted Minds with 4:38 to play. Unleash Labda on Virtus Pro.
And that's such an odd scenario there for Sauna, right? We're you know, watching a little bit from his POV, but do you go chase Quartz? He's gonna go get that Mega. You can't exactly do that because you gotta work your way back towards the point to be able to kind of contest. So it puts in a really rough spot there. Not able to keep it contested. That'll be the first point there for Twisted Minds. Now look at this. I mean, they're wasting no time getting aggressive.
Now Rajaro popping all those cooldowns before he can remotely come forward to that corner. All the while, Bot making its move. Bob stopped there midway through his charge that allows Twisted Minds to have a place to fall back to. Not so much Virtus Pro. They're already extended quite far towards this Bob. But they have a 6th player to help them bring the other Omnic down. Running here, active right for Canale, doesn't protect him against Quartz, finds his head, Rajaro low as well. Eventually, you could say he dragged off his horse, but he is the horse. Quartz, easy come, easy go. Virtus Pro head out the door by the scruff of their necks.
And they timed that so perfectly there, Twisted Minds. So as soon as Canale's rally is over, Bliss Pop's rally, they run right up. They just blow up the brig on the other side. So also Sauna now completely done with the Pharah, uses the barrage there, doesn't really add anything with it. Twisted Minds pushes up. They want to try and deny any type of space. Don't allow them to get in, get a touch here. You know, make Rajaro pay with his health pool.
That's a resource, in fairness. Orbital Ray disengaged from.
This is good for Twisted Minds.
Good in general. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Not what VP were looking for. Yeah, not a good opportunity to make use of the combat stats of that Orbital Ray. Healing that they don't need, damage boost that they can't use. It's a disaster. Sonic here forcing the deflect with a sliver of health left, so eventually he will have to succumb. And Twisted Minds showing us exactly why they dragged us out to the streets of King's Row.
2 fights back-to-back where Twisted Mind shows that really good patience that we've seen from them throughout this series. The first one, like I mentioned, Kenil rallies, they back up a little bit. Bliss comes back with a rally towards the end of it, they win it there. Gala ends up opening things, nice shot by Shockwave, opening things there with his own orbital ray. They just back up, wait a beat, come around the corner, and they end up using their own and getting an easy fight.
Shockwave.
Shockwave's in some trouble.
He's in the microwave here. Terror Surge for TVNT gets the one, but I don't know if that's quite worth it. It depends. Can Lambda now come alive? Yep. Turn this absence of Widowmaker into some kills. You better believe it. The investment in making sure Lambda has free reign by TVNT is repaid with interest.
Yeah, this should okay, I was gonna say it should allow for Quartz to take high ground, but he actually opts not to take the high ground. He's gonna take an angle here from the side. I wonder if he's gonna come out and just try and like dynamite both these players, but he's gonna get found out though by Sauna.
He doesn't feel like he can obviously fight Shockwave, so allows him.
Did Sauna not see Quartz there?
Riley there for Bliss. Can he just keep that shield up and stay alive? Yeah, the healing comes in a little bit slowly. Yeah, all right. Eventually, Gala says, "You, sir, deserve a torpedo." Kenale and Virtus Pro able to run Twisted Minds over. One of their better fights we've seen all map.
Yeah, and to give you an idea, I mean, probably didn't need that much of an idea, but how much they want to play the far, we're seeing it being played just straight up into the Widow here on the final part of King's Row. As Quartz now will go Widowmaker here, just trying to even it up. But a little bit of pressure here onto Shockwave, not making it as easy for him to just kind of own in on that.
That's their strat, right? I mean, if they get like a Widow counter to the Pharah, they just make Quartz play Widow. Trust him to win the duel. Yeah. More often than not, that's how things have panned out, honestly. Orbital Ray again for Virtus Pro, really just them baring their teeth at Twisted Minds. Once more, no opportunity to actually use the ultimate. Good disengage. It's the patience and Twisted Minds. It looks like Virtus Pro are struggling to get a feel for that kind of pace. So TVNT's very deep behind enemy lines, and Shockwave just picks a fight with Lambda, well, outside of his optimal range.
Well, when Quartz plays Widow as well, it also makes you, yeah, I mean, if you're like Shockwave, right? You can't exactly just play out in the open, play safe, and go for just the, Pharah pickoffs. You have to play so cautious, with then allows Lambda to play a little bit more aggressive again. There'll be an infrasight here from Shockwave.
Good angle here.
I mean, look at that. I mean, he has to just kind of peek the corner there. I mean, this is a really weird scenario. I mean, Lambda being that far in that is silly.
Your ankles, man, absolutely broken. Sort of gets caught, but MCD just whips around and lazily deals with the Genji threat. The barrage, can it save them? Well, Canale is down. That's a problem here for Rujaro. Tries to get Lambda close enough for a big old bear hug, but Pharah is able to get some altitude and now some distance. Still though, very, very low. Healing doesn't come when it needs to now. Rally in play for Bliss, which is unfortunately really not what Twisted Minds need here.
Yeah, so they try and force it with a rally there at the end with Lambda alive. I believe maybe TVNT was alive there for a brief period of time. And it is not enough. As Sauna now going over to Tracer here. So the Tracer definitely, this is going to put a little bit more pressure on the Quartz, right? So they're trying to open things up a little bit for Shockwave yet again.
Oh, beautiful shot. He's ready for Shockwave there to land off the jump, and Gala's low. Lambda's able to finish him off there. Might have been some splash up against the periphery. Sort of here on the Tracer, kind of feels silly out in the open there. This is going to allow Twisted Minds to end the map. Sauna almost staggers himself, trying to stay alive, trying to get a chance to touch the orbital ray. MCD just throws it all in, says if not now, we won't have a chance to use it. So with a little bit of time left, Twisted Minds threaten to finish the map. It goes a long way on a hybrid map, make no mistake here. 5.5 seconds left.
Yeah, and with some time, right? That is huge there for Twisted Minds. It's not easy towards the later part of the map, but they do get it done, and most importantly with that 5 seconds. And man, dude, if you just watch this series and you're like, wow, how did this team struggle for so much of the year right after the beginning part for Twisted Minds? I mean, they look awesome today in this series. Really, giving Virtus Pro a lot of trouble. I wonder if we'll see, maybe VP even start off with the Widow, right? I know the Widow from Shockwave was pretty effective. Do you try and do something a little bit different here at the start?
Honestly, coming out with that early Widow does kind of mean the Twisted Minds either counter it with Tracer, which they don't do. Some teams have opted for that. Or they just hope that their Ashe can win the fight. I'm fine with it, really. It's really threatening and often requires a switch in response or changes the way fundamentally that you play on this first point.
Yeah, it just feels like we've seen what happens with the Genji setup, right? And we've also kind of seen a little bit of you know, what happens if you're going to match like the Pharah Ashe, right? It seems like both of those kind of play exactly into what Twisted Minds wants to do, so maybe they change it up a little bit. I think that Widow at the end definitely it made Labda a little bit easier to rail in.
Shockwave stays on the Widow here. And we'll obviously look to post up on that right-hand side in time. Virtus.pro really need to establish a safe zone around that statue before that's an option for the Widow here.
I like this call here from VP. I think, you know, pulling that Ashe, just playing the mirror, you know, or playing the Ashe with the Genji would not have worked out. I mean, dude, look at the angle he's taking. I mean, you can't even really see it.
They left, I think, for a moment they wanted to play forward, but TVNT gets brought down here. Virtus.pro with the Widow. I said it changes the way you play. It definitely makes you uncomfortable. And Rajara is able to knock up his second kill of this fight. Twisted Minds, a very short-lived hold on this first point.
Yeah, as you know, the Widow, I think, just kind of changes maybe the positioning of things, right? You know, Labda can't play as aggressive, but you get TVNT really weak, and then you just kind of push him out. As that's going to force a Widow response here for Twisted Minds. So Quartz wants to, you know, mirror that Widow. I also think this makes it a little bit easier for Sauna, right? I know you're able to try and make a play for the enemy Widow, not exactly going into multiple players. It's okay. Shockwave's going to change and play Cassidy here in that shorter range part of the map.
Maybe feels like that. Yeah, you want an answer to more than just the Pharah. Sauna Genji, of course, still. Shockwave here really hopes that Rajara can be the protector, but here comes the Orisa of TVNT. Okay, there was intervention from Kanea Little East, so Shockwave lives to fight another day, and Twisted Minds on the back foot yet again. Virtus.pro are starting to figure this out. Perhaps last map wasn't just a fluke here. This is a massive time bank and a huge surge of momentum coming off of point A. Interception there for Labda as the Javelin comes in clutch.
Oh man, as they just continue to get the payload moving here through the second part of the map, I think Quartz will probably change off of this. Is some nice adjustments here for Virtus.pro early on King's Row. Like, do you maybe don't switch this if you're Twisted Minds, because I was going to say the last part of the map is good for the Widow, but they decided to just match in terms of playing the Cassidy.
It definitely can be, providing that the attackers don't get a real foothold on the other bit of high ground, where even Ashe can be Widow at that range. Orbital Ray here going to be thrown out hastily by MCD. Twisted Minds really on the back foot once more. Terra Surge though gets rid of Gala. Not before he dispensed though with his ultimate. A nice conk. That's going to keep Sauna at bay as Labda tries to find a way to have an impact in this fight, but the barrage just resulted in him getting blown up. And Virtus.pro with a gigantic 5-17 time bank.
Yes, I mean, this feels like we're going to go to a game 5, right? I mean, with the way that VP has bounced back on this map, is now they're getting control of that high ground. Quartz just gets deleted there. Nice spear from Rajaro. This is VP. I mean, dude, this is going down to the wire potentially. Yeah, I know, with a lot on the line, as they are just kind of pushing them back here. Deadeye for Shockwave. Gonna try to make his way around the corner. Finds Labda.
That's devastating. Far out, caught out in the open as Shockwave just swings to the left. Clips her wings instantly. This might be the biggest time bank that we've seen on this map for this stage, this rate. One more chance, that's all Twisted Minds have, and they've got to get out with the Radial Bliss, but Labda's already been taken down. Sauna just meets him at the door and doesn't permit him access to the rest of the map. Bliss under extreme pressure here, trying to shield bash forward, but eventually has to get back to cover. And who would have thought that Virtus.pro would convert on the recovery on Esperanza into a more than 4-minute time bank here, make it 5:05 against Twisted Minds.
So not exactly over, but
kind of over.
I mean, you gotta feel really good if you're VP. And there's no way Twisted Minds just fumbles it throughout the rest of the series. I mean, they've looked so good. Even on Esperanza, like you mentioned, it felt like they had an opportunity to definitely win that one. I mean, this is just a drubbing, it feels like, though, on King's Row. I mean, dude, the reverse sweep, I mean, that would almost like sum up Twisted Mind's season, right? In that they've looked so great, and then somehow it just is a loss, right? We'll see Twisted Minds on offense first, right? No, not a lot of time in the bank, so they'll get an opportunity to attack. They'll probably be happy with just about anything, right? I mean, I don't think they can, they could certainly, run the table, right? We've seen it in the past with teams, but it feels like it would be mighty difficult with the way the Virtus Pros playing around this far.
But just to reiterate, Twisted Minds qualification for OWCS Stockholm hangs in the balance here. They can win this map and be guaranteed for that event. But winning this map with a 4-minute and 5-second deficit in time bank is almost impossible at this level. Basically unimaginable.
Yeah, they need to win this one, Twisted Minds, and then also have some stuff go right in the next series, I believe. We'll get an update on that probably when we get to the desk if Twisted Minds wins, but looks like it's just an off angle here taken from Son. Doesn't want to poke out against the Widow Courts.
Everyone holding out of sidelines here, but Twisted Minds have already gotten themselves a tick as a result of Virtus Pro being a little cagey about this. They've got to choose their time to strike. They've got to pivot off that back foot, but TVNT's been able to get in there, get amongst the hotel. Sauna looks like he was hit by a javelin in mid-air there. Now Lapta wants to try and close the gap on the Juno. Can't quite get there though, but it's looking rough for Rajaro. MCD was down though at least, so decent damage done for Virtus Pro, but if Twisted Minds get this checkpoint, it's all for naught. They've got to do more, and instead they're gonna have to let it go. Twisted Minds will get a payload here in extra time.
I mean, this is massive, right? It actually just forces BP to take first point and then some. I mean, any type of progress here for Twisted Minds, it is just... I mean, you are just thankful that it even happens, right? I mean, giving up a 5-minute time bank is unreal. So just to be able to get it to a point where it feels winnable again, it's quite massive. You're going to have Terror Surge here for TVNT. You're also probably going to end up with a barrage here by the time the next fight kicks off.
Down already. That means Lapta now can do as he pleases, including closing the gap on Sauna, who's forced to play through from those tunnels. Instead, TVNT largely being ignored by Rajaro. Eventually, he's going to demand the attention of everybody on the side of Virtus Pro. He has a Terror Surge to throw in here, and with Canale down, the options for VP are starting to run thin. They have a chance to convert Virtus Pro on this map, but they've got to put a defense together soon.
Yeah, no, Twisted Minds, they play really patient there after that first kill. They decide not to invest anything in the fight. They hold on to everything they got here coming up for this next fight. If you could get second checkpoint here for Twisted Minds, I mean, that would be absurd with just a minute on the clock.
They've got decent ultimates here. So did Virtus Pro, though. Neither team's really had a reason or opportunity in the case of VP to use them gainfully. Here's that patient poke. Court's a little bit low. It's going to be an orbital ray to start things off for Twisted Minds. They can't afford to be second to the punch. They have to go now. Barrage for Labda over the top. Rajaro is overwhelmed, but Shockwave's able to trade things out and get rid of the Farah himself. Gala just sitting back here, trying to make sure at least that Sauna can get a good barrage off of his own, but it's interrupted now. Stunned by the shield bash. Low was TVNT with a rally. Gets him healed back up. Bliss overrun by Canale with the shield bash. Stun of his own. And TVNT's looking for a way in, but so far it's just players thick and fast with individuals. Virtus Pro. What a storm over this cart, but they've lost Canale. They've lost the checkpoint. Somehow Twisted Minds have taken it to 5 here with a minute to play. And Virtus Pro have to stop them here.
Yeah, Court's playing in that alley all the way in the distance. Actually, he's able to farm up a Bob during that, and that's the biggest impact, right? You see Canale's HP drop so fast. It's because there's a Bob directly behind him. Shockwave coming up with a Deadeye, picking up some kills, finishing off Twisted Minds. But still, Mitch, they get the second checkpoint as well. I mean, that is a huge comeback there for Twisted Minds.
When you set the stakes, you said Twisted Minds will be happy with anything on that attack side. A tick of point A, they probably would have had to be satisfied with. This is probably more than they bargained for, and more than Virtus Pro were expecting to have to give up. But the fact remains that they still have 5 minutes to get to that second checkpoint. That is a long, long time.
And to give you an update on the qualification, hearing from Comp Ops, right? So if Twisted Minds wins this map in series, they're technically not qualified for Stockholm yet. It's because Labda you know, has played more maps than Yubi this stage, which would like kind of have his points matter, right? So it's not like you can just add tons of players to a roster, just kind of like farm up points, right? You have like a core group that earns points based off of the play time. They're only separated by like one map though, right? So in theory, Twisted Minds would win and then just play Yubi in the next series the entire time, and they'd be fine.
So
right?
that would actually require them to run Yubi, and it doesn't matter what the result of the series is.
Or just say, screw it, we're going for gold and play Lambda and win the next match. So
that is okay. All right.
That is also though because like teams could in theory like farm, you know, just hey let's get together and just put together a roster of 10 players with points, right?
Checks out. No, it absolutely makes sense. It's just such an interesting arrangement to get into here. So Shockwave wants to get across now. So he will get into that very standard spot. Lambda wants to pepper it down, but can't stay out in the open forever. TVNT, of all people, goes after that widow position. And has to hope that Rajaro doesn't like waste to his team, but honestly, Twisted Minds are doing just fine without Orisa right now. Oh my.
And what are you looking for here if you're Twisted Minds? I think like if they take checkpoint A and there's like, I don't know, 2 minutes on the clock, you feel pretty good about that, right? I think you're probably looking at another like 2 fights to try and win.
Yeah, you definitely have opportunities to stop that VP momentum. And obviously there's no time extensions for getting point 8 here if you're Virtus Pro. We're in extra innings, so no time extensions whatsoever. Again, TVNT takes this route here to try and punish the hit scan player who wants to go up the stairs, but they've got Kanale elsewhere. Shockwave doesn't have a sideline here. TVNT's happy to find Virtus Pro right in this location, because Shockwave is virtually useless in terms of his impact on the rest of the map. You see Shockwave is trying to ignore TVNT, but you can't do that with Orisa.
Yes, now another fight win here for Twisted Minds.
This should be back soon.
You hold on to both these ultimates as well. Yeah, you're going to have everybody back here for this next fight as Sonic gets quite low. Can't afford a stagger in this type of scenario, right?
Okay, there's the brick. TVNT, dangerous. Doesn't want to be overwhelmed here. Orbital Ray going to be used, but that's mostly just for MCD's benefit. But hey, he converts it into a kill, so no one's going to complain. Sauna there just hangs out in the open. Virtus Pro say stop. They've used Orbital Ray. We've got our own here. Keep it in reserve.
Yes, they have to back up now here, holding on to the Orbital Ray in rally. Really, I think is VP just going for a scenario where they just kind of
use 6 ults,
put together 5 ultimates and just dump, right? Yeah, I mean that's kind of what it looks like here at the moment.
All right, no, they're going to start with an Orbital Ray here, flank around. I don't think Twisted Minds are ready for that. Lambda taken down instantly. Quartz is dead-eyed, nothing from that either. Sauna goes for that blade. So VP ration these ultimates a little more. They're going to have themselves this point A. Nothing is certain. And Virtus Pro still need to earn that second checkpoint.
Now you use a lot here to get this first checkpoint, and I don't think they're going to be able to like push up either, right? And you know, gain a ton of space. That would have been a huge kill there if you got the spear on the Quartz and then finished him off. As see now, Lambda just putting down some damage here onto the Orisa. Rajaro taking some big damage. Also, yeah, I don't really love Rajaro in this like side room, right? I mean, just an easy way to farm that damage.
The cut's too far back for you to really have a chance at a foothold there. I think they're trying to avoid the Pharah and maybe like, circumvent the parts of the map where she's the strongest. Shockwave is not allowed to play from that window either. Sauna might double up here. Deflex for Shockwave. Here comes the bomb. Oh, Sauna able to find Lambda at the very least, so it's a trade here. No Pharah up for Twisted Minds right now, but they have that rally. Here comes Rajaro. Terra Surge thrown out, and Kanale is able to roll. Bliss with a whip shot. Into the back goes Sauna. Quartz was deep in enemy territory. And Twisted Minds have to hope that was enough, because they have 1, maybe 2 more fights.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think the biggest thing now is how many more fights do you have? I think it's probably 1. You see Sauna like pushing up here, just trying to get some damage down.
Does Lambda make a play
players come out of the spawn
with a flank barrage to end this?
I mean, I don't know. I think you probably played this corner, right? It's so strong to be able to just kind of play this corner, but put down some damage.
Shockwave also has a good line on Lambda here. Having to play from that stairway across the way. Can we flank this? Gala going to get that orbital ray up straight away. TVNT not ready. MCD's holding it. Holding it. Has to use it now. Okay, the Deadeye comes in, but Sword is there with 2. Lambda finds 1. Is that going to be enough? He needs to get into the orbital ray. He needs that healing, but the Dragon Blade comes in from Sorter, and he's being safe about it. Deflected first. Now chase to Farah. Lambda brought down. 35 seconds left in the round, and Virtus Pro here are within touching distance. 1 meter to go, and Virtus Pro squeeze that checkpoint out. There's no chance of a stall here for Twisted Minds. I don't think they can get here and touch properly. So Virtus Pro, so close to their goal, will be forcing a map number 5.
Oh, and I mean, you think about Twisted Minds, right? They gave up a 5-minute plus time bank. And they still almost battle back, but VP, they clutch up in the end. Like you mentioned, I think one of the biggest things here, right, is Quartz playing the Cassidy instead of actually playing that Ashe, right? You were mentioning like Shockwave actually that time was able to take that alleyway over, you know, and really just kind of like look across the point and really uncontested. It's just definitely more in Ashe's range than Cassidy's. Is what do you do now, right? If you're Twisted Minds, I mean, well, we've had you know, Control, Flashpoint, pushing in hybrid. So you think about the escorts, right? I mean, we have a Junkertown decider. I mean, it's possible, and I think Twisted Minds, you know, you end up losing the series. You are just, you know, you fumbled your defense so hard here. You gave away Esperanza. I feel like that was one that I definitely think they could have won. Right, they were up by, you know, 70 plus meters on Esperanza. I mean,
I think the fumble is real. I mean, they made it real competitive here on Kings Road, but their defense side was so pitiful, so poor, to allow VP to turn around with over
pitiful
5 minutes.
Is a really good word to use to talk about their defense. I mean, it was just uncontested. I mean, it looked like a completely different team.
They got dog defense, bro. Simple as that.
Yeah.
I mean, you end the map with over 4 minutes in your time bank. You have not really done anything. That is not enough. That is not enough at this level. It's not enough at any level, frankly. And yeah, they're going to be looking back on that and going, man, we really let this get the better of us. We really let this get away from us. This is a team that's like more recently put together, right? And like you sort of pointed out, they do need to win this series to have a chance at Stockholm. From that point, it's a little bit of math that needs to be done, but they can basically deterministically guarantee it.
I mean, if they want to, right? I do wonder. I know we'll have to obviously get a comp update, right? But like, you know, Lambda just playing more maps here. Does that mean that like the next series with UB has to go a certain like distance or whatnot? But you know, they know that stuff better than we do. A lot of damage here. In favor of Twisted Minds still, but you see the gap closing, right? Playing a little bit more far here for VP.
I mean, a pretty even game, all things considered. At the end of it, Twisted Minds managed to bring back a huge deficit on their defense. I think they had 3 fights on that first point, a few on that second, and it really pushed down to the last minute or so of play. And really, it was VP just taking the initiative and going for that earlier orbital ray. That ultimately really dictates this metagame just outside of the Foundry. Sauna gets in after having a really tough map and gets a quick double kill.
Do you think we're getting Junkertown here? Really?
No, I don't think so.
You can see it. What is it? What is it?
Can't see it right now. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
So we are. It's going to be a secret.
Oh, I mean, I think the start of this map is so important for Twisted Minds. I mean, the mental boomage with a reverse sweep and knowing how much pressure is on the line, you got to get off to a good start. I mean, just settle the nerves. And I think it's like more rattling because you were so dominant in the first 2 maps, right? The first 2 maps were, they weren't close. Like, it was just dominance from Twisted Minds. And then VP, I mean, you see how close their King's Row is, and then also Esperanza, right? We don't have the exact meterage up there, but pretty close game as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was like 90 odd meters on Esperanza for, you know, Twisted Minds. They were ahead by about 70 at some point, but they feel like they allowed that first checkpoint to get taken really easily. I mean, that's looking back such a long way now. course, this is good news for you out there if you're still farming the last couple of your drops, because for today and tomorrow, we are into our second phase of viewership incentives here, including an OWCS Soldier 76 home skin. That's for 8 hours of watching. Today should have gotten you a pretty decent way there, folks.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, yeah, you stay and hang out and watch NA. I mean, you could end up all the way there, right?
Also, I think they're live for our co-streamers as well. So obviously, as we raid them at the end of the stream, go and hang out and get some more of that progress.
Today's co-streamer. I don't think all the co-streamers. I think the day's special.
Yeah, the co-streamer of the day. So because I think yesterday it was Kevin. Yeah, Avril obviously was co-streaming yesterday. So keep an eye out for that.
I think today's. I want to say today's Commander X and tomorrow's Avast.
There you go.
I'm just remembering that graphic, you know, the old J3 picture. Yeah, there it is.
All right, so Commander X is the place to be. If you haven't got your drops at the end of today, you can get over there and obviously get some insights from the man himself. And then Avast, the homie, we're joining us tomorrow.
Look at what a professional he looks like.
Yeah, you know, he's kind of a professional these days. I'm not going to lie. At least when I've seen him work. A little reformed. He's an adult, mostly.
You're walking it back with every statement you make.
Because then I just start thinking about my interactions with him. I'm like, oh, actually, Rialto here is going to be the pick for this last map. Twisted Minds lock it in. In the end, no Junkertown shenanigans.
Yeah, so Rialto, this is a map that you can play far and you can play Widow, right? It's just not as wonky and silly as Junkertown tends to be, right? So the thing that's scary here though is like we end up with a lot of like first point holds, right? Very difficult to kind of break on through. I would assume, yeah, okay, so without actually seeing the when we started to see the outlines coming out of the spawn, I was like, that is definitely VP coming out of the base, right? Because that is a Widow Tracer setup here.
Okay, Sauna here not feeling the Genji this time around. In fairness, a lot of good little flank routes that Tracer can take here, knowing full well that Twisted Minds are going to roll out on a pretty standard composition, I think. Wouldn't shock me to see the Diva. You don't really want to be fully ground-born on this kind of map, especially not... Geez, there's so much of it. You want to be able to get up on that high ground. So, here we go. The side of map is Rialto here. Twisted Minds and Virtus Pro, who pushed them to the very limit. And with potential qualification for Stockholm on the line, well, you may as well go for it.
I mean, that is just a silly shot that nobody really is going to kind of contest with. Also, worth pointing out, MCD coming out on the early on. So a lot of long like sight lines you have to heal here on Rialto, and then for the nano boost, I guess you're looking at Lambda and TVNT. Really, I mean, I guess you can nano the brig, but it's not really a kind of meta where you could do that or would be preferential to do that.
VP are playing the Juno in the brig comp, which is seen much less often, right? It's not like Orbital Ray is such like a shock and awe fight-winning ultimate in that case, because ordinarily Rajaro is going to be back and forth, try to, go between putting pressure down on backliners and protecting his own. So see if that ends up being like, a big part of the game plan here. This VP need to try and get Shockwave rolling here. Couple shots, couple eliminations, really get that confidence flowing.
Rajaro got hit with a bio grenade there. Almost actually ends up getting demeched.
Corsi kind of ignoring the fact that he's playing in the front line virtually because he's trying to draw a bead on Shockwave across the way there. TVNT, a self-destruct here doesn't necessarily mean a remake for him. Oh, Quartz, what patience from the man. Gala on a fool's errand is brought down by Quartz.
Man.
And here come Twisted Minds, a pretty comfortable first point take.
The way Twisted Minds plays around Quartz is the way I wish my teammates in ranked played around me. I mean, he gets all the help, but it is definitely deserved, right? I mean, just being able to come up with that headshot, like you mentioned, just the patience, right? That's like a self-destruct, I believe, going off that Sauna's actually hiding behind, and just the angle that Quartz takes is phenomenal there, able to get that headshot, and then to just, not panic, right? Being able to finish off Gala is huge.
They trust Quartz, right? Just to do his thing. I don't think they really think about it all that much outside of getting thrown a heal every now and then by someone like MCD. This is pretty steady progress here. You'll notice that Rajaro is trying to use that doorway to contest the card and slow it up. So it really makes very glacial progress here. But once we get past the doorway, now you cannot contest it so easily. You'll need a full back here for Virtus Pro. Play around the rally here, maybe to fully commit to the fight. Instead, TVNT DMEC, that's the pulse of Sauna going to work. But Bliss's rally makes it harder for follow-up to occur for Virtus Pro. Now the barrage here for Lambda in the window. ballsy.
He's got the benefits of the nano as well, right? So he's putting down some massive damage there, going up to the high ground, but he's just getting shots from the Juno from one side, and not anymore, right? As Gala falls in the hands of Quartz, and then the Diva Rajara still able to stay alive here as TVNT just fighting for a mech back, not gonna get it, but man, what a crazy scenario. You send Lambda up to the high ground there with the nano, trying to get a barrage, trying to get a D-mech really of Rajaro. Doesn't actually pan out. Turns down, grabs the tracer, but not enough to get the car moving again.
Quartz had a poison mine over there apparently, but right now he's just looking for grapple shots. Shockwave also trying to play in a safe zone away from Farah's long-range harassment. Okay, Quartz does not have infra here. This is Shockwave's ultimate being used, but he got hit with a bio-nade. Still, because of the pressure right now on Quartz, there's no opportunity for him to try and get involved in the Widow fight. That ultimate's expired, but it allowed Rajaro at least to get a player advantage for Virtus Pro, so they should be able to ease into this a little longer.
Yeah, this is one of the harder points, actually, probably to get the Farah like directly across that bridge, right? It's just a large expanse across, especially with the Widow on the other side. Just how much the game has slowed down since we got to this point.
Sauna though got picked off there, just lingering a little bit too close to some very vigilant defenders. Quartz is able to get the Mega before he gets out. Rajaro now realizes, wait, my plan requires me to get the Mega. I'm going to have to use an ult here to remake. Big damage taken, still no Mega to pick up. Now, that's devastating. In fact, he probably wanted that, to be fair. Desuited over the watermark. Means that he gets eliminated instantly. Shockwave down now. TVNT's able to find that elimination. Quartz won't be moving from this position for a little while yet until the car rounds the corner properly. And Bliss is ensuring that happens.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great spot for Quartz to just kind of sit there and farm. You see how difficult it is to get him off of that, right? When Rajaro goes to challenge him, he's got the Mega Health Pack right there, also has some healing at range, as now he has to move up with where this cart is, but does have the benefits, I was going to say, of the infra sight, and that's actually Labdu who takes out Sauna with like a rocket to the side.
Yeah, Sauna dropped a pulse there, by the way, or at least he tried to. Lost that ability entirely. Another Nano Farah to come in here. Gala never had a moment to recover. Lambda probably just floats above this orbital ray here. Makes it costly for Virtus Pro to take this ground and actually just lingers out in front here. So Rajaro, it's an easy pick up for him. TVNT at least can fight it back, but this has become too scrappy for Twisted Minds, and that early momentum that they had has started to peter out.
Yes, now you're going to have to go back to the scenario where we're just fighting over the bridge here, right? As MCD will actually change and play the Juno. So he's playing the Ana throughout a lot of this.
60 seconds.
Here on offense on Rialto, but feel like maybe here for the end, right? Playing for Juno probably puts out around the same healing as Yana, but also then provides like the speed and a little bit of extra damage, especially up close.
In for now for Shockwave. Twisted Minds need to find a way. This is now no longer a great sideline for Widow. It's much closer to the Tracer than I think Quartz would really like. Well, I don't know, Lambda just got caught up there. This is an hold up amongst the flailing of limbs. And Shockwave, though, really has a nice little loose end here that he can use to punish now Twisted Minds as they hope to back away across the bridge. TM are down to their last-ditch effort on Rialto's attack.
Yeah, who is even going to get a touch here? You're going to have to change one of these players, especially the damage dealers, to move up and get a touch. They both stay, so you're going to have the Farah still in the mix, and same with the Widow. And is anyone even going to get there?
Okay, TVNT's on the push here.
TVNT's fine.
I think they've realized now. Rajaro on the double back, Bliss at least being picked up by Sauna, but Kanale is down, and Lambda's going to punish. They get their backs turned as TVNT sails into this next checkpoint. Rajaro got Lambda, has got a touch now. Self-destruct for a remake, but has to survive the blast here. Kanale comes on in, Lucio to boot TVNT out of the way. Rajaro's able to get his mech back. Okay, maybe you can salvage this. TVNT low. Can't push it any further now. Would love to get back in the mech, and Shockwave will allow for this to occur. Rajaro's there the whole time, but it's coming in back on the Lucio. Keep your eyes to the sky. Good DM to keep Shockwave alive a little bit longer, but it's not quite going to be enough. It's TVNT with the micro rockets, bringing the Cassidy down. And Quartz now has a perch to play from. Twisted Minds are far from done.
How did TVNT get all, like, everybody ends up dying there for Twisted Minds. It's like a full reset. How does he actually even get back there to get the cart moving yet again? And then Bliss comes in there on the Lucio, does a nice job protecting Quartz as those players that he ends up taking out the first two are trying to make a play for Quartz as he's getting a sight line there, overlooking the point as now Twisted Minds gives themselves an opportunity to finish the map.
Haven't seen this part of Reality in a hot minute, honestly. Tough map to finish. Ray up here for MCD just in time, but okay. Gonna be used here by Twisted Minds as Virtus.pro kind of just used theirs to back up behind, but Shockwave was so deep. Maybe some crossed wires there. Either way, Twisted Minds are going to capitalize and look to really make this a crushing punishment for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, as you end up losing Rajaro here, so the cart's going to get around the corner here. Final fight territory. 30 seconds left, one fight needed for Twisted Minds to end up completing the map. And considering how good VP's defense was in the second part of it, it'd be brutal to give up this map completion as Labda get in the barrage. How is he going to get in here to use it? He uses a conk, gets himself in a position. Nice spear though from Rajaro.
Healing is well and truly good enough though for Labda as no one else could shoot at him, but that Orisa there and in the spawn we go. Gala can't do a thing about the barrage. Labda has to hope that 2 support kills is enough, and I tend to agree. Twisted Minds somehow get the map done.
I mean, the healing is phenomenal there onto Labda, and then also the space kind of taken up there by TVNT. I mean, he just barrels into the spawn. I mean, who the hell cares about my HP pool? I'm going forward, and he just barges on in. And Labda, it opens up the door right after he gets some much needed healing.
And here you have it.
Twisted Minds spear that Rajaro hits is so hard, by the way. Like, we just kind of casually look over that, though. Like, you know, Labda just doing the conk, then dash over his head, just turns and spears into the wall. They still don't kill him. That's tough.
Because so much of the rest of Virtus.pro was still coming out of spawn or had disengaged back into spawn. So I think it was only Rajaro looking up there. But if TVNT doesn't get on the cart, sneak it over like that, we could be in a completely different world right now. A world in which Twisted Minds don't even get that second checkpoint, and yet, here we are, full map completion and time in the bank to their name. What a turn of events.
Yeah, and you think, right? For Twisted Minds, anything here on point A is good. Obviously, we do see teams, you know, get stalled out right underneath the bridge. But then considering how good VP's hold was, right? Being able to play that Widowmaker at range really kind of deny Labda any space to get across. When we move into the second part of the map, you know, give Quartz that space. You think if you're Twisted Minds and you're smooth sailing, you're all the way back.
Little early grapple there from Quartz. Labda on this flank here has to know the Shockwave will come looking at this. Yeah, he knows. Never mind. So now there is theoretically a line for Shockwave to use, but Shockwave has to creep up to use it. You see Labda straight away is going to go back and check that and say, okay, I see Shockwave. You thought you'd get in. Not on my watch, buddy. Not on my watch.
I mean, that's a good first pick off, right? Now it's going to allow Labda to play pretty free here in the choke, at least for a period of time. It's also trying to like kind of keep tabs on the Sonic, right? Make sure Sonic can't just, they want to make sure that he can actually, you know, keep Quartz pretty safe here. So I think a shot there, it's going to be recall already.
Okay, but still, Sonic still alive in a threatening position. That's important. Rajaro also diving onto that high ground, making it very hard for Quartz to have anywhere to play from. There is no line that really sets this Widow up, and Shockwave, conversely, has a whole map to play with. Nicely done by VP.
Yeah, Sauna does a really nice job pressuring out Quartz there, and then also Rajaro gets the kill on the front line, right? He ends up getting the kill there on the Labda, which is massive. Oh, sick shot.
Virtus.pro feel like they've got some plot armor on. I think Canal would have liked some of that though, at least. Didn't feel like it this time. We're still finding Lab to get purchased with some of these rockets here, but this first checkpoint coming up this early is good sign for Virtus.pro. There's still a lot of map to play.
Well, I mean, that's it. That's if VP gets it, right? I mean, you have Quartz coming off a spawn, everybody now off a spawn for TM, and you just have, what, Rajaro and Sauna alive here. I think you're going to be able to get a hold for now for Twisted Minds.
Despite Shockwave getting those 2 huge kills. One on, I think first it was Quartz and then on MCD.
Yeah.
They can't convert.
Yeah, it was actually TVNT using a self-destruct, being able to keep himself alive, and then you also had Bliss being able to live for an extended period there, just keeping all that healing coming from the Brig. And this is like one of the hardest like corners and points of the map to get, right? It'll be orbital raise for both teams here, so you think they kind of negate each other.
This time, I think they might get through, Matt. MCD and Quartz both falling again, but this time Virtus.pro still have a full cohort of players to make sure this card sails over the line. So we are still on track for our extra innings extravaganza here on Rialto as well as Kings Road. But Virtus.pro now need to navigate this awkward part of the map with high and low ground, both requiring equal levels of attention if they want to move that card up.
Yeah, Brajaro actually gets the benefits of the orbital ray and then goes to the high ground and just deletes Quartz, and then a pulse bomb there that comes in from Sauna, and that is enough to do it. As it'll be the Infrasight here used by Shockwave, so trying to buy him and his team some space, right? Getting around this corner, it'll be so difficult to do. Nobody there keeping Labda alive as he just falls.
That's happened quite a lot this map. In fact, even this round, Rajaro was just noticed Labda close enough to almost guarantee that kill. And like you mentioned, the healing that was so good right at the end of that last round just couldn't be applied to Labda there.
I know, I mean, he just gets disintegrated there as Rajaro just pushes up, gets a DM right in the face of Quartz. Quartz goes high. Rajaro there as well. Looking for an angle here. So cautious, right? Doesn't want to get caught out there by Shockwave.
Oh, he's gonna live this.
Yeah.
You can't be serious, man. And if he goes against Labda, that would have been... Oh, he got him too! Labda dies to the splashback. Rajaro able to go back, get his mech after doing some bunny blaster damage. Everything coming up for Virtus.pro right now in the best way possible. That shield for Bliss is about to give. And Rajaro more than happy to spend his health pool to gain that space. 4 minutes here to finish the map for VP, and they are looking hot.
So here's where this might end up benefiting Twisted Minds a little bit, is I think they've looked much better running the Orisa than they have, playing like the Diva type of comp, right? Where now here towards the end of the map, you can actually go back and play that Orisa. I like the swap now here from Quartz over to the Ashe. I think Ashe really in every situation we've seen has been much better than the Cassidy.
Oh, they know. They're all ready for this. Pulse Bomb gets dropped and everybody from Twisted Minds are able to avoid it. Very close. Bliss is playing on that corner with a rally soon, which would mean a stun on the Tracer where it required. Sauna doesn't want to take those odds. Instead, to the other side, he wants to try and flank around now. Nice little dynamite angle for Shockwave, but he was isolated. And Twisted Minds finally see an opportunity to get their defense on.
Yeah, and this is a rally used by VP, but it's going to be both support ultimates used by Twisted Minds. So VP, still with 3 minutes in the time bank, has an opportunity here with Orbital Ray inside of a close choke to make something big happen. And Twisted Minds actually pushes up here, Mitch. This is quite interesting. You rarely see teams play this far forward on defense on Rialto.
I think they know they've got a lot of clock to bleed here. Also, they may be fancy just if they can get that high ground, the stairwell at least with their Orisa up there. It's going to be very annoying. Rajaro can't turn his back on the rest of Twisted Minds to fight CVNT that way. But Orderay's going to get them there. So maybe Twisted Minds hoping to set a battle line further forward, force some ultimates out of Virtus.pro before the end of the map comes up. But there's one more fight here for Twisted Minds to hold VP at bay.
Yeah, I think it's probably more getting Orbital Ray out there than like right here where Rajaro is, right? As they kind of push back into the spawn. I think that is a huge ultimate you can't allow to have here towards the end of the game if you're Twisted Minds.
Shockwave down just as Virtus.pro look poised to strike here. They've lost one of their sharpest tools. Quartz here able to dodge that spear, or at least it didn't come his way in the end. And Bob in reserve for Twisted Minds. This defense should be comfortable.
So we'll get below 2 minutes on the clock here as Quartz opens things up though with an early headshot. As we'll see if a few players actually end up getting staggered here out of this as TVNT pushes up. Can't push up too far though. Doesn't want to give up his own life here, so not going to get another kill out of that. But Twisted Minds, I think you're looking at here, get a fight win maybe with just like a rally or orbital ray, save one of those for the end. If you lose, you want it to be with 0 time left on the clock.
Shockwave picked up yet again. Virtus.pro's chances of a map completion here now starting to come into serious doubt. Someone wants to come forward, but knows there's no point going for a blade here, despite Canale committing a rally. And Shockwave using the bob. We're heading under 1 minute before Virtus.pro are going to be able to fight again.
Well, I think Sauna's actually just trying to get them to use Rally before they end up going with the Blade, right? He's like dashing in, trying to put damage down onto the supports, on the Bliss, trying to force him to end up using that Rally. And he doesn't do so, and TVNT playing so aggressively ends up falling now.
That's a pretty big pickoff, Matt. Orisa now gone, but he's going to commit the rally now. Finally, they've gotten him to get rid of it, but he's nowhere near the cart. Still no touch yet for VP. They've got to make their way forward, and now they can try and get this over the line. Rajaro can move into spawn and use Terra Surge here, and I agree. Good idea. Quartz very, very low. Won't get away from Sauna's Blade now as Virtus Pro know they have to get this done. 30 seconds and counting. Bob to stall out. TVNT very low, and really just a large body that eventually is comfortably shifted by Virtus Pro. Lap to low by the time he can even touch the cart here, and now it's MCD trying to stall. Virtus Pro get the map done as well. We get a 1 minute extension for both sides, and ultimately 13 seconds separate Virtus Pro and Twisted Minds.
Yeah, as TVNT is just pushed up a little bit too far there, and then I think that use of the rally is just silly. I mean, at that point, just die and then end up using the rally there coming out of the spawn. Yeah, I mean, it is double bad there from Bliss. I mean, that is one that I'm sure his team would love to have back as well. So quite brutal there, as even with Twisted Minds, finishing the map there, it's a better time bank there for Virtus Pro.
Not by much though. These two teams now have really risen to the challenges issued by one another as these maps have come up. A very slow start in the series for Virtus Pro, and we felt legitimately that a 3-0 was most likely. But Virtus Pro and Esperanza come alive, and they dig deep, find what they need to put themselves in Stockholm, a seat at the table to compete with the very best teams in the world at our OWCS finals. I still need to land the plane here. And Twisted Minds have been nipping at their heels. A 13-second time make difference is nothing comparatively.
No, and I think with how Rialto goes, and a lot of times the game slows down, it's going to come down to these Widow picks, I think, here between Quartz and Shockwave. Which Widow can get their team across the line? A Widow pick here. One or two kills from these Widows that open up some of these points could decide their entire team's year.
Again, a pretty predictable angle for Quartz here, but he's hoping that someone makes a mistake and a lapse of judgment would put them in his sights. Maybe someone conked back off the high ground. Quartz instead opts to play close to the card here. The ping location on Shockwave, he knows where the Widow is going to emerge from, but isn't able to find a headshot. So it's another angle now. Canal playing close, Shockwave. Both he and Quartz know how important it is to stay alive. But they also know that their team's hopes rest on one another's shoulders, with a pick here could decide the next couple of months for them. And there it is, it's Quartz to win it out. Shockwave picked up from across the map, and now Twisted Minds with that numbers advantage. They want to exacerbate it. Rajaro forced back here, sort of hoping to run into Twisted Minds backline and dig someone out, but that is a big job for one little Tracer. And Sauna as well will fall. A valiant effort to try and turn the tides, but it's not enough, and now Twisted Minds will threaten the first checkpoint.
Yes, Quartz trying to push up, get a little bit of a position here, see if he can find another kill on the Shockwave as TVNT goes in, going to use a lot of this defense matrix to keep himself up.
Rajaro's got a stall.
Oh, look at this
Shockwave. Is it that good though? He's flanked around, tried to make his play, but Quartz has found Gala instead. Now the infra side available, shield up here. Canal knows that the Grim Reaper lurks close by as Shockwave has fallen to Lambda. TVNT's a little bit low here. Rajaro can make something happen, especially with the rally here from Canale. Lambda's fallen. Canale, big shield. You can't see past that if your Quartz on the infra side is expired. Self-destruct. TVNT low, but can get back into the mech as Canale breaks line of sight to stay alive, but a pulse bomb immediately attached to the mech brings TVNT low yet again. So MCD has to go for an orbital ray. Keeps TVNT for the fight, but not long enough apparently as Rajaro now comes forward. Gala gets that ultimate away, and Virtus Pro should be able to stop Twisted Minds in their tracks. A desperate rally falls flat from Bliss, and Lambda cannot touch. Win condition for the series now established for VP.
Yeah, right at our first checkpoint. That's all VP needs to do. Send themselves to Stockholm as... look, I mean, Quartz got off to a great start, right? Some help from Blob to put down a rocket there on the Shockwave, but this choke is really difficult to break on through, man. Especially when the defense matrices are coming through there, blocking a lot of the hit scan damage and whatnot. it's really tough to break, especially then, you know, once you lose a support, the other team's got the support ultimates here coming in. It is it's very difficult to work your way on through. Both teams here, at least at the start, look like they're just going to be kind of coming down on the same exact things we've seen them do. So Lambda and Co not going to move away from this far the entire time. They're going to stick on with it. I was wondering if somebody would actually pull out the Orisa, right? Because of where that payload is. Like, Orisa's crazy good in there, right? The survivability with Fortify, I mean, imagine Terror Surge, everything inside of the area where you kind of have to get the payload here. I was wondering if somebody would just say, screw the Diva and just not give up maybe some of the high ground here at the start. Looks like, though, it'll be Diva for both sides.
It will be disrespecting Lambda to do that, I think, which is potentially dangerous, right? You don't have a good answer for the Pharah outside of Shockwave shooting them. At this point, it's just too risky. This next minute will feature many opportunities for these players to make the moment count and make some magic. Rajaro will shepherd that card forward, and Twisted Minds don't want to take an early fight if they can help it, but Quartz already has opened up the account, and on Gala of all people. Virtus.pro have to reset. There's nothing to do here.
Yeah, and I think VP, you just need to hide and make sure you don't have, like, Rajaro get demeched or something like that. I mean, that ends everything if that happens. So another pick from Quartz could be enough.
Good response from TVNT. Sees Rajaro getting dangerously close to picking up the Pharah, but Bliss has fallen elsewhere, and Quartz has been accosted by Sauna. A successful assassination for the Tracer, and now he's got eyes for the pie in the sky, and it's Lambda. It's a long way off for him. Not really a whole lot he can do to interact with this Pharah, who has so far allowed TVNT to stall this card out. Virtus.pro, no switches, no Orisa swap either. They bring Rajaro back into the fray, but Shockwave's in trouble. Lambda, one more direct hit and brings him down. Now there's no winner available for Virtus.pro, and Quartz can breathe easier. Who can take the fight to him but Sauna right now, and that Tracer is nowhere to be seen. So Virtus.pro have to play out of line of sight if they possibly can. Here Sauna very much in a muddled mixture. It's Rajaro that's very low and needs to be healed back up before Virtus.pro can emerge once more. But Lambda's playing close. They're really trying to punish the fact that Virtus.pro want to play close, but there's Shockwave. He gets MCD. It's just Bliss for healing, and Twisted Minds have lost him as well. Lambda has to save the day. Quartz gets involved to bring Shockwave down, and Gala's able to avoid the pressure. For now, it's Lambda falling, and Twisted Minds have to fall back.
You're going to get another fight here, though, with Twisted Minds, right? You're going to get back towards the cart, back towards this bridge. You're not going to have Shockwave in for a little bit. It's going to be in for sight here from Shockwave just to give his team some visibility. Now it's going to be the one from Quartz.
Both teams have to pump in for sight here. You cannot walk into this fight in the dark. Rajaro backs up here, but it's going to be Shockwave to open up the account. It's Lambda falling first. Sauna in response. Both Widows call and answer from Quartz and Shockwave respectively. But Sauna is down. Shockwave needs to come alive now. Can he find the angle? TVNT extends into his sideline a little bit to try and chase down Canale, who gets away scot-free for the time being. Still overtime. Rajaro's got to keep touching. Needs to be kept topped up here by Gala and Co. And he is struggling to walk out into the open. It's a self-destruct to make some space and get a new mech back for Rajaro, who's going to be able to climb in, and now Lambda might come over the top with a barrage here. It's looking dangerous. They've got a touch. Rajaro looks back at his backline and realizes he can't defend him at all. It's going to be Lambda falling in Shockwave, though. And this off angle for the Widow is starting to churn out some results. Canale, though, they need him. Gala, they've lost him. No supports left for Virtus.pro. No healing to speak of. Quartz now looks to try and finish the job as Twisted Minds have done everything they can to book their ticket to Stockholm. And Virtus.pro crumble in the final seconds. It doesn't get any closer than that.
What a series between these two. Twisted Minds dominates early. VP battles back, and then the game 5, just as close as it can possibly be, comes down to the wire. I think really, you know, having that rally there for Twisted Minds, right? Canale has to use it a little bit early because they lose players to get around that first corner. Having that rally there for Twisted Minds, although a really elongated fight there towards the end, definitely ends up paying off. What a crazy fight.
Just overextended, I think, there. Both supports going down in such quick succession was so devastating because Rajaro is the one that has to stall the card. And TVNT knows this, so he knows he can actually dive into the backline, and that Rajaro is really limited in the degree to which he can peel, in which he can try and chase the enemy Diva and stop him from picking out one of his players. A pretty incredible ending to what may go down as one of the closest matches of this year, at least in this region, as Twisted Minds advancing in this lower bracket. Virtus Pro, their dreams may have just been crushed.
Well, ours have not. Our wildest dreams have been exceeded rather. This was an insane series. Twisted Minds going ahead 2-0, right? They're on match point. And then VP suddenly waking up, making the right adjustments, making the right swaps, and they're coming back. Then they're winning TM's map pick on King's Row in a very, very close battle. And then we're finishing up on Rialto with both DPSs coming up so clutch. Shockwave and Quartz, they're trading blows. This was phenomenal. You're like some sort of like weird voodoo lucky charm for good games.
I guess I should be around more often. I don't even know where to start. Like, so much happened in those two maps. It's even hard to fathom. If we're starting on King's Row, it was this back and forth, like hit scan, like swapping duel between Shockwave and Quartz. Shockwave's, okay, I'll go Widow. And Quartz is like, no, I'll go Widow. Wait, I'm going Cass. No, I'm going Ashe. It was so back and forth. The ults, pure insanity. And that it wasn't even the best map of the series, but this alone, King's Row, I think, was just as good the last map.
Twisted Minds just having like paper defense. They got picked almost every single fight, and as you mentioned, Quartz swapping over to the Widowmaker on second. But also, like, they got picked, like TVNT got picked, Blizz got picked, and so 5 minutes on the time bank for Virtus Pro. And then still, it came down to the very last fight. We talked about it. The Rays were just such a big difference maker here as well, because Gala, uses the Ray early, and we're losing our minds, just like, oh my god, MCD is not matching. They wanted to do the later Ray, but because of that, like, Virtus Pro, they get so much momentum. Virtus Pro win map 4, and we'll head over to map 5.
Dude, map 5 was like Duel of the Fates level epic between these Widows. I mean, like, just insanity. Like, I was actually holding my breath every time a Widow got a headshot, because it implies so much, like, so many picks there right there at the end went up on the Gala, and then Gala was behind an ult charge, and that makes a difference. And then they have to play differently, and Sonic has to go more aggressive, and he gets picked, and it's just back and forth.
It was supposed to be over. It was supposed to be over, but Virtus Pro, they pushed the spawn on second point, and TVNT is pushing the cart. They find 2 picks on VP, and Twisted Minds get to the 3rd point and cap it out. And then these 2 last rounds in overtime, I mean, it's so tense.
Like,
it's so tense for the Widowmakers.
It was like truly a game of inches. Like, there were duels where Shockwave was losing because he was so far, and he had just got hit by a rocket. He wasn't full HP, and he died, and Shockwave shot the Pharah, and he was full HP, so the Pharah didn't die, but he died. So it's like literally like millimeters difference in these fights. It's just unbelievable.
Rajaro loses the mech, and so you think, oh, Labda is going to use the barrage, but then Rajaro gets back into the mech as well, so Labda isn't able to do it. Labda dies. Just, what a giga banger. Absolute giga banger.
Would sign that 100%. Quartz getting themselves a player of the match. Obviously, with those final few picks, he's getting his team ahead of it. But this was, I would have given this just like to everyone in the team, because this was such a good team effort.
So hard to say, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, like, shout out to like the shot callers on both teams, because I do think there were like a lot of smart decisions being made from both sides as this map got close. The first 2 maps were extremely dominant, okay? Like, the off angles we saw from Quartz, the off angles from Labda as well, they just tore Virtus Pro at the seams and just pulled them apart like pulled pork. But then the last 3 maps, it was a different VP, they adjusted accordingly, but Twisted Minds, they stayed on top of it, the Cassidy swap on King's Row as well. It was really 2 smart teams making adjustments.
Yeah, I want to give VP a lot of credit. I dissed them earlier saying they didn't really adjust, they didn't change their game plan, but on map 3, they finally started pushing, they finally started being aggressive with the Genji, like I highlighted, and they continued it throughout the map, and every time they made swaps, they were able to change the way they played back and forth. I mean, like they said, this is probably the closest match of the year, at least in this region. I mean, well played to both these teams.
Yeah.
I'm a heartbreaker. This is a heartbreaker for VP, though. Like, they nearly managed to get that reverse sweep, and with this single victory, they didn't even need to get to the final. Based on points alone, they could have punched their ticket. Like, this is...
Yeah, so... Yeah, about that. So, because Labda played more maps than UB.
So they're not through yet. Exactly. Everything we said before.
So UB needs to play the next 3 maps, and
that's right.
We're good, right?
Or they win the whole thing. Then we're good too.
Or both.
Or both, ideally both.
Ideally both. But yeah, I mean, if you're Twisted Minds, you're just gonna play it safe here, and you're gonna put UB in just to secure those starter points and secure your spot. So
it's a whole rule book thing.
Yeah, they've essentially got it locked in. They just have to make the decision to put UB in, which, I mean, if you're a coach and the staff, you're like, you know what, just no practice, get in there, like.
Well, the good news is that they do have some time, right? So like they don't have to play today, obviously. Yeah. So they have, it's still a short turnaround, but they have a little bit of time to make that adjustment. Surely they were super aware of that rule book and have come prepared, right, McGregor?
I knew about it too. I just wanted a twist. I just wanted a twist in there.
You wanted to.
I did totally not lie to the audience that Twisted Minds qualified with this win. Also twists. Unforeseen by me,
got me.
By others.
Definitely got me. No, I was blissfully unaware because I apparently did not read the rule book. So that one took me by surprise. Might have taken them by surprise too. We'll find out very soon, and we see how they stack up against SSG, who is in their way in order to make it to the grand final and potentially to DreamHack in Stockholm. I am very excited for that. But you know what? Like after these matches, now out of our overall 8 teams here in the EMEA region, 5 teams have been eliminated. We're down to 3 teams, and I feel like we have to say a proper farewell to all the teams that have been with us up until this point. Oh, we get a graphic for this one. I can't wait.
Oh, we got a video. What is this? Wait, it's trap. Wait, what is this? No way. No way. Production, we can't do this. No, this is can't.
This is a callback to the great recycling in Sweden.
I see.
Yes.
Speak on that, Johnny. Tell me about the great recycling.
Well, the company is called Pantamera, which means
it's not about the
recycle
company.
more.
You keep on selling the wrong points here.
Wait, what do you want to say about recycling?
Well,
what are these? Okay.
Well, they're alive and kicking. That's what I'm seeing. Chicken clearly winning the game here.
Twisted Minds is getting down. That's all I can say. Look at them.
Wow.
I don't know. SSG's killing themselves too. Well, I guess these are our teams that are still alive. Now we got hung up on recycling, though. I do want to give a shout out to the teams that we had to say goodbye to and to their season thus far. Which of the teams has impressed you the most, McGravy?
Comparative to like expectations, I kind of liked how Piece of Cake played. They didn't have great results, but I really liked what they showed out there. And also, like, I had the turnaround on VP. Like I said, I talked trash on them earlier. They turned it around. They were making some really intelligent swaps, really intelligent moves, and I'm like we said, they literally lost by a millimeter. So yeah. I mean, VP is definitely the one that impressed me the most.
That's EMEA's version of Zeta Division, where you're looking at Zeta Division and you're like, we wish we had one more slot for you guys. Sorry. And then in EMEA, it's like Virtus Pro.
I mean, there should be another.
I mean, you were literally one fight away from qualifying. That feels bad. So
feels
sad
bad.
We can't bring all of them.
Yeah, unfortunately not. We're not taking the losers to Sweden. Exactly. They gotta earn it. They gotta earn their spots. I'm not entirely sure where we're going from here. Prediction check-ins. Got it. I got you, production. Yeah. So I dished out a challenge. Literally dished out. The person with the worst predictions today has to treat themselves to a Swedish delicacy. What is it called? Kippers. So I've gotten some kippers.
Wow, that's 4 tins. Or is it 1 tin each?
No.
Wait, 5?
Got enough for the whole production.
I have so much kippers.
Wait, where did these come from? Are these fake?
They're my personal kipper stash for a rainy day. Yeah, so whoever has the worst predictions gets to enjoy some Swedish culture. Let's check in. Let's see how we're doing. Prediction points. Ooh, okay. So apparently we have a system here as well. Let me read up on the system because there is a system. Let's see. Okay. If we guess the winning team, we get 1 point. If we guess the winning team and get the final score correct, we get 3 points. I'm killing it.
I'm not.
You're not.
I am not.
You are not currently killing it. But this is the end of show, right? So you still have an entire region to go through.
Oh, saved by the bell.
I have hours of anticipation for my kippers. So.
That's right.
You can bring it back.
I'll hold on to every second.
Maybe if we give you some kippers facts, you'd be more inclined.
Yeah, that might help.
Would it actually?
Maybe.
I'm like tempted to actually open one, but I'm not sure I'm allowed.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they smell.
Maybe later.
What's it smell like?
Maybe later. Maybe let's just look at some highlight-worthy plays. Maybe that's a better use of our time. That's never a waste of our time, obviously. We had some banger matches. I obviously falling to recency bias. I only want to see maps.
Reinhardt.
This feels like ages ago.
Cloudy
This was
on the
an eternity
Reinhardt.
ago.
Listen, they committed to that hill. They died on it, but they committed to it.
Yeah, and we got 2 plays even. The pin on the Genji, love that. That's beautiful. There's nothing better than pinning Genjis, as Reinhardt, of course.
May have been a self-inflicted wound by Sana, but I mean, Cloudy, I think, shattered Rojaro like 18 times throughout this series, and he's got the fortify button.
Go Sky.
Strangely odd. Sky went crazy on this map, by the way. We were talking about Kester a lot, but I think like the attention was taken up there, and Sky was just on the move at all times. Look at these nades.
I mean, he's setting it up.
Huge.
Yeah. Life is easy when the opponent team has 3 people purple.
Yeah, I mean,
it's fun to play dive at that point.
That's the game right there.
Yeah, yeah. And, like this one in overtime.
These aren't easy either. These aren't easy setups. Like there's a diva on the map. Like at any point, these cooldowns could be eaten.
Yeah. Quartz popping off on King's Row. I mean, he just ran the team over at this point.
Could have picked any of these maps that TM played in. Quartz could have gotten a highlight reel. Like,
yeah. Here we go again on Rialto. Like I said, Quartz so far been the best hit scan this tournament. Just been incredibly impressed by Quartz. And I actually, in stage 3, I was actually saying, like, you know, we talked a lot about Quartz going into the year as one of the best hit scans in the world. And at times this year, I really do feel like some EMEA hit scans, like Kai, you know, they overshadowed them, for example. But this stage, Quartz has just been phenomenal.
Yeah, it's a lot of respect because he had his own flair to this meta. Widow wasn't really prevalent in this meta at all until Quartz started bringing it on the Midtown, and it's kind of where it started. And everyone's like, even NA is like, oh, we can do this too. Like, I think he's literally changed the meta. He's made it hard for other teams to think about how they want to play their hit scans. So yeah, I mean, Quartz is not only good, but it's been affecting other teams in other regions as well.
And quite frankly, we have so many good Widowmakers in both regions. So we've been treated over the last couple of days. Of course, we have more action to come. Let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule so you know exactly where we're at and where we're going with this. Of course, the lower bracket final will be played out between Twisted Minds and SSG. This ought to be a banger. Now, Twisted Minds has to make some roster changes heading into this one in order to actually punch that ticket, or maybe they could also just hard commit to the current roster and bank on winning it all.
That would be the most surprising thing of the weekend.
That would be ill-advised, but I would honestly respect the power move. I would respect the power move if they stuck with the roster.
I would not, honestly. Well, we'll see what happens.
We will indeed. We will indeed.
There's some
For
anticipation.
now, we will be heading into a short break as we just wrapped up the EMEA region. On the other side, we will get started with everything NA. You don't want to miss it. We have Energy Shock going up against Fluffy Dreamland in our first match of the NA region.
Okay.
Johnny, is this going to be your Halloween costume? What are you?
Yeah, well, this year, I figured I'd be Pirate Ship Bastion.
Okay, do you have sound effects for that, or?
I'm working on it, like, beep, boop, beep, boop, boop, boop,
I like it. That's almost like real.
Yeah.
Jake!
Oh, Jake, that is crazy.
That McGravy costume goes
You look
hard.
just like McGravy. How do you do that?
This isn't a costume. I'm McGravy.
He even
Sounds like McGravy. Yo!
That's incredible.
Jake, how much work did you put into that?
None. This is just me.
That's crazy.
Hey,
Oh my God! It's yours as McGravy.
Yes,
Oh my
dude.
God. We need to step up our
crazy.
game. We need to step up our game.
guys,
Like,
yeah.
these costumes are so good.
That's awesome.
This cost me a whole $5.
Wow.
Wow.
I know, right?
Good job, yeah.
I guess there can only be one of us, man. I can't do this.
Jake.
What?
Jake,
Jake, it's okay.
What's going on,
Jake, yours was the best. Honestly.
Jake, your
Jake,
voice is really.
It looked great. It sounded
Jake,
great.
come back. Come on.
A designation. Nice dead on there for Kai. Sits back. Spark is going to run them over.
That is how you make a statement. What? What did I just see?
Kept it that much more aggressive. That's a beautiful blade. Absolutely picturesque.
You just can't get enough of Bobby.
There's the pin.
Oh, absolute filth.
They didn't see that one coming.
That is clean from Merritt.
Toronto the Fight are going to be your back-to-back-to-back champions.
This is all they needed, claiming victory in EMEA.
Crazy Raccoon versus Team Falcons. Lip just throwing clips. This whole hog's pretty devastating when you're up in the corner. It is delectable.
This might just be enough.
And Crazy Raccoons have done it.
Welcome back once again to the OWCS Stage 4 main event. Day 3 is here and in full swing, in fact. We've already wrapped up our EMEA region and now we're diving deep into all things NA. McGravy and Johnny are joining me here on the desk once again to break it all down for you. And man, do we have good matches today.
Yeah, I mean, this is the last couple of days of the event. This is where it really comes down to the top competition going head-to-head of who's going to win Stage 4. So a lot of chaotic, great Overwatch so far in the EMEA today. I can't wait to see what that next got in store.
Yeah, we spoke to me being potentially a good luck charm for good matches, but I think it's just because we've whittled down the competition. We've gotten to a point where these teams are so evenly matched in skill, so I'm expecting even more close matches here in NA, so I'm excited for it.
A humble king. I credit you. I credit you with all the good match juju that we have. I'm also crediting you with our drops. Why not? Look at this. Look at this.
You provided these?
He handcrafted these drops. Probably didn't. Shout out to whoever artist did actually make those. Beautiful sprays that you can get yourself if you connect your Battle.net account to your Twitch account. By now you should have done that. You missed out on the waffles if you haven't, which is honestly, that's tragic.
They're just lost forever. You can never get the waffles
never
ever
get
again.
the waffles back.
That was your one chance to get waffles.
How do you feel about the waffle pick? Yes, no?
I'm more of a pancakes guy, but
Let's
okay.
go.
It's a take.
European
It's a take.
pancakes?
That's called a crepe. There is no
pancakes.
such thing as a European pancake. There is such a thing as co-streamers, though, and we stand our co-streamers. Of course, today's turn is it Avast? It is Avast.
No, it's Commander X's turn.
Never mind, Avast, you're out. I don't care about you whatsoever, but Commander X, you are my streamer today. The drops will be available also in our co-streamers or featured co-streamers chats as well. So make sure to tune into their action, our action, cross-pollinate. It's going to be beautiful. Also, I have just so much housekeeping to go through. Tickets. This is all for Sweden. This is all for DreamHack in Sweden, in fact, in Stockholm. And you can join us as well. Unlike the teams, you don't have to fight hard for it. No, you can just open your wallets, drop some coins, and get yourself a ticket to join us for all the action in November. It's going to be a good time. DreamHacks are special.
Yeah, DreamHacks are special indeed. I've been to a couple events, you know, when I was a young kid.
You forged
you were a young teenager, and you were like, "Hey, mom, can you drive me and my PC up to Jönköping, and I'll stay there for a weekend to game with like 10,000 other people?" And my mom looked at me like, "Who are you?" And anyway, she did it, and here I am.
It all worked out for him. It might work out for you too.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Caleb, have you ever been at the DreamHack before?
I have been to a single DreamHack. I do wish I had more chance to go to events, but I went to DreamHack Montreal, competed up there. Back in the days with Envision Esports, for all the old heads out there, 2017, 2018,
They
long
went to
time ago.
Montreal, and you went to China once for APEC Premier 2017,
Yes,
right?
also with Envision, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, 2 weeks in China. It was a fun time.
And now you're here.
Now I'm here.
I shouldn't have would've-
All paths lead to Burbank.
Yeah.
Los Angeles.
All
paths lead to Los
Burbank.
Angeles.
That's right. No, Burbank specifically. That's the important part here. Yeah, we are currently sitting in beautiful Burbank, looking at beautiful brackets such as this one. Our NA region in full swing, of course. We're heading towards the end of it. This is our upper bracket. Toronto Defiant cruising through it on. They will be facing Nightmare in the upper bracket final. Now, if we're taking a look at our lower bracket, this is where things get heated up. Everything is on the line for these teams. TSM currently awaiting their opponent. Thoughts on TSM, McGravy?
TSM has an odd play style. They've been relying on that Zen a lot. I'm not a huge fan of it, but you know, they're in the lower semi. So listen, I can talk as much trash as I want. They're proving that they're new and improved. So we'll play the TSM.
I had an interview with King yesterday, and I was like, keep playing the Zen. So that's. Well, I did it from like entertainment value, right? Because who doesn't love Zen? Like NRG brought up.
He didn't. He literally called out that they shouldn't have.
Yeah, well, we saw NRG. They played Briggs and Yara backline, and everyone was freaking out about it. Like, this is the best thing ever. Kellan's on Wrecking Ball. You're playing Briggs and like, this is peak.
It's peak. You know what? You might see peak in action because Fluffy Dreamland and Energy Shock will be going at it in our first match of the day. Words are hard. Gameplay is even harder, and everything's on the line for those two teams. Obviously, it's all about the circuit points and also, of course, about winning it all, getting that ticket to Sweden. Let's see if one of the teams has what it takes. Let's talk about both of these teams, starting with Fluffy Dreamland. What have we seen from them thus far? What has impressed us? What are reasons for concern?
Well, we've mostly seen the May from them, and that is when they found success as well when they were playing NRG in groups. They beat NRG in groups playing the May, but I don't really feel as comfortable to just label them a May team, like SSG, for example, because Chime at times has brought out the Pharah on Lijiang, for example. He's brought out the Genji when need be as well. They did try to force it here on Midtown to minimal success against Nightmare, but if they want to, they can lean on the May on the maps where it is permitted, even on Runasapi, bringing out the May. Well, okay, let me live. I'm a little tired, okay? They brought out the May here on Runasapi, which I feel like is a pretty good sign that you prefer the May over Genji, because Runasapi generally a good Genji map, but you bring out the May instead.
I do love that if we're looking at the DPS here in this current meta, they have a lot of options, but that also means that as a DPS player, you have to show the flexibility. You have to have that deep hero pool. If we're looking at Energy Shock, do the players have that? Which of them do you think has really impressed you this season?
Yeah, I think you look at Energy Shock, you're absolutely looking at Tree. PG, known more for the hit scan role, but Tree has played everything in his career. Back when Doomfist was still a DPS, he was playing that. He plays the hit scan, he plays the Tracer, he plays the Widowmaker. What doesn't he play? And now he's playing the Genji. And I think Tree, he does play everything, but I think he has a preference for playing those flanking high skill expression characters, the high skill ceiling. So I think, we'll see Tree a lot on that Genji and Chime on the May. So it's going to be like the other match we've seen today, the SSG versus ENCE, probably something very similar where we see a lot of May and a lot of Genji, and it's going to be a stylistic matchup. It'll be interesting to see how this match plays out.
Yeah, we're like at the perfect kind of like stage of the meta where it's kind of figured out, but teams have their differences and they have their different preferences based on, player hero pool, etc., right? But in a matchup like this, really hard to predict what we're actually going to see because teams will make the smaller changes overnight even.
Yeah, also, of course, you always have to take into consideration that we're making our predictions right now, but we don't know what maps they take us to, so it's difficult to make an educated guess here. Yet we are forced to do just that. Is it educated? We don't know. For me, personally, I had Energy Shock coming out on top. I think they are the favorite to win it. Just pound for pound, if we're looking at the individuals in both of these teams, I think they should be having the edge. I put a lot of faith, a lot of stocks into that DPS lineup from Energy Shock.
Yeah, I watched Commander X's interview with Chime, and they said this is the perfect roster they could have put together. They thought about hanging it up, but they're ready to play now. I'm going with the power of friendship. I'm going 3-2 Fluffy Dreamland, and that's definitely not because I'm behind in the prediction leaderboards. The power of friendship will prevail. Yep. Don't need big money. Power of friendship will win.
Yep, that's not a man trying to avoid eating kippers.
Well, I'm going with the power of friendship too, and I'm going with NRG because I think they're still friends also. And I'm kind of ahead in the prediction standing. So I'm going with the favored friends over the underdog friends.
Underdog's more fun, though.
Honestly,
eating kippers is not fun.
Let's see.
I don't know that.
Fluffy Dreamland, not as much community
They beat 'em last
support
time.
as they usually have.
Yeah, I mean, there's a track record here. Fluffy has won before, so I mean, 90% to me actually feels kind of low. Like, I think this could be a close match.
Yeah.
The may not be ideal, but they really know how to play it, and it'll kind of be up to Energy. Like I said, Tree, to see if he's going to pull out that far out where it makes sense, and if they can really counter the May.
Well, we'll find out very soon how this one is going to play out. And of course, we have a caster rotation brought in for this one. No other than Jen. And who is this guy?
Well, I don't know.
I can't recognize you.
Oh, do that thing, Johnny. Oh, it's Reinhardt. But it's like, oh, it's McGravy.
That's McGravy.
Oh, it's Reinhardt. Do you not remember that?
No, you're on your own this one.
Okay,
What-
well,
what-
I thought
what-
I'd keep it
what's with
on,
the
but it's
mustache,
like
man?
it's slowly ripping off and it's now falling off.
Say something funny.
Say something funny. Matt is very short.
I like that.
See, I like that one. You like that one? That was good.
Funny fact.
Funny fact. Fun fact. As tall as a garden gnome. Could buy it at Home Depot as well. Yeah, here we go. I'm waiting for Johnny to laugh. There we go. He finally laughed. He had to get off mic because, you know, he does find me funny. He does find me funny. Jen, Fluffy Dreamland versus NRG Shock. History dictates that, hey, Fluffy Dreamland maybe take this series. The desk a little bit split. Only Caleb going Fluffy Dreamland in the series, but everybody predicting a 3-2.
Yeah, a rematch of the biggest upset that we had in the group stage. But I think yesterday, both these teams didn't really reach that peak. You know, you look at NRG, yes, they won over Citrus, but played at a lower tempo. I'm noticing NRG play better against Toronto, and then teams that are worse than them, NRG don't do so well. And by low tempo, you know, bringing out the Kellen ball on Gibraltar and not really getting to the right composition. Even PGE getting outmatched by Chronic on Kings Row. Led to some low moments by NRG, but that's what I mean, just trying to reach that peak. While Fluffy had a very close, very winnable series, just some unfortunate stuff. You know, Astro disconnecting during Runasapi, they got rolled on Midtown, just not having enough experience there. So I'm wondering how both teams can flip around yesterday's results and just kind of peak today. We start on Lijiang Tower.
Winner faces TSM as well after this series. We had some bangers in EU. I'm sure NA is going to be exactly the same. Attack starting for NRG Shock here. So no Kellen. Two Orissas going at each other with mirror comps on either side. NRG with a quick rotation onto the point though. Priority place to be, especially for BG, who's going to have a large open range now to fire down, but unfortunately it's Chime that falls first. Those assists in the kill feed as well. Everybody from Fluffy Dreamland shutting down the Pharah on NRG Shock side, and now PG under a lot of duress too. A good whip shot does send Haven back a little bit, but Attack flying off the edge of the map, and Fluffy Dreamland claim the point first.
Yeah, NRG were still trying to find their footing. Like, PG is rotating White Room, which means Chime goes unchecked for a small window where if that bar is left unchecked, you cannot play the ignore the Pharah game, especially while being out in the open. So Chime with very critical DPS into NRG, being caught out in the open. NRG are gonna wanna do something different and don't want to cross bridge. You never know if you're going to get pushed off, CC'd off. NRG pushing White Room.
Tree and Chime having a little duel in the skies there for a brief moment. Tree now taking a different angle of attack, but it will be most of NRG Shot just funneling through this choke point here. Good spear onto PG. Dynamite's thrown out as well. Rack Attack and the rest of the gang making sure they're not hit by the AoE spam and chunked before they actually get onto the point. As the first orbital ray is going to come in. NRG Shock side straight on top of it too. Fluffy Dreamland trying to disengage, but especially with how fast Juno is, that speed ring sends them hurtling towards Haven. A nice little direct from Tree is going to be good for another as Astro laying down a Terror Surge here midway through the fight, but there's really little to no follow-up. More of a defensive tool there, a defensive use of the ultimate, I should say, by Astro. Does end up falling over as NRG Shock get the point.
Really good disengage from Fluffy initially. It's just unfortunate they got split up in Dojo because they had Renko's Orbital Ray. They could have really fought back 4v5 after losing Haven so early, but maybe just the full reset is ideal. NRG still don't even have the lead, so look out for this Orbital Ray as Fluffy may want to draw the fight towards Bridge. You see Chime taking an off angle. He may look for a barrage play as well.
Renko and Grapes almost going off the edge there from a boot. Here comes the Terror Surge on the bridge. Everybody soaking in that Ray though, as Haven takes out Tree from the skies. Mid-ult, press Q to die button. Very real in this meta. If you're stationary when there's a Ray going off, you stand absolutely no chance. As Astro now has got a bomb for backup, as Fluffy Dreamland now try and shove NRG Shock off of the point. Attack not going down just yet though, still got cooldowns to spare to keep himself alive, but unfortunately the healers are dwindling. Although saying that, they're going to come back in with a Pharah being purely damage boost by this orbital ray. Tree comes back, snipes Chime out of the skies, and NRG Shock hold on to the point.
Yeah, Fluffy, the orbital ray push just didn't get the amount of kills. Chime tried to rotate on an off angle. PG had his number. He's definitely done a better job of marking that Pharah, and Fluffy had limited DPS to really deliver during the orbital ray. Now, last fight for the round, and NRG are gonna see if they can even stop them from touching, but making their way over is Chime. Now wasting that barrage last time, not a lot of win cons for Fluffy Dreamland.
Attack trying to stop Haven, and Grapes getting over this choke point right now as Astro had to get to the point to trigger overtime. Fluffy Dreamland might even get the flip here as well. Luckily though for NRG Shock, Rack Attack's gonna touch just in the nick of time. A Terror Surge in the middle of the map, and see you later Grapes. Haven as well succumbs to the Orisa, as everybody does in this meta eventually. NRG Shock, they get a team kill and they get the first round.
Yeah, and Astro succumbing to just the Orisa go in W attack backline. Astro walked past NRG's front line, and the rest of Fluffy couldn't push the bridge side, which I guess there should be a different rotation there, maybe from the DPS. It's tough to kind of take down attack front and center. Maybe Fluffy would have saved some time just rotating around White Room if they didn't have Astro on the front lines. But yeah, Astro really needs to play this from front to back if you're going to play such a narrow alleyway like that bridge side. But dominant start for NRG, as Chime is going to go to the Mei this time, not able to have much of an impact on the far end. That's really all thanks to the hit scan from NRG's side. And if this is Control Center, that's going to be a tough one to play far on anyway. Mei was huge for Fluffy Dreamland yesterday. That's how they beat NRG in the past. We'll see how organized they look.
Yeah, definitely a comp they're comfortable with. NRG Shock running what you could call the kind of the meta right now in the Genji and the Cassidy. Tree just kind of being ignored by the rest of Fluffy Dreamland right now, but that's kind of what it is in this comp. Nice kill onto Grapes, a good start for NRG. These walls helping to secure the kill onto attack. Can Tree actually manage to take down Astro? Doesn't look like it. Even with Grapes dead, Renko provides enough healing to keep the Orisa sustained in the fight. As Haven lays down another couple of peacekeeper shots as NRG Shock chased all the way back to their choke point.
Huge fight for Fluffy Dreamland. To defend on Control Center is pretty important. Now Orbital Ray, a good 20%, 25% ahead there for Renko, which may lead them to draw NRG through the choke and then fight back with the Orbital Ray, which is online now.
So quick from Renko. There's no way you're surviving that one. Ultraviolet 15% away. Renko just doing more damage, more healing in that fight, especially with Grapes going down first as well. For Fluffy Dreamland in that first fight, you are doing a lot more healing. As the Juno, just solo healing. So it makes sense why that came up first.
Got your own Orbital Ray though, through Ultraviolet, and if okay, well, the wall may just come down. Chime kind of hurting his own teammate there with the dead eye. Could get some damage into attack, deflect up, but here's the Orbital Ray.
Though, Blizzard's going to come out as well on that choke point. Oh my god, it is disaster. Oh, use your Ray? No problem. How about a Terror Surge Blizzard, a Terror Blizzard, or whatever you want to call it. 50% for Fluffy Dreamlands. They get a team kill, and NRG Shock, you lose one of their key ultimates to win these fights in that Ray.
And now that the Blizzard's out of the way, maybe Tree's gonna have an easier time with the Dragon Blade, but Grapes has the rally.
Does end up getting popped. Tree just slicing away the brig, getting shot by Haven in the sidelines as Rack Attack first to fall. Grapes holding it out on that little small doorway. Attack trying to push Grapes off the map, but a little bit too elusive on the brig. Ultraviolet with a nice little bit of strafe there, same with Grapes, but Fluffy Dreamland right now, Jen, they're just burning time. These messy fights aren't good for NRG, but still they managed to cap somehow. PG, the lone survivor for NRG Shock in the middle of the point, ends up getting the flip. Quickly almost brought down, but ends up popping the Deadeye to get a quick reload. Kills Astro, and PG has just saved NRG's bacon.
Yeah, PGE low-key carried that fight. Both the tanks were looking at each other. By the way, we have a Zarya. We'll talk about that in a second. And PGE got to free aim because both tanks were busy with each other. Huge stun out of Graves to stop Tree from murdering the rest of his team. But PGE carried that fight for NRG. Fluffy only need really one fight to win the round.
Those bubbles are enough to kind of save yourself, but unfortunately for PG, there weren't any left to save him. Look how quick that's going to flip as well. And they got Terror Surge Blizzards. I mean, just lay them on top. There's nothing you can do for Energy Shock, right? You're all dragged in, you're all frozen up. That's 3 kills for Astro with the Terror Surge. 10% to go as Energy Shock switch to Fast Heroes to try and get back in time. But Rack is already half HP. Attack even swats over to the Wrecking Ball. Rack Attack being a little bit of a distraction, Lucio, and unable to get to the point. Fluffy Dreamland. Their Maycoms look so good. What a perfect round to go to in the control center.
Yeah, being able to defend, that's the beauty of the Mei from Chime. It was an interesting Zarya swap by NRG, which it's tough. You got the 2 bubbles, and the Orisa can't negate the damage from the Orisa, Orisa can't negate the damage from the Zarya as much, and maybe you're just trying to enable your DPS with the bubbles you have. And once those cooldowns are gone, you saw how the Terror Surge just went untouched there from Astro, finishing off what he started. So see how this final round goes. Fluffy Dreamland won't be relying on the Mei this time. This is a big Pharah playground, and where Chime can set up here at the back of the point here of Night Market is very important. But can PG keep them in check with the Widow owning the middle of the map? Is NRG going to want to stay in cover? No, it's a Pharah mirror matchup there from Tree.
I really like the Widow on this map. Can be a bit risky to play, of course, how quick you can get rotated on. But most comps, especially the Orisa ones, they want to play on the point. Same with Pharah, like, that is the ideal spot for you. See PG kind of rotating now as Fluffy Dreamland put pressure on NRG's backline.
So far, so good, but Tree is at the back of the point. So is PGE. Not a lot of space. You don't want to let Fluffy encroach too much, but if they sit on the point, Energy could actually surround them, but PG's being ignored, and finally that gets Astro's attention.
He got his attention, sure, but fortunately Astro just dived in 1v4. Tried to make a play. I respect it, but PGE and the rest of NRG shock with that 1 kill on the Ashe. I mean, you're not worried about the damage. You can just run them down. See a small switch up here as well for Fluffy Dreamland. Got the Genji now.
Yeah, just a tough Pharah mirror for Chime, and this will be a better brawl potential, maybe able to gap close against PGE, who seems to be a huge threat on the field. PGE going to be sitting in the middle of the map, Fluffy Dreamland in cover from this Pharah, but Astro doesn't have armor and is very, very low. Fluffy Dreamland needs to stabilize.
We're so low there. Orbital Ray comes in, Renko's just on his. We'll see if he ends up activating it. Sights have come through as well. PGE misses a shot, even though he knew where Renko was. Rather unfortunate swing and a miss there. Could have been what turned the tide of this fight. As a Fluffy Dreamland just run over NRG Shock. Tree taken out on the sidelines, but you know, 43%. Not too bad here, as Barrage and Terror Surge are available for NRG.
Yeah, 2 focal points of that attack from Fluffy Dreamland. Once they did heal back up, NRG didn't want to be too aggressive pushing inside a small room, especially when they're playing a Fire. Was hoping that Fluffy would emerge so they could barrage them, and that could still be the game plan for someone like Tree. But Fluffy Dreamland push out multiple doorways.
Big rotation here for NRG Shock, just gonna wrap around the back of the point. Kind of what we saw them do earlier. Terror Surge and Brig ult available too for Fluffy Dreamland. Barrage is going to come in from the sidelines. Look at that, the missiles just not from above this time, just through the window from Tree. An immense amount of splash damage. This rally from Grapes doing next to nothing for the team, although still managing to keep himself alive. Haven is spun off the edge of the map as Attack has found 2 already, and a later rally from Rack Attack is going to see NRG Shock through this fight. As Fluffy Dreamland all die on the point. As the flip comes in, 47% gain.
Yeah, edge to NRG's tank there. Attack getting in the assist from Tree during the double Terror Surge. Tree focused down Astro, leading to Attack still surviving, and then he got a double kill to keep NRG even still in that fight, because that was looking Fluffy Dreamland's way at the beginning, but Haven's looking for a nice angle with the Deadeye. If he can get past Attack, look at Attack's backline, but oh man, gotta be careful. That was a nice spear
onto Haven there. Attack has to be careful, though, super low right now. But with the Orbital Ray, you're good to push. Blade, Ray, Terror Surge available here from Attack.
flashback does end up popping it, so Charm can't immediately get some kills. He's looking for a reset, gets one in the skies, dueling with Tree in the air. 15 bullets left remaining, or 15 shurikens, I should say. Tree, unfortunately, having to reload halfway through it. Couldn't quite finish off the Genji. NRG Shock are still in control with PGE and Ultraviolet on the point currently, but they are alone. And Fluffy Dreamland, they're encroaching rapidly on the point as a full 5-man unit.
Yeah, there's only this Cassidy and Brig from NRG. They should be trying to leave, but now that attack is back, it's a 5-man push for NRG, but you're at the perimeter. That's not where you want to be against Astro. Could be looking for those environmentals.
Haven as well, just pushed the entirety of NRG Shock all the way back there and even managed to clip attack. Didn't get the initial kill with the Deadeye, but it was good enough for damage. Rack Attack and PGE still managed to kill 2 on the exit. And his Fluffy Dreamers backliners, so maybe NRG Shock can come back in this one rather fast. They've got Barrage, they've got this High Noon as well for space, and they're only up against this rally.
And Tree's taking an off angle too with the Barrage. I think Fluffy Dreamland are aware of this. Astro has already used the Javelin spin.
Oh, the slam!
Is it the
Terror Surge?
And the Terror Surge.
Oh my word, stunned right in the face and hit with the Terror Surge as well. Chime just dashing, resetting through the entirety of NRG Shock. 90% and a team kill. Fluffy Dreamland looking like they're going to end this one. Lijiang Tower, and off the back of that Maycomb on control center. They look good, but they even look good on the Genji. Chime is just too good. Fluffy Dreamland, they're still going to have to contend with this overtime push here from NRG Shock, but they're unable to get back, even with that rally going. But like a small couple of boops there from the Orisa, made sure that the ball couldn't touch. What a good start from Fluffy Dreamland here. NRG Shock shaking in their boots.
Yeah, Tree just not able to get value with really any of the barrages, playing a lot of ground fire, which, you know, focusing down Astro gave them a fight win at some point. But to go into a tiny room when you have barrage, and then unfortunately there's a Terror Surge, which you should, you know, ult track that and try to not be near the Orisa, ideally as a far at all times, and Tree not being able to live through and convert a good barrage really led to an early NRG downfall. And then they tried to get to the point there with a Tracer, but too little too late. Fluffy Dreamland with that one.
The Pharah, I mean, yeah, Tree was kind of running away from the Genji. It was like, okay, I'm kind of getting chunked out by the Shurikens and need some health. Maybe I can help the rest of the team. And then bash, Terror Surge, I can't move. You might as well not have jets on your back at that point as the Pharah. You're not doing much. There we go, Fluffy Dreamland off to a good start. Jump to some highlights before we get into map number 2. Was their map choice as well? So kind of almost hoping that you go to Control Center, and they got their wish on that second round. I think any kind of map that favors Chime playing the Mei is going to be really good for them going forward.
And I think they'd love to go to New Junk City next. That's a map they smacked NRG around last time they met up. It's a huge Mei map as well. And what's important is that Fluffy Dreamland go to maps that they're most experienced in. It doesn't just have to be a Mei-friendly map, because we saw just what that looked like. For example, on Midtown, Fluffy Dreamland looked very uncomfortable, despite that being a very good Mei map. So New Junk City has to be the pick, in my opinion, unless they want to try and catch NRG off guard with some other type of Mei pick. But based on that success, I don't see why you change that.
Yeah, we'll wait and see. Of course, will history kind of repeat itself? Lower bracket as well. Loser here does end up going home. Winner goes through. Of course, NRG Shock still fighting for that spot in Stockholm. Pretty close affair across the board. Look at that. 1.1 KD to 0.8. Similar damage, similar healing as well from both sides. You'd expect that from three rounds, 3 close rounds of that.
And the last time we saw New Junk City out of NRG, when going up against Fluffy Dreamland, they had Scissors in the lineup playing the Mei and trying to mirror that. And we haven't seen a lot of Scissors at least in the recent matches. It's been a lot of PGE Tree. And Death pointed out the NRG style of going more towards the Tracer Tree just being a bit more flexible and giving them maybe a stronger Tracer in their opinion. I don't know. I'm not in the back rooms, but we'll see if Scissors ever does make an appearance, or based on, well, the the lack of success that NRG had on the last New Junk City if they just stick with the Tree Tracer, ignore the Mei, play their
Yeah, I
game.
mean, two very different styles of teams here with NRG Shock and Fluffy Dreamland. Fluffy Dreamland want to play up and close and in the brawl, whereas NRG Shock, keeping PG in, especially like you want to play long range, you want to play hit scan, Ashe, Widowmaker. So when NRG get those map choices, we're probably not going to go to a New Junk City. We're going to go to maybe Watchpoint Gibraltar, Rialto, Junkertown. Although Junkertown really only first is the Widow's Kingdom, as we do get an NRG sub. So we are seeing Kellen come back in. Okay, so attack out after control, Kellen in for the next map. So that, to me, signals dive. Gibraltar.
And I'm thinking Gibraltar, but and I'm so used to NRG winning map ones all the time. So good shout that, Fluffy Aimers will have a substitute and the map pick, bringing in Ryan, which we don't get to see it too often, a specialist in the Flyers. And if they do go to Gibraltar, Fluffy Aimers have picked this in the past as well. They're comfortable in the dive. Astro, Team Canada GOAT there, can really play it all, and he's an upcoming tank, but will he stand up against Kellen's
There we go.
tanks?
It's going to be dive versus dive. Gibraltar's the map pick. Little bit of Widowmaker here for PGE. You know he's staying in. He's going to be picking that one up, or an Ashe if he so chooses, but I can imagine we're going to see a little Widow duel here. Fluffy Dreamland also subbing in Ryan also makes sense. Get Chime out. Chime's hero pool pretty vast, but ideally here with the Flyers, Echo especially, like very strong on Gibraltar, especially with a Winston pairing. All right, as we load on in just a moment, we'll see if NRG Shock as well. Of course, they did end up, and how they got here was, losing to Toronto Defiant, which was a little rough, matching up against them pretty early on. But it's worth keeping in mind, those maps some of them were pretty close. It wasn't like Toronto just steamrolling, walking over you. There were a lot of bright spots, I think, for NRG Shock. So we'll see if they get their chance to rematch if they can win this series and the next two. Of course, TSM is awaiting the winner of these teams. So we load on into Watchpoint Gibraltar. It's NRG Shock's pick.
This was a really floppy map for me when I watched NRG yesterday. They started off with a lot of Hammond, and the issue is that they were up against so many mobile characters on the other side. They didn't have a good target to lock down. Kellen's gonna roll out on this, but the issue is that when the Hammond doesn't work out, they try it a few more times and waste a lot of time before the Winston swap comes in. So it wasn't a strong Hammond showing, but I think NRG being in the lower bracket, this is a big wake-up call, especially with, I think, how close the series was against Citrus. They really gotta respect it. Watchpoint Gibraltar went 4-3, but a very close affair. So PGE on the Widow, I think not gonna be contested. I think maybe Ryan could go Widow or Tracer, but if PGE is left uncontested on the Widow, this could be huge for NRG.
I was gonna say surely not a TP Ryan pin. I really like this backline. Johnny spoke about it on the desk. This is Zenyatta. People loving it and they hating it at the same time. Got to make up your mind. I love a bit of Zen, I'm going to be honest. And especially with Kellen on the wrecking ball, doesn't really need that much support.
Just floating around, seeing if your Widow's going to push that left side or the doorway, which Widows typically like to do on Gibraltar, but Kellen, not seeing that Widow immediately, goes to a safer position, just tries to brawl the front line, and PGE knew exactly where Haven was pushing from.
DPS down. PGE strikes again. It's a really awkward window to peek out of, because if you jump too far, you end up just jumping out the window. You want the perfect kind of jump shot, but you end up getting seen a lot of the time before you even jump. You end up poking your little elbow out. It looks like it's going to prompt a swap instantly from Haven too. Going over to the Sombra instead, so trying to look at Kellen a lot more than PG in this comp.
PG, he's already locked in. 2 headshots off the first fight. Ryan, though, gets the diff, and this could be an opening for Fluffy Dreamlands, especially off this double flanker, trying to access someone like Ultraviolet.
Yeah, Astro is just pushing PG in the backline of NRG Shock as far away as possible. PG now just looking through car wash, and you can see the rotation from NRG Shock. Kellen super low too. No real heals available, just scurrying for health packs, I would imagine, as Fluffy Dreamland take blue box control.
Now looking for the dive. Kellen maybe trying to knock him down to the low ground, and if he could if Kellen could split up Fluffy Dreamland, that would be ideal, but having a tough time with the sleep.
That was so smart from Rack there and UV. UV ends up backing up. You know, you see the Winston jump in. Rack bashes in, whip shots him outside the bubble. An easy Discord, a couple of headshots, it'll do. Nano boost onto Ryan. Doesn't find anything at all. I mean, there's no dive here with Astro, of course. Astro was dead, only now just rejoining the fight.
Yeah, needing that extra bit of DPS. The only time you nano a Tracer is if they're in like the prime position, because that is a big risk. The pulse, you know, it's a good zoning tool, I guess, but Ultraviolet holding on to the Transcendence, this could help NRG anchor themselves defensively if needed.
There goes the Primal Rage, separating the backline right now. Astro getting UV out the LOS of a Rack Attack, but he's still got support ultimates. Rack Attack bashing away, trying to survive. Transcendence from UV a little bit too late as Grapes and Astro descend on the Briggs position. Tree with all those assists in the kill feed as well, killing Grapes. You see where the target was called. There's NRG Shock with this Wrecking Ball are going to be hard to actually get off the payload with the 3 meters to go. UV takes Haven to the cleaners. I think he had a virus applied to him as well. Okay, UV. A little mechanical beast. We always knew he was. Didn't know him like that, though. Okay, Jen, EMP available, Fluffy Dreamland. They only have 60 seconds to go.
Yeah, NRG have started to use a little bit more Zen, especially on Gibraltar. And Ultraviolet, one of the most mechanically impressive Zens. Pretty much they're running double sniper. Actually, well, there's one sniper now. Just Ultraviolet, PG off the Widow. Needing something to lock down Fluffy Dreamland. Maybe some contest, though. This is very full holdable for NRG, especially with mines online.
Slam on the high ground. Kellen dodging out of the way of the CDs. This backline's so annoying to dive. PG's on the May, of course, like you mentioned. So, yeah, good luck. That was a solo EMP on Tree. My word. Haven, a fan of deforestation, it seems. Pulse bomb on the ground and those mines on the point. Fluffy Dreamland are going to eventually have to clear them. But Rack Attack takes down Haven without Translocator. You are useless as that Sombra. Ryan's going to be here for the contest, but PG is going to be one tough character to deal with. We got anti-nade on the front line, but Tree's already back in the mix. A stick on the D.Va mech, a nano boost to shrug off some of that damage. UV just evaporates, but so does Astro's mech. He's going so low, can't play too aggressive, but Grapes is here to follow up with some damage on the Brig. Even a Ramantra switch from Kellen. Really thinking they can make this work. I mean, Rack Attack has found one, and the rally doesn't end up coming through. Astro gets another life here with this remake. This self-destruct could be big, but this rally eventually is going to get taken down, so probably doesn't even need it. An OT push for Fluffy Dreamland after a solo EMP kill Tree. Only 2.5 minutes to go. We all know how hard Watchpoint Gibraltar second is, and that is not exactly going to be any different here.
Yeah, Ryan removing Tree in that fight meant that just the double flankers could roam free. What a fantastic nano Renko got onto Astro. Was able to dive bomb Ultraviolet, and Kellen took way too long to pick what tank he wanted to recontest with. Now he has to reset himself on the Winston, but this is the correct hero. This is Kellen's best. And even if he doesn't get the best dive ever, the power of a bubble. Oh my God, power of this blizzard.
No, they didn't actually end up getting frozen. In fact, a rally from Grapes.
Wow.
Ends up getting popped as soon as that blizzard is around half the timer left. Ultraviolet still got the Transcendence, so shrugs off the anti-nade pretty quickly. As Grapes and the gang end up having to back off. Ultraviolet is just in the front line there. That was aggressive. I like his style. Nano boost coming through onto Grapes. Payload still moving, however. So right now, NRG Shock, who are on the wrong side of town, get taken out by the nanoed Brig. Fluffy Dreamland making .2 look easy.
Great choices of nano targets so far by Renko, just supporting Grapes when Astro was actually split pushing towards the mega side. So the supports being able to get out of a dive against Kellen is very important, especially if you don't hit that initial sleep. You need to deal with Kellen somehow, but how are you going to deal with him now that he has Primaries in that top right position looking for a dive on someone like Grapes or Renko? Renko has to be very careful how he uses that sleep as Ryan looks for a pulse maybe behind Rack Attack.
He's hiding behind 2 boxes and a ladder. Might have worked. Pulse bomb, stick, hits Rack. No rally for NRG Shock now. PG wondering where the self-destruct is, doesn't end up turning round, and Kellen, oh, a fate worse than death. Getting killed by a remech.
Astro takes down the Winston. Energy Shock, they got good ults to come back into this fight, but Fluffy Dreamland steamrolling currently. 2 minutes to go as they flood out of the spawn doors.
Jeez, Fluffy Dreamland just finishing what they started, but maybe bit off more than they could chew going for the spawn doors.
Rally coming through from Grapes as well. Renko's pretty low. They almost managed to C9 them straight up. PG under a lot of duress as Ryan just chasing him down. In fact, Ryan gets 2. Kills Tree as well. No need to deal with Kellen at this moment in time. He's already used the Primal Rage, so Rack Attack and Ultraviolet need to send out some heals, but they can't get there. 1 minute and 26 seconds after an OT finish on first point. That is a speedy 2 capture points there. That is an insane, insane offense from Fluffy Dreamland, considering.
Yeah, and how Fluffy Dreamland were able to support each other to create that avalanche. First starting with the Nano from Renko onto Grapes to keep that point B fight going when Fluffy Dreamland were initially split pushing and managing to still take care of a Winston when you're just 2 supports is great to see. Then Fluffy Dreamland push all the way to the end of point B and take the initiative. Kellen was kind of waiting for a dive spot in the top right side, and Fluffy Dreamland just sent the house, namely Ryan getting that pulse on the Rack Attack, tilted the scales, made it so Ultraviolet had to play as far back as possible, with making sure that, well, as the last support and as a very vulnerable one without your Brigida, you do not want to be caught by a dive, and you got to try to mark where that Tracer is. And Ryan has done a fantastic job as a player you don't get to see too often for Fluffy Dreamland, but a Tracer that has had a huge impact for this team. And a minute and a half is a very good time bank to have on a map as difficult as this to push.
Like John Travolta gif, where is my defense? Hello. See if Shot can kind of turn this one around. Oh, Haven. Okay, we got cooking here on the Cass. Okay, really, really, really close hold. Looks like Grapes is down there as well.
Waiting for this TP to come across, I would imagine. Yeah, they're just going to rush up the stairs, expecting the TP. Oh, it's so smart. Still, though, PG has got a good sight line over the top. But Ultraviolet is already dead. A very unconventional defense start here from Fluffy Dreamland.
I love it. If you're expecting the Ultraviolet Ana to just deny her any space and just pounce on her, Ana can't deal with that type of pressure, and that was a lot for her. And it's unexpected for NRG to be dove in that spot, as you pointed out. And, so now a little bit of time lost, but Fluffy Dreamland, how do they get out of this hole?
Okay.
They're just gonna keep committing.
All right, guys. Yeah, D.Va's still pretty good, with even though she got nerfed a patch or so ago. I really like this, the really close spawn hold.
Doesn't give PG much chance to move either, to be fair, right? So it's actually prompted him to swap over to the Cassidy instead of the Widow.
And also, Astro has been so close to dying so many times. You got to shout out Renko once again for just giving that D.Va all of the attention. And how long Astro's able to last, how aggressive he's able to play, still without armor. Now you got overraying
into the spawn. I don't think I've seen a hold here in a long time. Could be over a year in competitive Overwatch. It's been a while. Good nade. Hits Haven. Tesla Cannon coming in. Here's the Nano Boost. Pushing forward now. NRG. Primal Rage available. Still, though, this rally is going to be good for the team, you'd imagine, as Ryan takes down UV. And Kellen's Nano Boost got absolutely nothing as NRG get team killed in their spawn. That Nano Boost, that nade, that was supposed to be the difference. That was supposed to be the win there. That was supposed to crack open this hold. But there's 2 minutes to go, and they haven't moved the payload.
And Renko got messed up his jump trying to get away from Kellen and still did not die. This support play from Fluffy Dreamland is out of this world. NRG just can't dive any target and actually kill them.
Holy Giga Chad. There you go, finally. Yeah, Astro's mech getting suited there is pretty bad, but hey, you are more than happy with that.
Grinning ear to ear. We burnt your time bank down to 2 minutes and you haven't even rounded the first corner.
Amazing job by Fluffy Dreamland, but you had to use ults to keep that. Maybe you could have banked them for a more fruitful defense over here, but now giving a chance for NRG Shock, namely for Kellen to be as aggressive as he can, and Haven, okay, a little scary.
Watch rotation. Unfortunately for them, the payload's moved a little bit too far. Potentially looking to hold this small choke point as they've swapped sides. Rally from the high ground, dropping down from blue box. Rack attack pushing people forward as Haven in trouble. PG managing to weave this Deadeye around the D.Va Matrix, killing Renko with it. Ends up getting focused as the healing was getting matrixed off of PG. As Primal Rage from Kellen is going to separate the backline. It's clean enough for NRG Shock. So this should be a decent push with Renko, the only one alive for Fluffy Dreamland, so that's going to be at point A.
Now, I like the idea of the rotation, as you pointed out, to go through Car Wash if you're Fluffy Dreamland. It's not a place that a Winston likes to fight in. The issue is that Kellen had Primal. So then he's loved to go into that tiny room and toss up all your supports, and that's exactly what happened. So, but can NRG bring that energy all the way to point B? They've already lost a lot of time on this first half of the map.
Such a nice spot for the Ana to be in as well. You're really happy if you're Renko right now. Smiling as always, I would imagine. Oh my god, that hit nade. All good though, there's a box there now, luckily, so Astro is able to get away. Even steal the health back away from NRG Shock too. Just being a real thorn in the side currently as Kellen gets nanoed, but Tree's already dead. Rally onto the high ground, Kellen's probably going to think twice about sticking around all too long. Rack attack also falls. Primal Rage in a couple of moments. Does he end up popping it? Probably not, especially with Ryan kind of dissecting NRG Shock.
Holy cow. Astro has so much survivability as a D.Va, playing so close to his team, protecting Haven at all times, getting all the attention from his supports. You cannot kill a D.Va, and then they just deathball into NRG. Kellen again, he dives, he even splits up the supports. A really good use of the bubble on the bridge near the ship, but he got popped so fast.
I love the tempo they're playing at right now. Kellen, yeah, I'm not sure where he's going, but unfortunately, it's back to spawn at this moment in time. Rally's coming out for a rack attack. Not happy with the fact that Fluffy Dreamland are pushing into their spawner once again. Self-destruct for the remake as Astro claims the high ground for Fluffy Dreamland, and Ryan sticks a pulse as well. NRG Shock just caught completely off guard with this tempo and this high, like super far pushed up Fluffy Dreamland. There's nothing they can seemingly do. They're fighting for every single inch of this map.
Oh, Kellen gets staggered here. That's so unfortunate. Ryan, though, is having an insane performance. He is going nuts. Everyone from NRG is only looking at Astro, which makes sense. You run out of Matrix so fast, trying to protect yourself as the D.Va. So Ryan goes unnoticed, dismantles all of NRG, and gets to get sticky bombs like that. He's converting on a lot of those ultimates, and this is very holdable for Fluffy Dreamland. That means they go to series point and one map away from sending NRG out of the tournament much earlier than they expected. But we'll see what Kellen can do. He has the Primal.
Does indeed. Force off of the high ground for now, though. Nano boost applied to Kellen. He's back up. Slept, but still has Primal. There's the whip shot. Now the backline's in trouble. They've got to be able to heal each other. Got to get out of this mess ASAP. Haven's going to be up here for a little bit more defense as well. Here comes the rally. And now Kellen's got the hardest time in the world. He's in fact rejoined the rest of his team as NRG Shock try and cower in this little room. The mega health pack's already gone, and Astro's taking down PGE. Asleep onto Kellen, pretty much useless in this fight. Fluffy Dreamland shifting gears to 11. This is an unbelievable hold here on the second point. NRG Shock, in absolute bewilderment, are going to get held as Fluffy Dreamland have found themselves in a match point scenario.
And Astro giving us the perfect example of how to play a D.Va into that Winston. And also receiving the nanos, being able to dive bomb and knowing when to use those. Again, applauding the Fluffy Dreamland backline of how much they're able to keep Astro alive, who D.Va realistically can't live in these long fights. You run out of Matrix, you don't have a bubble, you have boosters, and for Astro to do such a good job of balancing between when to go for dives, when to trust his backline, who had Nano the Brig, and then Astro was able to be productive and leave his supports to trust his supports, but Astro to also know when to deathball with his supports, and NRG didn't know how to break that all up. Kellen really was unsuccessful at killing things when he were to be on those dives, and that's not a Kellen problem, that's a team focus problem for NRG. They got outclassed by Fluffy Dreamland. Another floppy Gibraltar by NRG.
Fluffy Dreamland just play up to their spawn, play up to every single choke point.
Yeah.
They just make NRG pay for every single pixel they take on the map. Every single meter that they push, Fluffy Dreamland is fighting you for that meter. And as Overwatch has kind of
developed over, it's obviously many years of being a game, and many years of being an esport. A lot of the time it's like, well, okay, we lose the fight on first, right? Now we hold the spaceship. Now we hold here on this little bridge. We got a nice overlook on people that are flooding through the doors. It's easy for us to shoot. Fluffy Dreamland kind of turning it on its head. And it's a little bit more uncommon, especially in these high-level competitive games, to see a team play that far up. And you can see how it's throwing NRG off kilter slightly. They end up getting held on second. It was a speed run push from Fluffy Dreamland from first to third. I want to know what's going on with the NRG comms right now. I want to know what they're thinking, because you're one map away from getting eliminated and maybe not even going to Stockholm here as well. Like, this is do or die time for the team.
And Fluffy Dreamland, a big improvement on how they approached Gibraltar, because they only got to cap 2 points against NRG last time. And they don't play with Ryan too much, but what a star performance that he put up. Not only diffing Tree, who's an incredible tracer in his own right, but for Ryan to be as impactful as he was, knowing that Astro was taking the brunt of all of that aggression. So Ryan got to go pretty much free roam and just played kind of close to his team. It really was a death ball-y style from Fluffy Dreamland that this dive from NRG Shaw could not hang with. Now it's series point for Fluffy Dreamland. And you wonder where NRG is going to go, because you lost sort of this Orisa mirror, you lost the dive mirror. So where does NRG go that they feel like they're the better team at?
Yeah, you need to really rally the troops at this point, you know, get confidence in yourselves that you can round this series out. We have seen crazier things. I mean, we went to a map 5 with TM and VP a little bit earlier on. There's the map pool on your screens. NRG get to choose it once again. We'll see if they also make some substitutions. Will Ryan be staying in? I mean, honestly, after that performance, and the performance of Chime on the first map as well, you're happy with anybody you feel right now if you're Fluffy Dreamland. You have a game plan, you're sticking to it, you know the weaknesses of NRG Shock, and you're exploiting them at every possible turn.
Yeah, I'd be worried to go to New Junk City if you're NRG. I think going to Blizzard World or Runa Sapi have been good choices for them. Returning on the dive, maybe putting more pressure on PGE to make the big plays on Widow. But Runa Sapi, less about the Widow, of course, and more about the Cassidy matchup. And even Haven, we haven't got to talk too much about Haven, but he's been all about that. We'll see what substitutions as Chime comes back in to play potentially some May.
Ryan comes off the bench just like that. Hey, we hold NRG Shock. It's all good. It's Chime time now. Fluffy Dreamland subbing in Chime.
Or Genji.
And we are getting an NRG sub as well. There you go. So attack coming in. So no more Kellen here for NRG.
Yeah, Attack's just been their more aggressive, more liked Orisa. And Runa Sapi, you're going to need all of that. Kellen has been coming more and more in for the just the Winston and the Ball, which hasn't worked out on Gibraltar. Now you go to an Orisa mirror, which is going to be a more stable head-to-head, and it's going to be about the DPS to really shine. I don't think Astro and friends can just deathball their way through. You just got to be careful which Orisa is going to want to take the risk of walking past the other Orisa to maybe lock down someone like Haven or PGE, who may lock the Cassidy, but see if it'll be even Cassidy or Ash, where the flavor has been a lot around Cassidy in these long alleyways to walk up with the Deadeye, the speed ring from a Juno. I don't know. But this is the last chance for NRG to have a good showing, because they'll be out of the tournament, and this is your runner-ups from last stage, from the and it would be sad to see NRG go at this point.
Especially in this fashion too. I mean, Fluffy Dreamland, they've done the homework. They've beat them once in the groups. They're about to beat them again in a more definitive way as well. It was a 5-map series in the groups. This, maybe even looking at a 3. Runa Sapi is the pick for NRG. Their last chance here in the lower bracket quarterfinals as they roll out with attack on the Orisa, PGE, and Tree on the Genji Kree.
So PTSD from the last time these two teams faced. This is where we ended the series in favor of Fluffy Aimers, 93 to 88 meters. But NRG also had like a 100+ meter push against Toronto Defiant. So can NRG know how to punch down, punch up? I don't know anymore against Fluffy Dreamland.
This cast is going to be hard to pilot as well from PGE. Cassidy versus the Ash.
Not the best matchup, especially if you have the space that Fluffy Dreamlands currently has. Chime on the Mei too. Another very tough play. Yeah, good luck. I mean, Tree's like, yeah, I'm out, buddy. I take a body shot from the ice school. There's just no way I can't get in this. Defensive wall, Chime, no CDs left. Tree eventually takes down Haven, so PG's life a little bit easier now. All right, there you go. That's what you want to see. NRG restoring confidence in themselves as PGE picks 3 on the Cats.
Yeah, Chime and Haven thought they were safe and settled in the left room, trying to shoot past the Orisa, but great speed ring out of Ultraviolet to propel attack to absolutely send the house to run down Haven and the rest of Fluffy Dreamland's backline past Astro. So good start for NRG.
Quick wrap around here. Haven switching over from the Ash to the Cassidy. Chime so close to this Blizzard, done so much damage already. And compared to the other flex, I mean, Tree's only 6% towards that blade. Good spear cancelling the ultimate. High Noon no longer available for PGE. And only a couple of percentage points for Chime. Both rays coming out, but here comes the Blizzard. PG in trouble. Does manage to get away from the freeze. Same can't be said for Rack Attack, however, as Astro takes care of PG and Rack. And here comes the blade. Tree's going to finish this one off. No more CDs. And a deflect kill onto Renko. And Terror Surge coming through from Astro too. And now is a battle to end all battles. 2 gold Orissas looking at each other. Only one can survive. And it's going to be Astro at 13 HP.
The battle cattle, like, oh man. Chime tried to throw the Blizzard as NRG were pushing off their orbital ray, thinking with all the colors on the screen, maybe they won't notice the Blizzard. Didn't freeze anyone. It's kind of tough in this meta to do so with Orissa's Fortified, tumble from Cassidy, dash from Genji. Got nobody out of that. And Chime is still hoping to maybe isolate attack or even just slow down the whole pace of the fight. But, oh, Tree's discovered.
Spear, good damage though. Look at PG, it's like 1 HP. Astro just perma throwing spears on cooldown. Haven, ult cancelled. Reflect. Oh, the hinted grenade straight back at you. Haven easily taken out. With that rally though, Fluffy Dreamland are good to fight for an extended period of time here. But they got to find a pick and they got to find it fast. Rack Attack going down to good start as Astro is just donk walking into the backline. Like, look at this. Just an unstoppable demon on the Orisa.
Yeah, both Briggs was rallied, bashed each other's teams to kind of reset the playing field. And as soon as NRG stack and group up, that's where Chime's primary fire just slowed everybody down. Of course, it pierces through people. So it was so annoying for Tree to be mobile at all because of Chime's primary fire. And it does a good chunk of DPS too. Look, he's almost built up another Blizzard. He had a ton of ultimates coming up for NRG's side, though. It'll be the orbital ray to kick things off, depending on how proactive Renko and friends want to be.
Forward spawn activated as they get the checkpoint. Terror Surge on the corner, and the rest of Fluffy Dreamland on a nice angle as well. Chime and Haven putting down a lot of pressure down the streets. Speed boost on the ring, does get pushed away, ends up pulling the trigger, but it goes straight into the spear spin. Terror Surge to help survive, and here comes the orbital ray from Renko. Not quite quick enough though to save the Orisa. Blizzard coming through as well, but Attack pops his own Terror Surge, so not immediately frozen, as now Energy Shock flood onto the point. Chime and Haven meeting Tree and PGE in a more honourable duel as both the Orisas and supports are looking at each other. A nice little 69 meters there for Fluffy Dreamland. They're all going to come back from spawn, but NRG Shock, they need to get checkpoint. It's going to be another quick mid-fight here with Fluffy Dreamland already back there.
And for Chime's Blizzard to still not freeze anyone, you can't even benefit from the split up that you cause and the chaos that you cause, because NRG's chemistry is just out of this world.
Oh my god. Graves might as well not use the rally at that point. Just gets deleted by Tree. They've lost their Brig. They're going to rally as well. Energy Shock wanting to secure this fight. Shouldn't need anything else. Fluffy Dreamland not popping anything either. But it's going to continue. They're going to stagger Renko as well until he touches that point. Really nice stuff. Renko's going to get the last spawn here for Fluffy Dreamland.
And I think with the delay that you get once you get the forward checkpoint, I don't even know if NRG can get the lead. Depends on if they could get the jump, maybe even use the Deadeye to zone off Fluffy Dreamland. Getting a lead here would be pretty important, but Fluffy Dreamland, they're going to try and take a fast fight so that they don't lose that lead, but they're getting kind of stuffed inside this room, and Attack is being aggressive. He's now dropped off, giving space for Fluffy Dreamland to play off
There's
this
the High Noon, perfectly called there. Slowly but sure, they're making their way towards that lead, but here comes the Ray. High Noon's faded now, and PG has to be careful. These little missiles from the high ground's going to attack pretty much everybody that's in the LOS. A Terror Surge in the corner there. Looks like Attack is using that car as a whole lot of cover, but the later Ray from NRG Shock just should seal it. Absolutely no way. That Ray from Renko needed to find kills, but NRG Shock were already on the retreat as soon as PGE's Deadeye went down, and a team kill is going to come through as well as the lead.
Yeah, NRG fight called that perfectly. Like you said, just hard disengaged, knowing that Orbital Ray was coming out. Then the Deadeye from Haven to stall things, get a few more meters. Now the lead is in NRG's favor. Less weight on their shoulders, but still plenty of time. Any fight win here from Fluffy Dreamland. We'll have to win probably 2 fights to get back to a lead position, but a lot of ults coming up.
God, Ultraviolet got zeroed so fast there. Tree going super low. Good defensive countermeasures from Fluffy Dreamland, just backing up, helping Haven. Ultraviolet got, I think, headshotted by Haven, then the spear at almost exactly the same time. Threaded the needle through the door and just eliminated UV almost instantly. No chance to react.
So if Chime can't freeze anyone with this Blizzard, it's really got to be able to identify which targets have been isolated, who's out of position, and try to collapse on those targets. Really send Asher to be aggressive off of that. First it'll be the Deadeye, force a deflect out of Tree, and then maybe a Blizzard play.
Deadeye is so quick now with that speed ring. Doesn't end up doing any damage, but it forces NRG Shocker back a little bit, I suppose. Tree just kind of poking around this corner. Has to be careful though. Chime has the Blizzard. High Noon from PGE. Now has to deal with the wall. Is he going to be able to get around to the side in time? Yes, he is, but where are the skulls? Where's the damage? Rack Attack and Attack and Tree are already dead. PGE, and unfortunately, UV are just unable to help the rest of the team, as a team kill for Fluffy Dreamland is going to secure them the forward spawns.
Yeah, PGE took too long to find a Deadeye position. It was almost a nerve to use the ultimate because Fluffy Dreamland were running it down off of Chime's Blizzard, which I don't even think freezed anyone, but again, or froze anyone, but rather they found targets who were isolated. Fluffy Dreamland, few seconds away from taking the lead. There is the finish line, and NRG are going to push
perfect
back.
spot to use it as well. And Ultraviolet's 30% away from Array themselves. Terror Surge on the point. Juno's pretty low, but Renko's going to be able to get healed up. Receives a couple of packs. Eventually, though, PG finds the shot. They don't have the lead either. NRG Shock, they may have won this fight, but they haven't won the battle yet. 1 minute and 40 seconds to go with 0.99 meters in it.
Yeah, just unfortunate. I know NRG won the fight, but they may have lost the war just giving up the lead. There's only 90 seconds, and it's going to take a fight at the neutral point, probably a fight at the forward spawns, depending on how close Fluffy Dreamland are. Yes, so 2 fights, Terror Surge coming up, but an Orbital Ray. NRG need to build momentum.
There comes the Orbital Ray from Ultraviolet. Tree's got the blade as well. Grapes going down for Fluffy Dreamland off on a cheeky little flank. A little bit ambitious, but maybe it was worth the try. 1 minute to go, and 2 ultimates to spare for NRG Shock.
60 seconds. I'm surprised PGE lived because he tumbled back. He looked isolated and hit some lucky shots on, I think it was Grapes or Fluffy Dreamland, went down after chasing. PGE was like at less than a quarter health. Incredible. Now NRG have built up a blade, and this could be what helps them get the lead back and build that momentum.
They got the touch, and they're going to get dragged on in as well. Here comes the blade from Tree. Just get a couple of slices on Haven, but he's kept alive. PG trying to create some space with the High Noon, but he's instantly cancelled by that spear, and Attack is already dead. Rally's going to get popped, and Tree fighting for his life. He's found one reset onto Chime, but it is all Haven. An absolute walking tank, a behemoth on the Cassidy. Just walking on forward, and they're going to stagger Renko as well. Everybody's on the point, and we have a meter lead over you, Renko. Where are you going, son? Straight back to spawn now for you, Ultraviolet. 10 seconds. Fluffy Dreamland moving forward, but they don't even need to push the bots. They've got an Orbital Ray, but where are the touches for NRG Shock? No one's going to get there. A wall off in the door, and NRG Shock go down with a whimper as Fluffy Dreamland eliminate and move on.
I can't believe we just witnessed that. What is it, a couple meters difference between both these teams, with NRG even having a lead at some point, to have that Dragon Blade be as muted as it was from NRG's side, but just great macro understanding from Fluffy Dreamland to hard disengage. They didn't even need to pop Graves' rally to stop the blade. They were able to conserve that and then re-engage off of it. Incredible peak that we saw from Fluffy Dreamland today to take down one of North America's greatest in NRG Shock. I still can't believe we're not going to see NRG in a rematch against Toronto to even see them past this point.
Fluffy Dreamland, like the people's champ at this point, I think. A 3-0 after also beating Shock in the groups as well. Clearly, they're kryptonite. But a 3-0 and going down like that is devastating for NRG Shock. We'll jump over the desk. Not expecting to be back so quickly, I'd imagine.
No, we have not.
Wow.
This is, honestly, this is a shocker. This is...
Shocker, you say?
Hey!
That was a, yeah.
Bravo. You obviously the biggest brain of all. You knew it. You definitely did not predict them for the sake of getting ahead in your
Definitely
prediction.
not.
Definitely
That was
not.
an
The reason
insane
you
upset.
just- This is a, no, this like... Be a stand for Fluffy Dreamland because they have the best logo or whatever. Like, they have fantastic players, but like, no shot someone really, truly thought that they're the favorite to win this.
Never in my right mind would I have predicted a 3-0 for Fluffy Dreamland. I had a little bit of faith. They had shown that they had beaten them before, but this was almost more dominant than the match before. Did Shock learn nothing? They were playing the Pharah here, as you see on Lijiang Tower, and after that, they just stopped. But I gotta shout out to Fluffy Dreamland. They did not like shy in the face of this sponsored heavy-hitting team, because they were pushing and pushing and pushing, and even when they were losing, they were pushing. Astro was in their face 24/7. That man did not care. He was just, I don't know, like, Shock just were not able to handle the fact that Fluffy Dreamland was going first every single time.
They were walking them down.
What was happening there, Johnny?
I mean, it seemed like they were caught off by the aggression, quite honestly. Like, the spawn camping here, for example, like, straight off the bat, NRG, you know, they're going on attack, they TP out to Ultraviolet. Ultraviolet's like, oh my god, there's like people actually holding our spawn, like right here, for example. And then they nanoing Kellan into this building. Kellan goes on the pursuit, actually, tries to get picks, but he can't find any. And it's just like, Astro followed up on the shots that Haven hit on the Cassidy as well. Great aggression by Astro to get those follow-up frags. Ryan was ever present on the Tracer. There was also like a nano high noon from Haven as well on the defense as well. Just like, they're just throwing ultimates, walking through corridors when like NRG weren't expecting it, and that is the kind of aggression that leads to the opponent being caught off guard and like being thrown off their game. And in my opinion, this was a perfect example of a team like NRG. You're looking at all these great individual players, like they were thrown off their game because of the playstyle you saw from Fluffy Dreamland.
Yeah, we're looking at Rusop here, but I want to shout out Ryan. It is so hard to come into a series cold without really any sort of warm-up, and you have to match your team's aggression. And he came into Gibraltar, and I think he was potentially like the best player on the server. So shout out to Ryan. That was an impressive map too. Rudisapi was incredibly back and forth. I said it was gonna be a banger. Like, I question Shock's strategy though. Like, you knew Chime was coming back in, so you were most likely getting the Mei. Where's the Pharah at? That's a tried and true counter that we've seen from other teams. And you know, shout out to Astro, the player of the match. I mean, he, like I said, he was aggressive. He was in the face. He played multiple different tanks. He played the Winston. He played the Diva. He played the Orisa. He played all of it at a high level. He was clearly the better tank of the two in this match.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Again, like, you know, when you have so many players and they underwent some player changes, again, I'm going back to NRG. You know, I should really, again, honor Astro here. This is his Player of the Match award. And again, both on the Diva here as well, putting so much pressure on NRG when they were just walking up, right? Whether it was walking out of spawn or just walking through corridors. Fantastic play by Astro. And this is something we highlighted in Stage 3 as well. That's when Fluffy Dreamland really started coming together as a team and had some really impressive performances. And Astro is one of those individuals who can play a lot of different heroes, isn't shoehorned into playing one or two heroes really well. He does most of it really well. This was, you know, a one-on-one battle for the ages, but yeah, NRG Shock, like, that's not what anyone expected, and now their hopes for Stockholm is truly in jeopardy.
Yeah, they've never looked so disconnected as a team. Like, they were not on the same page. They trickled in on the other side. They were five-manning this. They were on the same page. The comments must have been on point, like, to coordinate this aggression. It looked beautifully, like, orchestrated. So very, very deserved victory, very dominant victory here from Fluffy Dreamland, who now will be going up against TSM. And Energy Shock's run here in our stage 4 main event is over. This is truly, I'm baffled. Like, I didn't. Yeah, Fluffy Dreamland could have won that, but the 3-0, like that was an unexpected result. Now, if we're looking at the upper bracket, though, Toronto Defiant, the Juggernaut, the team to beat, the End Boss, they will be facing off against Nightmare, and we get to cover all that action in just a little bit here as well. So I'm very, very excited for that. First, of course, we want you all to stay hydrated. So, you know, grab a drink, get comfy. We're in for a treat after a short break. You don't want to miss it.
looked away in disgust.
I'm sorry, what just happened?
Steve, look at the health bars just trickling down.
They're running out of time.
Beautiful boot from Junbin.
Oh my word.
Oh, they're making the hot work.
Look at that shoe coming in with the Nano 2. This might just be enough.
And you too can join us at DreamHack in Stockholm for our World Finals, Grand Finals.
All of it. Both, actually.
All the above.
Both, in fact. You can join us there, so grab your tickets now as they're on sale. Some fancy diamond and what tickets? We have platinum, and diamond tickets, as we learned today. Now we're back here, back for the action, back to where we determine which teams will actually be seeing all of you at DreamHack. That's right. And this one's always tough. Okay, we've talked about Toronto Defiant. We're in the upper bracket now. We've talked about how great Toronto Defiant are a bajillion times.
You want to do it one more time?
Nothing has changed, so let's just run it back. Let's talk about that Toronto roster once more. They're the juggernaut. They're the team to beat. They have the target on their back. They have sugar-free, sporting a cowboy hat. I mean...
They spawn camped their opponents yesterday.
Yeah, that's where we're at. They're not playing with their food. I love that, though.
A top 8 North American team, and they spawn camped them on Ilios and were playing with their food, essentially. That's all you need to know.
Well, they weren't, though. Like, they finished it quickly.
They
ended them quickly.
Yeah, while playing with the food. I don't know what that means. It means they're really good. They're an extremely good team. And every single player on this is built to win. Well, let's say another championship here, McRaven, because of course you were coaching that team as well, you know, with someone and RuPaul. So
I can personally attest to a championship.
Yeah, I can attest to a championship.
But I can also personally attest to some players here on Nightmare. I have Zara and Seeker, both players that I've coached pretty extensively when the OWCS first kicked off. This roster, I think easily now that NRG Shock has kind of floundered here, we can say Nightmare is the second best team in NA. They're nothing to sneeze at. They're pretty stacked top to bottom. Admiral, you coming from EU, like they've really recruited and it worked at building up this roster. Because like I said, this was a roster that at the start of the year, they were known as LFO. I was there. We weren't very good. We lost a lot, and they've really bounced back. They've added some key pieces. Infected, one of the best tanks in NA, and CJ as well. They took a hit from TSM. Like they've just kind of like salvaged these other rosters and kind of just suddenly assembled the second best team in NA. It's really impressive.
Yeah.
How do they stack up individually there? Because obviously they're going up against top of the class on a Toronto Defiance squad. But like Zero has been hyped up as a DPS player for a long time. The meta fits them well as well right now.
Yeah, I mean, Zera's known for his flankers. He's known for the Genji. He's known for the Tracer. He just has an aptitude for it. Sugar Free is the best though, but I think at least in Zera's role, it's at least comparable. The big question is, can Infected take down the MVP? Someone is the best tank in the game in my mind. That hasn't changed. I'll hold that to my, take it to the grave. But Infected has a tall task. But he's recently been on an interview saying, hey, this Orisa Winston meta, it's the best for me. Those are my 1 and 2. So if this is the meta, this is now the time to do it.
How do you feel like Infected stacks up against someone?
Well, I feel like they're kind of similar in a way that Infected can breach into these kind of like different hero pools if it wants to. Someone is an incredibly mechanically skilled tank player, which is very unusual in that most tank players, they can play the more mechanically demanding heroes, but it's becoming a trend in Overwatch as the game progresses. I think that we're seeing more and more tank players being able to pick up those more demanding heroes, and I feel like Infected could maybe build towards being any kind of word I'm trying to think of here, like lesser version, feels kind of, rude.
Someone
but
light.
someone has the throne. Someone is sitting on that throne, and I think Infected has his eyes on it.
Yeah, 100%.
Well, I think there should be no surprises if we're looking at predictions. If you went with anything but Toronto Defiant, then you're far away from Al Dente, okay? You're overcooking. That's a 3-0 for me. I do believe, of course, in the individuals on Nightmare, but not to the extent that they could take down Toronto Defiant.
I think if you have given Nightmare some more time, like I said, this roster hasn't been together for very long. Toronto got put together at the very beginning of OWCS. They've already been playing together for a year. They had the experience from Florida Mayhem. Yeah, I have Toronto 3-0-2. I have a lot of faith in Nightmare guys, just not at this moment.
Oh, you're a 3-1? Well, you gotta get the map score to catch up on the fish. So I respect it.
He should get double points for the previous prediction, even though he made it with his heart and not with his head.
Give me 2 points instead of 1. I'll take that.
Yeah. Yeah, why not? Spice it up a little bit.
Yeah.
Because God knows pickled herring is not spicy. So.
We can change that. that. Let's see what the community has to say. Okay, honestly, 12% is a lot more than I would have expected. I respect the believers.
Wow.
I respect the believers.
That's how good Toronto Defiant is. This is the second best team in North America, and they got 12%. It's kind of silly.
Listen, this is an uphill battle. If Nightmare does as much as take one map, I think that's already something to be proud of. But who knows? This is Overwatch. Everything is possible in the world of Overwatch. Ain't that right, Jen, Jack? No?
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah.
Everything's possible. Everything. We can make those herrings spicy. I like that. We can make those spicy as well.
I'll pass.
I am so happy I'm not in the Pred game, by the way.
But you don't like herring or pickled thing?
I have not tried pickled herring. Have you tried pickled herring, Jen? Are you a pickled herring? Okay,
no.
Well, there you go. No. Thank goodness we're not on that. Thank goodness. It's going to be a good time, though. We're going to get lots of fun shots for us to play at Stockholm, I can imagine. Everybody wincing as they swallow down a pickled herring. Let's get into the game, though. Toronto Defiant versus Nightmare.
Yeah. Spicy take, though. NTMR, not enough respect. Out of all the teams that have taken Toronto the distance, Game 5, some good old honest Overwatch, NTMR, the only other team besides NRG. Shikigami, you know, there was the whole coach facing off against Toronto's coach kind of thing. NTMR took them to Game 5 in the lower bracket final in Stage 3. I think this series could go the distance, but I understand what the desk is saying based on how Toronto, I don't know, spawn camped and dominated their opponent yesterday. That's a factor to consider.
Yeah,
for sure.
that was a pretty sick game, I'm going to be honest. I like a good old-fashioned beatdown sometimes. It's always fun. Can Nightmare do it, though? Yeah, I'm in it for a long series here, that's for sure. We had a very quick one not just a moment ago. I know, if you've only just joined us, by the way, the first match is ended already. Yeah, you're in match 2 now for North America. Upper bracket finals, Toronto Defiant versus Nightmare. Infected? Oh, he's doing it. Oh, this is a classic. Rhine Sim May on Lighthouse. Okay. We're not in EU. We are in North America. Toronto Defiant running dive against this.
This is Toronto's playground when it comes to dive. This is another dominating map for them. I like that NTMR is just going to sim TP right to the point and just bunker down. This is an awkward spot for someone to want to dive, but this is Sugar Free's role to maybe pull attention, poking at different corners. Merit trying to throw dynamites in to maybe dwindle Infected down, but this should be a free cap, but someone's trying to contest it. Bubbles are
Yeah, there's just no way. As soon as that bubble dies, and it will die fast too, because pretty much everybody on the point is shooting at it. It's really tough to stick around against the May. And the sim turrets as well to boot. That's very frustrating. Looking for a big nade here from RuPaul to set things in motion. Although there is a lamp available, of course, from CJ. A couple of teleporters being threatened. That's about it for the time. Nade lands, hits Admiral. Okay, here it is. There's the lamp deployed. Admiral still goes down, though. Merit finding the headshot, and Seeker not on the point, sadly, but a quick teleport up there will make sure he joins the rest of his team. Oh, someone is so low. What a perfectly placed window as well. Really cheeky. Not like... You can get pretty much every single window at this angle. This is really nice, actually, from CJ.
For Nightmare to pull through in this fight when Zero was slept, you said that you pointed out the nade and TMR were getting surrounded, the shield's getting cracked, like 50%'s not a bad
sound barrier though, doesn't hit CJ, doesn't hit Infected. That is not what you want to see if you're Admiral right there. Nightmare, they're going to get wiped, but they're still going to get 60% or so from this point. And this is how this comp plays, right? You end up capping the point, you end up TPing back, you cap again because it's hard to contest, and then you slowly but surely make your way up to 99%. They got Blizzard soon, they got Wall. They are against Nano and Bob though, which is going to be a rather fearsome combo. Same with someone on the with the Prime.
Yeah, if this TP doesn't work out for Seeker, they can always depend on the Photon Barrier to dance through that to get back to the point. That's the objective. NTMR don't want to be out in the open. They want to be on the point, and someone's kind of body blocking, and he can use the Primal to toss them off.
The Bob too. Oh, someone's Primal Rage. Truly a thing to behold there as he takes down both backliners for Nightmare. It's a good rotation, but Toronto Defiant nowhere to fight this comp, and it is on the cross. They can't get set up. As soon as you have that sim set up with the TPs, it's much harder for things like the Primal Rage to be successful, as Nightmare are forced to reset.
At least it's nice you saw someone use the Primal. Now Infected could maybe just go for a shatter on someone, get a pin, and you can finish off a Winston quite quickly. The focus has to be someone in this fight for NTMR or self-Blizzard.
Nano, Blizzard on the point. Sound barrier comes in from Vega. Does hit someone briefly there, but still ends up going down. The pulse spawn's going to bring Infected super low. Hits the shatter on Sugar Free. As soon as Sugar Free came out of that recall, he was met down with the hammer. Points swapped now. Nightmare in control, but RuPaul and Merit, they're still hanging around. By no means is this fight over. It will be, looks like Vega coming back into the fight on the Lucio. So now Toronto Defiant just have to survive long enough for Infected to get surrounded, and eventually there, Merit picking apart the composition. CJ, Admiral, Seeker dead. Nightmare approaching OT, but it will be at Toronto with the flip. 15-player kill streak for Merit too. My goodness.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he just gets to sit back and throw dynamites the whole game. They're still from NTMR. I mean, they're trying to throw like sim right clicks and icicles their way. And yeah, once that blizzard, it was a good attempt at the blizzard. The timing there perfect to catch someone. Then you have to use the shatter for sugar free. But NTMR lost bodies eventually once that first wave of ultimates now gone. Double flankers for NTMR to get at
An
RuPaul.
unbelievably early sound barrier there coming through from Admiral. Merit just gets bonked though by the Lucio. Okay, now RuPaul is definitely dead. Yeah, really early sound barrier. Not sure Toronto Defiant really expecting it. A Primal Rage has been popped by someone. He's hunting for the Tracer and Somber. Pretty tricky targets to actually lock down, but Nightmare end up flipping the point. A manual hack onto the Winston as the Primal Rage ends up subsiding, and now Nightmare just have to try and stop someone from touching again. There will be at least one contest, but Toronto Defiant just gonna get torn apart here as Nightmare. They're gonna claim round one.
I like the sound barrier push because you got two flankers that are rather squishy, and sometimes you just take any kind of trail bullet to the body. Your Tracer's going to want to blink or recall and not keep tempoing with your team. So NTMR just try to make sure and have a guaranteed early push, and it worked out for them. For NTMR to start with Ryan, to get to 90%, to swap to the dive, and still be successful despite resetting all these ultimates. Fantastic start for NTMR, and it's a, 199. It's not the most convincing win, but they came with the prepared strats, and Toronto are one round away from losing their first map this whole tournament. So a lot of kind of underdogs stepping up to that.
That strat is as old as time, honestly. The TP to the point and then just lay up with the Mei. It's really nice as well. As soon as you get that 99, you saw the entire comp pretty much switch up. Sound barrier, really aggressive, get on top of Merit. Merit was doing a lot of the heavy lifting there for Toronto Defiant, but that's just what the Ashes' job is. And Merit is honestly no use to just dominating on the long-range hit scan. Yeah, we'll see how Toronto kind of tackle with Nightmare's comp in the next round, because you can't really play that strat again. That style doesn't really work on any other points on Ilios. As we, jumping into a brief pause, then quickly out of it.
NTMR got value out of every single one of their ultimates when it came to that Rhine composition. Like, the Shatter got sugar-free dead, the Blizzard froze someone, like, the Lucio sound barrier gave them the fight win on that aggro push near the end when they're at 90% something. So, wondering if they stick to the double flanker. It is going to be a dive mirror, which Toronto have been the best Winston team in North America. But Infected, NTMR invested a lot to have Infected on this team for a reason.
Seeker. Okay. Honestly, I have no idea. I guess Nightmare reset.
Never see a Sombra rollout not working.
Here's a replay.
Oh, thank you, Prod.
No way he just walks it. There's no way he just W'd into the pit. Now I have seen everything. Nice Suzu. Very reactive there from CJ. Nade hit the ground as soon as the Suzu did. Backline in trouble.
They're winning this fight.
CJ, RuPaul trade, same with someone, all on the Tracers now. Sugar Free and Zera in the head-to-head. Toronto Defiant, of course, have claimed the point, and Seeker, unfortunately, meets a timely demise. Luckily, this time, it was the hands of another player. It wasn't Seeker's keyboard.
Well, Seeker seeking a round 3 at this point. Not sure what's happening there, and TMR need to find a footing. I mean, that was still a close fight despite being 4v5. And TMR.
I can hear Seeker in my head as well saying, oh, I fell in the pit. Just a very deep voice. I fell in the pit, guys.
It's very humble with that. Toronto have the high ground, so they'll have maybe force NTMR to push right room or undercover, but Infected gets no help.
No alphas. Recall there on the Tracer. Zera now trying to make it a little bit more tricky to fight. At least kill RuPaul, which is a nice little kill from Seeker. In fact, finds 2 in someone as well. But this is a very late death for the Lucio, so Nightmare, despite getting those 2 picks, and Seeker redeeming himself there. Toronto Defiant will be back at full force in just a moment.
Jeez, it might be go next for NTMR. Like, these rounds, or these fights have just not gone their way. If they could get Kitsune Rush, that's the big thing. But Toronto had almost everything in the bank, including someone who could be very aggro with the Primal.
Early bubble there from Infected, so ideal wants to kind of test the limits here. Coach Gun and Whip Shot are a danger to the Winston here, but the Bob has been deployed. Oh no, off the map! Oh no, he was meant to hit that pillar for sure, but Merit does end up falling. That could cost them here. That Bob does a lot of work when placed on that edge of the pillar, covering basically the entire point. Rally's been deployed by Vega, and Toronto Defiant can extend this fight too, because they've still got this nano. There is a Zera Pulse Bomb to maybe be thrown in here as well. Sugar Free taken down, Seeker found. There's the Pulse. Someone, though, is going to shrug it off. A damage resistance from the Nano Boost, helping him survive. As Nightmare do end up getting the point flipped in their favor as Toronto Defiant get 99.
0 to 100 comeback, is it possible? But Toronto, I mean, the only good ult they had was the nano from RuPaul for someone to try and flip that fight. Vega used it defensively, forced NTMR to disengage. Merit threw his Bob off the map, and Sugar Free and Zera, that's the head-to-head. I'm excited to see how it develops. Two very talented tracers, but NTMR can't give up a fight, and it's all up to this EMP from Seeker.
Yeah, you need a one-out wonder here if you're Nightmare. You want to EMP and then build up for the next fight. You don't want to invest too much as Toronto Defiant are just going to stack ults, then overwhelm you. There's the EMP. It does hit 4 as well as RuPaul and Vega. Oh, they just melt in the face of Nightmare. Quick reset. No chance for you to win this one. Perfectly placed by Seeker. Gives you enough time to build up to the rush, build up to a pulse bomb, the sound barrier as well.
This dive from Nightmare is relentless. Off the EMP as much as they hit. Someone only lived that long because as his bubble is falling, that's what protected him. And then he got mated by RuPaul. But NTMR, now they can cycle ults. You got Kitsune Rush, Zero Pulse Bomb. If Toronto go down a narrow hallway, this could be an opportunity.
Oh, RuPaul going down first as Sugar Free beelines it to the point. Had a brief like 180 to look at the rest of what the rest of the team were doing. The flip does end up coming in, so stops Nightmare from actually getting close to 99. Sugar Free staying alive as well gives Toronto Defiant maybe another half a fight, maybe even a full fight just off that one cap.
Yeah, Nano Primal for Toronto, the Tale of Two Pulse Bombs, Soundbeer. If Admiral can just be proactive and maybe Soundbeer engage with Nightmare.
Oh, he's getting pressured.
That'd be big, especially
they know he's got Sound Barrier. It does end up coming in though. Hits 5 and RuPaul ends up going down. Nightmare though, they're taking Toronto Defiant to the brink of the edge. Toronto have 4 ultimates still. We're in OT and Nightmare are in control. They're just going to round this one out. Someone does end up popping Primal as Merit switches over to the Sim to try and TP the rest of the team back to the point on time. This is not lost just yet for Toronto Defiant, but they have to be perfect. Sugar Free hits the recall as someone just continues to survive. Toronto Defiant miraculously hold on. Nano Boost deployed. Zera dodges out of a Pulse Bomb and chases Sugar Free down while saving his own as Toronto Defiant end up finding the flip. A Pulse Bomb perfectly planted by Zera takes down the rallying Brig as Toronto, they may have found the flip, but they're not going to find this map. This, the Symmetra from Merit, he's a cracked hit scan player, cracked player all around. There's no way he 1v4s as Nightmare end up claiming that first round.
Absolute cinema, what we saw. And in the day of our Lord, we finally found a team that could out-tempo the Toronto Defiant. That's what we needed to see out of NRG and any team who would hope to scratch the surface of Toronto Defiant. This is Toronto's first map loss all of this main event. And like I said, Nightmare did not get enough respect. This is the only other team besides NRG that have taken Toronto to a game 5. Yes, they lose, but they make Toronto sweat for it. The double flanker, the EMPs, the proactive calls. Nightmare played that beautifully.
Mind games. That's all it was. Seeker jumps into the well. Oh, no, we're boomed. We're so boomed. We can't come back from this, surely. It was a really good stall from someone.
0 to 99,
but
yeah.
A 0 to 99. Just complete flip. NRG, not NRG Shock. Oh, wow. NRG Shock's worth mentioning. Ended up going down, obviously, to Fluffy Dreamland, like, what, 20 minutes ago or something, a 3-0. Everybody was kind of touting them as the second best team in the region. Them and Nightmare kind of almost even footing. Toronto Defiant way above everybody else. But maybe that gap, which has been closing throughout the year, to be fair, is eventually and might close here. I don't want to speak too soon, of course. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. An unconventional comp with the Ryan. Well, I would say unconventional. We do see it every now and then, but in a meta such as this, it's very rare to see this kind of thing, unless it's like a pure Ryan team. But honestly, caught Toronto off guard. good start for NRG, for Nightmare, sorry, as we head into the next map. And now we really head to the danger zone, right? Toronto, they get to pick their map. Will Nightmare have what it takes to come up with the goods?
And Nightmare have sometimes randomly pull out the Rhine comps, but I mean, that was back in stage 3 when they picked like Tauriso and the Rhine Bastion came out. It was some weird stuff back then, but Toronto, and they did drop some maps in the group stage. That was against Shikigami with the whole coach situation that had to come in. Toronto picked Gibraltar. This would be a very easy pick for them with how good someone is on the Winston, how strong of a dive team they are, but how concerned are they with the double flanker? What is there going to be their answer against Seeker and just Zira? How much they were just pounding that backline. It was insane to see Zira just, I mean, you're seeing the highlights. He killed 3 and he's landing pulse bombs like no one's business.
An unbelievably close game. Look at that. 31 to 31 deaths. The KD, a little bit skewed there, 0.9 to 1, but I think that's because Seeker jumped off the map. So, yeah. That's Seeker falling off the map, so Toronto not getting that kill. There's the map pool on your screens. I think it makes the most sense. Lemon, go to a dive map. Watch Point Gibraltar. Even Rialto, to be fair, where you can play that Winston. Just match Infected. Infected, Winston has been his best hero for a long time. His Orisa 2 is up there. And even said, and the desk were talking about it, is the perfect meta for them. Perfect meta for him. An up and coming, like rising tank star in the North American region, going up against a literal champion from the last year of the Overwatch League in 2023 for the Florida Mayhem. And it is going to be Gibraltar for our second map as we load it.
And this was the turning point for Toronto to do that reverse sweep against Shikigami. They picked Gibraltar, they full held them and went on to win the whole series to lock in that first seed and to not get upset despite the circumstances that they were up against. And other than that, yeah, no one wants to take Gibraltar or pick Gibraltar against Toronto Defiant. You'd have to be crazy. But now, their first time getting to choose, of course, they're going to go here. But again, this is a different style of dive, or this is a different team than you're used to facing. You don't get to scrim or practice and play against Sombra players, and VentiMR stick to the Reaper. That's been more of an EU thing these days to bring out the Reaper to blow up a suppressive Winston, but Toronto will start on defense, and they'll have RuPaul on the Ana, which is interesting to just give that nano and a big win con for someone to keep being aggressive.
Yeah, no Juno. It's crazy. What kind of meta are we in? But it makes the most sense on Gibraltar. Okay, Seeker on the Reaper. And then Infected on the D.Va instead. I think Backbone said, like, Reaper is the most overtuned DPS right now. Not sure how much I agree with that, but if anybody can do it, Seeker can.
Sugarfree will have to get the chase down. As soon as you see Seeker use Wraith, that is the most vulnerable position. Sugarfree needs to go and follow up with that. Seeker's antied right now, but Toronto want to play as safe as possible. And Seeker, I mean, the issue with Reaper is his ability to gap close is very slow. He's got a teleport that's pretty predictable, but this is the, well, mess up the Winston comp with the D.Va and the Reaper. Like, this is not nice.
Yeah, it's exactly where Seeker and Infected want to be as well, on the point, because they know someone has to drop down over and over and over again to contest. See them going out on high ground now. So, like you were saying, Sugarfree 2 kind of checking Seeker, putting him under a little bit of pressure. Forcing the Wraith form would be nice. TP onto blue box for Seeker. Infected just getting kind of rolled by the Winston in the current moment in time. Just not really paying attention to him. Not too much damage, especially when you've got all that armor and whatnot. As Infected now just trying to matrix as much as he possibly can and push people off this blue box. Same with Seeker. A good little sleep. No anti to follow up, but it's enough to take down the Reaper. 2.5 minutes to go. And with Mera on the Cassidy, another big problem for the Reaper, of course. That little hinder grenade, which will pretty much signal instant death for you.
Yeah, there's a lot to stop and Nightmare's dives. If you're Toronto, you already brought up the presence of the Ana, the Hinder Grenade. NTMR, if they can get a push using Infected, they almost got Merit off that box. And Infected could keep following up, could easily 1v1 and just kill Merit. Maybe not as easy as it was with the Cassidy buffs, but that's going to be the big win con for Nightmare to isolate Merit. And the tempo of how your Seeker is going to teleport in. Like I said, the teleport is very obvious. You see his aura come in, and Nightmare going to go in again.
Pulse bomb for Sugar Free goes a little bit wide there as Nano Boost onto someone. Does push Nightmare all the way back. Eventually fades away as Nightmare now make their way up that little staircase to push someone off of the box. Here comes the Orbital Ray. That's a lot of damage on the front line, but quickly healed up with RuPaul's nade. You see everybody from Toronto Defiant just so disciplined, end up backing all the way up. No one wants any of that smoke. Got to get effective off this high ground, though. Oh, Primal Rage popped as well in the Spore room. Oh, instantly met with a Bob and a rally. Okay, a 2-for-1 trade. Yeah, you take those, and someone's just going to hang by the payload, too, so it doesn't get any free space. Death Blossom, self-destruct. Any more damage you want to throw in, Nightmare? You got to come out with the kills, though. RuPaul's still alive somehow. As Seeker eventually brings him down, but here comes the rally. Can they get back to the point in time? No, Zera with a shot onto Sugar Free.
Wow. I was worried about this Nightmare push because Seeker was stuck pushing cart when if Nightmare could have denied the entryways, they could have delayed the counter dive from Toronto. They managed, of course, Toronto did manage to produce a fight, but a lot of ults came out from Nightmare, especially the Death Blossom, that Reaper close range, so deadly. Toronto got to dance against that, now holding ship.
Ooh, good shield turn there from Admiral, blocking that nade. Easy kill for the Winston jumping on that brig like that. Zera's gonna have a tough time stepping up, of course, with someone just hanging in the rafters like a giant gargoyle. Oh, good nade. That's the dive. Yeah, that's instant death. CJ now catching the ire of Sugar Free. Everybody trapped in the old spawn room there of Toronto Defiance.
The power of Ana on point B defense is so strong. Like if Nightmare keep coming out from this low ground, this is going to be easy pickings for RuPaul. A lot of stagger.
Okay.
Infected, not in. Probably shouldn't have gone back into the mech anyway. You just don't want to give them more ult charge, but yeah.
Nice.
Tried for the
yeah, I mean, you got to at least try it right, just in case. But yeah, good stagger. Staggering divas like that, you just got to do it. On second point as well, the payload does end up regressing a fair bit because of how long it takes you to set up.
And now just maybe playing reactive, wait for someone to dive in. But now Seeker dropped to the low ground. He may just try to go for a teleport play, being a lot more elusive as they can't see where Seeker is being up high.
Ends up deciding to go on the payload. Zera's in a whole heap of hurt right now. Needs some serious attention, but I mean, someone just running all over him with the nano boost. Payload's still not moving, but that Orbital Ray is gonna make sure Toronto Defiant think twice before matching Seeker in the 1v1. Rally ends up coming through from Admiral in the ship as well as someone gets out of there. 1 HP. Oh, ends up getting chased and killed. Didn't quite make it to the high ground where RuPaul was waiting for him. That could cost them quite big here. Sugar Free can stall out for a little bit, but it's gonna be a rough one.
Got to be a big pulse. We can lay down onto Admiral, just any of the support line. Of course, Seeker has the Raid, Death Blossom, and he could blow up someone here, but he has Primal.
Oh, Death Blossom is still available. Oh, tries to TP away. Maybe it was worth the gambit there, but quickly picked up by Merit. Self-destruct launched in. Merit on the high ground with the Cassidy. You are not escaping, unfortunately. His aim is just too crisp. 45 seconds to go. Bob utilized there by Zera, a self-destruct. Nightmare, not too much left in the tank. As Toronto Defiant end up staggering Admiral a little bit, but it is final fight for them on this point B.
30 seconds.
Yeah, tough. Nightmare trying to push the card in at the last meter there, as someone may want something more
I like this swap.
Flexible like a diva.
Yeah, dealing with the Reaper, just eat the Death Blossom because you haven't got the Primal Rage anymore, so just the neutral abilities of the Diva here is going to completely dominate Seeker. He's going to teleport to the high ground. Someone does take a lot of damage just initially, and they're trying to focus down this mech as soon as possible. RuPaul as well, pretty low. Ney comes in, heals up someone. Death Blossom, oh, instantly slept. Tries to teleport back onto high ground, but it is not to be. The Reaper on watch point, Gibraltar, not quite working out for Nightmare, especially on the second point. Red, like a bedtime story. Someone gets a celebratory nano boost at the end as Nightmare failed to make it to that second point.
Seeker trolled with that, bro. Like, Ana's not completely defenseless. You have to mark the sleep. That is you could sleep a Death Blossoming Reaper with your eyes closed. And he thought, okay, I just used all the matrix from someone's diva. I can run it down on these supports, and probably should have just focused on, kind of saw RuPaul and went for that instead of finishing off someone, getting the DMEC, just sitting on the cart. That would have been, I think, the better move out of Nightmare, but they got a little too eager to go for the kills rather than at the point the cart was at, Nightmare would have been fine just zoning off even for a second. I think it was like 2-3 meters away. But I still think the Reaper has worked out. It's just these key things that have happened for Nightmare to set them behind, despite having a pretty good push. I think it really came down to Nightmare bringing also the fight to Seeker. The fight before they almost got to the end of point B, Seeker was pushing a lot of the cart, kind of playing a Tracer style of Reaper, getting Sugar Free's attention towards the cart. Nightmare would fight on the high ground against the rest of Toronto Defiant, who would eventually have to drop to the low ground, and there is Seeker greeting them with loving arms with the Reaper. So a lot of value came out of that, and a pretty good push despite that. You made someone uncomfortable enough to swap to the Diva, which almost got ruined by Seeker in a few shots. So not the greatest of pushes by Nightmare, but I like the ideas they came up with.
Smart Sonic arrow usage there by Merritt. Oh, Vega. Oh, yes, sir. Little Alari gaming. Okay. Alari versus the Orisa. Yeah, it's a nice free bit of ult charge. As long as you can control the high ground with the Alari, you just do so much damage, but Merritt unfortunately goes down to Seeker. It's going to be a hard high ground to take.
Toronto just hoping to win the poke war, bringing the Alari in. A lot more of a stationary healer once the pylon is up, but it can heal multiple targets, and a lot of multitasking can come out of Vega, as Toronto may just wait for an anti-grenade pull from RuPaul to go for the dive, but not yet.
Seeker was crossing his fingers there. Someone didn't jump him. Jump might come in now. Nade, follow up. Dynamite does end up landing. Everybody's on fire. A quick escape to the server room. The entire time, Toronto Defiant was pushing the payload under car wash, so they got it there basically for free, as Seeker is hoping someone is going to enter that small corridor. Hoping, waiting, praying. Sugar Free not taking the bait though, by the looks of it. Just happy dueling out with Zera on the point.
Man, how are you going to dislodge Nightmare? If they keep holding server, like this is a bunker down comp with the Orisa. Someone's not going to have a fun time diving into server. That's where Nightmare's going to be, but where is Infected?
RuPaul, what a nade.
Oh, he's up there.
Doesn't end up working out for them though. Yeah, someone's dead. There's no shot. Someone stays alive. RuPaul is very far up. You see in that little corridor, they end up getting a double nade, right? But the Juno ultimate just too powerful. Captive Sun though for Toronto to fight. Only one thing to eat it, in that spear spin.
Nightmare, I think, only won that because of Orbital Ray. I was worried about how Infected was so split from his supports and someone almost dove them, but Nightmare able to fight back.
Oh, here he comes. Yeah, good luck surviving that one. Oh, straight on top of a post bomb and a nade. You couldn't have asked for a more sorry death, honestly, if you were Seeker there in that high noon. Terror Surge used on the points. Merritt is just doing far too much damage for that to even be used as a survivability tool. Toronto Defiant making this watch point Gibraltar look a little bit too easy. Perhaps made me mad after that first map, getting 2-0'd on control.
I think Seeker was thinking about going to Reaper 2. Infected went to the Diva. They could have went to their counter Winston style, and at least Vega's back on the brink to help give packs to Sugar Free if he wants to roam on the card. He'll always be in vision of Vega, but the nano play from someone, Toronto could bring a lot of momentum. They could cap right out here.
All right, someone just juggling this high ground right now. Seeker just so scared to peek, can't stay out too long in main. Nade ends up landing. Oh, what a nade too. Admiral pops the rally, but is it enough? A nice little shield bash and a whip shot too. Admiral skates out of there with his life. Someone is going to pay the price. A dear one at that, and with 3 minutes to go, that is a big ultimate use, that nano boost. Toronto Defiant have got nothing going into the next one with an orbital ray on the horizon.
How did someone just not get anything done with the nano and then the nade onto Admiral, and NTMR just insane poke. Seeker being able to ignore the Winston and kill everyone else around someone. insane. Toronto now don't have a lot of win cons. It'll just have to be a neutral war and against the orbital ray, but double ante.
Can't follow it up. Break too powerful. Cassidy in the room as well. It's a death sentence for someone to step in there. Just gonna suffice with trying to pressure the payload right now as Infected. Oh, Infected loses mech! The heals didn't come in quick enough. And now the ult's coming online for Toronto Defiant. They're gonna have to pop the raid. They're gonna have to do something. A little one tap there from Seeker might be enough. Sugar Free down. No pulse bomb. High Noon as well to zone. A good whip shot sends Seeker flying. Someone still in the front line. Oh, Vega! Seeker! Nice little two-tap. RuPaul hits the anti-nade though, but someone has given up his position on the high ground for that kill.
Seeker's going X Games mode. Like, he's turned around multiple fights just off mechanics alone, and to tumble into Sugar Free, to kill him like that, to pull off the Deadeye, to kill Vega, like, Seeker's doing it all. Less than 2 minutes, but Toronto have built up ultimates. That was just a neutral fight and huge opening from Merit.
No Tracer. There's a Bob on the point. There's a Primal Rage. There's a Pulse Bomb. They got everything required to win this one. And with 1:30 to go, Nightmare, they're going to have to wake up soon. And that's it. The rally push in. Toronto Defiant, they're back. Map number 2, looking easy with a 2-point push from Toronto Defiant. Tying up the series, one apiece.
Yeah, Merit with big impact kills there at the end. The Bob too. Just Toronto needed to build up, just stack up all the ultimates and just get one good push going. Should have seen maybe more contest out of Nightmare. Like, Zero was just more focused on the fight than contesting the card. So Toronto got about halfway to point B without even needing to fight, bringing themselves within one fight territory with 3 minutes to cap the map and win. So it's almost a matter of time, especially with Toronto not being stuffed in those choke points at the start of point B. Nightmare kind of let them walk in and relied a lot on that poke, and I thought it was pretty back and forth there, but Toronto, like I said, stacked the ults to win.
Like we saw a little bit of a Lari too. That's always a good time. Look, Toronto, maybe a small slip up on control, but this very much feels like a Toronto we know and love. Nightmare are the team. After NRG Shock's disappointing performance against Fluffy Dreamland, Nightmare are the team that we expect to take maps off of Toronto Defiant, bring them again, Lemon, right, to that map 5. Very possible as we go into their map choice now. So we jump into some highlights. Not a long map, and yeah, a lot of that first point, especially for Toronto's attack, was taking that free space, just pushing up through that car wash almost for free. And Lari Pokestar, as soon as it gets set up, it's very hard to come back from. Look at that as well. I mean, it looked like Seeker owed them some money or something, owed them some eddies, because the amount of volts they threw at that man was, God, they wanted him dead. This was cheeky too. It's a hero play, right? We kill the Brig, maybe I survive. You know, you're going to get followed up pretty quickly. Could have been a very different story there if Seeker was able to stay alive for a couple of seconds, but a very quick reactionary play from Toronto shut him down. There are the stats from the last map too.
And Nightmare have a few interesting choices ahead of them when it comes to map choice. Now it depends. How much do you believe Seeker can take a Widow duel against Merit? I guess Widow hasn't, I mean, if the Widows were gonna come out, maybe it was on Gibraltar. So maybe that Nightmare are just not even gonna bother with that, because Nightmare like to go on maps like Runasapi. I was just thinking about the Widow in terms of Midtown. I remember them bringing that out against Fluffy Aimers, and that was quite successful for Nightmare, but I don't think you risk that against a team as relentless as Toronto. So Runasapi trying to force that Orisa mirror could be strong for Nightmare, especially with the success they saw with the Reaper, if they choose to bring that out again.
All right, I wouldn't be too opposed. Little Reaper gaming. Okay. Nightmare's map choice, Runasapi. No real way to make a chance, sadly. You can, but you'd much rather play the Ashe. You'd much rather play the Cass. We'll see what Toronto Defiant want to run out with. It's going to be Genji's. I'd imagine this is the comp they're just going to run. Just standard, like, meta at this very moment in time. God, it would be good to see. Of course, Toronto Defiant with a guaranteed slot in Stockholm. It's going to be a good chance to see if NA can really contend with the Korean teams that are very disappointing showing in Dallas. Crazy Raccoon and Team Falcons both looking best in the world right now. See if Toronto can kind of put a dent in that prestige from the region. as we roll on out. Mirror on either side as Zera and Sugar Free facing off against Genjis.
And I would give the edge to Sugar Free. He's one of the best North American Genjis. This is a lot on Zera's plate. You could always swap to the Tracer. Sugar Free dashes in, doesn't get the reset, but has the deflect.
Yeah, Zera the same thing. As soon as a little bit of poke comes through from the Cassidy, it's always worth trying to go for a reset kill. Both Genjis dead, though. Did pretty much the exact same thing there. Dashed into their deaths, but they do end up getting this little bit of damage on the front line. And this is a very aggressive wrap there from Admiral on the Brig. Infected not exactly one to get staggered on the Orisa. Still does a fair amount of damage, but a late death is going to cost them dearly. As CJ is also going to go down at the same time. So they should get wave respawns, but that is going to be the first fight going to Toronto. Look at the damage coming out from Merit, by the way. He's got ult already. My goodness.
Yeah, and that could be just the things to initiate the next fight with Speed Ring, Deadeye. Does NTMR expect that? Zera's going to have to make sure he has deflect on, and that could be the moment for Merit to strike. Or if Infected could cancel it with a spear throw, there's a wall right behind Merit there, and Seeker, of course.
Yeah, there's the high noon. We'll be taking our free checkpoint, please. Thank you very much. Do not pass go, do not collect $200. Nightmare.
Now Seeker can just do the same thing back. Uno reverse, and there's a Terror Surge to maybe
There's a lot of damage. Terror Surge looks like Infected maybe setting up for it, but here comes the Orbital Ray from both sides. Rally to that giant shield. Oh, RuPaul, though, ends up getting deleted by Seeker. The Terror Surge is good for 2 on either side. As both Someone and Infected pretty much using exact same time. Everybody was given the group hug treatment. Zera with the resets for Nightmare is going to be able to clean the rest up.
Yeah, I couldn't tell with the double orbital rays if RuPaul even had his shield
He had his shield up.
The Deadeye
I think it just busted down. Yeah, there was too many skulls probably. There was a lot on your screen, to be fair. Don't blame you.
I don't blame him, but hey, now it's the tale of 2 Dragon Blades, but one important thing, an Admiral rally to maybe stun and overwhelm Sugar Free.
Someone stunned initially, good spear into the wall. Put someone in an awkward spot. A blade for Zera as well, as someone with no CDs left. Sugar Free's going to pop his blade pretty early though, as the Genjis are dueling on the lifts. You couldn't write a better script than that. Play the Duel of Fates music. Sugar Free takes down Zera in the 1v1. Should be a cleanup now for Toronto Defiant. Somehow, some way, someone survives that engagement too.
I personally prefer keeping the rally for the Dragon Blade. Nightmare decided to engage off of it like their sound barrier style, but unfortunately Toronto Defiance disengaged. It maybe led to some people being isolated, but Nightmare's focus fire still wasn't enough to find those critical kills. And once Sugar Free saw the rally was out of the picture, he had to dance around, quite literally, bounce around with Zera. Not a fun place, but a good lead so far.
It honestly did look like a Genji trailer. Jumping around all over with your blade against the other Genji. Nice headshot there onto RuPaul. Satellite Vector initiated by Vega. Orbital Ray coming through, Seeker in a whole lot of trouble. I mean, Vega was just flying above him, and then Merit was sat in the window with that gun just glowing blue. Terror Surge used, though. Rally coming through, a nice little bash out, but Merit ends up going down to those little torpedoes. Payload still moving in Toronto Defiant's favor. Despite losing Merit here, they're still going to get a couple of extra meters as Vega is able to sneak those away. Oh, that spear. Unlucky.
Yeah. This is an important fight for Nightmare because they are starting to face a deeper and deeper deficit against Toronto. And for Nightmare to take the risks, you know, when they're down a few players, it takes a really good IGL to make that call, to go for those fights when people are dying all over the place and to know the best chance. Now it's a Deadeye push.
Very quick. People are used to it by now, but it's always quite scary how fast the Cassidy moves. Nice high ground control. Oh, Seeker is just so out in the open there. Everybody from Toronto Defiant shooting at him. Taking their turns at slinging bullets. Blades popped from Sugar Free as well. He's got the whole backline to himself. No one from Nightmare can stop the Blade from dishing out the damage. As Sugar Free claims 3 lives with that one. As Toronto Defiant, they got the forward spawns yet again, and they're going to increase their lead further.
Such an unfortunate tumble from Seeker. Just very punishable being out in the open. Definitely didn't intend to go backwards, wanted to rejoin the team. Now you got an orbital ray. If CJ and friends want to be proactive, this is the time to do it, especially having a rally in your back pocket.
Orbital ray for both sides. We'll see if Admiral can survive with this rally. There it is, rally, orbital ray. Vega's already down. Those missiles doing a lot of work for CJ in the back line. Here comes the Sarah Surge, grabbing everybody in. And the rallying team ends up winning it. Nice headshot there at the end. Team kill.
Now you use both supported ultimates and the Terra Surge, though, to just win that neutral fight. As in now the bot's at the neutral point, and you have to win several more just to catch up to Toronto Defiant, and time is dwindling away. If Zero doesn't deliver on this Dragon Blade, this is going to be bad news for Nightmare.
It's going to be hard to really execute as well, because Toronto could hold this corner and have their DPS and support sit fairly far back.
Zero's still looking for opportunity with the Blade, as Deflect's already been out, though, and Zero's probably very worried about the RuPaul rally that can stun him. Toronto are using theirs more defensively, though, and Nightmare are very aware of that fact. But if Zero could get the jump on him, it could be big, and Seeker has a Deadeye. He could just blow through RuPaul just like he did last time.
Just burning down the clock now.
That was with help with the Orbital Ray.
Yeah, right. Are they going to wait for Orbital Ray? I mean, it's quite a ways, but Toronto Defiant now making their first move. High Noon pops. Oh, hello, Brig. Uh-oh, not where you want to be, Zera. Well, they're going to dash through the Brig regardless. And that was a really nice spear spin coming through for an affected. RuPaul just bashed straight out of LOS to the rest of his team and then got spear spun away. There's the resets. And just like that, a High Noon only required for Nightmare to win that fight, and RuPaul's rally getting absolutely nothing.
Mechanical from Seeker. You're just seeing headshots all over the kill feed, and for Nightmare to win that without using Blade to kill RuPaul when he was mid-rally, like Toronto Defiant were getting crunched and didn't know which focal point, which angle to fight towards. Now Nightmare, if they could take another fight here with Blade, they could potentially tie things up.
Blade, Orbital Ray, Toronto have got 4 ults. CJ pops the Orbital Ray. Doesn't end up coming through, but here comes the return one, and now the Blade's been popped from both sides. The Terror Surge is massive, though. Azera, oh, he just gets dominated by RuPaul. A nice little flail to the dome will do it, and the Terror Surge to make Sugar Free's life a little bit easier. 2 meters now separates both teams, and with only 2 minutes to go, a late rally is going to try and turn this one for Admiral. It's a little bit ambitious, to say the least, as CJ getting staggered a little bit there as someone just wondering what happened there with Admiral. I mean, maybe you get a stun, maybe you get a bash there on the front line. As CJ and Admiral, to be fair, have they got the damage to really follow that fight up with anything? I mean, it didn't seem like it, but they still popped the rally anyway.
Yeah, Admiral got possessed by a ghost there. I'm not sure what would tell you that's a good plan, but now that means Toronto stay in the driver's seat without a rally to worry about. A Deadeye, which will force Nightmare off the cart, more free meterage for Toronto, and they could even tempo up with the rally, knowing Zero doesn't have Blade. Toronto, they can dictate this pace.
It's already down, though. RuPaul's in the front line, swinging away. Bash swing, bash swing, bash swing, and oversteps his mark. It's the second time in a row, RuPaul has gone really deep into the back line, trying to make things happen, trying to get it popping on the Brig. But he's ended up getting cut short as the focus fire from Nightmare is a little bit too good. Ray now for CJ. They have a very good opportunity to take the lead with only a minute to go.
And Toronto didn't really increase their lead. It's still 82-80. And I'm wondering if Toronto can force multiple fights or if they're going to just fight at the checkpoint mark. Yeah, they're rounding the corner. This is going to come down to one fight to who's going to get the lead. And it's an orbital ray advantage for Nightmare and a Deadeye from Seeker just to maybe even encroach on that line.
High Noon for the space creation. Vegas desperately trying to build up to this orbital ray. There's the High Noon. They're going to push on forward now. One member from Toronto off to the left-hand side, but we'll rejoin the team in just a moment. I believe that is Merits. And here comes the orbital ray from CJ. Vega and RuPaul are going to have to back up. Lead's going to get taken if they're not careful. Only a meter in this one, and here it is. Vegas return, orbital ray, but he's already shut down. And Zera finds the recollect kill onto Merit. A Terror Surge for Infected just brings RuPaul to rest. Zera is just resetting off the entirety of Toronto to fight with only a couple of seconds to go, and Nightmare have just gone and done it. An OT push is going to net them the
the victory on Runasapi as they find themselves on match point.
Oh my god. Like, they're Nightmare on series point. Toronto are one map away from, well, they already have their spot, so like whatever. But they're aiming for a better seed, obviously being the stage 4 winners. But we could also see the #1 and #2 circuit point teams just not be in this main event anymore. And I'm not a Toronto Defiant doubter by any means, but Nightmare are punching up to them. This is a seriously very close series between the two, and you didn't even need the Reaper. You didn't have to bring out any interesting creative strats from Nightmare. It was just purely the mirror. Cassidy v Cassidy. Seeker had his big pop-off moments, hitting those headshots, that multiplier to hit the 140, 150 damage. That is everything for Seeker to turn around the fight. And then the RuPaul unfortunate over-eagerness with the rally cost Toronto an important fight to maybe not only extend the 82-meter lead they had, but to maybe just win out the map from there.
Will the Titans in Toronto Defiant finally be slain in the upper bracket? Very odd spot for them to be in. They've dominated every single playoff bracket they've ever been for every main stage. And now, Nightmare have a good chance of upsetting the Kings of North America. They're one map away. They're one map away. And we're going to get the team comps as well, I believe. We're going to jump to them to see what was going down in those final few seconds. We'll see in a bit.
I'm going to insta roll out to try and get Dorana.
I need a Pummy podcast.
Yeah. Monkey man. Oh, I fell off the map.
Come back.
Yo.
Yeah.
Monkey. Get it, Lucio.
Alright.
What is going on? What is going on here? McGravy, I credit you, even though you're not happy about this because your pred is essentially in the dumpster. You will be eating some weird-ass fish today, so congratulations. Hope you.
It's not weird, it's Swedish culture.
Oh, sorry. What I meant to say was some incredible Swedish delicacies. You know what? I won't let you go down alone in this ship. I'll give it a try too, because I'm a good friend.
So what are the friends for?
I'm curious. It's for nothing. We're just putting on a show.
Fun.
That's all. You know what's fun? Upsets. Nightmare currently on match point. How are these words even coming out of my mouth? I don't know. At the beginning, I mean, yeah, sure, they go one map up, but we initially thought like, okay, they're cheesing it, but then map 2, they didn't fully commit to cheese. You were a little unhappy about that, McGravy.
Yeah, they ended up like kind of cooking too much. I feel like on the second map, but this first map, how do you win a map with Seeker running off the map in the first 5 seconds? it was so weird. I thought he did it on purpose. Like maybe he was swapping his character. Nah, he just fell off the map. Yeah, they still ended up winning here. I think they just had a good read on what Toronto was going to do. Toronto is known for, they want to play that Ana break Winston. So if we know that they're playing that, let's try and find something that can just play fast, high tempo. And they just cooked a little bit too much on Gibraltar trying the Reaper. It just hasn't worked, man. Like, I'm just not a fan of the Reaper on Gibraltar.
It was close, though. Like, this was the overtime fight, and Seeker pushes out with the Death Blossom into a sleeping Ana, for what it's worth. But here on defense, I mean, they were playing a reason on defense. Like, it wasn't a straight-up Gibraltar defense. They were, no, I don't want to call it cheese because it's meta. But they tried to hang around and, you know, getting pushed by the Ilori pro composition from afar, the Bionades from RuPaul. Very difficult to pull that off to begin with, but it was a pretty solid Gibraltar anyway from Nightmare. And then, I mean, they end up winning in a mirror duel here, playing Orisa compositions on Runasapi. Credit to them. I feel like history is repeating itself. Stage 2, NA beats Toronto Defiant in the upper bracket. Stage 3, Toronto Defiant, they lose in the upper bracket to NRG. And now, for a third consecutive time, are Toronto Defiant going to lose in the upper bracket to a different team in Nightmare this time around?
Yeah, but then one unfortunate team has to face off against an angry Toronto Defiant. Not really an enviable position to be in. I'm just extremely impressed that Nightmare managed to actually beat Toronto in a straight-up mirror match. Like, that says so much about the caliber of players we have on that Nightmare squad.
Yeah, I was talking about it. It's like I almost wanted them to commit to the cheese, and then I was like, oh, probably in this third map, they're probably just going to give up, and they're probably going to go for the mirror, and I wasn't expecting to be so dominant. Like you saw the KD, they doubled the amount of kills that they had on that map. It was close in the meterage, but in terms of how the fights were going down, Nightmare was getting, you know, getting an advantage on Toronto every single time.
And at Toronto's map pick, they don't find themselves often in a position to be able to pick those maps. Surarasa, that's their choice. Reinforce, what do you want to see here real quick before we dive into the action?
I mean, stick to the guns, honestly. Play default. If you beat them on Nurasapi, do it again on Survasa.
Quick and easy from Coach Johnny. McGrady.
I've never been a coach, but...
McGrady, yes, no?
Yeah, I think both sides want to stick to this mirror. I think they both feel that they want to take the mirror again, so it'll be interesting how it plays out.
And as of right now, they look evenly matched on the mirror. Again, Nightmare on match point, waiting to qualify for the grand finals here in the upper bracket. Can they get it done and beat Toronto Defiant to it? We'll find out in just a second. Jen, Jack, please take it away.
Thank you very much. Yeah, is history repeating itself again? Are Toronto Defiant? Are they going to be in the finals this time? Yet to be seen. Nightmare up a map. One map away from knocking down Toronto to that lower bracket. As we get on to the fourth map of this series. Going to Survasa. Miracomps on either side by the looks of it. Although, I say that, small change. RuPaul actually on the Zen, not the Brig. We're going Juno Zen. Very greedy backline for Toronto.
Yeah, they're going to have to temper this aggression then and let this poke work its course. But I was in freak out mode earlier because I was like, oh my god, Toronto may lose. And it's like, yeah, this is the upper bracket. I don't think any team has been able to beat them twice. And like the desk said, you're only going to poke the bear and make them angry. Whatever happens here, I could see Toronto getting their revenge, but Nightmare still have a tough task ahead of them, and that's maybe keeping Infected and Zero alive.
Taking so much damage. That Discord up so good. You play these long, slow fights with the Zen, you're just working the Brig comp. It's very hard. If you're the Brig comp, ideally you want to go fast. You want to get into the backline, make sure the Zaren has a hard time positioning, hard time actually getting damage off. But you give RuPaul a minute or so, and that Discord damage really racks up.
Now Sugar Free just deciding to go to the Tracer to just get around this Nightmare team and provide another angle of assault where Merritt, he's back on the Ash just like he was on Gibraltar. This hits a bit harder than a Cassidy in terms of damage, but the reload is so annoying. But the Bobs can be so impactful at holding space, especially in a game
Good
like
headshot, forces the recall onto Seeker. Here come the Juno ults. Seeker dodging out of that flashbang. A Terror Surge with a pulse bomb layered on top. Worst birthday cake in history as Toronto Defiant just give Nightmare the business.
Yeah, it's just the beauty of having your Ashton back, set everyone on fire. You're able to conserve the Bob too. And they're just going to take a forward approach too to maybe even stop Nightmare from being able to touch, which they don't really seem interested in doing, which is fine. It'd be Nightmare would be at a disadvantage anyway. They'll focus on the next point getting set up there.
All right, opens up. It's market now as a quick rotation from Nightmare. I think it was pretty smart to rotate, like you said. Much easier at setting up now. You can take a forward position. You can stop Sugar Free as well on a flank.
We've been opening things up with a Deadeye, but the cap hasn't happened yet. The point's still unlocking, so it's not that big of an advantage for Nightmare to deal with, but a Bob from Merritt could help them get Nightmare's attention to just shoot at the Bob, and Toronto can walk in afterwards. There's always a Transcendence from RuPaul to stabilize Toronto as the fight extends. So how patient RuPaul is with this Transcendence is important.
Rally ends up coming in. Bob's on the point. No one's shooting it just yet. Nightmare are going to try and take the fight to them as the Deadeye was pulled and Merritt pulled in to the LOS of Seeker. Nice Terror Surge combo coming through from Infected there. There's a Nightmare. Only have to deal with Sugar Free, who's already zipped away.
And RuPaul got zoned off from Infected, just galloping towards him. RuPaul breaks LOS with his team and charges up a right click when, if you would have noticed the state of the fight, probably would have went for a Transcendence, especially with all the ults being brought out from Nightmare. But they can always rely on that Transcendence for the next one, while Zera's Blade, can he wait out the Transcendence? Is that going to be the counter? Or no Transcendence?
All right, well, reset. You got 5.5 left. You're all good. Just don't die. Uh-oh, well, Merritt's dead. I say that, and Merritt instantly dies. Oh! Nice position there from Zera. All right, okay, definitely only one fight now. Admiral going down does suck, though, so they can't play as aggressive as they want to. Blade available from Zera. Easy Transcendence target there for RuPaul.
Yeah, you could always Ray first, see if that fates out the Transcendence, and, well, Nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very forward position that Seeker and Infective are taking. I mean, Infective's used all CDs pretty much already. There's a Discord Orb applied, healed up rather swiftly by CJ and Admiral. But they're not using any ults, which is important for Nightmare.
Still the tale of the Blade versus the Transcendence, but now you got Orbital Rays that'll probably initiate the fight. And you're wondering, is the Orbital Ray the thing that brings out these critical support ultimates? And if that can open things up for Zero, but Toronto's got these first picks onto Seeker or Zero, and that alone can just buy a lot of free time for Toronto, maybe without even using ultimates if they're lucky.
Oh, RuPaul, flashbangs, pops the Transcendence, a little bit too worried about going down there. But they make it work, though. There's a trade of ultimates, support ones at that. That Ray from CJ being used to help the rest of Nightmare position. Zero with a quick reset, knows the fight is already lost. So they want to get back with enough time to fight one single time. I mean, look, Infective and Zero, they've got ults, the perfect combo, Terror Surge with the Blade, but Sugar Free. And it looks like the rest of Toronto's right, they're going to play up to this.
And last fight, the second point. Can Toronto go up to map point? No Transcendence to save them against the Blade. Orbital Ray.
Blade's been pulled, Orbital Ray as well. Oh, RuPaul might end up going down here. Nice little kick. Zero's so low. Sugar Free finishes him off. What a heads-up play from Toronto to find. They push Nightmare to their very brink. I mean, you play up to the spawn like that, you have to use ults if you're Nightmare to even push through them to touch. You don't need Transcendence if Zero's going to pull a Blade like that to double dash basically to the point to trigger OT. As Toronto Defiant now up 2 points.
And Zero is like hesitating on how to use these blades too, because Toronto's split up, and all of them, when they do get pushed by that Blade, get some sort of damage into Zero, and that alone, being at half health, can make any Genji crumble in their boots. So now you got a Deadeye from Seeker. They wanted to go for an early cap, zone off Toronto from pushing. I don't think Toronto's gonna let that go for free though.
Seeker. Oh, RuPaul spots him out. A couple of shots, a couple of orbs traded. As the rally from Nightmare is going to push Toronto back. They're playing a little bit split right now with Sugar Free and RuPaul off on an angle of their own. Infected's trying to check them, but it's really hard to do so because he needs to pay attention to someone. Can't give up this space for free. High noon, there's the stick. Oh, and Seeker ends up going down. Not a good look, and Zera. I mean, Seeker, grade A bodyguard right now. RuPaul has nothing to fear if Sugar Free's right next to him. Orbital Ray from CJ to try and turn this one around for Nightmare, but it's looking like a lost hope right now. There's no way Infected cleans anybody up. I mean, sure, you get RuPaul, but that's about it. Toronto Defiant. They end up saving so many ults going into this next fight, Lemon. That was an expensive ult dump there from Nightmare.
I like that Seeker went for the Deadeye to help protect Infected, to just zone off so he had time to heal. But for Sugar Free, that critical pulse, he didn't know where that Deadeye was coming from. He blinks in. He could have been dead in a minute for where...
We're good. We're good. We're chilling. We're chilling.
Okay, he's good. And Sugar Free went for the pulse to stop the Deadeye, and that's what tilted the fight in Toronto's favor. Now they got more ults to use, especially Terra Surge, Bob, everything, including an
Bob
Orbital
has
Ray.
joined the fight. Terror Surge in, slam down, skewered. And Aber and Seeker dead to that. CJ Infected Zero jump off the map. They got one final fight. They're up against Pulse Bomb, Orbital Ray, and Transcendence. Looking Toronto Defiant doing the same thing. They're going to play up to your spawn door. Good luck touching now.
This is what helps us go to game 5.
Easy,
it all
Ray.
depends on
Easiest rate of your life.
Terror Surge.
Terror Surge ends up coming in. A little bit of damage coming out, but the Transcendence is going to keep everybody healthy. And that's just it. 11, no chance for Zera to come back. Could be the best Genji in the world. Could be proper 2x, but in this situation, there is absolutely no chance. Infected does switch over to the Wrecking Ball, but the DPS are already down, and Toronto Defiant with a clean 3-0 on Surafasa are going to take us to a map number 5 here in the upper bracket final.
Amazing team play from Toronto Defiant, especially Sugar Free coming alive on the Tracer. He's had a quieter time in the Genji mirror on Runasapi. Now the Tracer's there, and he's let loose, and he's very patient with how he holds these pulse bombs too. He's not just throwing them off cooldown, and these moments like shutting down the Deadeye, making his way into the back. He was on fire for most of that. I mean, it was a 3-0, I think it was 3-0 or 3-1 sweep for Toronto. Very dominant at that, and just being able to play at that high tempo, and Nightmare just being caught off guard time and time again, whether it's a random Merit headshot with the Ash that Nightmare had to play at a deficit sometimes, to the Zero Blades being completely nullified just from Toronto being able to space out against it.
Such a greedy comp as well. Very, very tough to play the Zen in these style of comps, because if a team is just a little bit quicker than you are, the Zen just gets rolled over. A couple of times there, Merit and Sugar Free on and off angle. They did end up getting punished by Zera. Only a couple of times though. And as soon as Sugar Free and RuPaul are on the off angle, Sugar Free gets the Orb of Harmony. There's a Discord maybe on your tank, and then Infected is trying to look 17 different ways at once to try and not get taken out. He cannot give up the space against someone, but still needs to look at the Tracer, look at the Zen, put pressure on them somehow. But it just didn't end up working out. As yeah, this was just domination from Toronto Defiant. I don't expect anything less. I mean, look at that, 12 deaths to 40. That is a joke. It's a little joke, and I'll tell you what is a joke, the healing done. Zen moment, 13k healing versus 22 there, almost 10k more than Toronto Defiant with Nightmare pulling, but you know, the Brig probably doing a little bit more, and RuPaul, he only knows one thing, and that is violence on the Zen.
The big difference between Suravasa to Runasapi for me was also the map dichotomy of just Runasapi being a lot more narrow. I think it's a lot easier for Nightmare to just focus, W, take the fight forward, orbital ray forward. It was like rinse and repeat, while as Suravasa, a lot of different doorways, corridors, and open space. And you saw maybe some moments of confusion of Nightmare. Like I'm seeing Zero get a low HP Zen in front of him. The Zen rounds the corner, object permanence, all of a sudden there's no more Zen. And I think a lot of times Nightmare had low HP targets that they could not finish, and maybe it's their fault, but also Toronto's fault for knowing how to space out against the aggression of Nightmare, to round corners, to protect themselves, and to namely not die. You saw the number of deaths, only 12 or something like that. It's a lot of good disengage.
I mean,
from
it's
Toronto.
super back and forth series so far. Every single map type, like, hey, maybe Nightmare stomp, maybe Toronto Defiant stomp. One more map in this series though. It will be Nightmare's chance to pick. Don't forget though, tickets right there. Go get them. DreamHack.com/Stockholm. Toronto Defiant will of course be there, and I believe Nightmare are also locked in for Stockholm. So if you want to see these teams play in a live environment, it's a good time. Everybody's going to be yelling. You're going to be losing your voice pretty quickly, even after day number 1. It's going to be a blast. And of course, you'll see the Korean teams as well, who did dominate at Dallas. Seeing Lip and Proper face off on stage again, it fills me with glee. My heart is very happy after I see them on LAN. All right, this is the 5th map limit. Nightmare choosing Midtown.
I think the circuit point race is still very close too, with NRG now that they're knocked out. You got NTMR, TSM, Fluffy Aimers still in this tournament. That's number 3, number 4, number 5 in circuit points. And then of course just winning the stage all right would get you a spot. And then if Toronto ends up winning, then it's all about the points. And there's a couple of spots for that. So this is a tight race, and now you're in a game 5. Like the past repeats itself, a deja vu of the last time these two teams faced in the lower bracket final of stage 3, where Toronto ended up winning, but it was not on Midtown. So this is picked by Nightmare specifically for, of course, some Orisa, but Nightmare also played this and brought out the Seeker Widow on the defense. So wondering if they're testing that against Merit.
Doable. I think Seeker's hit scan is, of course, like just cracked. Is he a level above Merit or even on the same par? I'm not sure. I still think Merit in the North American region, probably the best hit scan that we have. But if there was anybody that's going to take it to him, it's probably going to be Seeker. Just a true superstar, honestly, in the making. Toronto Defiant going into this 5th and final map. Like Johnny was saying on the desk too, like, Is history really going to repeat itself? Is Toronto just going to go down here and it's like, hey, it's all good. We're just going to be in finals again. Don't forget as well, viewership incentives running through this weekend for stage 4 of the main event. October 12th and 13th. That is today, if you hadn't checked your watch. Yeah, so you can get some cool sprays, a little name card there, and a soldier skin. So it's pretty cool.
I don't think we've seen Midtown from Toronto this stage. Not that there's ever really a weakness with Toronto. You can count how many maps they've lost on one hand. But Nightmare, they picked this to their strength. They beat Fluffy Aimers on this, just cracking down their Mei strat, as in Fluffy Aimers is Fluffy Dreamland's Mei strat. And the Seeker Widow, I think, did well off the point. He'll probably swap off of that later on. But Toronto may not expect this, so if Seeker can open up with a pig, this would be a good moment for Nightmare to engage, if he really sticks with it.
I do really want to see the Widow. Oh, that's close. Actual jump scare. Have you seen the 50% opacity pigeon yet? It'll come. It'll come.
No.
Don't worry. The more midtowns we have, the more pigeons are shown on stream. Viewers love it. I don't know. Me, myself, hate it. Hate every single second of it. All right, Seeker, come on. We got on the Widowmaker. It's going to be Merit on the Ashe here, so an easy target for the Widowmaker, more often than not, especially at this kind of range. Of course, isn't aware right now. Now you can hold tab and you can see what Merit's running, so Seeker acutely aware of what comp he's playing against. See someone jumping in the train car.
Against a defensive dive. Like, I thought someone was going to want to match the Orisa. You can contest that underside bridge a lot better, but hoping for the counter is Nightmare went in and got poked down already.
Now, I think Seeker's going to have to deal with someone in a moment. He's going to get chased away. Looks like they're trying to set up shop in this little room. They lost Zera super early. I'm not sure Infector's going to survive too long. Vega also running the Kiriko, so no Juno here. Toronto Defiant, unorthodox backline so far, but they have been making it work. The Zen, of course, on Suravasa, a very rare pick, and then Vega on the Kiriko now. So playing again with Sugar Free on an off angle, the Kiriko can be rather deadly.
It already got them a kill on the Zera. For Zera to just get out-dueled there is quite surprising, but Nightmare get to walk in for free, and good whip shot from Admiral.
Yeah, looks like Infected's going to go down yet again. I mean, RuPaul is playing like, you know, in quotations, like alone, right, on the Ana, just playing on this hard off angle. But it doesn't matter how far Vega is away. You're just going to instantly teleport. It's almost like a bait, right? You're like, okay, well, you're going to dive on an Ana. That's cool. I jump in, Suzu, or like jump in, throw out some healing cards, some Ofuda, and then kind of vibe. Oh, I'm just on an off angle trying to deal with your Tracer. It's a very tricky playstyle to play against. No one is ever alone.
Seeker's off the Widow, too. And just that, not getting any sightlines. The fight is taking place way past the bridge. RuPaul's looking for a cheeky anti-grenade for the dive.
Oh, the anti-nade on Seeker will take the solo kill from RuPaul. A rather cheeky one at that. He might survive this too. Ana Mythic shown its full effect there. As Admiral also ends up going down as someone joins the party. Oh, nice kill by Zera, but everybody will be back rather soon for Toronto Defiant. And they're sitting on 4 ults.
Yeah, and to not even need the Nano, to not really use any important ultimates, I should say. Now Nano, Bob engaged, a lot of options.
That's a nice position for the Bob as well. It actually stops the cross. I mean, Abral's just alone here. Luckily, someone didn't end up giving chase. Riley been popped by Abral. CJ's already dead. Swing and a miss pulse bomb from Zera. It's all falling apart here for Nightmare. Not even a single tick. I mean, this will be a way to end this series too. Just a full hold on Midtown. Infected, sure, kills Vega. I'll be back in just a moment. As RuPaul holds onto the Nano. They held on to Rush. They got Primal Rage. Only used Bob in that fight. And Zico's jumped onto the emergency Sombra. He's cracked the glass and trying to bring out something a little spicy.
I thought Infected was going to want to go to the Diva like he did on our first map, because that just exploded someone, and Nightmare trying to match that tempo. They just haven't had a good target to collapse on with the Orisa. Toronto playing way too far back, but double flanker engage.
Manual hack.
Avalanche are going down on the Lucio. Of course, they've changed their backline as well, going full dive with the Kiri Lucio, and yeah, no one is matching Toronto Defiance Freak right now. 10 seconds to go. I mean, that's it. That's just round.
It's so rough. First, you had Seeger, who just couldn't get any picks with the Widow, swapped with some Ashe, and Merritt just out-dueled him. Zero couldn't get any openings in the alleyways, especially with Vega, and Nightmare just gonna get full health, and that is really rough to see in a Game 5. And this is kind of like the past repeating itself of Nightmare just tripping over their laces when they had a series lead in the lower bracket final of Stage 3. They gave it up with back-to-back map losses to Toronto. And just Nightmare didn't have a target to engage on because Toronto just played counter dive the whole time.
A full hold. You're hoping for a draw. It's your Nightmare. Send us to another map. I dare you. We haven't gone that far in a long time. See what Defiant want to do on the offense. I mean, if I was Merritt here and if I was Toronto, maybe just go something like a Widow. Just get one shot of somebody, one little pick. Looks like Seeker's going to do it here. Widowmaker on defense, Zera on the Pharah. No Tracer or Genji. I mean, he's been kind of popping off on the Genji and Tracers. The maps have just been so one-sided, each which way. There, I told you it happened.
Oh my God, that scared me.
It is October. It is Halloween.
Oh my God, production's goofing. But Nightmare, they have these targets, or they have these characters that are hard to dive. Like Seeker's gonna play as far back as possible. Zera's in the air, infected. You don't want to dive that. So I wonder how Toronto are gonna get around that. It's got to be Sugar Free and someone collapsing on something. And Mary with this, well, probably just the initial Sonic. Vega's back to maybe try and dwindle down infected just with the lethality DPS of, I guess, an Ilari now.
Seeker versus Merritt on the Widowmakers. Lari's definitely good for a fight as well. That Captive Sun slowing people. Very easy for the Winston to do enough damage to detonate one target. Pylon dead though. We got the summon.
I'm okay with Merritt just, or sorry, Seeker just shooting this Winston. If you can crack someone's armor, you're gonna force him to not be able to die. Infected's holding the bridge. You just gotta be careful what pathway Sugar Free's gonna take on.
Quick rotation here from Toronto Defiant. Zera's already dead at the hands of Vega. Seeker needs a headshot right here, right now. Sees Vega, and Vega just rips his head off. Infected's gonna go down. That's the 33%, surely completed from Toronto Defiant. They're just gonna run over Nightmare on Midtown. Map number 5, easily taken by Toronto. A final spot awaits them yet again here in North America as Nightmare fall to the lower bracket.
Great job by Toronto to close it out after being at a series deficit for their, I guess, first time since the group stage and against an opponent that has made him sweat before. But for Midtown to go that way after Nightmare chose it, that was insane. Toronto just didn't give them any opportunities. There was no targets for Nightmare to walk in at, and
that was a flattening.
Just getting shut down. And then the Kiriko, the Ashe, just Nightmare were losing so much health just trying to get vision of the field. Toronto back to their usual dominance.
Look at that series as a whole, like Nightmare dominate a map, Toronto then dominate a map, Nightmare then dominate a map. A true back and forth affair. Toronto full holding on Midtown, a Nightmare map pick. Toronto in their finals again. What a shocker. The true kings of North America just continue their reign. We'll see if they can do it tomorrow as Nightmare fall down to the lower bracket. We've still got one more series though. Let's jump over to the desk. They can wrap this one up and set us up for the next one.
Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, all right. Toronto Defiant played around a little bit there, but they're bringing it home. 3-2, however, the end score here. Nightmare certainly putting in the work and putting themselves on the map here as well as one, if not the second best team we have currently in the North American region. If I were in that lower bracket, I'd not be looking forward to facing up against Nightmare anytime soon?
No, I think Nightmare is definitely taking that second spot in NA. I think they've solidly secured it with Energy Shock not playing so good. Really, it's a testament to Toronto. They continue to play it to their style. They have a super flexible roster. We talk about someone being super flexible on tank, but I think here, I want to shout out the supports. I think RuPaul and Vega, they both flexed their muscles in this match. They had their maps backs against the wall here, and RuPaul played the Zen phenomenally. They steamrolled this map, and then Vega played the Alar, and he played the Kiri, two characters he's known for. So yeah, if we see here, Sugar Free also incredibly dominant. He got that Zen orb in the Discord, and he just took over the entire server.
Yeah, and I feel like this is actually kind of similar to how they won stage 3 as well. They're really good at like forcing the opponent to push something down. In this case, it's a Zenyatta. Like the Zenyatta Discord orb, it's so good if it just stays along forever, right? It's going to be extra damage, right? But so that forces you to push in a little bit. But that's when Sugar Free is going to hit you from the flank, for example. Yes, you don't have the same amount of frontline pressure because you're missing that Brigade, right? The Brigade is not helping out with your Orisa as much. But when the enemy team, when they push towards the point, when they push towards the objective, that's when they hit you from the flanks. They disengage perfectly or engage if, frankly, they have things on their side, right? And we saw a similar thing here, for example. Here's a flank from RuPaul, for example, setting up a great dive. But even before this, the first couple of fights, it was infected on the Orisa, trying to push for off angles, trying to take alternate space. And when they do that, as they are crossing some of these routes, that's when they hit you from the sides, and that's when they push down some of these directions. So Toronto Defiant, I mean, they will punish your every rotation, every step of the way.
Yep.
Certainly our player of the match going to Sugar Free. No stranger to the honors of that award, but quite frankly, I mean, this is his meta. He's shining, he's thriving, he's slicing, he's dicing. Absolute dominant performance on that Genji or anything really he picks.
Yeah, I mean, look at the aura on that picture. That man is just that man is made to kill. Yeah, the Tracer and the Genji, those are the two characters he's known for, and he was able to flex his muscles incredibly well in this match for sure.
Yeah, the Tracer is just phenomenal. The Genji especially so important in a mirror match like this. That was a really fun elevator Dragon Blade duel. You don't see that every day. But I feel like the Tracer is one of the keys to success for this team. Like as I mentioned, it's such a crucial pick for establishing off angles, for example, and fighting for those off angles. And when you have a player like Sugar Free, like you can reliably be confident in your Tracer to win those duels, and it gives you such an advantage for the rest of the team.
And while heading into this entire tournament, we weren't expecting to see that much of the Tracer, but still every team needs to have a really solid Tracer in the backhand. That's just Overwatch. Tracer will never truly be out of fashion, ain't that right, McGravy?
Absolutely. I mean, Tracer's been meta since the dawn of time. Since the dinosaurs roamed the earth, Tracer has been meta.
That's the timeline, roughly.
So even if Tracer's not hard meta right now, you always want to have someone at least putting the time in or getting ready to when she eventually comes back into the fold.
That's right. It's only a matter of time until Tracer is back to be the meta. For now, it's Genji, and we're happy to see that as well. Toronto Defined still on top, waiting in the grand finals. They do have to go back to rewatch some VODs here, though, Phil. I feel like there's a few things we could take away from this match against Nightmare.
I feel like, look, I don't know, I haven't asked Azores, but I feel like maybe there's a principle there somehow, like as long as we win, we don't have to VOD review. But because they did say when they lost the upper bracket, that was the first time they've had to VOD review in quite a while after they lost that match. So, you won the upper bracket final. No need to VOD review, right, McGravy?
Depends on your coach. If that were Gumbo, I'd be like, that's not good enough. That is not good enough. But yeah, I mean, Toronto's happy to win either way. I'm sure the vibes are good no matter what. They kind of, like I said, they kind of came back to their identity at the end there, where they were flexing and they were swapping and they were making changes to their composition, and that's really the Toronto way to play the game.
It is, but of course there is a possibility that they have to face off against Nightmare again in that grand final. Now Nightmare sitting in that lower bracket grand final awaiting their opponent, and that's going to be either Fluffy Dreamland or TSM. And you know what? We're about to find out which of the two teams is making their run through the lower bracket. All of that and so much more after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
Right.
What are you? Joe.
Bring it back.
What are stuff? Bring one.
Lemon squeezy.
Yeah. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Nice, good job.
Nice. Really good job there, Bega.
everyone. This is our second to last day of the OWCS. I was like, there's a lot of letters in there. OWCS Stage 4 main event. So we're here joined by Caleb and by Johnny. We're now on a first name basis.
One broadcast is all it takes.
Listen, we became fast friends after all the great matches we got to see today. Like that's some team bonding exercise that we experienced. Like our friendship, like it was elevated.
We're right here.
Right there.
We're
We're about to braid each other's hair, but before that, we will be breaking down all the action for you because we got some more great matches coming your way. One more great match coming your way, and we got to see some great looks from both of these teams already throughout the last couple of days, and also today. It's going to be TSM and Fluffy Dreamland. Let's start with Fluffy here first, because quite frankly, what they showed us today was unreal. That was an upset performance. How will this translate into this match? Is there anything we can continue and carry on in their match against TSM?
Yeah, I mean, I think so for sure. Upsetting a team in the group stage is one thing, but upsetting them 3-0 in the lower bracket, you know, is it an upset at that point?
That's a little different.
That's a little different. Fluffy Dreamland, like their proactive approach, their aggression has been phenomenal so far. You can see Astro pushing out here with a Terror Surge, you know, and the Blizzard as well coming in from Chime here in this example. But also the Diva we saw on Gibraltar, for example, making space for the rest of their team. It really just throws off the enemy game. This is a team, though, that really excel in the May matchup, and that is going to be crucial because that gives you an opportunity on a few maps to have a really strong game, right? But then you can also bring in Ryan to bring a fantastic Tracer that showed it here on Fluffy Dreamland, but also showed it last stage on Shikigami, right? So this is a team that is pretty versatile, and with their proactive, aggressive playstyle, they could make things difficult for TSM.
Yeah, but TSM, you know, these plays have been around the block. We've known and seen them in collegiate. We've seen them in contenders. There's pre-existing synergy as well. A lot we can expect from this team. Which player stands out to you, and how does the meta suit these players, McGravy?
Yeah, the person I'm looking at in this meta is absolutely King. I think it's well known that King's best character is Genji. Genji's been super relevant in this meta. But yeah, also we're talking about the previous synergy. This is a core, the Maryville core, a pretty dominant, I would say, collegiate core. They're with Vision, King, and Squid, their support player. But I'm also looking at Liar coming out of retirement for his TSM bag. He's here, he's back. He couldn't get enough of OWCS.
Who can, honestly? They always come back. I trust absolutely no one in esports who retires, because quite frankly, they retire at the age of the ripe age of like 22, 21. Like, you ain't retired.
Ancient.
Yeah, well.
I saw the other day on Twitter, someone was calling Space, you know Space? Someone was calling Space Uncle, and I was like, wow.
Space is a baby. How old is Space?
That's like 25, 26, and I was like, wow, we're calling Space an
It's just
uncle?
like,
we're in a new era.
Welcome to the internet.
He's only like 10 years younger than me, so what am I then? Well, the Overwatch granny, I guess. That's fine. It's all right. It's all right. Let's take a look at predictions for this one. I honestly feel like I had a really rough time to predict this one, just based on recency bias and what we've seen and the individuals. I have no idea, quite frankly, how they will be stacking up. And currently, I am still leading the charge. Caleb, you need to go hard on these predictions. You need to go
You need to get a perfect score.
I am cooking something up fierce for this match. I am ready to bounce back.
Okay.
I do not want to eat the fish, so.
He does not want to eat the
I don't
fish.
mind.
Speak it out of existence? Is that he does like, it's not even a punishment for me, and I'm like food curious, so like I'm okay trying it.
I'm not a pickled kind of guy, so.
Well, you better win your prediction then, because the only person who actually feels the punishment of this punishment is the one who's currently first in line forward. Looking at the predictions, I think I predicted TSM for this one. I hope this to be a close match. I once again, I feel like I say that about every single team, but I have a lot of faith in the DPS lineup, as per usual. But pre-existing synergy, I also think, just goes a long way in this game.
Yeah, I mean, in your defense, there's been a lot of close matches. We've been here for a very long time, watching a lot of Overwatch. I also have TSM. I gotta get deep into my bag here, and I think the battle of styles here with TSM playing the Zen that we saw from Toronto as well. TSM is kind of, I don't say if they forged this path forward, but they're the first team to pull out Zen in this tournament. There are definitely spots for it. I feel pretty confident that TSM's pre-existing synergy is going to pull them through here.
My brain tells me TSM because I think that King will actually give a slight advantage when it comes to the Pharah and Genji play.
Hold on, did you listen to your heart?
But my heart tells me that Fluffy Dreamland is so rootable. So rootable. Yeah. Well,
root forable?
Yeah, like I just I can't wait to root for this team. I can't wait to cheer for Fluffy Dreamland. Like it's a fun experience to beat NRG. So you know, I'm looking forward to predicting Fluffy Dreamland. It's gonna be fun. Okay. I'm gonna enjoy predicting Fluffy Dreamland, I think.
I love that for you, Johnny. Personally, really love that for you. Fluffy Dreamland, they didn't get the support from the community in their previous match, right? Okay, fair. They were the underdog coming into that one. But hey, if they didn't make a statement now, I don't know. I don't know when the best time is to actually root for them, as this is an elimination match. So if it's not now, then it's never. Let's send it over to Jen and Jack for our last series of the day. Who you got coming out on top of this one?
A split desk with pickled herring on the line. Johnny, is there a possibility Johnny gets to eat the herring? Because I think so. He's safe.
He's excited. I hope it gets there. He's excited to eat the fish.
Johnny's ready, bro.
Omega-3, buddy.
He gets to eat all of them.
Helps the brain.
He gets to eat all of them.
Helps the brain?
Yeah.
You need it.
Yeah, that and blueberries.
Wow.
Easy one, that one. That was another one of these, Johnny. Straight, scoring hoops.
Oh my God. You keep talking now that his mic
great.
is
I can talk. No one can hear him. It's great. TSM versus Fluffy Dreamland. Both teams have lost against Nightmare, and well, guess who's their opposition after this series? Whoever wins this will face Nightmare in that lower bracket final. But first, facing off against each other on Lijiang Tower as we load into the first map. Desk is pretty split there, Jen, and the score lines, they're looking maybe to a map number 5 here as well.
Yeah, they were pretty leaning towards TSM though. Like, did we forget that Fluffy Aimers just swept NRG and looked so good doing it? Like, if I had a prediction after that, I would give it to Fluffy Aimers. They look really good off the Mei. They seem to just abandon maybe the Genji and bring in Ryan as this star tracer. But of course, Ryan is not in right now. It'll be more Mei Orisa. Couldn't ask for a better round to start off with too, with Control Center. And I wonder, now King's going to set them up with the Symmetra, but does he go Genji as well?
Yeah, just a quick TP. King, Genji, there we go. Okay, against the Chime Mei. I think Fluffy Dreamland are very happy that they came to Control Center, definitely where Mei is most potent. You see the wall all going down super quick. His Vision under a little bit of pressure there. You saw Astro and the rest of Fluffy Dreamland, as soon as that wall comes up, they want to pressure them as much as humanly possible. Try and catch someone out, and they're going to go in again with that spear spin. Another wall coming through. A good headshot onto Laya. Holds the shield firm, though, as Vision picks up the first kill.
I thought Fluffy was going to be able to do way more off of that wall. I don't think everyone was on the same page, and Chime just getting a very predictable jump around the corner. Fantastic headshot out of Vision. As the dust settles, there's limited numbers on both sides, but with an Orisa still standing and the other one missing. That's a fight for TSM.
That's the point cap as well. I mean, Fluffy Dreamland, they found the perfect wall onto Laya too. Just need a couple more people maybe to break that shield. TSM now going for a reset up in towards that server room. Can't let Chime get away with anything cheeky here. Don't want to get a random wall. Although, speaking of which, geez. In icicles like that, it can be very easy for Haven as well to kind of follow up with damage. Looks like they're going to rotate to the point, but they're going to get split. A beautiful double stun from Laya. Pops the rally, jumps to the back line, and Astro, who was on the point at that time, wasn't really a factor in that fight at all.
Liar just ran it down solo as the new tank of this team, I guess, and overwhelmed Fluffy, who just didn't disengage fast enough. You know, silver lining for them, Fluffy just didn't use any ultimates, but now TSM can dictate this. They want to hold the choke, but King's already marked that they're taking an off route. A Dragon Blade at the ready there for King.
Yeah, a whole host of ultimates for both sides. Orbital Ray coming in for Renko and Squids. Haven with a one-shot body shot onto Laya. Riker is trying to check Haven right now, but I mean, just holding this high ground when you have the Orbital Ray, that lingering effect even after the Ray's kind of moved away from you slightly. Just such a powerful position to be in. TSM, they save ults, but so do Fluffy Dreamland, and they've got that Blizzard. Chime's been so key and instrumental at winning these close range fights. We'll see if they can get it done at the choke point.
Being able to defend with a Mei, though, is huge. They can find a Mei isolation wall and throw the Blizzard as soon as TSM even think about engaging. And Chime's at an off angle, so he may not go notice it. I guess Grapes just runs it down.
No stun bash there on Solaya. Someone from TSM right now is touching the point. It is the Genji. King ends up dashing away, noticing the rest of Fluffy Dreamland are currently making their way to his position. Still Blizzard available from Chime. TSM bought some space. High Noon popped from Haven. Peeking around the corner, straight to the Mega Health Pack. Only a little bit of damage, tickling Riker, but that's about it. That will end up coming up, but a quick bash, and that will be a one pillar going down. The blade has been pulled. King jumps straight in as everybody's bought together in that Terror Surge. It's a bit of a messy fight as we find Chime just sitting up in his own little house there in the corner.
And Chime threw the Blizzard behind TSM, so they couldn't escape. So TSM said, okay, let's
What an unbelievable
dance.
bash there, the Terror Surge. Yeah, I mean, we've seen this one too many times at this point. A Terror Surge with the Orbital Ray, and that's one dead team.
Man. Well, what a chess match between these two, but now no big ultimates besides the rally Deadeye for Fluffy to defend with, but TSM like to take these different routes. Look at Chime just sneaking up on the right, trying to get some headshots onto maybe Squid or Fire, but that's an opening for TSM to maybe walk in off of this.
Doesn't block the Magnade, yeah. Popped it a little bit too early, so Vision, that's an easy kill for the Cassidy. Oh, whip shot from Liar sends Astro off of the edge of the map. TSM managed to flip too. I believe King, once again, managed to circumvent the defense of Fluffy Dreamland, get the cap halfway through that fight.
Yeah, Fluffy kind of threw down, I'm not gonna lie, but all good. Chime just ice blocking there. That's just an unsavable position, being so isolated from the team. But heads up for Vision to punish that. Now you got Terror Surge, Deadeye, something easy for TSM to walk in with. But there's always the spear throw that could cancel that.
Oh, Rally's coming out. The bash. Where's the next one? Oh, Haven does manage to take out the shield of Liar. Liar a little bit too close there to the Cassidy. A Terror Surge on the high ground, shielded off by Grapes by the look of it. As Haven re-enters that high ground as TSM lose control of the point. And maybe even the round as well. Look how chunked TSM are. They desperately need to get healed up to even attempt to go for a retouch. Vision isolated off to the side, was on the high ground that almost entire time. They're outside on coast. As now Chime is just so close to the Blizzard. Looks like an inevitability at this point for Fluffy Dreamland to take this round on a map they definitely favor. Riker falls, King to follow, and yeah, there it is. The Mei comp coming up strong once again for Fluffy Dreamland.
Yeah, just TSM playing a bit too close to the sun there when they walked up with Deadeye. Of course, the Cassidy got stunned by either the rally or a spear. I think it was the rally, and then Fluffy just engaged off of the rally play from Grapes. And TSM have been a team that are just as aggressive as a team like Fluffy Dreamland, but sometimes overly aggressive. And you've got to be able to be humble enough to hard disengage if there's an orbital ray, if there's a rally, unless you have your own, and putting too many eggs in the Deadeye basket. But it was 100-99, and I think Fluffy Dreamland can't depend on the Mei as much when it comes to this one. And Chime may just return to that.
Yes.
And now to the Genji.
We're seeing Squid back on the Zen. Like Gravy was saying, like TSM one of the first teams to kind of bring out the Zen look. A little greedy, yes, but you do have a little protection. That Hyper Ring can give the Zen the mobility that he requires to get out of sticky spots.
Now just playing this front and center, but TSM are not even going to show themselves. They're going to let Fluffy Dreamland walk into the point, and TSM relying on poke and maybe surrounding them, and Astro's just running it right to Vision, who wasn't expecting it, hiding it away, and Astro just surprised him, jump scared him. That's an opening pick for Fluffy.
I mean, we're on Squid's POV that entire time, right? And he was basically rotating before Astro made his way into the center of the point. And was kind of read him too. It's like, okay, I know Astro's going to dive in. This comp is very diveable. With the Zen, you don't have the utility like you have with the Brig, the whip shot, even just kind of holding up the shield as well to protect yourself and everybody else. If you're proactive against the Zen comp, it can punish the Zen, who likes a little bit of time to dish out damage, apply the Discord, help the hit scan DPS also succeed. As Fluffy Dreamland control now, 30% in building. This Chime is close to the blade, and Renko's got the orbital ray online soon as well.
Not having it online immediately, though, is going to mean Fluffy can't hold the choke this close, and Haven's just out in the open, hoping this Deadeye just rips through TSM if needed, but TSM get a lot of free space off of this.
High Noon, both rays used. High Noon's going to isolate TSM for the time being. Sound Barrier, or Transcender, sorry, ends up coming out for Squid, but Chime is already taking care of two. They end up backing off to the point, and here comes the blade. A nice little kick, as well as the spear spin as well. Chime not able to instantly kill the Zen. Another kick as well. Squid kind of rolling Chime in the neutral there. Zen legs too powerful.
After the Transcendence was out of the picture, like, great job out of TSM to ward away the storm that is this Genji. And Chime has struggled to convert these big Dragon Blade kills, and Astro has 1 HP. We're left with just TSM and maybe Chime around the corner, but he'll go away.
Yeah, he'll go away soon. It's all good. Like, clean that one up. Okay. Now TSM are in a decent spot. They've got Blade, they've got Bob, Terra Surge as well, so they don't have to really worry about too much into this next fight. They've got to stop Astro from running down the back line. I mean, the Terra Surge is the big win con here. Get the Zen, get some resets going from Chime.
Yeah, King has to have a big diff here with the Dragon Blade. And he's got some low supports, but you don't want to dash into such a tiny room. TSM may have to contest the point, though, so their focus is being split.
Chime's pressuring the point right now for Fluffy Dreamland. Liger protected the Bob from the spear then. Oh, you got to deflect. I don't think either Genji has the dash at the moment. Terra Surge in the middle of the point. King wins the 1v1 against Chime, but they're traded back as Vision also ends up going down. The focus fire for TSM right now, straight on Astro in the front line as the blades pulled from King. Does end up getting speared to the wall, but looking Cassidy dead in the eyes, trying to get the kill, gets the reset and gets out. Discord Orber helping secure these kills, as well as the Harmony too, keeping King all topped up on health. As TSM now have support ultimates of their own, and maybe, just maybe, you can use this Transcendence to waylay some of that damage coming through from Renko's Ray.
Take an early orbital ray fight here if you're Liar, and King's gonna spot them where Fluffy are rotating from. Now playing at the perimeter is scary. Here's the orbital ray from Renko.
Yep, later one coming through from Liar. Still a Transcendence available. There it is, gonna march them forwards. O'Reilly's gonna come out too. A whole lot of healing, not a lot of dying. Eventually Grapes is felled. Blade pulled from Chime. Has got one reset, spots the Zen in the back, but gets kicked to the face yet again. As Squid stands tall, as TSM they get a team kill and should be able to end this round too. Astro jumping over to Wrecking Ball. Grapes on the Lucio, but they can't get back. It's all on the Orisa, just holding them at the door with a spear spin as TSM and tie up control.
TSM have just a really good understanding of how to counter enemy Genjis. And, you know, Chime is definitely a solid Genji, but having struggles to match the impact that King has had. And I think Chime, really Fluffy Dreamland's bread and butter has been a lot of these Mei comps and even bringing Ryan in if that doesn't work out, but now it's not gonna, it could be the return of the Genji again. King's gonna go to the fire, which is gonna make that Genji life even worse. So a lot of pressure on Haven to mark King, to even the body shots. You don't always have to go for the kills. You wanna make sure King stays passive by landing any kind of damage on him.
I'm sad we're not seeing the Zen, but it makes it, oh. Two boops for the Faras. I'll take Chime's boop over the one from King though. You get the Orisa off the edge. Nice stuff, okay. Don't see that these days, not often anyway at the start of the maps.
It's usually why you don't want to cross this bridge in the first place, but yeah, in competitive you don't see that, especially when Orisa has
Chime got Riker
coming
this
again, bro.
Second time, are you serious? The little back-to-back from Chime, it's truly Chime time.
Being able to defend is always nice with a Pharah, and King may even think about swapping just because it's so pain to attack with a Pharah. Now Fluffy can just poke them down. I wonder if TSM just want to go White Room instead, because there seems to be a lot of fear behind the
Look at Riker's positioning, Lemon. He's like, I don't want to go out main. I do not want to go out main, please. Please call the boot.
Don't go White Room.
Oh, there's the boot.
Oh, and
no.
Here we go again.
Third time's normally the charm, but honestly, Chime has done enough. There's the orbital ray straight over the bridge. Oh, those little torpedoes do so much damage.
Well, at least this will be a quick fight, silver lining for TSM, unless they get staggered. That would hurt. TSM, throw it, go to White Room, throw down the orbital ray. It could be easy. And
Sorry,
then, okay,
we have not had a
boop.
fight, a proper one. It has just been boops this entire time. Luckily, this time it's on King's side. Terra Surge on the bridge, barrage on top. Chime Vision Trade, another barrage coming in from King. Straight on top of the orbital ray, hitting a little bit harder than Chime was, but hey, Fluffy Dreamland, they're eventually going to lose the fight. 70% though, after a single one. How many more boops this map? Not sure, but hopefully another couple. It's been fairly entertaining so far. See if Chime can land a long-range one from this distance.
I guess the risk pays off for TSM to just take the quicker route through the bridge, but Fluffy Dreamland are going to try this again. Chime's at an off angle looking for the columns again. Deadeye to walk up for Haven. Vision with the Bob to contest the point, and Chime's even touching the point too. And TSM, well, they fire back.
What a spear. High noon, Haven. Oh, bashed. Aggressive bash from Riot. That's got to be the like max range the brig can fly. All right, reset, reset. We'll go again.
Right, orbital ray. If they want to keep pushing this bridge, they're going to use the speed to try and avoid it, but they get pulled into
Terra Surge, Bob off the map, I think, as well. Orbital ray coming through, and the rally from Fluffy Dreamland. They're going to be rather chunky in this fight. Hard to take down at the best of times. Without the Bob as well in the fight too, that extra firepower that sometimes you need to chunk through that overhealth just disappears. As Fluffy Dreamland end up capping 75%, and TSM on final fight. They got to come back, otherwise they're going to be down a map.
Yeah, the orbital ray advantage was huge, and just being able to live through the Terra Surge, or at least mostly, Fluffy Dreamland just have to stall. They just have to prevent TSM from getting comfortable and to recontest. And Haven's trying to mark King, and a barrage could be incoming too soon.
Hey, Orbital Ray, you're feeling pretty confident if you're TSM stepping up to this bridge. You're going to be able to get a touch as well. The fire is already on, so King ends up going down, triggering OT. Orbital Ray on the point, providing a lot of healing and that damage amplification, of course. As Squid trying to spot out Chime, trying to pay attention to him, at least for the time being, as the Terra Surge is sent into the back line. Astro goes golden, rejoins the rest of the team now, focus firing onto Riker, who's run out of CDs, run out of health, run out of time on the point, as TSM throw in a Hail Mary barrage to try and turn it around, but get team wiped at the very end as Fluffy Dreamland claim Lijiang.
A nice defensive effort from Fluffy Dreamland, but a great job from Haven to keep King in check, to deny that barrage and to just be able to engage off your own orbital ray. So kind of a goofy last round there with how many concussive blasts happen, how much people just neglected taking the safe route to go through White Room. But I think with the fear of the Pharah is just looming above you, sometimes White Room isn't the safest approach, but a fun map nonetheless, a closer affair too. Fluffy Dreamland not peaking the same way they did against NRG Shock, but still taking the win.
We'll get him in the highlight package, don't worry. That whole 70% at the very beginning was just all thanks to Boops. That was it. It's absurd. I mean, you got a feel for Riker there too. After the change quite some time ago, but the tank passive with the Boop reduction, like twice in a row, you're like, come on, really? You're hitting yourself in the head. There are some highlights from that last map. A very close one. Winner here, like I'll reiterate, does go against Nightmare for a potential spot in the finals here in North America.
And a deeper run for both these teams. This is some of the best showings we've seen. I mean, Fluffy Dreamland already upset one of the biggest teams we've had. And TSM, it's hard to judge how good yesterday looked for them when they faced a Rad Avidity that was already very deflated from getting smacked around by Toronto Defiant. And TSM are making the lower bracket run of a lifetime from round one all the way till now. and they're going up against a serious juggernaut team of Fluffy Dreamland. So TSM, they can kind of scrap through this, cause that chaos. They're not the cleanest team, but they're ones that the mechanics can really pull through for TSM. And like the desk already pointed out, King is a star, but the Pharah just got marked the whole last round.
I was just giggling at those boops. That one where you get booped towards the wall rather than like out to coast is just so annoying. Like, the smallest little triangle of like holographic water, and you fall into it. Rough stuff. Pretty close affair though, back and forth. 43 to 45. KD's pretty close, and yeah, we expect this series to go the distance. The entire desk thinks so. Bit of a split desk though, with Johnny going for Fluffy Dreamland over TSM. As we jump into map 2 in just a moment.
A lot of different choices for TSM of what they want to pick. They've picked sometimes first pick Runasapi, they sometimes first pick Gibraltar. They really seem comfortable enough to run Riker on Winston or Orisa. So it's maybe looking at the strengths of Fluffy Dreamland, where I'd want to maybe try Astro in a Winston mirror on a dive map like Gibraltar. I think Riker's maybe the more solid dive tank. I think Astro and friends of Fluffy Dreamland looked very scary on Runasapi just based on what they ran against NRG Shock. So a lot of choices here for TSM. Do they go for their own strengths? Do they try to pinpoint some weaknesses from Fluffy Dreamland? Can they pick a good Genji map too for King? Good Genji map for King too.
Well, I hope for Caleb's sake that he gets the prediction correct here perfectly, because they just busted out the herring. And it is worse than, only the old heads remember this one, when Johnny microwaved fish in the studio, and it stunk out the entire place for like the whole weekend. And the herring doesn't smell good, is what I'm saying. It's not the most pleasant smell of all time on the set. Yeah, here's the map pool on your screen. Of course, it is TSM, the ones to choose. My goodness, this is, yeah, pickled herring. Who knew? Who knew it smelled so bad? Clash, Flashpoint Hybrid, push,
Poor
and
Caleb,
escort.
he's like guesting now. It's like one of the few times
he's like, hey guys, I'm excited to come on the desk, guys. Hey, would you want to eat some pickled herring? Honestly, you know, you have to just get the predictions right. That's how you win that game. So here's the map sets on your screen. So we will be going to Hanaoka. That's TSM's pick here, Lemon.
Yeah, the Orisa, Genji, this is very strong for them. And TSM, well, they had the fastest Hanaoka cap against Radavidity yesterday. So I don't know if they could beat that record against Fluffy Dreamland, but they're sure gonna try.
Yeah, I want to see more of Chime as well. Fluffy substitution coming in though. I say I want to see more of Chime, and then as soon as I say that, Ryan is subbed in. So Ryan and Haven coming into this. So what are we expecting here? Ryan Tracer perhaps?
Yeah, I was thinking this would be a good Genji map for them, but maybe thinking, okay, if we don't like Chime in the Genji mirror against King, and the only other option is Mei, this is maybe too open of a map to do that. And Ryan was insane on the Tracer when it came to Gibraltar, on these very open maps where he kind of has to play solo, he has to pick and choose his moments, and Ryan did an amazing job just being subbed in, like kind of the desk gave him credit for, to come in cold and to be as impactful as he was. And of course, the Tracer is an option, but maybe a Genji. They believe in his Genji more than Chime's when it comes to going up against King.
Ryan, Torbjorn. I see the vision, personally. Sort of Danny-esque. Honestly, I respect it. That is the best emote, by the way, for Torb. Just saying. With the little turrets. The little level 1 turrets. No, it's going to be Ryan on the Genji.
Santa's a little too early. Ryan Genji, a different look at a Fluffy Dreamland, but one that they need to execute on. King, one of the most fearsome Genjis that we have in North America. Early high ground, though, for TSM as King looks to get aggressive.
Hey, can he mess with King? That is the question. TSM going, yeah, hard aggro right now as King is already behind them, kind of peppering them with shurikens. Ryan just almost double taking. A good couple of headshots onto Lai, though. That's what you want to see.
Player straight off the bench, straight into this. Gets a triple kill to start the man off. You don't mind that whatsoever. Make it a quadra kill, in fact. Oh, give him the 5th. Give him the ace. Riker, you're dead, son. 5 kills for Ryan to start off the map strong. Fresh off the bench. I mean, exactly the same thing he did on Tracer, right? Absolute beast.
Clinical. An ace? This guy just got subbed in. He's insane. And now halfway to the blade, but King, you know, same ult charge, is not able to get those dash resets. And who is going to be able to stop Ryan? Liar has to pay way more attention to this. Maybe the hinder grenades from Vision, but good first point there for Fluffy Dreamland. Now a poke war where Vision trying to get people low enough for King to be able to do the same thing, but Ryan's kind of a solo warrior.
Astro going super low. I like the rotation there actually from Fluffy Dreamland fairly early on, trying to take this left-hand side. Here comes the orbital ray. Riker's caught out. No way TSM can poke their heads around the corner either. This is going to be 2 points in quick succession from Fluffy Dreamland.
This is scary, just how much chemistry and synergy is there for Fluffy Dreamland, despite, you know, having substitutes come in and out like that. And this is TSM's choice of map, and clearly not able to dictate this entire map like they did against Radavidity. This is a whole different beast that TSM is up against. We'll have the ults very soon, though.
Yeah, they got the orbital right. Advantage to TSM. Point unlocked now. Does cap fairly slow, so Fluffy Dreamland have time to set up here, but they want to go fast. Terror Surge coming in. Orbital Ray's going to match, but Dragon Blade's going to get popped too. King looking straight to Haven. Oh, that's a team wipe for sure. King making full utilization of that Orbital Ray, and TSM are now on the board.
Sometimes ignorance is bliss. With TSM just seeing Astro, Terra Surge in their face, TSM don't care, just keep walking, dash past them and kill everybody around Astro. So TSM gonna play the ignore the tank strat. So is Astro gonna want to play a bit tighter to his team and maybe pull the Terra Surge trigger faster so we can get back into the fight? But now it's also up to the Bob and the Dragon Blade for Fluffy Dreamland.
Riker's in a whole heap of hurt. Dragon Blade popped. There's the bash. The stun comes in. Terror Surge as well to bring everybody close together. Ryan finds one reset. Almost another. Vision with a 180. But everybody from TSM is just oh so low. Can't quite get it though. Is Vision actually holding down the fort, stabilizing for TSM. Fluffy Dreamland though, they are still capping as Astro overstaying the welcome in the front line. And now it's only the Ash to deal with. A coach gun high in the sky, easy pickings for Vision.
You should swing by too.
Best body blocker in the game there of Riker, just getting all the aggro put on him so that Vision could just focus on hitting the shots. And that hurts for Fluffy Dreamland to invest all the ults that they did to be as explosive as they were out the gates to not getting the fight win. It was very close. There was only, what, an Orisa and a Cassie left at the end, but now we're tied 2 points apiece with a Deadeye that could help Vision and friends walk in if they don't get stunned. This is a tough choke point to get through.
Extremely tough. Even harder with these orbital rays, which have both come online around the same time. Deadeye first for Vision, using that shield to his full effect as Ryan just caught out in the open, blamed by the Deadeye. Orbital ray a little bit later for Squid. Yeah, they just run over them. And a quick 2 points of Fluffy Dreamland is going to be a reversal as TSM claim their third one as C is now been capped by them.
It's good patience out of TSM. The orbital ray to guide them in, and Fluffy Dreamland getting crossed up with it between, well, do we poke them at the choke? How do we organize around it? Do we want to be letting them in? Do we want to push them at the choke? And Fluffy Dreamland will fall by 1 point, but a Terra Surge is online very soon. And King close to the blade, and Graves, if he can get the rally, that could be what maybe pins King down, but King is so explosive with these Dragon Blades. He's a real winner for TSM.
Haven on a good little off angle here, though, hiding behind this statue. Currently, Riker and King just on the point, but now Riker trying to make a move. Terror Surges both on top of each other. Who's going to hold on to longer? Oh, King dealing with Avon. Nice little flank. King really continuing to prove he's one of the best Genjis in the region as TSM now trying to cap this point. It's a rather split fight as both rallies come out. A double stun, but Liar almost instantly dealt with, but King's there with a backup with a blade. Finds one already as Grape falls. And this will be TSM capping this point as well. They are 1 point away from taking this map. Fluffy Dreamland was, they were off to an unbelievably fast start. And now, looking down the barrel of losing this map.
And it's the support play. Squid and Liars who kept King alive. King had 2 or 3 people from Fluffy Dreamland run at him. King's at half health or less, and King lived throughout that when even changing from high ground to low ground. Liar and Squid keep this team together. Now an orbital ray exchange could happen, but Ryan has to deliver on this Dragon Blade.
TSM are going to commit to this. No, they're not. Orbital ray has been deployed by Fluffy Dreamland, and well, TSM are more than happy to back off because they got one of their own. They all managed to survive, and here it comes, straight onto the point. The overwhelming amount of damage. Astro just cannot face up against this, and they only need 1 tick as well to claim the map, and they've just team-wiped Fluffy Dreamland. The capture is going to get reversaled here. It's going to be a slow build-up as Fluffy Dreamland all roughly spawning at the same time, switching to fast heroes to try and get the touch, but Grapes is going to have a tough job of actually getting back to this. High Noon, been popped, Astro's Matrix almost running out, but in the end they're just flicking it to make sure he can eat most of the Deadeye, but Grapes is already down. Same with Ryan, as Vision, King, Liar, they clean up. TSM with a complete reversal against Fluffy Dreamland to take the map.
And tie the series 1-1. Holy cow, TSM winning their map pick and the saving grace of having a Deadeye there, but good Matrix use at the end there from Astro, but a tough one. I think this was really up to the supports of who could keep their star DPS alive, and kind of a good effort, but ultimately King was so well protected, supported, and getting a lot of value on these Dragon Blades. And TSM also starting to modulate that aggression a bit of just not always running in. Sometimes Riker could go in 2 head first, and you really got to play as a team. It's exactly what TSM did, and now we got a series.
Oh yes, we do. 1 apiece. I mean, look, Ryan came in, gets the 5K, you're like, okay, confidence peaking. 120%. We're gonna roll these fools. They get to 3rd point, and then TSM flip it completely on its head, cap pretty much the entire map to get the reverse. Beautiful stuff from TSM so far. We'll see if Ryan continues in this roster for Fluffy Dreamland. Of course, got subbed in their series previous, played Tracer. Honestly, had a bit of a lights out performance. Hot off the bench, or sorry, cold off the bench. Comes in, cleans up, looked really clean. And to be fair, at the beginning of this map, the same thing. But as soon as TSM kind of grasped control of this map, completely different story. Fluffy Dreamland just not looking like themselves.
And TSM had a good balance between, okay, when do we want to shoot and focus Astro down and really dismantle this whole structure? When do we want to ignore Astro, walk past him and kill everyone else? TSM, as soon as there was one fight, Astro used Terror Surge, TSM completely ignored it. And usually a Terror Surge can cause a lot of panic. TSM chose to ignore Astro at times, especially on the last points. TSM, everyone shoot Astro. There was nobody there from Fluffy Dreamland to protect the point, to hold the space once Astro went down. So TSM really knew what their win conditions were, also what target to focus down, and all being on the same page. So important there for TSM.
Yeah, I mean, also just backing off when the Orbital Ray came in. Orbital Ray played, sure. We only need that 33% on the last point. If we just all back up as a team, we're chilling. We got the Orbital Ray, move forward, and then you can't do anything. You're already out of position in a way because you've already pushed up, thinking you can kill people with the Orbital Ray and all the other ultimates and abilities being thrown in. Yeah, I mean, look, TSM with a very high confidence boosting win there on Hanaoka. And we're going to, well, Runasapi. Who's surprised? Absolutely nobody at this point. The rush map, or the push map of the tournament. And will be, I think it will continue to be that way as well. I think it's everybody's favorite, especially in this meta.
And Fluffy Dreamland, last 3 times they've gone to Runasapi, all at about either 100+ meter push or very close to it. 100+ meter push win against Shikigami. Same thing well, almost getting there against Nightmare, but still a map that they picked against Nightmare, and winning this, of course, against NRG Shock. Very, very strong pick from Fluffy Dreamland to really hope to get an Orisa mirror going, and Chime is back in on the Mei, and of course, there's a lot of narrow parts. You're not going to get maybe always the guaranteed isolations. And how are you going to freeze people on some more open parts of this map, especially when you're rounding those corners near the checkpoint? It can be tough to get a freeze, but it's how you react to the chaos that ensues from the blizzard spacing out everybody, forcing the cooldowns out of everyone. So Chime needs to really be good at calling when he goes for those and who's going to be caught in it.
All right, let's see. This is no Zens. Again, I will keep pointing it out. This is so sad. Buff my boy Zen. Give him double jump or something. I don't know. That'd be kind of wicked. He's already floating. Why can't he just jump a little higher? Ooh, good headshot.
That's so true. Now Vision has to just be careful of how close Astro is. Those spears can hurt a lot, but Vision's got the protection of Riker. Fluffy Dreamland playing very tight right now, and King uses the cars as protection, trying to make sure TSM can't use that small room, and King wants to gap close against Haven as well.
What's the danger really for the rotation? Oh, that's close. Good wall actually, and left clicks from Chime there, slowing down the Orisa so they don't execute the backline. Haven first to fall. Vision's hands. King going a little bit too close to the Mei there. Not exactly where you want to be, but looking like he wanted to finish someone off. Fire also super low. This fight is very strange. It's very split currently. Only 16 meters gained, but it looks like TSM have managed to flip the map on themselves. They had the high ground control. Went a bit too deep, and now it is all on Fluffy Dreamland here, just shooting down upon TSM.
Yeah, TSM just kept spacing away, disengaging, and then we're able to just rely on Vision to get that first pick. Fluffy Dreamland didn't give up, kept just push, and Chime responded with a pick. 4v4. It is pretty chaotic, but here's an orbital ray to rally the troops.
Yep, and that's going to be a fight over before it even started, I think. Well, Vision at least kills one, but you had, I think, Squid dying so early in that fight. That's a team kill. As quick as that.
Yeah, the first orbital ray, I'm surprised, probably just the heat of the moment. Squid didn't want to pop it, especially with how close they were. It's better to maybe take a more guaranteed fight win. And then you have a Bob to kick things off first, but as soon as TSM drop from this high ground, you could see maybe Chime go for a proactive Blizzard, but pretty far back.
Oh, here comes the Bob. In a pretty decent spot too, splitting everybody up. The entirety of TSM right now just trying to run after Astro, split from the team. Any helpers? Well, healing came in, but not quick enough, sadly.
Good spacing again from TSM, just throwing the Bob in and running in afterwards. Fluffy Dreamland may just want to hold closer too with this Mei, with a Blizzard. Like, they can kind of dictate this. If they can trap TSM against the wall in small quarters, close quarters, this Blizzard could get a lot more value than you expect. But now free push, TSM halfway to matching the score.
Well, both Orisas just bouncing off each other with the spear spins. Oh, a double shot. That's what you require there to kill Squid. Astro doesn't end up killing him. Orbital Ray deployed by TSM, but it is Fluffy Dreamland winning this fight. That is a rarity. 7 minutes to go. Of course, a lot of time still, but a fight win here is good. Such an awkward spot for the barricade to be halted for TSM, because you can re-engage so quickly on that spot, and you can get that corner. So we'll see if Fluffy Dreamland can end up getting this checkpoint. The bot's pretty close, only a couple of meters to go, but TSM are going to be able to respawn quick, use that speed ring to get back in position.
And the lead continues to extend for Fluffy Dreamland.
Oh,
We'll have a Bob to keep contesting, and Chime opens up.
Yeah, Vision looked like a movie extra out there. Well, there's the rally from Liar, but already falling down to low ground, and very overeager play from King, though. He's already found one. Another slash is needed. Haven takes him out, but Reich is there for the trade. Now Renko's just got to stay alive. Very, very low HP as Astro just forcing Riker's positioning there with the spear spin, getting him away from his own Juno. Renko does end up falling, but Fluffy Dreamland in amongst the chaos are going to be able to get to meterage with Chime and Astro still touching point.
Okay, King just dashing in, maybe needs to chill, but yeah, Fluffy Dreamland to kind of lose that when they had a 5v4, and good composure out of Haven once he was getting bladed there by King to finish that off, to go 1-for-1. Not too bad. You didn't want to hemorrhage to that blade, and now Fluffy Dreamland almost have all 5 up, maybe trying to bait them close around this corner. Chime's trying to be sneaky with a blizzard.
Oh, liar! Someone hate my mans. Oh, that was so sad. There was nothing you could do to help him. Oh, dearie me. Lost your Brig and a whole lot of healing too. Squid's at least got the ultimate here. Maybe they do end up turning this one around. The bomb just going to end up coming out. Hits the wall too. And Riker at his back to it. A frosty demise for the Orisa as Fluffy Dreamland just continue their advance.
Chime continues to be that big playmaker. Like, you might hate the solo Blizzard, but you also expected on the other side of that wall that someone would be there to help Liar. But still removing Liar is a big win con for Fluffy Dreamland, and they didn't stop there. They cleaned up the rest of the team, and that's huge. That builds up towards some ultimates. The Orbital Ray will be exchanged, but where will this bot from Vision be placed?
The Bob. Same with that Orbital Ray. Astro in trouble, already gold. Too much damage. Still though, Fluffy Dreamland, 115 meters on the board.
Very dominant, and yeah, the Bob being placed not only in the Orbital Ray there from Vision, but in the middle of the fight, and Fluffy Dreamland could not leave fast enough. But that is a dominant start. That's what pays off in Fluffy Dreamland. Snowball the way that they did right out the gates. Still an Orbital Ray kept from Renko, deciding not to exchange that, and I like that. You can just play for retakes. You don't need to go past the 115 mark. You could just keep your ults for retake points at the neutral point here.
Terror Surge. Riker with Haven in his sights. Here comes the Orbital Ray for Fluffy Dreamland as they march on forward. A good bash from Liar. Protects the front line for the time being, but Liar's actually walled off. Ends up getting around the car, and a spear spin from Riker and a Terror Surge stops the advance from Fluffy Dreamland. Blade prop from King as well. What a cleanup. Fluffy Dreamland thought they had that fight in the bag with that ult, but it is all King and Riker as well, playing fantastic defense for Liar.
I almost think the Blade was an overinvestment. The Terra Surge made a huge dent into Fluffy Dreamland. They got the kills to pretty much secure the fight, and the Blade was just for cleanup. And for how far TSM have to go, you would have loved to have that Blade, but it'll be all up to the Squid Orbital Ray, or maybe a lucky pick, which sometimes can happen TSM's way. Haven has to be careful.
So close to that checkpoint as well, tantalizingly close. Ults away from Squid. Bob has joined the fights. There's the Orbital Ray. Micro missiles are going to come in as well. Those little torpedoes doing a fair bit of damage to Bob's. You got to kill the Bob. We got to focus some in here. Bob's looking like a level 3 torp turret out there right now. Just kind of dominated TSM. They don't end up finding any kills on the Orbital Ray at all.
TSM ended up living despite having a Bob in their face, and Fluffy Dreamland deciding to heal the Bob because they just didn't take any damage. TSM almost got caught, but surviving, being able to retaliate this much quicker as Chime hopes to sneak up and bait someone into the room too. That's how he got a kill on the Liar before. And King,
don't do it. King, you got to know he's got Blizzard. Yeah, Liar, unfortunately, my son, if you end up stepping up, you're going to get another Blizzard thrown at you. And not the delicious kind either. Oh, that was close. The wall almost catching the Genji. Happy to fight on this corner, though, with the lead that they have acquired earlier on. King going low, takes a headshot. Liar bashes out. Wall up in a second. That could have been his demise as Bob joins the fight again, this time on the side of TSM. There's the Terror Surge, the Blizzard, the Orbital Ray, pretty much everything thrown in. Riker finds a solo kill onto Haven in the back, but will it matter at all as Liar tries to join him? A very late rally coming through. That overhealth just stacking up, and Liar just swinging for the fences through every single member of Fluffy Dreamland. Completely cleaved down as TSM eventually get that checkpoint.
Such a rough fight for Fluffy Dreamland to want to take. First, Vision's Bob is in the middle of that. They thought Chime's wall was going to be good enough. There's a desync between the Terror Surge from Astro and the Chime Blizzard, and Riker wants a Terror Surge in that room, but maybe doesn't have enough help to get away with
He's going to maybe make the jump there. Would have been cheeky.
60 seconds remaining. Your
Yeah, Astro and Chime tried to combine the Terra Surge Blizzard, and that's unfortunate. That would have been a deadly combo if used in closer tandem to pull people into the freeze, but it was the pull, then the freeze, and Terra Surge was gone. TSM got away. Now 42
They're taking up
seconds.
so much space too. That high ground completely denied from Fluffy Dreamland there, so they're getting it below this window for free, pretty much. We're going to look at final fight here. Fluffy Dreamland know it too. Looks like Riker's going to make his way in, but King's already popped the blade. He's heading straight for the back line as Rengo takes the skies. Oh, King misses one slash, but doesn't miss the second. A double hit on to the Juno, an instant kill, and now King can go for the resets. Astro and Grakes come up with a couple of kills here as Astro stayed alive. There's 13 seconds to go in that golden line of victory. Is ever so close for TSM.
And can Fluffy Dreamland even contest? Like, Haven has to swap to the Sombra, and Riker is gonna keep the rally going. No, he falls, taking way too much focus. King is gonna touch, but this map is chalked. Fluffy Dreamland.
Yeah, King ends up going down, and there's nothing left. No hope for TSM. They were 5 meters away from taking that map, but Fluffy Dreamland, that early lead, just so punishing. And there were 2 looks to that last fight as well. There was about 1 minute and 20 seconds or something to go, and Fluffy Dreamland have a decision. They can either take an early fight, hopefully get the win, if not, get a quick reset, or they can just drag the time out as long as possible, stack ults, and then win from there. It was actually TSM that tried to beat them to the punch. King went in with the blade, ended up killing Renko, but it took him a little while, so King wasn't really a factor with the rest of that blade. And at the very end, it was all Astro staying alive the last couple of moments on the Orisa, and then the spawns ended up paying well, dividends, a vital role for Fluffy Dreamland to recontest. 2-1 in the series. TSM in danger of being eliminated now, Lemon.
And Fluffy Dreamland just believe in the Orisa mirror. That's why they chose this map. And even we got to shout out Haven, who got to kind of go unnoticed but sit back in a good, unnoticed in a good way. To a big double kill in that last fight. Yes, Haven trades out his life for it, but every kill like that matters, and the placement of the bob's huge. Being able to play, you know, some minor desyncs from Fluffy Dreamland, but all that mattered was the momentum push that they had to get 100+ meters. And this is one of Fluffy Dreamland's strongest maps, and there were some turning points for TSM, but never a lot of back-to-back pushes. And here's how the stats turned out. Pretty close affair.
Yeah, super close. 1.1 to 0.9 KD, 25 to 27 deaths. Fluffy Dreamland. They take this next map. They get a rematch versus Nightmare in that lower bracket finals tomorrow. We're going to jump to a quick break. TSM, it's their chance to choose here. We're going to go to a May map. They're probably going to avoid it at all costs. We'll see you in a bit. is spooky season, yeah. Don't worry. New season coming around the corner. New Mythic as well. It's going to be exciting stuff. Patches on Tuesday, so yeah, make sure you log on, see what's up, see what's in the new Battle Pass, etc. TSM versus Fluffy Dreamland, though, as we jump into the 4th map. Where are we going? Midtown. Okay, chosen by TSM.
How fun. Yeah, just another Orisa mirror, but the choice of DPS, I think we're going to be happy to see some May here from Fluffy Dreamland, but this was a pain point for them strategically the last time we saw them. This was how Nightmare started to turn around the series against Fluffy Dreamland in the past. It just felt like Fluffy Aimers had a lack of experience there, and maybe they're going to just give up on the May strat. Bring Ryan in for the Genji Tracer. He was doing work on Hanaoka, just didn't win them the map.
Yeah, Ryan's in. Also seeing a sub coming in as well for TSM. So Rocket is also joining the team here for TSM. Okay. So a lot of Tracer play, I would imagine, for Midtown as we load in to our potential final map. Fluffy Dreamland on match point versus TSM. Nightmare awaits them in that lower bracket finals tomorrow, which will then decide who will face Toronto Defiant in the finals.
We'll see how much work Fluffy Dreamland have done when it comes to their Midtown. Of course, they played with Chime last time. Now it's Ryan in, but this was TSM's choice, so clearly they have a vision. And speaking of that, the Widow on defense, I'm always a fan. And the Rocket Pharah, don't get to see that too often, but this is just gonna quite literally rain hell on Fluffy Dreamland. Still gotta be careful of those sight lines. If there's an offensive Widow, Rocket's gonna wanna stay out of sight, out of mind, but mainly peppering down the Orisa. Make sure you stay as far away from the offense as possible and hope you can weaken this Orisa, really kill the Orisa ASAP to make this offense fail.
Yeah, TSM doing what we saw a little bit earlier as well with the Squid Liar backline on Alana and the Kiriko. No Juno, which is a little crazy, but we've seen teams like Toronto Defiant also do it. So if Toronto are doing it, it can't be hard.
Kind of, yeah, just play like Toronto. Don't play a dive, but don't actually dive. Wait for Fluffy Dreamland to just be out in the open, and yeah, Fluffy are suffering the same way.
Yeah, absolutely squished. Don't imagine Ryan ends up switching here, but yeah, Grape's dead. Okay, push over, guys, fight over. Just in onto the point, die as quickly as possible. Even taking a very cheeky angle. Oh, the sleep. I mean, I respect the, like, maybe you get vision there and you just ignore Liar and hope Liar doesn't, you know, doesn't have object permanence and just ignores you. Oh, that was a Rocket directed the Tracer then, but just by mistake.
Yeah, Haven's not happy with his sight lines, and Fluffy Dreamland can make their way in the back alley. I'm seeing Squid on that off angle. He could easily teleport if he gets challenged or pressured at all. It seems to be Rocket's babysitter, so TSM are holding multiple angles that Fluffy Dreamland can address one by one, but going through Laundry was tough for Fluffy last time.
Oh, Squid there was just working. Ryan needs some help. Half the time back already gone. All right, Vision under pressure. D.Va in the back. Oh, good sleep. Yeah, the D.Va's going to be out of action, out of commission for a little bit. I mean, you picked up a kill, but you're 44 HP, and you're going to get demeched, and no remake opportunity. Nano boost deployed, and a barrage on top. A nice Suzu there keeps Rocket alive to kill Astro. And with TSM using this Nano on Riker, it's going to be hard for Fluffy Dreamland to stay in this fight for any longer, and they don't even get a single tick on the point.
Yeah, this is really sad for Fluffy. Like, TSM are playing such a passive, far-back defense, and D.Va's boosters can only go so far, but Lyra's had back-to-back incredible sleeps to halt any aggression from Fluffy that even come close their way, but he's now on the Brig, which will be a better maybe anti-tracer, anti-dive option, something nice to pack Rocket, who's now on the Tracer now that the barrage is gone, so good comp, and Kitsune rush up next.
Oh, the D-Mech too. Astro still kills Liar, and Ryan is going to make up for that deficit in the tank by getting an extra kill. Rally comes in from Grapes as well. There's a nice little Venom mine to greet Ryan, so forced to hit that recall. Guessing the Widowmaker's on the left-hand side. Yeah, you can heal her. You can hear her heels jumping around. There's going to be a recontest opportunity for TSM. They've got the rush as well, so it's not over just yet. Oh, Vision rips the head off of Grapes. Haven under a lot of duress right now on this high ground. Was getting Matrix for a lot of that too, so no bullets can fly and kill him, but Riker, it's easy for the Winston to follow up on that. 2 ticks for Fluffy Dreamland, a stagger onto the Baby Diva to boot. 40 seconds to go and only 33% required, but Fluffy Dreamland, they haven't got many ultimates to work with. Luckily for them, TSM don't either, but Rocket on the Tracer can be a big thorn in their side with the Pulse Bomb.
That first division, first blood onto a support was crazy. Then you got a late Kitsune rush to propel them to a successful retake. They did let Fluffy get 2 ticks, so all Fluffy need is 1 fight. But now they got the Junker Queen to just speed their way in. Maybe give a bit extra help to someone like Haven. But Ryan's looking for a pulse. That is the playmaker. You need Ryan to go big.
Well, I did end up pulling Riker there, but Riker just jumps to another window. Oh, the DC. Or the pause, or I'm assuming it's a DC, but...
Oh, yeah, tell us if there's a DC, because that would be horrible.
That sucks. That's, yeah, final fight as well. Junker Queen rolling out on the attack, which is quite interesting from Fluffy Dreamland there. Just your staying power on the point is pretty prominent with the Queen, so I kind of get it. You like if you're dueling with the Winston, Queen there is really nice. And you're not really fearing the
like a hotter Lucio for the last fight to just speed everybody in. It's just like we need the recontest, we need something. I need to speed the whole team in, and Junker Queen that, and also very good to go up against Winston. So it seems to be a ping issue on the player's behalf. We're gonna check in on that. But yeah, Junker Queen not too bad against the Winston if you could bully him out of the bubble, but also just as bad if the Queen gets isolated from her heals. So it's gonna be a bit of a tap dance.
Yeah, Rocket apparently has 700 ping. So I would say that is inadequate to play on. 700 milliseconds.
He's got pulse. He needs that to go. He needs ping for that.
Yeah, pulse. I can't imagine trying to pulse someone on a 700 ping. Like, you're 7 seconds behind the action.
Ryan.
Good luck. Good luck.
We both got pulse.
Well, there's the retouch. For TSM, can't let it go. Riker's on the point. Now has to deal with Astro on the Queen, trying to shield dance right now. That's a lot of damage. There's the pulse bomb from Ryan, and there is the point. In OT, they get it done. Are they going to stick on the Queen, though? Actually, is the big question for me. Okay, Renko. Give him the bag. I like it. I like what I'm seeing.
He's not all smiles. He's also...
Renko sometimes chooses violence,
got knees. Yeah, I think the Junker Queen would be tougher. Oh, they're just going to be proactive and get on top of the bridge, because this is the hardest point. Usually you succumb to a lot of poke being out in the open. But taking bridge control quickly is nice.
Yeah, Rocky's definitely going to think twice about jumping in on the high ground without some support. That pulse bomb from Rocket connects to Grapes, though, and Astro and Renko sent really low after Squid swaps on it. Hits him with the nade. I wonder now if Fluffy Dreamland are going to change their comp up. They're 10% away from the Rampage, and there isn't a Kiriko on the side of TSM, but actually getting that Rampage off is going to be rather tough. It looks like they're going to stick.
Yeah, I mean, just good kind of rock, paper, scissors action that we have. The fact that Squid went on as the direct counter to a Junker Queen, but she could do
Laya is going back to spawn right now.
Back.
Laya's going back to spawn, switch Kiriko. Yeah, I just saw the little silhouette, sorry. So he's gone back to spawn, changed Kiriko. They know Astro's going to have this Rampage. I was thinking in my head, I'm like, I think it might be beneficial for Laya to do that, because you haven't got a lot of ult charge on that rally. Massive heads up play there. Giga Brain from Laya. High Noon. Goodbye backline. Laya comes back from spawn and instantly dies. Well, unfortunately, you can't Suzu both the High Noon and the Rampage, and they will succumb to their wounds.
Holding as close as they are now. Haven being really risky there, but that's the beauty of running a Lucio. It's not just about speeding an entire team, but letting your DPS take these aggressive off angles, but also escort them back to safety.
Primal Rage better from Riker. All right, quick disengage from Fluffy Dreamland. Need these support ultimates to win these fights. They're battling Bob and they're battling a Primal Rage. Wait, his hand was going through the glass. I think that's how he was getting hit there. Unfortunate. Terrain diff.
Bob, though, for Vision is going to be really good contest power. Then you got a Primal, a lot of sustainability from TSM's side and a late Kitsune rush, but Fluffy got support ulti.
Soundbarrier comes in, hits 5, Bob deployed near that point, but there's the rush as well. Rocket's out of this fight, same with Riker. Still got that Primal Rage, gonna need to pop it rather soon. So much damage though, look at this. Oh, and a stick too, Ryan, triple blink, hits Vision. That'll be point. Couple of OT points back to back, but still, Fluffy Dreamland getting it done. Astro, again, hey, if you stick on that Queen, mad respect. I mean, in this meta, I would imagine Riker changes. Yeah, there it is. Switches over to the Orisa. I wonder if it's going to prompt a swap from Fluffy Dreamland too, because the Orisa against the Queen, I mean, it's GG. Queen is not getting anywhere near you.
Yeah. That's no fun. Yeah, you just spear that Junker Queen back. But the difference in that fight is Fluffy Dreamland having both support ultimates. Flyer was 10% away from the Kitsune rush, and that made the world of a difference of how Fluffy Dreamland could take an early fight, even burn through the Riker Primal Rage that he had at the time. So close to a Rampage, Deadeye from Haven. Don't imagine that's going to have too much of an effect.
Rush from Liar, making some room, making some space. Haven's a little bit caught out, same with the Lucio. Post one on the ground from Rocket. A rare swing and a miss from the Tracer Legend. And now Haven's on the flank here, battling against Slayer. Needs to kind of get out of here. Yeah, there's no way they don't get collapsed on. Haven going down in a vital moment. There's 25 seconds to go. Ryan tried to get a blink kill there in the backline too, and fails to do so. 15 seconds in a dream. TSM with the orbital ray. A Rampage is going to connect, but it only connects onto Riker as Lai is able to cleanse everybody else. Queen is down, and Fluffy Dreamland have just fumbled the bag here in the last few moments. Couple of touches here. I mean, Ryan gets it a couple more meters, but this is where the payload is going to end. They've got the ray, they've got the bodies on the point. Red Goat, the last-ditch attempt there to get something done. For Fluffy Dreamland. They don't even get that third point. Payload ends just before that last corner.
Still a good push, though, for Fluffy Dreamland. It's still a winnable position. A lot of teams get caught on the point B affair, and Fluffy Dreamland were able to get through that just off of support ult play. And we've had a rock, paper, scissors matchup of a lot of important hero swaps. Both these teams have very good understandings of their counters. So, like the Junker Queen coming out as a last-ditch effort for the point push for Fluffy Dreamland, where they almost got full held, and then Laya or TSM swap to an Ana, make Fluffy's lives a living hell. And very, very back and forth. Fluffy Dreamland could still win here with a good defense. And already look better bringing Ryan into the lineup compared to the last showing like they had against Nightmare. And TSM may roll out with the Widow, but the Widow has been such a risky affair for both teams, not getting those big opening picks. And it's not really just the Widow's skill issue. It's more that the team doesn't play in sightlines of the Widow. And you got to be able to be humble enough to swap to that quickly. And then the next thing is, what is Rocket gonna do? How can he go down the alleyways? How can he explore laundry? Are Fluffy Dreamland gonna be able to punish Rocket and how he's able to roam around? Because he's also a last-minute swap in there for TSM. And this is TSM's last life on the line.
Pigeon's mad about it as well. All right, TSM, what you got for us? There's a struggle for Fluffy Dreamland those first 2 points. OT finishes. We'll see if Vision checking his surroundings first. Doesn't want to see any sneaky traces or anybody hanging around.
And you got the Kiriko Junos, a lot of lethality. So Astro has to be careful how he plays his life, and Astro doesn't care. He's running after a
What am I seeing? What is Blood doing? Yeah,
winning, I guess.
Actually, not half wrong. 3.5 minutes. Astro's like, yeah, I'm done with this game. Yeah, I want to face Nightmare again. All right, good first hold.
Astro just like didn't get punished. We were just talking about how lethal TSM's poke is. Right. With the Kiriko subbed in, and Astro just got to run it down. So Rocket was obviously exploring the map and not around. And Vision says, screw that Widow stuff. I'm gonna check myself.
Yep, Cassidy, Genji now for TSM. Changing out the backline too. Alrighty, Fluffy Dreamland. Astro going pretty low there. You see Rocket kind of dashing in, getting a reset off of Haven. Riker finishing off with a melee kill. Now all eyes are on the Orisa. That's more like it, TSM. Should be a fairly clean fight. They're going to have a lot of time going into second point. Can they get Ryan? Okay, they do, yeah. So the likelihood of a touch here is pretty slim, considering no one went down for TSM.
And the brawl potential from TSM got a lot better with Rocket being on the Genji. They were thinking about a recontest, but even just fighting close is nice for Fluffy Dreamland, but they'll want to get to the bridge. They'll want to get to that high ground. They'll be late to it, but TSM aren't exactly pushing the envelope. They are going to use the speed ring as TSM's option to maybe want to be aggressive, and Fluffy Dreamland spot that and push them right back. So big dance between
Well, the Decider ultimates are coming up. Don't worry, these Juno ults almost online for both teams. Slowly but surely, Ryan's looking for an opening here. Oh, no. Oh, TSM's they're not available anymore, unfortunately. As Squid ends up going down. Little Terror Surge thrown in. Don't mind that, just to secure the fights.
Yeah, Haven connecting on a headshot there, sitting top bridge. Cassidy can sometimes not have a fun time with the range, but oh my god, another fight.
Rally's there, yeah. I mean, Lyre just giving Grapes a little kiss on the forehead. Rocket ends up going down to Haven once again, but Lyre comes up with a kill onto Grapes. Sepulso on the wall, just doing a little bit of AoE damage there as Lyre in Cat Ray is just swinging, just doing so much damage. The entirety of the server there was grouped up in like a 10 by 10 pixel grid. Like, everybody was on top of each other. Fluffy Dreamland. They're going to end up going down. Losing control of this high ground as well could be quite disastrous, especially against Vision and Rocket, who they both have got ultimates for this next engagement.
It is really funny, Dreamland, based on just taking that fight as aggressive as they are, but Rocket...
Oh yeah, there's one. The Orisa, no match for the Genji. He's good on Tracer, and his Genji is looking mighty fine as well. Good shots from Vision, payload to move in, still 3 minutes. TSM just rolling through this midtown.
This is turning into quite the hemorrhage for Fluffy Dreamland, who should have just stayed on top of the bridge to begin with. You can drain so much time from having the high ground advantage to trust your DPS and being aggro once TSM were to get to that high ground. Now, this is a power position for TSM as a deadly Deadeye.
Really nice. Use that spear spin to get away, but they need to get onto that point. Oh, the shot onto Haven from downtown. Both Terror Surges, or just the singular, sorry, from Astro does kill Rockets, but here comes the rally. There's too much sustain now, too much overheal, too much armor on the brig. There's no chance for Fluffy Dreamland to come back into that fight, and there's the checkpoint. 3 and a bit minutes. Like, this is Fluffy Dreamland just getting bowled over. TSM's map choice as well, and you can see exactly why they came here.
Fluffy Dreamland just getting a taste of their own medicine of just not being able to halt momentum from another team. Like, Fluffy Dreamland did exactly that to TSM on Runasapi. And now, maybe a moment to reset, playing around this corner. And Terror Surge versus
Deadeye from Haven, peeking his head around the corner. Oh, nice little bit of defense for Haven. Making sure he can channel that fully. Oh, the flash, yeah, there's no chance, unfortunately. That Hinder Grenade doing too strong against the Genji. Riker, can they get the pick? Maybe. Nah, he's too healthy now. Don't want to overextend here if you're Fluffy Dreamland. One death can really cost you almost the entire map. The payload is so close to that golden box of victory there.
Yeah, Fluffy Dreamland don't want to make that mistake again. They're going to wait for a good moment for the orbital ray and maybe even combine that with Ryan if you can get explosive fight win. But you also want to cycle your ults. You got a lot of time to
there's
burn.
the rays both coming in, but here comes the blade. Oh, Ryan instantly taken care of though. Vision with a 2-tap in the body. The rally from Grapes also just disintegrating in front of Vision. There is nothing that Fluffy Dreamland could do now. Just hope and pray Astro survives long enough, but he's in the 1v1 against Riker. It's going to be a 2v1 now as Vision joins the party. Terror Surge used, does end up coming up with a cheeky kill. Vision eventually falls. And here comes the rally to keep him in. I mean, the Deadeye from Haven around this corner, but with 2 minutes to go and a blade in their back pocket. It's TSM just running over Fluffy Dreamland. Map number 5 in their sights. Rocket is just dominant on the Tracer and dominant on the Genji. Nothing this guy can't play. Only Astro and Haven now left to clean up.
We have had so many game 5s today from the EMEA side now to North America. Holy cow, but man, Midtown continues to be a pain point for Fluffy Aimers. It's not even the compositional choices or the mechanics, it's their understandings of rotations. To flop on point B, to take early fights, like there must have been a low HP target that they smelled close to the spawn that they just thought, let's full send it, let's use ults. And it's okay for the defense, like I said, to sit back, let the offense make a first move, let them set the pawns up, and for you to just be on the high ground and shoot down at them. Haven delivered those big kills. They should have just trusted him to do it again on the bridge phase, and Fluffy Dreamland threw all of point B away, which gave TSM a pretty big time bank to push that box of victory. And we go to game 5, so at least we get a good series out of it.
Yeah, another game 5. Got a ton in EMEA, got a ton in NA. I am here for it. Can TSM finish this one off with a bang? Or can Fluffy Dreamland face Nightmare in the next game? I mean, both teams have already faced Nightmare and actually lost to them, so a revenge match regardless of who wins. Where do you think we're going? Of course, it's Fluffy Dreamland's choice now. And we've seen a lot of swaps and substitutions too from either side.
It's tough. They don't obviously have a lot left. They don't usually get to this point. Like Runasapi's always their go-to, or New Junk City is a potential if they want to bring a Chime back in for some May, but they've also looked so good with Ryan on the Genji or the Tracer, so I'd say New Junk City sounds pretty good for me. I don't even know if that's an option, to be honest. I'm just naming the picks that they usually like. I'll have to see the map pool, though.
Yeah, Joe. These highlights from Rocket looking so good. And yeah, the big swaps coming in, really making a big impact in the series thus far. Map number 5 just around the corner. Fluffy Dreamland and TSM facing off against each other for a spot in that lower finals against Nightmare. We're going to jump to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Map number 5 after this.
looked away in disgust.
I'm sorry, what just happened?
See, look at the health bars just trickling down.
They're running out of time.
Beautiful boot from Junbin.
Oh my word.
Oh, they're making the hot work.
Look at that shoe coming in with the Nano 2. This might just be enough.
Welcome back. Map number 5, TSM and Fluffy Dreamland facing off as we jump into Rialto as our 5th and final map in this series. Winner advances, and hey, Stockholm's right around the corner. You saw the teaser trailer. You can still pick up your tickets for the November show. It's going to be a good time. Nothing like Overwatch or esports in general in person. It's very different. You're not going to want to miss that one. But we're here and now, 2-2, as TSM off a very confident win on Midtown, end up having to go to Rialto as Fluffy's choice.
And is Chime in? He is our Lord and Savior on the May. And this is the map to go to for the May. And I was wondering if you're going to see the Haven Widow, which this is one of the better Widow maps at that, which maybe Vision will stay on that. But Haven right now, I think, has had a safer and more consistent performance on the Cassidy, being able to follow through with any pushes. But this part of Rialto, you just want to stick to the corner. What's important is how are TSM going to want to dislodge this high ground, where usually it's a bit easier with a Diva, or you really got to go up the stairs. And at what point does Fluffy Dreamland want to get off that high ground, and who's going to be the one to contest? A lot of options, especially with a May in the lineup.
Vision Widow is something I like to see. Really like this comp, actually, if they end up sticking with this. It's hard for Chime, really, and Haven too, to interact with the Widow in any meaningful way, to be fair. A couple of right clicks thrown in could be frustrating. Looks like there's going to be a brief switch, though. Okay, Cassidy.
Yeah, just not having the best of sight lines, but maybe once the Fluffy do drop the Hinder Grenade, just the burst of vision would be good, and using the May wall to get back up there as TSM are attacking from multiple angles. Actually, I thought they were going to go up the staircase. They're wrapping around Mega's side and coming from behind the defense.
Yeah, that was a really nice rotation. Taking the high ground away from a comp that loves it in the May. Swap sides completely now. Fluffy Dreamland are on the defense, I assure you. High ground control is just so important for this point. And especially where the payload is too, you can just descend on them. Chime already having to pop the block as well. Ends up popping that wall too and chased down by Lyre. A nice little whip shot ends up killing off the May. And now this payload control is going to be rather easy, honestly, for TSM. Also, look at where Vision is currently. Just trying to deal with Renko. Everybody from Fluffy Dreamland completely split.
Rotation's quite fun. TSM ring around the Rosie, and I think the pivotal point was Chime, the ice block right on the edge of trying to get to the low ground. Must have missed his jump ice block and not able to reach his supports in time, and that started the avalanche that was TSM overtaking Fluffy Dreamland, who had nothing, didn't have that May to protect the Orisa, and Fluffy got split up from each other. Now you got an orbital Ray to cap A with.
Yeah, they're just gonna pop it. Just guarantee yourself the point. Blizzard ends up coming out from Chime. Squid narrowly avoiding getting frozen. Same can't be said for Lyre, who ends up just going down to the meat grinder. That is Astro's Spear Spin. The Blizzard is just so strong against the Orbital Ray. It's kind of a combo that I thought about when we kind of saw Juno being played in pro play. It's like, you can really mess people up with the May, because that Orbital Ray moves so slowly. You just pop a big Blizzard down. They can't use that. They can't walk in it at all. And, well, point proven right there.
It's a Dragon Blade to break through. Terra Surge, if you can pull people in, it's a deadly combo. But Fluffy Dreamland can just wait to see TSM and Orbital Ray, but gotta find a good spot, a good lane to throw down that Orbital Ray. It's the direction, it's the lane that you decide to push with that's important for Renko.
High noon to push people back. There's a skull built on Grapes, although not so much anymore with that rally coming through. Ended up getting eaten. There's the Terror Surge from both sides. The blades come out from King already as Riker finds two already. There is a Orbital Ray for Renko. Rather limp, though, I'm going to be honest. Late into the fight, too. King and Riker just kind of dominating there.
Way too late. They had such a good lane to push down with the Orbital Ray. It got so they let TSM dictate the fight. They let them initiate with the Terra Surge Blade. And there was like 2 dead by the time the orbital ray came out. I think I'd like to see Fluffy take the fight in their own hands, and that's a good start.
Rika's trying to push people off high ground right now. Successfully lands a spear on Astro. Always going to be, yeah, always going to be frustrating to deal with the Orisa, especially on these very narrow pathways. This is, wow, Astro is aggro. You kind of traded though, but Chime is gonna, oh no! Astro didn't get up on the high ground. Orbital Ray for Squid 2 in the small room. I mean, you're getting run over now. Yeah, absolutely no way. That was a really nice play from Chime, just boosting Astro up. You go through the window, you disrupt the fight, but yeah, I don't know. Astro,
yeah,
it didn't look, maybe it wasn't lined up close enough to the wall. I'm not sure, but that really cost them that fight.
Fluffy overcooked with that rotation. Why didn't they just stick to the high ground? I think everyone's trying to match Astro's freak. When he drops, Chime tries to bring him back down to earth or back up to earth, and now everyone from Fluffy gets split up. They should have just played off the advantage Haven gave them, and here's another advantage.
Couple nice headshots. Oh, into nade. These walls from Chime are so annoying. Well, still a minute and 50 seconds to go. Despite kind of a small fumble there from Fluffy Dreamland, they've managed to reconvene on the point, gain some space, and basically set up to where they were before.
Can you keep relying on your lucky headshot mechanics from Chime and Haven, though, to just get first bloods? Like, the macro, the rotation's a little worrying for me from the Fluffy Dreamland side.
They booked Vision over the wall. What? That was unbelievable. What? That was
blood's going Fluffy's way.
That is like May OTP level stuff there. That was hilarious. Chime's holding on to this Blizzard too. Only a minute to go. Vision wondering what just happened to me, as he was basically kidnapped by Chime.
60 seconds.
Well, there's another wall.
Chime was hoping to draw the fight around the corner.
High new popped by Haven. Orbital Rays are going to come out. Well, Haven just meets his quick demise. A reflected Deadeye as King easily deals with Haven. Orbital Ray pushing TSM forward as well. Fluffy Dream lose control of that high ground, put a wall up to get a safe retreat. Still can fight on this point, however. They got a Ray of their own. They got the rally. They got all the tools required here with King going so low. King ends up dashing out, but the Terror Surge brought him in. An easy lineup for Haven. And with double support ultimates, Fluffy Dreamland are going to walk all over TSM. And with only 20 seconds to go, TSM's journey is coming to an end unless they can get another touch. But it's going to be hard to, against the May, against the Orisa, who really goes for it here. Riker's on the Doom of all things.
King has to wear the crown. He's got the Dragon Blade. He can climb over this wall.
He's got Blade.
Can they
He's got Blade for another dash, but he's instantly dealt with as Chime puts up a wall and stands on top of it, so King has a tough time getting over it. Burn all CDs. Chime kind of popped, actually, on that round, I've got to say.
Haven, too. A lot of headshots. I mean, what, 3-4K at the end?
Boom.
What happened to King?
Yeah, the deflect,
the deflect.
kill.
Funny. Tough one. A lot of first bloods from Fluffy Dreamland, just relying on mechanics and eventually calming down and just sticking to the staircase they had to hold. And TSM just ran out of time and ran out of gas, ran out of ults. But a big one for TSM, they acted on the Terror Surge from Riker, but just more powerful ultimates, Renko and Grapes, both support ultimates, namely the Orbital Ray, as everyone from TSM rallied around the Terror Surge that was nicely pulled in by Riker. They got absolutely steamrolled by the Orbital Ray from Renko, and that was a pivotal fight for Fluffy Dreamland to win with the investment TSM had put on. And then King just got, I mean, he had not a lot of time to get into the positions to get the setup going for the Blade, and Haven just locked him up. That was some disgusting shots out of him.
Nice work from both DPS for Fluffy Dreamland. See if Chime goes back to the May. I'd hope so, especially on these points. There's so many small little corridors that you want to fight in. It would make the most sense. Probably just a Sonic setting up a kill for Haven potentially. TSM, they got to defend against that golden box of victory. Winner here advances to face Nightmare in the lower bracket finals. Grapple shot, no one's there.
Not the best of pushes either by TSM. It's winnable though. At least getting to halfway through the map is acceptable. The May Cassidy comes down. Now you don't have a Widow to worry about, but TSM on this high ground could easily get a drop down based on how low targets King can get, but they're walled off. They're gonna have to redirect themselves.
All right, quick high ground rotation. Oh no, low ground rotation. They're going mega. Uh-oh, not where you want to be if you're the Pharah. King using those thrusters to get away. So rather nasty position that Fluffy Dreamland have placed themselves in. The car is in a bit of an odd spot, so yeah, once again, both teams just completely flipping the map.
Got down to 40 HP there. Haven doing well on the off angle. Renko needing some packs there, almost a punish out of TSM, but they have the high ground, and King can continue to do work on the fire if he doesn't get caught there by Haven. Everyone from Fluffy is so low.
I think it's so much damage from Vision. May a little bit easier to hit in the head than most DPS. On the large head box. Oh, nice flail actually, getting Chime off the high ground. Bit of an easier time now for TSM. Oh, Chime's dead. Okay, well, a rocket, what I could only assume is a direct. Vision does end up trading here, but it's a rather scrappy fight. Burning as much time as possible, getting as many kills as possible is going to be good. Renko claims another. Little speed ring there to help his Orisa out. Astro just running around the backside, end up killing Liar. This is scrappy. A little dogfight action. Showing Riker on the point right now, going pretty low. But King, orbital bombardment as he sees Chime. Although with Riker dead, doesn't want to stay around too long.
Yeah, that was hairy for Fluffy when they started breaking LOS from Renko. Could have re-engaged with the orbital ray, but then see the right group up, the right opportunity. But scrapping their way through, and with the support still alive, that helps Fluffy have the resources to sustain longer than TSM. But now TSM, being patient on the ults, they got a lot to use.
High noon on both sides. Spear spin runs out. Payload still moving here for Fluffy Dreamland. Barrage on top. King, Haven trades. Here comes the orbital rays, though, directly on the point. Both Orisas in the Beyblade arena now as they both pop Terror Surge at the same time. No one going down just yet, but this Blizzard is going to separate TSM. Can they still come up with kills? Can they keep Riker alive? He's gone golden, he's used the spear spin already, and now he's out of juice, but it don't matter because Vision's there for the backup. TSM are going to hold Fluffy Dreamland with 1 minute and 15 seconds to go.
Such a critical fight for TSM to win with the ult investment that we have. There's only 1 minute. I don't even know if you're gonna have really time to build up towards another set of these. It's just gotta be Fluffy Dreamland playing in the neutral, and with how far back TSM are playing and with a far in play, Fluffy Dreamland gotta stay in cover. These long rotations, you don't want to get conked into the water. That was almost just the end right there. Fluffy Dreamland, they can get into an enclosed space near the car. That could be a good fight for them.
This Liar rally is going to be so pivotal to TSM's success. If they can get a pick off on Liar, that is going to be their ticket to at least this first point being captured. King under a lot of trouble, actually. Haven, yeah, just wide wings. There's Liar with the rally in the front line. Ends up bashing away to the point. Want to build up that overhealth before they try anything tricky here. As another rotation comes in, this time from Vision. Liar's rally does end up fading away. That overhealth is going to fade too. It's all onto the Junos now. They got to do DPS. They got to heal to get these orbital rays online. Vision can extend this fight with the Deadeye. He's got it in his back pocket, but Fluffy Dreamland, they're on the run. The wall ends up coming through, but there's going to be a touch. But now it's OT for Fluffy Dreamland as they try and push in. They draw the Deadeye. They don't find anything, but here comes the Terror Surge. They drag one in as both rays hit the ground running as Astro moves up. A wall behind the Orisa is going to leave Chime an easy avenue here to attack. A Blizzard's been earned, popped on the floor, and now Riker's in trouble. An easily thrown Orisa as Liar, King, and Riker bite the dust. Fluffy Dreamland, they're holding on to this one, but by the skin of their teeth.
Jesus, that was so close. First, it was Haven picking off King, yet a 5v4, but then Vision trades out, popping off from the health pack room, killing Haven in response, even things up. Then Fluffy went for the orbital ray, which of course Squid had at the exact same time. They were just matching blow for blow, fire with fire. And now because you have to use that Blizzard, don't have a lot of good win conditions if you're Fluffy Dreamland, besides hoping to overpower TSM on this power position. But Riker has Terror Surge, and King can land some really nasty rockets if they combine that together.
His high ground control is so crucial here for Fluffy Dreamland. Can he chime in a position where he can get a wall? Oh, Raincoat. Okay. Potentially a rocket there taken to the chest or something. Quick reset. Don't want to give too much ult charge over either. Yeah, Astro's just going to dunk himself in the pond.
But Fluffy Dreamland got a lot of free push. Just off the rip without really needing too much of a fight. Now it's within one fight for Fluffy Dreamland to win game 5 to stay alive in our main event. And it's okay for them to just kind of sacrifice that fight to build up towards some ults, not some amazing ones. I'm worried about King's Barrage if Fluffy Dreamland ignore him.
Oh, Liar!
The orbital ray.
What an unbelievable whip shot. That was from the high ground, booped him off of the bridge. Riker's getting fancy with it as well. Barrage on top of that, small corridor too. Chime ends up going for a trade as King and Grapes end up going down. TSM, they're winning this fight. 50 seconds to go. Once again, Fluffy Dreamland. They're in a spot where they need to push the payload all the way to that golden box, but it is so far away. TSM almost guaranteed 2 fights.
Oh man, and you only had to use the barrage and you got a first blood off of just Liar's whip shot. Orbital Ray is going to be the big fight winner for TSM. But if TSM drop from this high ground, I can expect Chime to want to counter with a defensive blizzard placed at their feet, depending if Fluffy Dreamland can get into cover in time.
Astro tried to drag someone down from high ground, but the wall, maybe a little small miscommunication there. I'm not entirely sure what happened. Chime ends up touching the point. Blizzard on the floor. The Rays are going to come in. The Terror Surge on top as well. A whole lot of AoE damage, but Vision and King are coming out on top. 5 seconds to go as Fluffy Dreamland supports are decimated in the front line. And Vision cleans house. A recurring nightmare now awaiting them in the lower bracket finals. A TSM close out the series 3-2.
What an incredible series. TSM staying resilient on the high ground, dropping down, but it was only the Orisa of TSM, Riker. So Chime thought the rest of the team was going to follow. The Blizzard is there, but it didn't get the important targets. Vision with those big kills at the end, just needing to just stay calm and fire down. That's what I wanted to see out of Fluffy Dreamland's defense, but they overcooked. They were always trying to push on the defense, the same mistakes made on Midtown. And TSM, known as an aggressive team, have learned a lot from their previous matches to pull out the win on both Midtown and, of course, this final map to take the win in the series. Big congratulations to TSM to win against Fluffy Dreamland, who beat NRG Shock. You thought maybe this was going to be Fluffy's tournament.
Apparently not. TSM, they stopped the buck there. Nightmare in that lower bracket finals waiting for them now. A rematch of epic proportions. We're going to jump over the desk. They'll break that series down and round us out the day.
Thank you both so much. Yeah, where to even begin? This series was another one that just never seemed to end. What a treat today has been. We're being held hostage by phenomenal gameplay and incredible storylines, and we wouldn't want to have it any other way for our last stage main event. Let's break it down though. Obviously, Fluffy Dreamland coming in hot. They were on top of it all. Then TSM slowly starting to claw their way back in. What adaptations did you see them make in order to do so?
It came down a lot to King not playing the Genji, pulling out the Pharah every once in a while, which is a tried and true counter in my mind to the Mei on some of these maps. You saw there at the end, it was really put to the test there playing the Mei. It's very hard to take space when you have rockets just pouring down on top of you the entire time, as you see here. I like the look Fluffy Dreamland had when they also played the Pharah. I'm surprised they didn't play it more, like at least put that to the test as they struggled there later in the series.
Also, we saw a clash. 5-2 clash. That's not every day you saw that. You know, you're down in a hole 0-2 and then you were able to win 5 points in a row. That's not often you see that. So, I mean, really, this was honestly one of the more chaotic kind of matches I've seen so far in this composition, especially when it came down to the Rialto. We're seeing both teams commit double support ultimate, double Orisa Terra Surges as well. And at that point, honestly, when both teams pop the double support ultimate and the Terra Surges, you're kind of praying a little bit that it works in your favor. You want the better surge, of course. You want more mobility for your own Ray to walk in. But it got very chaotic throughout this entire match between two teams that were really even throughout. So.
It was just haymakers back and forth. Like you said, they were just sending ultimates into each other, and they were just not afraid to sit there and just bounce their heads off each other until somebody eventually died.
Yeah.
I really like the adaptation here from TSM on Midtown. They pulled out that Winston early on in the map. I thought that was really nice. That's a look we saw from Toronto Defiant as well with the Kiriko. I think they also played the Kiriko as well. So yeah, I quite like that adaptation from TSM, throwing a different look. And then we have Rialto. this map and map 5. What happened there, by the way?
Vision is up on the other side.
How was Vision on the other side of the wall? Can I see this? Oh my good lord. I don't even blame.
That's incredible.
In a map 5, I don't even blame him for standing still there. I'd be so tilted.
He just ends up on the wrong side of the map.
Caleb, I want to hear it from you though. In a series that goes so long, like, have you exhausted your playbook at this time? Is it now just vibing and intuition, or is there still something more that they can pull out of, any pages they can pull out of their book?
I think. Well, you go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think by the end, like I said, I think they're throwing haymakers. I think they're kind of defaulting to their style. Like I said, like the Mei versus the Pharah. Yeah, I mean, they really stuck to I mean, King, obviously, here, his player of the match. I mean, the Genji and the Pharah. Not the most amazing KD ever, but I think he served his.
This was a long series.
It was a long series. It was very back and forth. I think he served his role. I think he flexed when he needed to, and I think he was a key player for their team. Yeah,
King, a player that you highlighted heading into this series as well, and it is so often currently in this meta the DPS who have to clutch it out for their team. You saw it time and time again that now it's. I mean, yes, it's a team game, but you have to have those heroic performances as individuals.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you consider the ultimates, right? Like, you can drop the rally, you can drop the Ray reasonably, but it comes down to the mechanical ultimates, and Dragon Blade is one of those ultimates, or like getting a good barrage and trading 2 for 1, trading 3 for 1. That is clutch. And now TSM. I mean, it's good to have these guys back, right? Because we always talk about how good of a performance they had in stage 1, at least some of these members, right? Riker, Rocket, for example, right? And then also seeing some of these guys that were formerly on Luminosity, on Maribel, of course, you know, Squid, King, that I always hype up, and I was quite disappointed by Luminosity's performances. Now they're here. 3rd place, of course, with Toronto Defiant and Nightmare still in the tournament. So I'm happy for those guys. I'm excited to see what they can do against Nightmare.
So am I. This is going to be such an interesting rematch, because I feel like the fluffy Dreamland we saw going up against Nightmare in that upper bracket match, that's not the same fluffy Dreamland we got to see today. So I hope they've managed to, you know, ride that momentum, bring that same energy in that very crucial match. However, with this very match ending, that means we have to eliminate one more team out of our tournament. So now out of our 8 teams here in the NA region, only 3 remain. And that gives us an opportunity to give some words of wisdom, words of praise, words of any words you have at this point. As
what
we say goodbye. Where are we going with this one? Volcano. This is very dramatic.
We throw him in the volcano?
We never know what's coming, by the way.
Wow.
Listen. They came in hot and they left the same way. These are the teams that are eliminated. Thank you, production.
Citrus Nation down into the...
Yeah, we're saying goodbye. But obviously, these teams, all these players, they've shown us some phenomenal performances throughout this entire stage.
What in the world?
And then we have some flows, just some vibing out fellas out there at the top 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look at the list. I mean, TSM is the one that kind of sticks out here. I mean, you gotta be happy here with the top 3 here for TSM, but they have to run through the gauntlet with the two big bros of North America, Nightmare and Toronto Defiant. So they have their work cut out for them, but they're pretty happy right now.
Yeah, I think these are definitely the teams that a lot of people had their eyes on heading into this main event. I think Energy Shock obviously being up there as well. So it was kind of just, as always in the NA region, it's just a question of like, okay, Toronto's on top, but 2nd and 3rd, that's kind of where we brawl it out. Are you at all surprised at the result and how it shook up until now?
No, I mean, Energy struggle in groups, and when you see Energy struggle in groups and struggle to adapt accordingly, you're thinking like, oh, maybe this is the time for another team to come up. And honestly, I mentioned that TSM is one of those teams early on in the tournament. I said that like this is one of those teams that like I think this is just a really good meta for them. I think that all these individual players, they're coming together at the right time in a meta that suits all 5 of them, and that yielded great results. So I'm honestly not too surprised to see TSM earn themselves the 3rd place here.
That's right. Let's take a look at the schedule to see how our last day will be shaping up or out. I can't speak anymore at this point, honestly.
It's late.
I feel like I've been
We've been here for 12 hours.
Yep, just casual 12-hour workday. We wouldn't have it any other way because those matches were hyped, they were good, and we get more of that tomorrow on our final last day here. There's so many good ones. I don't even know if I should ask you to pick a favorite, but I'm asking anyway. What's the favorite one?
although it wasn't as close as the other matches, I enjoyed ENCE versus SSG. Just seeing the EU powerhouses go at each other. It's always a fun matchup. What about you, Johnny?
Well, I think the stakes of Twisted Minds needing to field UB for 4 maps is going to be an
This is insane.
It's going to be interesting.
The script writers.
So, you know, we haven't seen UB so far this main event. UB did play the group stage, played a lot of May, which is a hero that's been meta. But can you get to 4 maps with UB in the lineup? You know, obviously, UB, an incredible player previously here, but the fact he hasn't played so far is pretty telling these days.
I just want to throw something out there, though. And obviously, that's the hottest of all takes and probably the absolute wrong approach for this. But you can also just attempt to win the entire tournament.
I think you're allowed some hot takes considering your prediction record
Thank you.
today. Absolutely demolished me. So
yeah, actually, let's get to that. You know, because we haven't forgotten. It's been a hot minute ago since we made the bets, but our prediction points. Oh man, I'm good. Ooh, I am so good. You, however, you dropped the ball a little bit today, but you were daring, and I respect that. But that doesn't mean that you have to dig in, get some kippers, get some culture in you. So we have, as you can smell, you can't at home. You were missing out, but there's some delicious
That looks so
kippers.
yummy.
This is pickled herring. You want some kippers?
Show it off to the camp.
Yeah, show it off. That's been underneath his desk for like a good hour.
That's a
little too long in my mind, but hey.
That was a map 5, so we had to prepare it early on.
You don't have to eat all of it, but I do want you to get a good taster.
This is the fishiest fish that's ever fished, but here we go.
That's so delicious.
Okay, this is pickled herring.
Oh.
It's not that bad, right?
Oh, it's not that bad.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you.
Oh.
That's what I'm telling you.
Actually, I never had it, so even though I did not lose a bet, I want to give it a go too. Kippers.
Very fishy, but
delicacy. How do you usually eat this in Sweden? Like, do you have saltines with it, or the bread? What are we doing?
Okay, well, usually, you know, herring for midsummer. You know, that's when you can use eat the marinated ones. Yeah, don't talk to me about the movie. I swear to God, when people bring up the Midsummer movie,
I haven't even watched it.
You are not really interested in Sweden. You're just interested in like weird things. Anyway, one of my personal favorites is mackerel and tomato sauce on a sandwich. That is legendary stuff right there. Oh, I haven't even tried it yet.
Yeah, please help yourself to some kippers.
It's been a long day. You deserve a reward, John.
Yeah,
Thank you.
It's been a long day.
You earned your kippers.
Yeah.
We have like 20 more of these cans.
Oh my God, this is so good.
It's actually really nice.
Oh my God.
And if
I genuinely love it.
If you also want to enjoy some kippers, why don't you join us over in Sweden for DreamHack Stockholm,
Make sure you
where
eat the
all
skin.
of this season will culminate. And yeah, we'll hand out some kippers there. I'll bring the cans. How about that? For now, we're not done here, of course, at the main event. We have one more day to go. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be a good one, I'm pretty sure. Thank you so much for watching today. It's been a long one, but a good one. Caleb, Johnny, thank you so much for letting me pick your brain all day long. We're back again, same place, not quite the same time, though, so make sure to check out the schedule. And we'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
What a treat. What a reward.
Delicious.
Good, I like it. I like it.
Rain nanti, Rain one. You want.
Oh my God.
Baby one. Wait to win. Nice. No.
The bridge, possibly for a cheeky anti-grenade for the dive.
Oh, the anti-nade Seeker will take the solo kill.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Pencil.
nice. Penta-kill.
Combo!
Ready? Yeah, wait. Okay.
Combo main now!
Main one. I need care. I'm dead.
To the one! Main ice!
To the bubbles. Main.
Main ice! Let's fucking go!